up this morning, August 3rd. It's been a pretty slow and uneventful summer. Went to visit a friend in Santa Fe, went to New Orleans and went to see my family. Woke up this morning and it occurred I needed one more track to finish up the record. I was feeling out of fuel and uninspired, laid in my bed too long, a little down, a little tired. Met my girl and we walked down Union Street. I was scattered and my head was in a bunch of places. Bought a $350 pair of lampshades and we ate at Perry's and I ordered crab cakes. Blue crab cakes, blue crab cakes, blue crab cakes. She said I seemed distracted and asked what was going on with me. I said I can't explain it, it's a middle-aged thing. She said okay and ate her eggs Benedict. And I looked at the walls cluttered with sports bar shit. Sports bar shit. Sports bar shit. Sports bar shit. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Got on the phone and I called my mother, I called my father, talked a little bit with my sister. She's got a new boyfriend, he's a deer hunter, and she's getting used to venison. And my dad's still fighting with his girlfriend about his flirting with the girls at Panera Bread. My mom was good but sounded out of breath. I worry so much about her, I worry to death. I worry to death. I worry about her to death. I worry to death. The other night I went and saw the Postal Service. Ben's my friend, but getting there was the worst. Trying to park and getting up the hill and finding a spot amongst the drunk kids staring at themselves. Standing at the back with the crowd of 8,000. Thought of Ben when I met him in 2000 at a festival in Spain. He was on the small stage then and I didn't know his name. Now he's singing at the Greek and he's busting moves. And my legs were hurting and my feet were too. I called him after, said I'll skip the backstage high bye, but thanks for the nice music and all the exercise. And we laughed and it was alright. And we laughed and it was alright. And it was alright. There's a line between a middle-aged guy with a backstage pass, a guy with a gut hanging around like a jackass. Everybody there was 20 years younger at least. I'll leave it this, not my fondest memory. Carried my legs back down the hill, gave my backstage passage to cute Asian girls. Drove to my place near Tahoe, got in my hot tub and I thought, well that's how it goes. And it was quiet and I was listening to the crickets and Ben's still out there selling lots of tickets. Though I'm content, there's a tinge of competitiveness, but Ben's my friend and I know he gets it. Then a couple of days my meltdown passed. Back to the studio doing 12-hour shifts, singing a song about one thing or another. Another day behind the microphone this summer. This tenderloin summer. This tenderloin summer. This tenderloin summer. Ba ba ba. Ba ba. Ba ba ba.
Oh.
that were in Ukraine. Tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out that the United States was somehow involved with. That were put that in there. But put that in there. What bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine? Or how about this? Instead of being leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine?
Baby girl.
Let's put that in first and see what it says. And then I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? Can I see it? No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine, according to the United Nations, the U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia and echoed by some Chinese officials involve claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine, but these claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean anything. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed that there is no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine?
Yeah, it would be this, though.
The allegations made by, yeah, but we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing. If the United States is running or funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item, you think they're going to come up and say, "You're right, we did it"? No, they're not. But if you're gonna fund bioweapons research in China and a lot of other places,
But what?
are there stories about the discovery? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. But these claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get in there and fucking rat everybody out in the middle of a war? They're going to kill you. Like,
Yeah, they wouldn't let that out.
Chinese foreign ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs and illegal research discovered by Russian forces.
I would hate to work at one of those places.
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't-
Okay, here's a problem here, right here. International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and experts at King's College London, have reviewed the alleged evidence and found it lacking, noting that the pathogens and documents cited by Russia are consistent with public health research, not weapons development. Okay, public health research is one of the ways that they do weapons development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole.
Shay got hit by allegations. You're gonna go over that. What is what is Shay?
The video thing. You see that thing where they put it on the video?
Oh, that was crazy. They didn't even ask you.
Oh, it was really
And
scary for me.
you were just joking around because you were talking to a guy who's his friend. And this was quite a while ago, too, right? When was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. I it could have been like a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy.
But it was
like,
it was a joke,
yeah,
right?
She's like a friend. I don't know if she said a friend of mine got deported. I can't remember what she said. But she's like, "What? Do you have anything to say to him?" Right? And I was like, "Bye." You know?
Yeah.
I'm clowning around. I have no
Right.
idea if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone. And then Homeland Security, was that what it was?
Yeah, just put it up online, and it was
it
after the
Homeland
Charlie
Security?
Kirk thing. Yeah, and so then I was like
Right.
super scared. You remember? Yeah. Remember, I was texting like you. I was just texting people to make sure everybody's okay. I didn't know if they were like just gonna kill people that had been on TikTok or whatever. Like, I had no idea what they were gonna do.
I just can't believe they did that with you, where they just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that.
Well, it just kind of, and it was just a scary time. That was the same time as
Who
after
fucking
the Charlie Kirk
greenlit
thing.
that? Who greenlit that?
Probably just some fucking trap beat,
But you know
con
what I'm
artist
saying?
or whatever.
Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants and they used you, you would sue them. You could sue them.
Well, it was just scary.
But the government can just put that up there. And then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down?
Yeah, I had to hire an attorney to get him help to take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
I think like 48 hours. Somebody had like 30 million views over a couple platforms.
And how many people even know it was taken down until they just heard you say it?
Of course not.
I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, oh, that's probably nothing. And I was in the car and I didn't watch it. Then I got to the club. Then I talked to you from the club. And you're like, you didn't see it? I was like, no. And then I saw it. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck are they doing? Like, it's like, that's not how you envisioned the government. The government made a hype video?
Yeah, they were making like deportation hype videos with trap beats and shit. And I was like, what are
what?
we doing? That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE. It's none of it's real.
It's 100% that Mike Judge movie. It's Idiocracy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you're in the kitchen with somebody. This is your kitchen. You have a stove, you have an oven, you've got a refrigerator. I feel like you're in the kitchen with somebody, and then you come out. Hold on. The guy takes like a huge bowl of shit out of the fridge, and then you look at it and you go, "What are you doing?" And the guy's like, "I'm gonna try cooking something." It's like, "This is gonna take like shit. Why? Why would you do this?" And he's like, "No, trust me." And then he takes the shit and he puts it in on a pan here, and he starts frying the shit up. And then he gets out. He goes to the cupboard and he's got some old shit. And then he takes the old shit out and he throws it in the oven. Wait, this is the stove. On the stove, and then shit in the oven, and you're like, what's the plan? What are you doing, buddy? And he's like, well, I'm going to bake some shit as well. It's like, this is going to taste horrible. And he's like, no, trust me. It was like, okay. And he fries it up. This comes out of the oven. The shit in the oven comes out. The shit on the stove is done. And he plates up the food. He gets out some shit and shitter shakers and starts shaking little shit flakes all over everything. And you're like, bruh, what are you doing? He's like, trust me. And then you sit down at the table, you come over here, you put your plates to eat, and he digs his spoon in, and he takes a big bite, and he's like, oh my God, this tastes like shit. And you're like, what the fuck? Are you fucking retarded? You were using shit the whole fucking time. How can you say...
A hype video?
Yeah, they were making like deportation hype videos with trap beats and shit. And I was like, what are we doing? That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE.
Wasn't Trump literally in the WWE or was it WCW? Like... Yeah, what have you not paid attention to anything happening literally the entire fucking time? Literally the WWE Hall of Fame.
Crazy.
Like deportation turned into like the WWE. That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE.
Stop. You see the CDC's new page on vaccines and autism? Don't care. You guys all have autism.
The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. I thank our
Media platform X. Decisions like this must be made in consultation with CDC experts, because otherwise we are left wondering who is advising the Secretary of Health, or if his own conspiracy theories are enough to dictate who can get a vaccine. Dr. Oury, did you ever brief Secretary Kennedy?
I never briefed him. I accompanied him on a tour of CDC after the shooting.
Did your center directors ever directly brief Secretary Kennedy?
They did not.
You were the chief medical officer at the CDC. Would you say that it's harmful to the public if the secretary is not informed by experts like yourself?
Very much so.
How would you characterize Secretary Kennedy's approach to working with scientific experts at the CDC?
You know, we would have loved to have had the conversations with him. I offered to 2 different HHS leaders that we would like to brief the secretary. He never received that, and many times I would send emails to our leadership.
Hold on.
Team to share with HHS when he did say things that weren't scientifically correct so that we could help support him. But we, again, our requests were not received to brief him.
So tomorrow, ACIP is set to discuss childhood vaccines. And based on what we've seen happening under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, we have to expect it will produce weaker recommendations for these vaccines. And at the same time, there is no Senate-confirmed CDC director in place. Secretary Kennedy has installed someone he is convinced will rubber stamp whatever decisions his anti-vaccine advisory members make as the acting director. In Wisconsin, there are currently 36 cases of measles, all in unvaccinated individuals, 22 of whom are children. I'm thankful that we have not seen any deaths yet, as we have in Texas. Dr. Oury, you have seen firsthand in the ER what vaccine-preventable disease can do. What would an increase in vaccine-preventable diseases mean for children and families across the country?
It's going to be heartbreaking. Not only will it overwhelm our healthcare system, but children will have, some of them will be deaf. You know, we've seen congenital measles cases in the U.S., and I think what concerns me is these aren't harmless diseases. We just saw the case in California of a young child that died of encephalitis from years after measles. These diseases have long-term consequences, and we don't need, in the U.S., we have gone so far in reversing this. We don't want our children to die.
Speak for yourself.
We'll go next to Dr. Marshall, and then for the sake of the committee, after that, we'll take a 15-minute break to go vote, and then we will come back and continue. Dr. Marshall.
Dr. Monarez, despite the president's executive order, did you encourage people to work remotely ever?
I did not encourage people to work remotely.
Okay.
Okay, if I could interview one of these CDC people, what would we ask them? What are good questions? Think hard.
Allegations that you took some of the political appointees and you basically took them out of your orbit, out of your office area. Did you reassign office location, desk location for the political appointees?
So I do want to go back to your first question. After the shooting, I allowed staff to work remotely.
Okay, you can give us the details of that later. The second question, did you push political appointees out of your main office area, reassign the political appointees seating?
I brought some political appointees in. I had.
My question is, did you move some out?
So there's a limited number of offices in my.
Did you? I can say yes or no. Did you move political appointees out of your main orbit?
And I brought other political appointees in.
Okay, you can give us the details of that later. Do you believe every child over the age of 6 months should have a COVID vaccine at least annually?
I believe that is a discussion that a parent needs to have with their pediatrician. And if it is right for that child, based on the risk, then that child should have the opportunity to get the vaccine.
If there's reports come out that show that indeed the COVID vaccination led to the death of children, would that influence your advice?
Certainly would want to know about that.
Okay, the CDC currently recommends between 70 and 80 shots over the child's lifetime. Do you fully support that recommendation that every child needs every vaccine as recommended by the CDC?
The data associated with those recommendations has been validated and vetted. That is the current schedule.
So you agree that you support every child needs every vaccine that's on the CDC recommendations, all 70 to 80 jabs?
The childhood vaccine schedule has been vetted and validated through science and evidence. The almost 20 different diseases that are mitigated through those vaccines are very important. I think that every parent should have the opportunity to talk to their pediatrician and make sure that they understand the benefits and the risks of those vaccines and what is in the best interest of their children.
Do you believe any or all of those should be mandated?
CDC does not mandate vaccines. What CDC does is provide the evidence associated with the recommendations so that a parent and a physician can make the best determination for them.
When you were considering this job as CDC director, was there ever any doubt in your mind that you could fulfill the mission to work with Secretary Kennedy?
There
Thank you,
wasn't.
ASOS.
I have worked for political appointees and politicians for almost 20 years. And my experience has been when it comes to critical and important issues like science and medicine,
And I
data
stand
has
late.
always
Thank you.
been paramount. And it has always been the core driver to how we work together.
Would you agree with me, though, at this point in time, that you're not the right person for this job, that your belief system, thinking that every child needs every vaccine, which is what your CDC does, every child needs every vaccine, all 70 to 80 of them, is certainly a different mindset than Secretary Kennedy's. And that if the university president, I think a great sports analogy, I hate to do this, but the university president and the athletic director decide you're not the right coach for this team, then it's probably time to say goodbye and we need a new coach. Would you agree that certainly you're going in a different direction philosophically than Secretary Kennedy is?
So I will stand behind.
Childhood vaccines aren't mandated, but if you didn't do them, would that be child neglect? No. The CDC makes recommendations, but the CDC is not the body, I believe, that would do those types of mandates. My guess is that's coming from like the Department of Education or something else, or the state curriculum or something.
Scientific integrity with every.
Can you unban NVIDIA keywords, Finance Bros download? I'm not even trying to tag you with it. Nope, don't give a fuck, because too many. Every time something happens on NVIDIA, there's like 50 billion chat spams a day about, you use NVIDIA? I don't care. So now it's banned for a week.
Decision I ever make. If I am put in a position of having to say, I will cede scientific integrity to retain my job, then I am not the right person for the position. I believe that we must have science and evidence to support the best decisions for our children and others who would benefit from vaccines.
So I think here's the biggest difference in philosophy that I see, is that I think the CDC is the cause of vaccine hesitancy, that you are the problem. That because of COVID, and you're forcing these vaccines on people that weren't ever really proven or justified that the benefits didn't outweigh the risk, and you all sat there with your hands in your pockets and you let that happen. And then you let this hepatitis vaccine be at 1 day of age, be forced upon everybody. And all of a sudden, the moms and the grandmas never trust you because you're trying to force a vaccine that's not necessary at day one. If you're going into nursing school, medical school, absolutely, you should consider that hepatitis vaccine. But basically what the CDC does is act like a mandate. And you force doctors that don't agree with you to kick patients out of their clinics because they don't want their child to be exposed to a vaccine that was approved after just like 140 patients took it, but being followed up for 5 days. It just makes no sense to me that every person needs every vaccine. But regardless, some of the vaccines have done incredible work. They are a miracle. They've done a great job. The basic vaccines that we got in the 60s and 70s, polio, MMR, DTaP, those seem to be great vaccines that have told the test of time. But your attitude here that every person needs every vaccine is completely contrary to Secretary Kennedy's philosophy and the mission of the president. Thank you.
So, as announced earlier, we will stand in recess subject to the calling of the chair. I expect it'll be about 15 minutes. We ask the members of the audience to stay in your seats so the witnesses can retreat to the holding room. We'll be back.
He was very upset. The entire meeting was very tense. He was very upset throughout the entirety of our discussion. Are critically important and they impact real lives. And so the more that we can do to ensure that we are achieving radical transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making, I would highly encourage it.
Right. And FACA does have provisions, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, and so I do think this is the perfect opportunity for Congress to ensure that CDC is following those processes. Those processes are there for a reason, to ensure that there's transparency, gold standard science, and that the public has the opportunity to engage.
Right. Transparency becomes one of the keys. We're talking about trust here.
Yes.
And without transparency, you're never going to have trust in the modern world. In terms of pandemic preparedness, and Dr. Howery, I'll talk to you, and I love seeing where you did your training in Denver, Colorado, Denver Health, which is my medical provider, just so we're completely clear.
I thought you meant Tulane, but that's okay.
Love both.
I want my 9 seconds back. Dr. Howery, given the layoffs, somewhere in the process of over 2,000 employees have been fired or attempted to be fired. In your testimony, you mentioned the CDC has seen a 60% decrease in flu samples and a 70% decrease in COVID samples. That's alarming. That's striking to me. What's the reduction? What's that attributed to?
So a lot of that is attributed to withdrawing from the World Health Organization. Many countries don't view us as the same level of partner. That's something that can be overcome, but it takes leadership to really proactively reestablish those partnerships so that we're not flying blind. We know what pathogens are out there.
Right. And I'll just leave a question. What keeps you up at night? What keeps you both up at night? Very concisely.
The next outbreak, and I don't believe that we'll be prepared.
I'm concerned about the future of CDC and public health in our country. Given what I have seen, if we continue down this path, we are not prepared not just for pandemics, but for preventing chronic health disease, and we're going to see kids dying of vaccine-preventable diseases.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Yield back to the chair.
Senator Murray. Moody, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
Moody.
Chairman. Thank you for being here. My mic's on. Maybe I wasn't speaking loud enough. I have to say, I'm a new senator here, so this is all very troubling to me. But I'm really shocked. Most people come and introduce their families. I'm really shocked that we have behind you anti-Trump lawyers that you've invited. Do you want to introduce your lawyers that you brought with you today?
Anti-Trump lawyers. Am I allowed to say kill? I don't know.
I'm just noticing that they're aiding with your testimony. They keep handing you notes and whispering in your ears. So I figured you should probably, for the record, put their names in the record.
My lawyers have been publicly associated with me already.
So you're refusing to acknowledge the attorneys that are present in this hearing room helping you with your testimony?
The attorneys that I have been.
I mean, I've been in the legal world for a long time, and attorneys generally aren't shy about stating appearances and saying when they're here helping clients. So is there some reason you don't want to introduce the senators to the lawyers that are here and put their names on the record?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, they're passing you notes, so I think it's fair for the record to know who's passing you notes while you testify. And I really didn't mean that. I'm trying to be adversarial here. I just think for the record, it's probably good to know who's passing notes and whispering in your ear.
I think my counsel is happy to follow up with you. I was hoping that we would stay focused on the critical issues related to.
We're at a hearing because you called the chairman and talked about these issues, and the chairman has called a hearing, and now you're here testifying, and you have attorneys giving you notes and whispering in your ear, presumably about your testimony. So for the record, who is here with you, helping you with your testimony? I mean, look, I'm a judge, I'm a former federal prosecutor, I was attorney general, I was a lawyer. Like, this is not an abnormal thing.
Oh, crazy. I almost said earlier, so she's definitely not a lawyer, because she said, I've been part of the legal world. That made it sound like she was like a staffer or something. She has an extensive legal background, though. Jeez.
Yeah, my attorneys have been publicly associated with me.
What attorneys are here with you at this hearing, assisting with your testimony and whispering in your ear? Please state their names for the record.
My two attorneys that are in the room would be happy to follow up with you after the discussion.
So, she was the AG in your state. Booty was? Oh, nice.
Mr.
Thanks.
Chairman, I would like the record to reflect that you have called a hearing of two people who have hired anti-Trump lawyers. When did you hire them?
I sought their counsel, I believe on the day on or before the day I was fired.
And is now refusing, now that they're in the courtroom and helping with testimony and passing notes on what to say, refusing to give their names to those of us that may not know their names. I mean, is there a reason you don't want to give their names? Are you afraid that it's going to come unraveled, that you have this whole network of people that's trying to embarrass the president or go after the president, and now you are joining this group? Why don't you want to give their names?
Their names have been publicly associated with them. They issued public remarks early on.
Well, let me ask your colleague. I've noticed they've also been giving you notes too and whispering to you. Will you state their names?
So their names are Abby Lowell and Mark Zaid.
That wasn't too hard. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really was genuinely asking so that the record was clear. But now I'm wondering what else we're trying to hide. And I'll go back to you. Did you plan to coordinate? And I'll go back to the original witness. Did you plan to coordinate this public spectacle surrounding your firing?
No.
Public spectacle.
And have you coordinated with Dr. Oury? Am I pronouncing that correctly? And I apologize if I'm not. Did you coordinate with her or anyone else that you worked with surrounding your leaving?
I did not coordinate with anyone surrounding my leaving. I was terminated abruptly.
So you had no advance plan to write an op-ed, do a public hearing. I noticed that you immediately called our chairman.
I had committed during my confirmation process several elements, including integrity, transparency, working with Congress.
But you had no advance plan with any colleagues?
I had no advance plan with any colleagues.
Dr. Oury, if there wasn't an advance plan, did you tell a reporter we agreed to do this together?
Myself, Dr. Jornigan, and Dr. Daskalakis.
Agreed to do this all together?
Once Dr.
I shouldn't have watched this. It's a mistake. Fuck. Okay, I gotta calm down.
Agreed to do this together?
Myself, Dr. Jornigan.
I'm talking to this lady in about 20 minutes. I'm just saying if there are questions that I want to write down for this conversation. I think her and her colleagues resigned when it's not Maduro, how do you pronounce her name? Menorez was fired from the CDC. I think her and her colleagues stepped down as a result afterwards.
And then Dr. Daskalakis.
Agreed to do this all together?
Once Dr. Menorez was being terminated, the three of us knew that we could not remain given our ethical concerns and commitment to scientific integrity.
I just want to make a brief comment as my name was invoked. As the chairman of the committee with jurisdiction over the CDC, that favorably...
This wasn't on the schedule. Because sometimes when I put things on the schedule, they get more annoying. Because if I put it on the schedule, there's going to be 50 million people saying, who's that? Because I can't Google it. Or they're going to say, why are you talking to this person? Which is retarded. So, you know what? It's not on the schedule.
Reported Dr. Menorez as CDC director, it is entirely appropriate for someone with oversight concerns to contact my office, or me, or frankly, any of us. Upon receiving outreach from Dr. Menorez, I contacted both the Secretary and the White House to inquire what was happening and to express concerns about what was alleged. As soon as the director was fired, the HELP Committee began reviewing the situation as it is our responsibility, and any and all communications with the witnesses was conducted by HELP staff in coordination with attorneys.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that, please?
Yes, sir.
Very briefly. I find it rather astounding that anyone is concerned that government heads of agencies talk to the elected officials of the United States of America. That is what they are supposed to do. Thank you.
This is now Senator Blunt Rochester's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for reminding us of our oversight responsibilities. And I also want to thank the two witnesses for your strength, for your integrity, and for not staying silent. The fact that you were even finding out important information through tweets, it's not the way we operate. That's not the way we keep our country safe and our public's health, keep our public healthy. And so I want to first thank you both. I know you both mentioned as scientists, as doctors, and as parents. That's why you're here. That's why you care. And so last week, I led an in-depth discussion with experts on how Secretary Kennedy's vaccine policies are creating a lot of confusion in this country and harming families. And I heard from a pediatrician, a parent, a school nurse, and two former ACIP members who were fired by Secretary Kennedy. I'm extremely concerned that the Secretary has now stacked the committee with people committed to his agenda. As you said, the concern is the focus shouldn't be on ideology, but on evidence and on science. To put them there, Secretary Kennedy accused former members of being, quote, plagued with conflicts of interest and used that as a pretext. A question for both of you. Did you ever observe anything that cast doubt on the scientific abilities of those members?
I would actually just state, Dr. Menares and I have worked together when she was acting director. We posted conflicts of interest for the past 2 decades of the ACIP members to really embrace what the president had said around radical transparency and to dispel the conflicts of interest. We have a rule at ACIP, we did when I was there, I can't speak to now, but if you had any sort of bias, you recused yourself from that discussion and that vote. And if you had significant biases or conflicts of interest, you weren't included on ACIP.
Were you ever present with any evidence of conflicts of interest that impaired the decision-making of any ACIP members, the former members?
I was not, but I would just note that I can't speak as much to the current ACIP members. One was an expert witness against Merck, but participated in discussion on Merck.
Thank you. And Dr. Menares, if there's anything you want to contribute, I'm trying to understand if there are any reasons that we should think that these individuals should have been fired. You could say no, I don't know.
I had...
they're talking about all of the people that were on the vaccine advisory board, right?
The
Kennedy fired all of them, I think,
ACIP
right?
members that were fired after the April meeting. I had not interacted with them. I had no, preconceived notions.
And Dr. Howard?
And I can't speak to them individually, but what I can tell you is when you look at the members, you look at geographic representation. I know that one was from the Midwest focused on immunocompromised patients because that was a need to fill. You look at it as a whole of expertise, and that's what ACIP was.
And I want to go back to something, the hepatitis B shot keeps coming up. And I want to know, Dr. Menares, is there anything that you want to clarify or say more about this? I mean, it's my understanding that before 1991, when not all babies were vaccinated, about 20,000 babies were infected each year, and that after the CDC's recommendations in the 1990s, that dropped by 99%. This terribly contagious disease. And the reason why we test everybody is because certain moms might not have been tested and don't know that they have it. So is there anything else you want to add? Because I know this has come up numerous times.
I think those are consistent with the information that I have associated with hepatitis B and it's the promise of the vaccine. I do want to touch on one thing that was brought up in the context.
Fuck, I didn't even know that. Hep B is the one that they say you can only get through sex. So they're like, why are we giving babies day 1 Hep V? Are they being raped? I didn't know 20,000 babies a year had it prior to the vaccination for it. I didn't know that at all.
Of that discussion that CDC forces people to get vaccinated. CDC doesn't force anyone to get vaccinated. CDC provides recommendations supported by evidence to allow parents and physicians and others to make a choice, a decision in the best interest of themselves or the health of their families.
And one last thing I want to clarify as well. We talk a lot about ACIP members, but behind the scenes were these working groups, the American Medical Association, the American College of Physicians, the American Geriatrics Society, American Osteopathic Association, the National Medical Association, the National Foundation of Infectious Diseases. It goes on. These were the groups behind the scenes making these recommendations, and they were, to your testimony, Dr. Howry, pulled back and said, no, thank you, we don't need your help. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes, they were pulled off the work groups, and I do think when we have experts, whether it's from societies or just with specific expertise, it's very much needed, and these organizations help with implementation, and we say talk to your doctor. So we need those doctor organizations participating.
As a grandmother and a mom, I just want to say thank you for the work that you do and have done, and these are unsung heroes, people behind the scenes, just like those thousands of CDC employees, those who are fired and those who remain and still need our support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you both for being here to testify this afternoon. I think it was you, Dr. Menares, you made the comment in your testimony that this is about the future of the trust in public health. And I really feel that's where we are today. There's been a lot of, I don't want to call it he said, she said, back and forth, but there's been a lot that folks have tried to drill down on exactly your comments and exactly Secretary Kennedy's. And you also made the point that this is not about you. It's about trust in our public health institutions, because that's what I'm worried most about. I don't know you other than the few times that we've had an opportunity to visit. I've just met you, Dr. Houry. I'm sure you're both good women working hard, doing good things for others. But But really, this is about trust in our institutions. And this is where I feel we are really, really vulnerable right now.
Wait, is that true, ASOS? Did she say that?
We've all been back and forth with these votes, and so I don't want to try to ask many of the same questions that have been asked. But we have a structure within the CDC that is your career public health officials. They provide the institutional knowledge, the scientific expertise, and very often continuity between administrations. I think, Dr. Horry, you said you had worked across 6 different administrations,
Or administration 6 directors.
so, I mean, you provide some level of continuity, that bridge between the political leadership that comes in and then the agency's scientific mission. And I hope, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you seek to ensure that the policy decisions are grounded in public health expertise while also meeting the goals of the administration. So, Dr. Menares, when you said yes to President Trump, when you said yes to Secretary Kennedy, you were also signing on to the goals of the administration here. I'm concerned that when career scientists then are excluded, maybe completely excluded from the director's office, what happens? Who does then provide the scientific expertise, this institutional memory that is needed to guide the agencies? I think we've heard from both of you that there was very little interaction between you, Dr. Menares, and the Secretary. And Dr. Hurry, I think you have also testified that those who would ordinarily brief the Secretary have not been present, but also to the point.
Okay. I should have done this last night, but. I think there was a position that was created for her having to do with, it was like communicating to the public, communicating scientific information to the public, I think. She was the chief medical officer and deputy director for program and science at CDC. Her name is Oury. That's how you pronounce it, Deborah Oury. What do I want to break this up into? Public trust, I guess? Communication. What role should the CDC play in communicating with social media companies behind closed doors? I know this is a big one. I don't know if they actually do this, but that was a huge thing. Twitter files and all this bullshit. What role should the CDC play in communicating with the public? On the science. How does the CDC internally handle ethical or scientific objections when leadership directives conflict with established evidence? Why would that happen? Wait, when would that ever happen? That should never happen, right? How does the CDC weigh different evidence when there is conflicting research or emerging issues relating to public health? Mercury was removed from vaccines. Is it 2004 due to public health concerns, even though there were no researched negative side effects? Fuck. Somebody look that up for me, something like this. I learned that Kennedy changed the CDC's COVID-19 vaccine guidance by social media posts. Bureaucratic. What an impossible to spell word. Any of these weird, like, bureau. Hold on, I can do this. Wait. The bureau. No. The. No. 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 Bureau. No, never mind, I can't. Fuck this word. What a horrible fucking word. You really can't tell what I'm even trying to spell? Fuck you. It's B-U-R? Oh my god. Bureaucratic. Learned about via social media. The logic behind the TB shot, given that it isn't communicable and like nobody dies of it. Why are some vaccines recommended when they seem to not be that important? Tetanus is another one, right? Tetanus, tuberculosis. Tuberculosis. The circumstances by the CDC to prevent outside influence from affecting what should be objective healthcare policy. How does the CDC guard against external influence from pharmaceutical? Fuck this topic. Fuck this topic and fuck all the words associated with it. Pharmaceutical. Yeah, that's not. Fauci have done anything differently? What did Fauci actually say with regards to masks? How do you update the public in real time concerning emerging health emergencies when information could change rapidly as new information emerges? Why am I saying all the same words? Am I having a fucking stroke? Emergencies. When recommendations could change rapidly. Okay. Name of outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think it is. Did he say anything more than that? Because people were saying he recommended people not buy masks or something, and that they only did that to save masks for professionals. I even said this, but I don't know if I trust anything if I haven't. Now I need to go back and look at everything firsthand because I might have just been mind fucked. Americans should wear face masks as a way to help stifle the spread of COVID-19. A departure from previous government guidance: only wear a mask if you're caring for someone else or hide it yourself. In March 8th, 2020, 60 Minutes interview, Fauci said there's no reason to be walking around with a mask. Yeah, the mask might block some droplets, but frustrations with communication. How do you... No, we just made our communication. Combative. Should the members of the CDC be more political, openly combative with politicians who depart from scientifically derived recommendations. I don't know, something like this. Suppose agencies your responsibility make it harder to do your job. She doesn't work there anymore, so. Is it noticeably difficult to work at CDC depending on which administration is in power? Well, I can ask her this since people always have this question. And now we have a person who actually did this, so. Why do people step down instead of waiting to get fired? How do you decide when it's time to quit? And it's worth it to cede all of the potential influence you could have if you remained. Fauci give you any of his billions of dollars? This is a communication thing? Hold on. What time is the WIC event? Why do you think there's a WIC event today? Nunez, answer the question. Because if you think there's a WIC event today, because you saw it on Twitter, didn't you say it? Okay, it's on my Twitter. It's literally on my Twitter. About how science works. There's no time? Then get fucked. It's whenever I want it to be. Okay, that's good enough. Zoom. Why am I staring at this? What am I doing? Make a new meeting. How do I do that? What? What is this? I don't ever want notifications on my desktop ever. Okay. Where's create a call? Create a meeting. Do a thing. Phone? Team chat. No. Oh, home. New meeting. Start with video. Okay. Boom, boom. Nope. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Stop. Boom, boom. This? No, this. Start. Test, test. Hello, hello. AI companion to assist with your meeting. What's he going to do? Analog 3, 4. Are you supposed to light up when you talk? Oh, no, that lights up. Okay, cool. Share. Jesus Christ. Wait, share. No, not this. Invite. Copy invite link. My God. There you go. Thank you, Trump, also for that tweet for today. It's going to help me a lot on that Wick panel. I tried the hair scrunchie thing. I don't like it. I should have hit it up with the towel, given it the comb, and then the old like this. Now my hair is stringy, and I don't want it to be stringy. I don't want my hair to be wavy. I want it to be curly. Tell us what you did. When I put the conditioner in, I scrunched it. Oh. Hello, hello.
There.
How's it going?
Well, okay, you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm lying. I'm not very good. I watched some of your testimony, and I over COVID, I did a lot of like vaccine and COVID related arguments. So now I just get insanely triggered anytime anything comes up related to it. So let me get your camera on screen here so that people can see you, and then. Almost. Okay. All right. How you doing today?
It's been a morning.
It's been a morning.
It's been a morning.
For my audience, that doesn't know who you are, so I believe your last name is pronounced Oury, correct? Deborah Oury? Yeah.
Yes.
You've been working in, or was working in some capacity with the CDC since, well, I was going to say 2014, but not, I suck at the government things. What was the body that you worked for in 2014? Was that under the CDC or was that part of a different branch of like the HHS or whatever?
No, I was at CDC beginning 2014 at the Injury Center.
Okay. The Injury Center is under the CDC. Gotcha. And then you resigned along with a few other people when Trump basically fired, or it was, I guess, RFK fired the CDC director. And then we watched some of your testimony on that. Part of your role at the CDC was doing kind of public communication with science, with medical information. And yeah, we had a mutual friend connect us, and I just want to like communicating scientific stuff and communicating where the research is at and communicating what the recommendations should be on public health is a huge area of interest for me. So yeah, I just wanted to chat and ask you some questions about that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I guess my first question on the broadest level, one of the big challenges over like the COVID time period especially was figuring out like what should the role of government be in communicating to anybody. What do you think the CDC's role should be insofar as like public communication, communicating with social media platforms, advising the president or whatever? Like what do you think is what was the role? What is like the optimal role?
Yeah, I mean, even taking a step back, I was an ER doc for like 10 plus years. And so for me, it's always been about like, how do you communicate to patients and make sure everybody gets what they need? And so CDC, I viewed patients as the population. And so CDC's role should be about communicating health issues or health threats to the population and what they need to protect themselves. I think when it comes to things like social media, it's, how do you have kind of bite-sized information that consumers can use, but realizing federal government can be clunky, right? So like CDC is not what you want like on, Twitter all the time, other than, some information. I think that's where you have to look at using, trusted messengers and getting out into communities more to have a lot more communication and looking for other ways to communicate. They do scientific publications, but not everybody's going to read one of those, very dense publications. So then finding ways to talk to the public, whether it's a press briefing or doing interviews like this where people can understand and ask questions, I think is really important.
I'm curious, you brought up the term trusted figures. What do you mean when you say that? Like members of the government that are public facing and recognizable, like people like Fauci? Or do you mean like having like podcasters or people that go around and do public messaging? Or yeah?
I would say all of the above, probably usually less political figures, but more like, if you're your church member, a school teacher, a podcaster, like who people listen to and have a relationship with or primary care doctor or pediatrician. Those are who people are going to be more likely to listen to when it comes to things. When it comes to health, usually their own doctor they will listen to. But a lot of times, like during COVID, we knew people wanted to know what their neighbors were doing, what their families were doing, what their, churches or synagogues were doing. And so really ensuring that it was happening much more through communities.
Is there a role now when it seems like there's so much kind of mistrust being fostered in a lot of these or in a lot of these alternative communities? Is there a role for the CDC to have an active line of communication to these people, or is there like a worry that it automatically becomes tainted if somebody sees that like the CDC is involved? Like, what do you think the combating that looks like going forward?
Yeah, I think, at CDC, people should be willing to talk to any partner. When I was at CDC, I used to tell my staff if a partner reached out, and initially they were like, oh, we don't have time or we're not going to do it. I said, well, then I'll do it, And so then they're like, nope, we'll do it. I just think you should always at least hear what a partner has to say. You may not agree, but you might also learn something.
Okay. Do you think that we live in, as we go through time, there's always this like, now is the worst time ever, or this is the worst thing ever. Yeah. Do you think we live in an era of exceptional mistrust in kind of like government institutions, or do you think these things kind of like come and go? Or
from what I have seen, this seems like a really exceptional time in a bad way for mistrust. And I would say part of that's because, the person I used to, work 2 levels below, the secretary, was promoting misinformation and saying things like, don't trust the experts. So like, if you're saying that, then it's hard to listen to what the experts say.
Do you, I guess I'm trying to think of, one of the frustrations that I have is that when I'm communicating with people, generally if there's like mainstream information coming from like a scientific body or from a huge government organization, the boring answer is generally it's pretty verified because there's a lot of people that are looking at it. It's been through the rigmarole. There's just a lot of stuff backing it up. But one issue that I'm having now as I'm communicating with people is, so I've had this position a lot where I'm like, well, listen, if the CDC says this, if these people make this recommendation, it's probably true, right? You're probably safe to accept that. And increasingly, as of I think this morning now, the statement is like, vaccines haven't been proven to not cause autism, which I don't know if you ever make a negative, like proving thing like that ever in any scientific literature. But now as I'm looking at the CDC and now when there are guidelines coming out that are hard to trust, I have to curtail that advice a lot. I've got to be very careful when I say, well, I don't know if I necessarily trust them. But obviously for the next administration, well, hopefully, I'm saying obviously, hopefully, if things go a little bit back to normal, I can get back to that. Well, we can kind of trust our institutions when they say these things. How do you navigate, or I guess how would you recommend somebody navigate, maybe you personally or your recommendations to other people, like when trust is being lost in certain institutions, I guess like how do you navigate that environment in the future? I can be more specific if you need. It's kind of general, but yeah.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like when it takes like a minute to lose trust, but then it takes so much longer to rebuild trust. And so, even if there is a change, in a secretary or an administration, it's going to take much longer than just a change to rebuild trust. And this didn't happen overnight. I was actually speaking to a bunch of health journalists yesterday, and they said, so what can we trust on the CDC website? And one of my colleagues said, I wouldn't trust things on vaccines. And I jumped in and I said, honestly, I'm going to say that there's other things we shouldn't trust going forward. I said, if there's any updates on autism, and I gave a few other examples. I said I wouldn't necessarily trust those. Didn't know it was going to happen last night, but I didn't resign as kind of like a last minute idea I had been thinking about for months and really kind of pushing back against some of the misinformation and some of the things that I were worried were going to harm people, like wrong information on measles, allowing protected information on vaccine safety to people that weren't qualified to have it. And so when we reached that tipping point, I'd hoped the CDC director was going to be able to protect against some of that. When it was clear she couldn't, I knew that from a scientific integrity, like your integrity and your reputation is all you have. And so that's why I predicted that this would continue to worsen at CDC.
One of the things you mentioned, this is a frustrating thing for me, is the idea of you say you can lose trust in an instance.
Yes.
Why do you think, in your opinion, so I'll argue against people who will say, the most common one is like, well, Fauci said don't wear masks, and then he said wear masks or whatever. They'll look at like a hotly evolving situation where, information can change. Somebody might legitimately make a mistake or whatever. And it seems like you said, the trust is very easy to lose. But the people who are the most critical on the other side, who are giving reasons for why you shouldn't trust these, large institutions, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, they'll make incorrect statements all the time, and they never seem to lose any trust on their side, which is very strange. How do you combat that asymmetry?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I think it's just one of those things, just knowing that if you are in, a government or a leadership type position, that there is kind of that differential standard. And I think being more upfront, one of the things I learned, in communication training around risk communication, saying what you know, what you don't know. And certainly if you learn something differently, really be upfront about it. And I think it's more of, being a lot more humble, when we're talking to people. And that's when I put on my ER doc hat. I'm like, I need to refer you to a specialist, or here's what I know today. And if I get more data, or if that x-ray comes back different, I might change what I say.
Gotcha. There, on a personal level, there's a challenge between being, I would say, intellectually honest, but having strong rhetoric. So I'm pretty honest when I don't know a thing, but if I'm willing to hedge appropriately with, like, well, I think, or I feel I'm about 50% sure of this, but my adversary in a conversation is willing to stake out a much stronger claim rhetorically to the audience. Well, this guy seems like he knows what he's talking about. The other guy seems like he's clueless. It seems, it's frustrating with the combination of factors of any one mistake or even not a mistake, but as information changes, any one thing that changes is like an instant huge red mark against a large institution. But then for other individuals, and there are still, a lot of them are still pushing ivermectin, still pushing hydroxychloroquine as these now they're cure-alls, I guess, for every disease. And it's so annoying that it feels like there's never a mark against their credibility or reputation when it comes to making these same recommendations, and they don't hedge anything at all. They'll go from one extreme statement to the next. I might just be venting. I don't know if there's a question there, but yeah, that asymmetry seems very frustrating, very difficult to deal with.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, I guess on that level, one thing that I'm kind of noticing, and the winds are changing a little bit on this, I don't know if it's good or bad. I would say that spiritually, if you're a member of the government, a member of the executive branch, generally speaking, the job should be apolitical, right? The CDC, everybody, yeah. But when other people want to make everything very political on the right, I was trying to be apolitical, but I don't know. When the conservatives seem right now, they're very invested in being very political when they attack one side. And then when the institutions come out and they try to be very apolitical, I wonder sometimes if the impression that that's giving is one of an inability or an unwillingness to defend that side, as strongly as it should be. Does that make sense?
It does. What I'm wrestling with though is when I was speaking to several congressional members a couple of months ago around the time of my resignation, I said to one of them, "I'm apolitical," and he just said, "Deb, this isn't politics. This is ideology," and that was from a Republican senator, and that really stuck with me. And I was like, "You're right. Like if we're talking about saving lives and health, it shouldn't be political. Certainly, there can be different spectrums of it." But I look at what happened last night, and the secretary literally is trolling Senator Cassidy right now. The secretary is. He put an asterisk on this updated website saying, "I'm keeping this title here because I promised the senator that." But then he changed the rest of the website. And so that's infighting within, a single political party at this point.
Is it one? This is kind of personal, kind of with the CDC. One thing I've heard a lot in the past is for people that work at government agencies that they're surprisingly apolitical, like the day-to-day workforce. A lot of people from FBI, CIA, government people will email me and they'll tell me this. I've heard as of recently this year, I've had some of those same people and other people have said the jobs have gotten surprisingly more political. That like low-level employees, frontline people are now openly discussing politics more. It seems to be a little bit more pervasive in the workplace. Was that your impression, or do you think it's still relatively apolitical, or has it changed a little? Or?
I think it's still relatively apolitical. I think certainly, the workplace, as you get to know people, people will just, tell you what they think about things, or if there was something on the news. But I reminded people during the first Trump administration, because I had many people just assume, that everybody, voted, Democrat. And I said, obviously that didn't happen here in Georgia, since, we have, a Republican president. And I said, so you shouldn't presume to know who all your colleagues are around you and their beliefs. I would say in general, when you're focusing on just on things like data, or clinical guidance, really shouldn't be political. And I think one of the things I was proudest of when I was the injury center director was I got firearm violence research funded under the Trump administration, by talking about suicide prevention, protecting young kids like from unintended consequences, things like that. So if you can find that common ground, it becomes apolitical. So at CDC and other government agencies, if it's become political, it might just be because we had more political appointees than normal. When I left, I was the only career and there were 13 political appointees with me in the office as director compared to the normal 2 to 3.
Jeez. Okay. Kind of on that mention, how you can find common ground with people. I'm kind of curious from a personal or maybe from a scientific recommendation standpoint. Sometimes there are people who are just epistemically in a totally different world. But I remember one of the jokes I made about RFK Jr. was that there was a world where, despite how much just crazy stuff I would say this guy believes in, there's a world where, in a roundabout way, people end up becoming a lot healthier just because of some of the recommendations that he would make related to exercise is good. Everybody knows that exercise is good. Or this obsession with certain dyes or whatever, or ultra-processed foods might just cut down on the amount of junk that people are eating, which is a good thing. How do you build a bridge, or do you build a bridge and agree with some parts of a person if their core kind of engine or driver is so fundamentally flawed. Is there like a risk in that, or like is that like a deal with the devil, or how do you see that? I guess.
You know, for me, like when the secretary was coming on board, in my mind, he was coming. So you got to work with him. And I was actually the transition lead for the agency, meaning I was the one that oversaw like how we would, bring in the new administration. So we look for exactly what you're saying, those priorities like around food and water and ending chronic disease, and where there could be alignment with him. I had actually read several of his books before he started to try to figure out where our priorities align. The one thing I would just say as a side note is I was disappointed that in his books, many of his references, like were retracted stories or Snopes, and so that gave me a little bit of pause, but I still was trying to figure out where we could have alignment. And if he could advance on a couple priorities together, that would have been great. He just chose never to meet with us.
Gotcha. Do you think that there is a that Americans might be a little bit below the threshold of the understanding needed for how government functions to be able to have real conversations about the government? So like, for instance, I saw one of the questions you got a lot was, why does the CDC force us to get vaccinated? And then sometimes when you're talking to Americans, it's like with the stuff relating to the Department of Education, it wouldn't surprise me if over half of America thought that the Department of Education like mandates curriculum K through 12 in every state. It wouldn't surprise me if half of America thought that. Is that like is that a thing that the CDC on its own can combat just when it comes to like scientific stuff, or do you think this is a whole like some kind of civic education overhaul, or what does that look like?
I do think it's broader. I think it's a civic education overhaul. And certainly, each agency can try to speak more about what they do and don't do. But when I use kind of jargony language and we'll say something like, well, CDC is not a regulatory agency, people say, well, what does that mean? And so and I was like, well, we're actually regulatory when it comes to looking at like cruise ships and sanitation, but we're not for this. That just makes it really hard to understand. And it's also easy. I remember, when we passed one guideline around, prescribing opioids, I had colleagues saying, yeah, we knew it wasn't mandatory, but we would point to the CDC because, it's like when you're a parent, like, and you want to just say something, it's easier to say, well, the school made me do it, or something like that. And so sometimes I feel, other organizations might point to the CDC because it's just easier to kind of shift to somebody else. But I do think we can, as a nation, better understand, what is the role of government in these different agencies and what do they do and don't do? Because that way, if there is an issue, you can actually address where the issue is at.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that, I guess it wouldn't be happening now, but like if you could make huge changes to how the CDC does communication, like what would some of those changes look like?
Yeah, and I would say, what is sad to me is after COVID, there were so many lessons learned. Like there were certainly issues around lab, and being ready for responses. CDC rose to the occasion. Like we did a whole staff effort called Moving Forward to where we looked at lab quality and made sure that staff were ready for responses. And so with communication, we worked on that too. We started doing things called like clinical pearls that we would send out to doctors so they could understand some of the takeaways. On the website, there were more data dashboards, so you could go and see what in your community was for measles. And then we started doing things like, more regular media briefings, putting out press summaries, and trying to use, as you and I were talking about, like some of these trusted messengers to carry messages on things like flu campaigns. So I think we were starting to move forward on that. And I think that's where you need to work a lot with private sector and others too, because you don't want the same talking heads doing it all. You got to have creativity being brought in.
Gotcha. I guess I was maybe disappointed in myself. I didn't realize until pretty late on that the CDC website towards the end of like 2023, and maybe this was updated earlier, was actually like a fairly useful resource that when vaccine stuff was there, you guys were like directly linking to studies and you could look up a question and look at stuff and it would be right there. And it was actually like a pretty good resource for that. So if that was part of that drive, that was...
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. One of the things we did is we realized the website was so overwhelming with so much material that we reduced more than half of the material on it and tried to have some of those bullet points so people could find out like what's on this website and here's where you go for more information. So that was part of those efforts as well. Unfortunately, in the past couple of months, the website has become much more ideological, which is not what should ever happen. It should be evergreen.
What was the when the CDC is evaluating evidence for guidelines, what does it look like, I guess? Like, maybe in a boring, almost like bureaucratic level, what does that look like? So research comes out, you guys are trying to decide whether or not you would incorporate, mRNA vaccine guidelines or whatever. And like, what are you looking at? Are you looking at other bodies and what they've determined, like the WHO or other people's, like CDC's? Is this strictly a US process? Like, yeah, what does that look like?
It can be many different things. So one, if you see that other organizations already have guidelines that, look really well researched, sometimes you can just point to those and not reinvent things and just say, we're going to adopt, XYZ guidelines. Other times, if there's a gap or people think it needs to be generated because of the time, the need, or something from the US, you look at what's the evidence to date. So you do like a systematic review, which means you do huge literature searches, of like how many studies are out there. Then you narrow them down. So, are they randomized controlled trials, meaning, where you have an intervention, you're testing it against an experimental one and one that hasn't been exposed to that intervention, versus, anecdotes or case controls would be towards the bottom of it. And you put most emphasis on the more rigorous studies. And then you try to determine what are the findings from that and how would you then, change guidance or clinical care based on that. So it's not like a just, hey, we're going to change the guidance overnight. Usually there's a significant process to it. And that's what's been disappointing about some of the recent vaccine committee meetings. They've talked about, gosh, we're rookies, or we'll just add something to the agenda when there should be this whole year-long process of reviewing the evidence when there's not an urgent critical reason to have an update.
For people that review evidence at the CDC, are these like full-time government employees, or do you have boards that are sat on by like research physicians, or where do those people come from, I guess?
Yeah, it's kind of all of the above. So there's, unfortunately, I believe they were part of the October 10th layoffs, but the library was one area to where they would do these long systematic reviews and help staff, pull the evidence around it. We also would have a lot of federal advisory committees, which means bringing external people in, and then the scientists at CDC would help provide a lot of that data and evidence for them. But CDC knew they don't have all the expertise, and oftentimes you need to bring in those outside researchers. But it was done in a very structured format, using what we call GRADE, which is, an acronym about how you really look at the data from the different levels of quality. So all of it was done to minimize bias, to minimize outside conflicts of interest. And that's the other thing. There's been a lot of talk about, CDC with conflicts of interest and getting money from pharma and things like that. So I looked at that about a year ago when we knew there was going to be a new administration coming in. Extremely few even patents at CDC, and most of the people that had patents weren't even currently at CDC. Conflicts of interest for things like the vaccine committee, really minimal because they go through a whole process. And then myself and other senior leaders have to disclose, what mutual funds like we even invest in like publicly. So there are very few conflicts of interest and ties with pharmaceutical industry.
How do you respond to people who say things like they'll take this default adversarial position opposite all doctors, all pharmaceuticals, all hospitals? How do you respond? Somebody says, well, of course, big pharma or the hospitals are going to tell you that these drugs work or whatever. That's their job. They get paid for it. How do you respond to that kind of broad, mistrust?
Yeah, that's when I just try to ask some follow-up questions. I'll say, that's interesting. That hasn't been my experience. Can you give me a specific example? When you try to drill down a little bit, those generalities, oftentimes there's not much substance to it, other than they'll just keep saying, well, that's what I've heard, or that's what I know. And I'd say, happy to address it or look into it, but you got to give me something I can work with.
Gotcha. Okay. I agree with you there 100%. How do you deal with people who make, I'm asking you more like debate or just rhetoric things. I'm just kind of curious. I'm half just venting too. Sometimes you'll hear people say things. This came up in your congressional hearing, and you just mentioned it now, that you check for conflict of interest, where people will say, I call these things like level one assertions, where somebody will say things like, why don't you guys, when you study, you shouldn't let, like conflict of interest shouldn't be a thing, because you guys might be biased, and Fauci's making billions of dollars because he owns all these interests. And people just don't know like the extensive level of vetting that goes into a lot of government stuff. To step to the education world, I have a few friends that work with like grant programs that work with colleges, and the amount of like hoops that you have to jump through and everything else to get like approved for government funding is just insane. But then if you go to the public, the feeling is just, oh, well, NGOs get free money from the government with zero oversight. And it's like, there's so much oversight. It's unbelievable. And then, on the back of this, you'll hear these things, I call these like truisms. People will say like, I can't believe kids get 70 or 80 vaccines. It's too many. And it's like, well, what is the appropriate amount? Like if it was 500 and we reduce it to 100, would you say that's enough? Or if it was 70, should it be 30? Which ones do you want to get rid of?
And how do you break it down? Is it
Yeah.
the same methodology or mechanism, now that it was then? And, vaccines right now have, when you look at them, they're done in a much more, I don't want to say cleaner way, but like there's a lot less antigens in them. And so you can actually have more vaccines and there's less of a response. So even though there might be more numbers, there is less reaction to them because the science has evolved. And so I think just being very clear on things like that too. It's really tough because some people will really be set in their ways and don't want to hear. And you have to be willing to change your mind. Like I have to be willing to change my mind too. I know we were looking at one of the vaccines and could we even reduce, the number of doses of it? I thought that was fair to look at, but you have to use data to drive that decision. You can't make the decision first and then try to backfit it because that doesn't help anybody. And I think that's the issue we're seeing right now is people have foregone conclusions and they're trying to force data or science. And that's never what it should be. Science is about learning and exploring.
When the CDC makes recommendations in regards to like the vaccine schedule, some people will point out that some of the vaccines are for diseases that like people are rarely coming into contact with anymore. So in the US, things like tuberculosis, or I've heard people criticize like, well, how many people get tetanus or how deadly is tetanus even, considering how rare and the medical treatments available today. Does the CDC ever reevaluate, or how does the CDC decide that like this is a vaccine that we would recommend on an ordinary child's vaccine schedule? Like what are they weighing there, I guess?
Yeah. So I think you look at, what are the treatments available for these diseases? Are they preventable? What are the long-term consequences? And what I would say is, I've seen kids that had measles, that had meningitis. I actually saw a case of tetanus in my residency training. And I can tell you it was a pretty horrible disease that the person had. I mean, they were on a ventilator spasming. I mean, with high fevers. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And it's preventable. And so in my mind, if somebody could die or they could have something that would prevent it, we should prevent it. Or at least ensure people are aware of the risks and the benefits of it. CDC does look, over time as to, well, here's an easy one, smallpox, right? It's eradicated, so you don't need to vaccinate for it anymore. So I think you can just look at what's the prevalence of diseases. And there's some vaccines, like yellow fever, we don't give in the US that you get when you're traveling abroad. So I think you just look at what's the, how likely is it that you're going to get in the US versus elsewhere.
Okay. When you mentioned lessons learned, or you mentioned that over COVID, there might be things that could have gone differently. I guess retrospectively, and maybe even prospectively, do you think at the time there were mistakes that were made, or maybe not mistakes, but like, this is a thing that definitely could have been handled better in terms of public communication, in terms of recommendations. And then I guess like going forward, hopefully not under this administration, but in a more responsible one, like how does it look different in another, kind of epidemic environment where the government is trying to put out information quickly but effectively and might have to change guidelines as it goes without losing trust? Like, what kind of, do you think any mistakes were made and what would you change going forward for those kinds of responses?
Yeah, and I think, to be fair on both sides, like COVID was new, so I think it was a pathogen where you knew what was going to happen, it's easier to have guidance and then adapt it. I think, with COVID, people were learning, like, are you infectious when you have symptoms versus when you don't? And so that was something, that was new. And I think it also changed when there were vaccines versus when there weren't vaccines for it, like what your risk levels might be and how you treat yourself. But certainly I think being much more saying what we knew and what we didn't know and how it changed would have been more helpful. Like the whole thing around, social distancing, and inside versus outside, and really being able to talk more about like, what's the science behind it? What do we know? There's not a lot of studies on it. How are we going to determine that? And it could be that you say something like, because we don't know that much right now and there's no vaccine or treatment, here's what we think we should do to keep you safe. To me, that makes sense. And then when you learn more or there's a vaccine, you can say, hey, now that we know this, we can change this guidance. That makes more sense. So I think really being able to be more comfortable in the gray area versus having everything be so black and white sometimes.
Gotcha. Do you have, when you were working, I guess for this last year, did you ever feel, I guess like more like personal pressure insofar as like death threats or public harassment from individuals related to medical stuff? I guess more so in the past, or maybe over COVID, maybe it was when it was at its worst. Or
Yeah, I'd say, I've probably over the past 10 years, it's kind of been up and down depending on what topics, I was working on. And even in the ER, I'd have, patient threats, or afterwards patients, might try to attack me. But this past year, there's been, I'd say, a lot more personalization, to where people focus on CDC scientists. And the one thing I would say is, CDC was violently attacked in August. A shooter came to CDC and shot over 500 rounds of bullets, each one meant for a person, took out 180 different windows. So I think that's where a lot of staff did feel very personally targeted and threatened.
Gotcha.
So not just by a name, but like because you're associated with CDC.
Yeah. I think that got all of like 3 days of coverage, and then we moved on to the next thing. But that was pretty crazy. I think that was a couple months ago, right? A few months ago.
August 8th.
August 8th. I don't remember. Did they find like his social media and everything for what was driving this guy?
Yeah, my understanding from some of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation reports was that the person believed that he had been injured by a COVID vaccine and was angry at the CDC for that.
One of the things you bring up, the vaccine injury. So one of the things I used to always feel is that sometimes people will over-index on anecdotal information. Something that I feel that has kind of like happened over the past few years is something else is happening where even the anecdotal stuff is not changing people's minds. I had a debate with a couple guys who wanted to get into the vaccine injury stuff. And I think I remember asking them, I was like, do you even know anybody who was vaccine injured? And I think they had like one example, and it was like, we bought a car at a car dealership, and the car dealer guy was saying that his daughter was vaccine injured or something. I was like, okay. And then I was like, do you guys know anybody that died of COVID? And they're like, oh yeah, like 3 or 4 people. And I'm like, what is the difference? I don't understand. Like, it seems like if anything was like anecdotally moving you in a direction, it feels like the people actually dying of COVID would. And then also anecdotally, and I guess just like looking around, the media, like we were told for years that there were going to be mass deaths, mass blood clots, like everybody that was vaccinated was going to basically drop dead, or their bodies were going to explode, or something was going to happen, stringy things would be pulled out of them. And nothing came of that. I guess sometimes it feels like there's like an impenetrable wall. I know I have a lot of physician friends and stuff who will have family members that will tell them they don't know what they're talking about. And it's like, Mom, I went to medical school for this. I work in internal medicine. I'm a cardiologist. Like, what's going on? Yeah, man, it feels like it's very, very, very hard sometimes, even on a personal level, to break through to people, to get through a lot of the misinformation that's kind of floating out there on these alternative media platforms these days.
Yeah, it can be. And that's where I try to personalize it a little bit, not too much, because I like to, keep people around me safe. But I'll just say things like, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a scientist and a doctor. And I chose to get people that I care about vaccinated, just to try to let people know that, I'm human, I've got humans around me, and that, I personally get vaccinated. I make sure my family members do. Mm-hmm. And then I found that data is not enough, so like you have to talk about the data, but then also pair it with, gosh, this prevented, this many number of people from being hospitalized. Or I had a colleague who pre-vaccine now has long COVID because they were in the ER and exposed to so much. And now used to be a marathon runner. Now can't even see patients on shift because they're so tired. Gosh, I wish we'd had a vaccine to have prevented that.
Mm-hmm. On another, I guess, like kind of personal level, one question my audience has had, and I've kind of had it, and I give an explanation, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Sometimes when big events happen, big firings happen, this happened in the Southern District of New York when it came to prosecutor stuff related to Eric Adams, instead of people kind of like staying and fighting within the admin, people decide to resign. Sometimes they'll write a public letter and make a statement. What goes into that decision of like, I'm going to resign and make a statement instead of staying to continue to give your input or staying and fighting in the position. Yeah, how do you weigh that, or how do you make that decision personally?
Yeah, I said for me, it was an extremely tough decision. And I actually was given a list of, I saw the number and the programs that were going to be terminated end of March. And I saw that list, couldn't sleep, woke up the next morning, walked into the agency and told my political team I was leaving that day. I actually couldn't do that to the agency, wouldn't be part of it. I got to meet Doge that way. I got to join on Zoom and talk about why I thought some of these programs were important, was able to appeal. And so I did stay after that and thought, but what I found was I realized the second you say you're going to walk out the door, that it could actually happen. And they could have said, okay, go that way. So I wrote a resignation letter later that week, just because I wanted to, if I ever do leave or did leave, to have it be on my terms with what I wanted to say and to have thought through it, not be a rash decision. So I fought for 4+ months there. I was given things like a measles toolkit, asked to put medications on it that aren't approved for measles and don't have evidence for it, in my mind, could cause harm. We were asked to approve the COVID guidance the secretary tweeted out that we had never seen. That was like on a video. And we had to ask, show us like what the memo is. And the memo that they produced didn't match the video. I'm like, I can't just provide guidance for the nation without like rationale and data. And there kept being decisions like that over time got tougher and more of them. And so, Dan Dimitri and I realized that we were fighting, for probably the last month. It was really tough. And that's when the CDC director was also told, she'd been there all of, I think, 2 weeks, that she wasn't going to be able to make any staffing or policy decisions without approval. And a leader can't do that. And so I knew that I didn't have a scientific leader at that point. And so we decided that the best way we could fight was from outside, because then we could use our voices more.
Okay. Oh, because while working in the administration, you're probably a lot more limited in terms of
Yes.
what you're allowed to say publicly. Gotcha.
Very limited.
One personal frustration I have is I feel like sometimes people don't realize, especially working in the media side of things and knowing other people that work in the media side of things, I feel like people don't realize sometimes how passionate but also underpaid a lot of government work is. I had a friend that worked at the Kennedy Space Center, I believe, and he was talking about a lot of the Doge cuts for the letters that went out to get people to retire. And the way that he explained it to me was that all of the old guys working there could have made way more money in the private sector, but they loved working for stuff related to NASA. It was just like a lifelong passion for them. And that overwhelmingly the people that took these buyouts were just young people, because they were like, oh, cool, I was here for a year. I'm getting a 8-month severance. I could take a vacation and then get a job afterwards. And that, they were just bleeding all the new talent out because of the people that were there and established, like, didn't really want to leave. And I guess like the framing that, like Fauci is now a billionaire and all the people at the CDC had huge shares in whatever bio lab company was in Ukraine that was manufacturing the COVID-19, whatever. It's very frustrating that the same people making those criticisms on the media side of things are at least like 7-figure jobs, 8 figures, depending on how big they are in media. And the fact that you guys have so many built-in things for like checking for conflict of interest and remaining transparent. And sometimes people will come up and be like, I wish you guys would just be more open about this. Like, we've been doing this for decades. Like, we already are open about this. Just the information out there is just so frustrating. It feels like when I have to start a conversation with somebody, I'm having to fight through so much bullshit just to get to a neutral platform where we can even start to have a conversation,
When I resigned, I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do next. I didn't have all those conflicts of interest that, people think we do. And so, it was a difficult decision, to decide to do that just from a, personal financial standpoint too. But you have to be able to sleep at night. And I also didn't want to hurt the American public.
For one of the things that a lot of people are thinking right now on the left, I guess, is if assuming the government comes back, or people that are just unhappy with how a lot of the executive administrations have been or how the administration has ruined a lot of these executive agencies, or that they're perceived to ruin. I don't know why I'm trying to say this apolitically. They've messed with a lot of these. Some people are thinking we need to have different laws, or we need to have different federal rules. We need to build in more guidelines to prevent this type of stuff going forward. And my perspective or position on it is more like you can't really create like a perfect rule set if people have come in and decided that they just don't want to follow the rules. Because sometimes people are doing things that are already expressly against the rules. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say is there's already a lot of those processes in place. They're just not being followed.
Mhm.
You know, when you look at even things around the advisory committee, you know, there's time for public comment. You're supposed to post things in advance. You're supposed to, you know, minimize conflicts of interest. That hasn't happened like it did prior. Usually, you know, you would ensure that there's continuity in an agency, that there's a, you know, principal deputy or a chief medical officer that could step in as acting director. And we had a whole continuing operations plan, but the secretary chose not to implement that. I would have been, you know, the acting CDC director when Dr. Menares was off waiting to be confirmed, but he didn't appoint anybody during that time. He would step in and sign things. So there are processes in place. It's just you have to choose to follow them. So I don't think more rules are necessarily the answer.
Looking forward, if somebody wanted to make the argument that the things that are happening at the CDC or with a lot of executive agencies are really bad, but particularly with our medical stuff, with our recommendations for, you know, epidemiological things, what would be things looking, you know, forward that you could say, when we defund these things, when we are lax on these things, here are bad outcomes that we can expect going forward that you can kind of look towards and predict now, so that hopefully in 2 to 4 years you can say, look, there are more measles, there's more whatever else. This is why we need to have these things. What are like some indicators, I guess, that you could give somebody to kind of like harp on?
Yeah. A whole spectrum. What I'd say is like, one, I can look at like what's already lost. So like we lost the concussion program at CDC. That does all of the training for almost all of the coaches, you know, for high schools. So going forward, many coaches will not be trained to look at concussion for kids and won't know how to recognize it. And, you know, all of those athletes out there, that's going to result in, you know, more traumatic brain injury, more, you know, issues. Maternal mortality, that program isn't functioning right now at CDC. Smoking cessation has also been cut. And so people are going to start smoking again. We're going to see rates of cancer rise. All of that is cheaper to prevent. Maternal mortality is devastating in this country. And if we aren't working with hospitals tracking it and intervening it, more young moms and babies will die. As you mentioned with like measles and vaccines, we're already seeing that with, you know, increased vaccine hesitation. Last year, we had to cancel a flu vaccination campaign during one of the worst flu seasons. So we're going to see more people die of flu, of measles. We had a polio case a few years ago. People aren't getting vaccinated. We're going to see that. There's been whooping cough cases in Louisiana where babies are dying, young kids are dying. We're going to see more and more of that. And then if you even look at things like lead, there was a lead outbreak in April in Milwaukee, and we didn't have the staff because they'd been fired at that time to respond to communities to provide that support. Fortunately, that was one of the programs that was reinstated, but you can't fire and reinstate programs when you need them. You need continuous support for public health.
I think one of the frustrating things is when something is active and working, it's not very visible, and sometimes it can be tempting to say, oh, well, we don't need this and this and this. We can just cut this. And it's like, well, why don't we need this? Well, because we don't have these problems. Like, why don't you think we have these problems? If there was what are like the biggest pieces of stuff that you wish that people would know, maybe epidemiologically about public health, or maybe about the CDC, that you wish like more like other people outside the CDC were harping on? Like you're listening to Joe Rogan, or you're listening to Theo Von or some podcast, you're like, I wish that they knew this, or I wish that they'd stop saying this because this is like so wrong. Like what are the like top like 3 pieces of things that you're like, God, I hate that people still believe this thing?
Yeah, I think one of the things is I would hear like they need to get back to their original mission of only infectious disease. Well, like public health and health doesn't work like that, you know, and infectious disease is linked with chronic disease. During COVID, we saw the people that got sickest had other chronic diseases. During Zika, you know, we needed environmental health to know, you know, how to spray for mosquitoes. We needed reproductive health specialists to understand the birth defects that were happening, you know, as well as sexually transmitted infection specialists, because it was then being, you know, transmitted that way. You needed all of those disciplines together. And I would say the other thing is Congress has appropriated those dollars. So it's not like the people just switched from one thing to another. Specialists were brought in for that. So it wasn't mission drift. I think the other thing is, you know, people will say it doesn't work. You know, you haven't ended chronic disease yet, so obviously you're ineffective. Well, when you look at the amount of funding that goes into prevention versus what goes into treatment and recovery, prevention is extremely minimal funding. And so if there was actually more focus on prevention and then ending chronic disease, we wouldn't need as much for treatment. And so I think it's just being able to really look at those returns on investment. And then
I will say real quick on that, something that's very frustrating because I don't even know this unless somebody brings up my attention. There has been a lot of progress on different diseases that a lot of people just aren't aware of. Even things that people complain a lot about. I know a lot about like type 1 and type 2 diabetics, like the advancements in insulin and these like continuous glucose monitors and and the automatic pumps for type 1 diabetics. The advancement in HIV retrovirals is insane. The all-cause mortalities for things like leukemias and I think all cancer might have just passed like 50% or something on the 5-year or whatever. I think we're on like the precipice of having drugs to treat things like Alzheimer's disease. But it feels like as soon as like a thing gets found, it's like forgotten and then they just move to the next complaint. Like these GLP-1 agonists are amazing. And to see that like the origination for them was like trying to isolate a hormone in like a barracuda fish or something. I was like a really random thing that you would never, or I would never think or whatever. And then to see all of that funding get cut. And it's like, you guys are all using these drugs now. And then you're trying to defund all of this stuff in the future. And it's so frustrating. I saw the, I don't know if you know who, have you heard the name Scott Adams or Adam Scott? He was the comic book author for Dilbert. He's a very MAGA guy on X.
Dilbert.
Yeah. But he's an insanely MAGA guy. And to see him tweet out and beg Trump and RFK to help hook him up with like an experimental
I saw that. I did see that. Yes.
And I'm like, yeah. And the same guy, obviously everybody's leaking his tweets about like, oh, wow, we just cut all of this experimental research funding. I'm sure this saved exactly 0 people. And it's like, my God, like where's the shame? Yeah, the advancement is there. It's just hard to see sometimes. Do you think that how do you view the USAID cuts? Is this like a totally separate thing from the CDC's mission in your mind, or do you think that there's some interplay between, like international aid and disease monitoring and stuff and the CDC? Or
yeah, no, there's definitely. I'd say we used to collaborate closely with USAID. In country, CDC had people in over 60 countries. Yeah, so oftentimes we would work with USAID. And USAID supported the President's Malaria Initiative, which prevents malaria from coming to the U.S., even though we've started to see increases in it. But as we lose that footprint globally, we're going to see cases of Ebola increase. If USAID and CDC aren't there to prevent them, we're going to see Mpox come to the U.S. more. That next pathogen, because there isn't that support in countries, is going to come to the U.S. and we won't be prepared. And it's also, when you look at economic development overseas, that's going to have an impact on the U.S. if other countries are having significant outbreaks.
Do you think that when it comes to some of these international relationships, like with say the WHO, are these things that you think can come back in a single administration, or what is that? I guess I don't know if you have context there.
I think the relationships can come back. I think the structures and the agreements and building things will take longer. But I think finding ways to maintain those ties, with those organizations in the meantime will be important, where we can. I mean, the World Health Organization, we might withdraw funding, but certainly if there's another outbreak or something, we need to have a relationship to understand, what is the outbreak and what is the risk to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that you were happy that you finally got the CDC to study gun violence. I think most people are unaware that, I don't know if there was a bill or something in Congress that in a roundabout way kind of like prohibits the CDC from studying.
Amendment. Well, it prohibited CDC from doing advocacy work in firearms, which CDC wasn't doing. And so, when we did receive the funding for research, it was very clear we had very, focused areas on what we were working on, like, veteran suicide deaths, safe storage, what does that show? Even things like on 4-H where kids, were doing sports shooting, like how do you make sure that they're safe? How do they learn how to handle guns, so that there aren't injuries? And so that's what we were working on. And you look at things like youth violence, and community violence. How can you look at community level approaches to it? Unfortunately, that funding and those staff are all gone now. But that is something when you look at leading causes of death, for younger people, that's a significant one for both homicide and suicide. Mm-hmm. And so in my mind, if you can find ways to prevent those deaths, it's really important.
And then I guess one more question I have is, it kind of relates to the other one about the biggest pieces of misinformation you see out there. When you see people who are trying to be public health advocates, what are like the most important things that you think that they should focus on? And what are some forms of public health advocacy that you're like, well, I don't think this is effective, or this might be doing more harm than good? I guess when you look at other people advocating outside of like the CDC or anything.
Good question. I'd say right now when it comes to public health advocacy, I think really focusing on things like, vaccines, and these preventable diseases. A lot of people keep talking about measles being, just a self-limited childhood disease, that people used to get and be fine with. Well, no. Some people then die years later from like what we call encephalitis, kids were hospitalized with pneumonia, and severe dehydration. So it's not a harmless disease. And so I think really doing more advocacy work around what are these diseases like and that they're preventable. And then calling out misinformation, I think, is really important. In my job when I was at CDC, I used to send corrections to our leadership team every time the secretary misspoke, because I was trying to support him to say the correct things. Obviously, he didn't read my emails or listen to my talking points, I guess. But I think it's important to correct that misinformation. I think the other thing that public health advocates really need to focus on is talking more with those in their communities about each community has different needs. It might be infectious disease. It might be food insecurity, and so how do you ensure that people understand where they can go for resources, what they can do. And simple things like blood pressure screening, that is so important if you want to prevent long-term chronic disease. So I think not forgetting some of the fundamentals of prevention, like blood pressure screening, cancer screening, and stopping smoking. Those are and exercise. Those are some of the fundamental things you can do to prevent cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm trying to think. Do you have any? Here's a random kind of question. How did you view like foreign stuff influence, I guess, in a negative manner when you guys were at the CDC? Was that a thing that you were ever made aware of, that other intelligence agencies might say there's a push from Russia, China, from some country about some disease or medical misinformation? Was that a thing you factored in, or are you just thinking like we just need to message as best as possible, whatever? Like how do you factor that into everything?
Yeah, in general, we just try to message as much as possible, and then we would work with the other countries just to learn, what are they seeing in that country. And if there was something around like bots or misreporting here, I mean, we just tried to do what we could with the limited funding, to promote accurate messaging.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I really appreciate the conversation. Do you have anything else you want to say, or any other points you want to bring up, or anything?
I really appreciate y'all having me here for this discussion. I was excited to join and talk with people around public health and how important it is. I think, I have talked a bit about how it should be apolitical. There's certainly politics that always comes into things, but if you're just talking about health and what's needed, you need to focus on, how we can save lives together. And I am very concerned about the ideology that is driving non-scientific principles right now and is really dismantling public health in our country. And it's not something you can rebuild quickly. And I'm very concerned that when there is the next health threat, we will not be prepared. Mm-hmm. We had started rebuilding post-COVID on lessons learned. There's been a huge backslide now in our country around public health. And when something happens, people, unfortunately, will suffer and die. And that's a direct consequence of dismantling public health.
Can I ask kind of a personal question on this? I'm curious. I'm 36, almost 37. And I have a feeling right now, but people always do this. It's it's worse than it's ever been. I have a feeling that things are more political today than they were when I was growing up. That when I say that, I mean like everything is political. The TV shows you watch, whether you go to the gym, the types of foods you like, everything is political. And then obviously this extends to healthcare as well. That it used to be in the domain of kind of the far left, not even far left, like the really hippie people were like, I don't trust vaccines. My dad is vaccine injured from the Air Force, and my parents never mistrusted vaccines, although today they don't anymore. They're ride or die MAGA people. Is it actually, in your experience, do you feel like every single thing has become more team sports today, or do you think that everything always has been and it just wasn't as visible before? Or
I feel like it's become more polarized. Like I think there was always politics, but I feel like now it's become much more extreme. And I've seen that just even with many of the congressional members I've worked with. On both sides, I felt people used to be a bit more moderate and centrist. And now I've seen just over time people tend to drift more to the left and the right, which makes it harder to have some of those meeting in the middle conversations.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we really appreciate it. Maybe we'll talk at some point in the future. Hopefully things change course. I guess we'll see around midterms and next presidential cycle, but we really appreciate the conversation. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
My pleasure. Happy to come back anytime.
Yeah. Have a good one. Wow. What, when is our WIC debate today? It's at 6 o'clock. Did you see my email? Probably not. What was it about? Did you email my personal or the contact email? Contact? Oh, nope, not yet. Did the doctor lady who called it on Twitter agree to a debate? Oh, I don't know. I need to DM her. I don't know if I should though. I just need to see what I have upcoming. I would, but I want to go through that list of ivermectin studies and just do a whole debate on that. I think there's like 107 of them. Most of them I think are small. I just need the time to go through it. I just need to see what I have upcoming because I need to prepare for that Dinesh D'Souza debate. What is this? I have a thing at Yale, but that's just random students. I've got a podcast on the 26th. That's not a big deal. The next big thing is the Dinesh D'Souza thing on the 13th. Watched the entire briefing. It was insane. I saw this, bro. Jesus Christ. Or I saw the headlines. Is this real? Is it as bad as it says? Ex-GOP aide paid fetish artists to mutilate her, claimed it was anti-Trump attack. Jesus. Let me grab a Red Bull. Oh, Uni, if you're messaging me about making that script work, listen, I just wanted to do it last night because it's fun to learn shit. But I think Jader said that whatever they use on the site or whatever, that they wouldn't do it with JavaScript anyway or something. So I think they're making their own thing for it. But I love you and I appreciate you and I respect you. Wait, it wasn't makeup? No, apparently these were tattooed on, or it was like I don't know if she made scars or just tattooed stuff. I'm not sure. One second. They have it rate limited even if you run it locally. Okay. I mean, it shouldn't matter. The rate limit is 15 seconds, so who cares? So this morning, Trump was tweeting out are truthing out, basically saying that congressmen needed to be tried for treason, and then retweeting people saying they should be executed because they were telling military people to not follow unlawful orders. It's a little bit unhinged, I would say. No, he directly called for death. Seditious behavior. Well, he just says it's punishable by death. He didn't actually. Rate limiting is good, actually. If someone pays, they should not get overwritten immediately. Rate limiting doesn't have anything to do with that. You can still have a time limit on your thing and not get stop. Rate limiting is not that. He retweeted another one saying they should hang. Wait, where? Aw, what a principled position. GOP Senator Rand Paul tells me of Trump threats against Dem lawmakers. I'm against hanging other senators. I know that's outlandish. You can ask me again next week, but I think hanging senators might be overkill. Jesus. Bro, I feel like I love this website. I feel like Truth Social is just the perfect encapsulation of what Donald Trump is. It's this website.
Featuring a striking 3D design that captures a historic moment. This high-quality graded card is both visually...
He couldn't even do his own fucking ad. It's an AI voice. And they don't... there must be a way where you take this AI voice and then you clean up this fuzz in the background. Like, what? You can't even do your own ads?
Featuring a striking 3D design that captures a historic moment. This high-quality graded card is both visually stunning and highly valuable. An essential addition to any serious collection. Stunning and highly valuable.
Gunfire erupted, wounding Trump in the ear and causing panic in the crowd. Amidst the chaos, he remained defiant, urging his supporters to stand strong. The aftermath of the attack sparked a wave of unity and resilience across the nation. Do you think this was even written by a human? Jesus, I don't know. Oh my God, it's not a hollow. What do you call the ones that have the... When you turn them, they change. Would you call it a hollow? Do you sell PSA rated cards first party? Is that a thing? No? Okay. Destiny, it's not that easy to fix. Most of the issue is just it's very low quality audio. There are much better AI voice generators, though.
Graded card is both visually stunning.
Oh, I just hear this like this fuzz. I would have figured it's easy to remove, but maybe not. Destiny, you realize Trump didn't get hit by a bullet, right? I think that's one conspiracy that I believe. I don't think he got hit by a bullet. I think that the Secret Service guy kicked him in the ear and his gun hit him. That's the one conspiracy that I believe. Why? Because I want to believe it. Fuck me. Somebody find the conspiracy video. There's a video of, did Trump ear get shot? Trump cupped his ear after the first shot rang out. Yeah, because the sound of it coming by is going to be weird or whatever. But wow, Pakistan, thanks for the tier 5 subber, buddy. It's not even a good conspiracy because nobody even has a video on YouTube that you can find easily. Apparently when he goes down, the one officer that's like running towards him basically he basically kicks him in the ear. I don't know if you see it here. Oh, no, you don't. Some guy, it was a convincing enough X video. I'm 50% on that conspiracy. 50.1% on that conspiracy, okay? Oh, sorry, we were brain rotted. My bad. He retruthed this. It's called a seditious conspiracy, and every one of them should be frog marched out of their homes at 3 a.m. with Fox News cameras filming the whole thing. Fox News. Why is there like 0 phone videos from that? I don't know. That is the weirdest thing. I don't know what the answer to that is. Make America strong again. Weight loss, GLP, starting as low as $139 a month. Wow. Through personalized care that puts America first. For a 6-month supply. Cool. From Liberty Slim. Wow. Top futurist says, sell NVIDIA. Wow. Crimson Collectibles. Same card. What's this?
Can't breathe? Try the Breath of Freedom nasal strips. Stop snoring and breathe better.
This is the realest
Available
person I've seen in my
now
life.
on Amazon.
Awesome. The Breath of Freedom. This is how George Washington breathed. Seditious behavior punishable by death. David. In theaters. Christmas, December 19th. Oh my God. The guy that killed the girl in the back of his trunk? Have you ever looked into the Las Vegas shooting and how it's nearly impossible for one guy to have shot that many rounds with that accuracy from the hotel he's in? Was it that accurate? He just shot into a crowd of fucking people. How hard is it? This is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. Bulletproof. Trump. Make America great again. 40. Is he bulletproof? I mean, he got shot and bled. That doesn't make him bulletproof. No? Handcrafted in the USA. Get these people out of office. They aren't doing their jobs. They are looking for ways to be rebels and take others with them. They need to go. Bulletproof. Handcrafted in the USA. Insurrection. Treason. Oh my God. HELOC. Borrow cash without affecting your current mortgage. Sedition.
Do not buy the Grounding Co. bedsheet. They said it would help you sleep better, okay? But they did not warn me how fast this would work. I've been sleeping on these for only 1 week, and the difference is insane. I fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and my mornings calmer, lighter, like I finally got real rest. They said it was just another sheet, but this thing is woven from 95% organic cotton, softer and cooler than anything I've owned. Plus, it has 5% silver thread that connects your body to the earth while you sleep. That's what releases the built-up static and lets your body actually power down. I thought it would feel gimmicky, but it's hotel soft comfort with real grounding benefits. So you can all keep tossing and turning while I'm gonna keep sleeping grounded. Oh, and they're running a huge sale, 50% off plus a free mat with your first order. Over 40,000 people are already sleeping grounded.
40,000?
And it keeps selling out. Go grab yours now before they're gone again.
Okay. Indict all of them. Unlawful is the key word, folks. Unlawful. Hang them. George Washington would. Man, this futurist guy really wants us to sell NVDA. Traitors. David. Again. Those Democrat veterans took the same oath I did to defend this country from domestic enemies. It's a lifetime commitment. What should they do, and what should the American people do when the domestic enemy is them? Al-Qaeda is a foreign enemy who declared war on this nation on 09/11/2001. This is a bot. 09? 09? That's a bot. 1 trillion %. They've never sued for peace. So when Obama was giving aid to Al-Qaeda, sued for peace. So when Obama was giving aid to Al-Qaeda, Libyan rebels in Benghazi, and the veteran Democrat Congress members were part of that cover-up, it's no wonder they're now asking members of our military to commit treason on their behalf. Trump calendars? Would you like a Trump 2026 calendar? Click the button below to start your order. Whoa, look how strong he is. Incline, too. God damn, look at him go. And he's flying giant eagles? The Dems are getting closer and closer to being on their way out.
Featuring a striking 3D design that captures a historic moment. This high-quality graded
Another
card is both visually stunning and highly valuable. An essential addition to any serious collection.
Oh, it's the same AI record. They couldn't even do a new AI recording for this one?
President Trump is eliminating bureaucracy.
Yes, King.
And making
Literally.
America healthy again. Reforming the FDA's Center for Tobacco Products is in Trump's wheelhouse.
Wow.
Let's end the roadblocks and authorize smoke-free products without delay.
What does that even mean?
Adult smokers deserve better options.
Smoke-free smoking? Oh, he got mad. Oh, somebody. And they can be brought to justice under the UCMJ. Get busted down or dishonorably discharged and lose their career and benefits. Step right into that shit. That's the ticket. Join ICE today. $50,000 signing bonus. Wow. America needs you. Oh, ice.gov. It's the official website. You may be entitled to up to these benefits. $60,000 student loan repayment. Huh. That's a good deal considering most people that join probably never fucking went to college. We call that free money, baby, because nobody's going to be cashing that in. Hold on. What's here? No! What's Choice Coalition? Stop the CTP failures. I need to know what these are. The Center for Tobacco Products has publicly acknowledged cigarette smoking is the most harmful form of nicotine use. Wow. Domestic terrorist Democrats always causing chaos and destruction, destroying people's lives.
President Trump is eliminating...
Oh, we watched this one. It's called a seditious conspiracy, and every one of them should be frog-marched out of their homes at 3 a.m. with Fox News cameras filming the whole thing, ... Why aren't they under arrest for sedition, thrown out of their offices? Enough is enough. It's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. We won't have a country anymore. An example must be set. President Donald J. Trump. Defend the homeland. Join ICE today. Go after congressmen as well. Why does ABC Fake News keep Jimmy Kimmel, a man with no talent and very poor television ratings, by the way, on the air? Why do the TV syndicates put up with it? Also, totally biased coverage. Get the bum off the air. That's how I feel about Hassan Piker. True.
President Trump.
Ronaldo is a great guy. Loved meeting him at the White House. Really smart and cool. President Donald J. Trump. Holy shit. They're so good. Nice. Oh my god, look at him go. He's so mobile. Wow. Whoa! They broke the camera. Jeez. According to most, one of the best opening 10 months for a president in USA history. Thank you.
coffee table has a secret. Wait
What?
for it.
Oh, it's got a drawer? What? What? Hold on, sorry. What? A coffee table with a drawer?
This coffee table has a secret. Wait for it.
That's crazy. And it goes right back under? Jesus. Wow, beautiful tweet.
This coffee table.
Oh, it's the top that
has a
moves. Wait, is it?
secret.
Hold on.
Wait for
Oh, it's the top that moves. Oh, I was getting perspective fucked. Oh my God, that's even cooler. Wait, oh my God. Did anybody see that tweet of the girl who is standing still in a marathon? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? When you see the first selfie, it looks like she's moving, and then she switches the camera, and then the other people are moving. And it was a mind fuck. You ever feel like you're falling over when you're in traffic and you're looking, not that anybody would ever look at their phone, when you're looking down at your steering wheel at nothing, and then all the cars start going and you're not going, you feel like you're going backwards? Whew. Communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. I mean, I feel like his first and last name are ethnic enough. Is this helping? Making him scarier, I guess? Oh, shoot, hold on. Truth Rising, the documentary.
It was horrific.
Okay.
What have I done to myself? I started to wonder, like, what's wrong with me this time?
Yeah?
You know, like, I look like a guy, everybody thinks I'm a guy, everybody accepts me,
Mm-hmm.
and yet I'm still not happy. There's no going back now, is there?
Transgender for everyone. This is what the Democrats wanted.
It's devastating for kids when we get these questions wrong, and yet every single conversation, the personal and the political, we're obsessively focused on what adults wanted, their feelings, their identity, their desires. Who was representing the kids?
Mhm.
It was always the kids who suffered when we got it wrong.
Yep.
This is going to cost us something
Jesus.
personally.
Not the Babylon
But
Bee,
this
too.
is bigger than us.
Oh my God.
Somebody has to be willing to take a stand.
They're brave enough to make trans jokes, too? Whew.
We have to be able to debate what's true rather than having that dictated to us by the powers that be.
This case represented every American. It was free speech is for everyone. And if I lose my rights, if they can take away my rights, they can take them away from anybody.
Wait, we know
Or
this guy, right? I feel like I've seen this fucking retard talk before. Who is this guy? Or am I mixing up with someone else? Is this guy on Steven Crowder's show? Oh, this is the bake cake guy. Is he on a podcast now or something? Or?
They can take them away from anybody and or everybody.
Wow.
But not only that, the fear, the sense of terror, the regrets, the guilt, the shame.
Oh my
And
God.
I was really, really afraid.
We all matter. Everyone made in the image of God.
Aw.
Everyone, everywhere, in everything. It can turn around.
Sorry, I linked this yesterday, but the timestamp was fucked up. Not just the basic copies, all of the from Victor David Hansen. You should review lawfare part of the conversation at 44 minutes. Okay. Truth Rising. My God. That's crazy, chat. I think Kwame is his actual middle name, Limfeo. No, it might be his middle name. I just mean that sometimes they stress the middle name to make them scarier. So it's never Barack Obama. It's Barack Hussein Obama. Because Hussein was the evil guy in the Middle East. But I'm saying, like, because Barack Obama might not sound threatening, but when you put the Hussein in there, now you know he's a bad guy. So it's like, but like Zohran Mamdani, those are already like scary words to Americans. So why the Kwame or whatever, does that make him more scary? I don't know. Dream Singles. Ooh, is she on there? Find international singles with conservative values on Dream Singles. That's awesome. Wait, the Patriot phone. Where are we at with this guy? It was going to be a whole new phone, and then I think they changed it into some reskin of something else. What are we at now? Hold on. No social media internet connectivity or Google Play services. Wait, what the fuck is it then? Is that a different phone? It's not the Trump phone? Oh, maybe this isn't the Trump phone. Fully compatible to work with all cell phone providers. Exclusive talk and text app. Now with True Path navigation. Bam. Did she come with the outfit? Where are we at for Trump phone? Fuck, I need to watch this press conference. I'm sorry. Trump phone. Oh, wait, what? Wait, is it Trump Mobile? Meet the T1 phone. This is it. Meet the T1 and other phones. Premium performance. The T1 isn't just another smartphone. It's a bold step toward wireless independence. Designed with American values in mind, the T1 delivers top-tier performance, sleek design, and powerful features, all without the inflated price tag. Weren't they supposed to be out by now? Samsung 24 renewed. Samsung S23 renewed. What does that mean? It's just a refurb that... Can they even load their own like ROM onto it? Or is it literally just... Is it literally just a refurb? Can you put custom ROMs on phones? Like on Samsungs or whatever? Yes, you can. Oh, okay. Do you think they do? It's not saying anything. It's increasingly difficult because they're locking shit down. Wait, I'm not asking is it theoretically possible if you're a master hacker to load a custom ROM. I'm saying that, like, is it like an accessible feature that is ordinary that companies can do? Not that some fucking 2-inch dick loser who spends all his time on his Linux distro that he doesn't actually do anything on besides endlessly fucking customize over and over again so that he can go shit on Windows kids that don't give a fuck about anything he does on his own system. I'm asking, like, is this an ordinary thing that people do? Yes, on Android. Okay, thank you.
I sent an email
to Jesus Christ.
Trump Mobile to figure out where my phone is and if they could refund the 4 other phones that they charged me for. And surprisingly, I got a pretty big response. We currently have the T1 devices in the certification and testing phase of development.
Okay.
No, you don't. They're even performing above and beyond expectations.
Oh, what?
To be clear, the product that she's talking about does not exist. It looks...
Wow, how does he know this? I bet this guy's all lib-cucked out and super biased against Trump. Steam machine, liberal. Why use 2 phones? Because he cheats and he's polyamorous, liberal. Replacing Siri. Probably with a trans AI, liberal. He's liberal for sure. Okay.
It's like you'll get it sometime in November, and they even canceled my extra orders. Apparently, I haven't gotten the refund yet. Now that we know that they're gonna run with the lie, I sent back this email basically asking like, yeah, which one of these T1s is the real T1? I'll let you guys know if I get more information on the non-existent Trump phone.
Look at the last line in the spec. It has a custom OS on it. Android 15 with One UI 7. Is that custom or is somebody else making this? $25-watt wire charging. Wait, how old is the S23? Damn, the fuck? S23 release. This is like 10 years old. No, not 10 years old. Sorry, 3 years old. Okay. That's the Samsung UI. Wait, oh, is it? The One UI 7 is the old Samsung UI. Oh, so then they're not using custom ROMs. It's literally just used phones. It's literally just refurbs. Okay. Premium performance, proudly American. All the S2 base models have 24 watt charging. It's the Plus I showed have higher watt charging. Okay. 256 gigabyte internal storage, expandable via card slot. How many modern flagship phones have SD card slots? Is that a thing? Or does that mean this is a very old fucking phone? A lot. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe people still do. Oh, somebody said literally 0. China phones do. SD card stopped around 2020. Uh-oh, this only has 20 watt PD fast charging. Operating system, Android 15. What was that one song? We are Charlie Kirk. Fuck, I love it. Okay. The U.S. Coast Guard will no longer classify the swastika, an emblem of fascism and white supremacy, inextricably linked to the murder of millions of Jews, and that more than 400,000 U.S. troops died fighting against in World War II as a hate symbol, according to a new policy that takes effect next month. Instead, the Coast Guard will classify the Nazi-era insignia as potentially divisive under its new guidelines. I mean, it was also a symbol of peace, so just saying, libs.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi. What up?
I brought a very special guest with me today, as you can see, Secretary McMahon. So I will begin my remarks. She's going to speak, and then we'll take some questions. She'll take questions, and I'll take questions from you as well. First off, yesterday, First Lady Melania Trump and Second Lady Usha Vance traveled to Marine Corps Air Station New River and Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, where they spent the day meeting with students, educators, military families, and United States Marines. Both the First Lady and Second Lady were grateful for the warm welcome and remain deeply committed to supporting military families and the communities that serve our great nation. May God bless all of them. In economic news, the September jobs report showed the American economy remains strong, with 119,000 new jobs added, more than double expectations. These gains came after the summer passage of President Trump's historic tax cuts and multiple big trade deals with countries around the world.
Aww.
In particular, construction jobs surged by 19,000 in September, the largest monthly gain in a year.
Wow.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth.
Wait, why would you? The largest monthly gain in a year. It's not really that impressive if you think about it, but okay.
Came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers.
Wow.
The opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
Wow.
Inflation also remains under control, and wages are up by 3.8% over the year for American workers because of President Trump's pro-growth policies. In fact, real wages are on pace to increase roughly $1,200 for the average worker this year under President Trump.
Wow.
This is a complete reversal of the failed Biden era when we saw inflation skyrocket to 9%, causing private sector workers to see their wages decline by approximately $3,000.
Wow.
We know that Americans are still hurting from the 4-decade high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats. But President Trump is making significant progress to fix this, and he will not stop working until he solves it. As the president recently stated, he is never satisfied. For example, President Trump's policies are working to make Americans' Thanksgiving more affordable this year.
Aww.
From their commute
I need to change my laundry. Putting on a speaker. Hold on one second.
to the dinner table. Nearly 100 million Americans are expected to drive next week to spend time with loved ones for the holiday. And thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda, the national average price of a gallon of gas on Thanksgiving Day is projected to be at the cheapest price since the COVID pandemic in 2021. President Trump is bringing down gas prices and providing significant savings to American families at the pump. And again, we expect those prices to continue to decline. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation's annual survey, cooking Thanksgiving dinner will also cost less this year than it did last year and is down about 5% overall. The average price for a staple of the meal, a 16-pound frozen turkey, is down more than 16% from last year, which will provide critical savings for families in their budgets. President Trump's entire economic agenda is aimed at putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. That's why he signed the largest middle tax cuts in history into law, from no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, to no tax on Social Security. And according to a new study from Piper Sandler, which is out this week, tax filers can expect an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year in what could be a record-breaking tax refund season. So there is more good news to come. We know these refunds will make a huge difference for Americans to help pay down their bills and use towards life's expenses. In other news this week, President Trump took a significant step toward delivering on a core campaign promise to finally close the Department of Education. To shrink the bloated federal bureaucracy, the Department of Education just entered into new interagency agreements with 4 agencies: the Departments of Labor, Interior, Health and Human Services, and State. These agencies will now ensure the delivery of legally required programs while also refocusing them to better serve students. This common sense action brings the Trump administration much closer to finally returning education where it belongs, at the state and local level, not in Washington, D.C. The Democrats' reckless 43-day government shutdown did manage to do one valuable thing. It proved that America does not need a federal Department of Education. During the longest shutdown in history, the Department of Education furloughed 90% of its staff. And America's education system was not impacted whatsoever. Schools stayed fully open across the country. Students attended class and received normal in-person instruction. And our wonderful teachers received their paychecks uninterrupted. The Democrats' government shutdown made it painfully obvious that American families do not need the Department of Education. Since its creation in 1979 during the Carter administration, the Department of Ed has spent over $3 trillion taxpayer dollars without improving student achievement. Despite pure pupil spending having increased by more than 245% since the 1970s, math and reading scores are down in public schools. In fact, the most recent Nation's Report Card from 2024 showed that 13-year-olds' math scores are the lowest they've been in decades, and their reading scores are the lowest since testing began more than 30 years ago. It's clear that throwing more money at a broken system does not work, and that's why President Trump appointed the amazing leader behind me, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who is making these monumental changes at the direction of the president. We're very grateful to have you here today to talk about these changes and then take some questions. Hopefully folks in this room will have some questions on the very important topic of education. So please, Mrs. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Caroline. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank all of you for being here as well. My purpose here is to speak directly to the American families, not just you, but to the American families, about the work this administration is doing in education to reverse our national decline with a hard reset of our educational system. That reset was a top campaign promise from President Trump to send education back to the states and end Washington's micromanagement of education once and for all. This week we took the most decisive steps thus far to make good on this promise to you. We have linked 6 groundbreaking partnerships with other federal agencies to delegate education department programs that are redundant with existing programs at Labor, State, Interior, and HHS. These interagency agreements to cut our own bureaucratic bloat are a key step in our efforts to shift educational authority from Washington, D.C. to your state education agency, your local superintendent, your local school board.
Just as a couple things, it's very funny, is that one, they talk about how like the Department of Education hasn't helped at all in the past, 40 years, but college education attainment rates have gone up. And then they point to the fact that our math and reading scores and everything are lower than they've ever been. And it's like, yeah, those are because of K through 12. That's education that's dealt with by the states. The federal government doesn't dictate that curriculum.
Entities that are accountable to you, and we encourage parents to always be involved. Cutting federal bureaucracy is never a popular move among DC insiders. A chorus of anti-Trump voices have come out of the woodwork to complain that we are defunding education, harming students, or acting without a plan. This could not be further from the truth. The majority of Americans across the country handed President Trump the popular vote precisely because they have seen the brokenness of a top-down education system run by the federal government. They're painfully aware that only 3 out of 10 students can read proficiently at their grade level. They know that college students are collectively $1.7 trillion in debt, and less than half of college graduates get a job that actually uses the degree which they studied so hard to get. They see more teachers than ever before leaving the profession due to burnout, over-regulation, and lack of autonomy in the classroom. Anti-Trump voices are stirring up fear that returning education to the states is a draconian action. When Americans hear that we are shutting down the department, but given no other details, 51% oppose it. But when those same Americans are informed of our plans to preserve important elements of our work in other federal agencies and to maintain the K-12 funding that is distributed to the states, that number flips to an even greater majority at 56%. And they support returning education to the states and breaking up the bureaucracy. That's because the Department of Education is a pass-through entity. It doesn't educate a single student.
Then how is it controlling the curriculum? I love all of the contradictory things. So if it's a pass-through entity and it doesn't dictate curriculum, then why is it responsible for children's math scores and science?
The money it sends to states for education can be sent directly without waste. The Democrats' government shutdown proved that without a doubt, and I'll reiterate what you said, that the Department of Education was not necessary during the shutdown. Now, this is what I've seen already on my 50-state tour that I've embarked on. Educators are innovating in their schools. States are customizing their budgets and standards, and post-secondary institutions are planning for the economy of the future. But we're not leading them. They are informing us. That's why our final mission as a department is to fully empower states to carry the torch of our educational renaissance. Education is local. It should be overseen locally by those who best know local needs.
That already is.
We're not ending federal support for education. We are ending federal micromanagement and paving the way for education renewal through state reforms like school choice, the science of reading, and restoring the right priorities in higher education. President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise. America's next generation will look back on the work we've carried out, thankful for an education system that prioritizes students over bureaucracy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And we'll take some questions for the Secretary if you have them. Elizabeth, why don't you start?
Thank you for joining us. You announced the partnership to move some functions of the Education Department to other agencies. Are you talking to members of Congress about codifying this so that it lasts beyond the administration?
Yes, we started our conversation, and thanks very much for asking that, because there have been some reports that Congress is in the dark on this. That's clearly not true. We've been talking to, I've talked to dozens of members of Congress to explain to them exactly what we're doing, to bring them up to speed, and to say to them, look, when we have completed some of these transfers that are working incredibly well, then we will be looking to Congress to codify those, make them permanent.
Brian.
Thank you. Secretary McMahon, what is the update on the negotiations with Harvard? I know the president has publicly pointed to you as somebody who's worked on that. I think you've talked about that at length, but I'd like to understand where are things with those negotiations with Harvard this time?
They're ongoing negotiations, and I feel very comfortable that we are getting close to having those negotiations finalized. It's been open door conversation all along.
Wow.
Deanna?
Hello, Mrs. Secretary. The President recently posted about establishing a federal standard for AI. Do you know if the administration has a view on the use of AI for students in schools? And Caroline, do you know if the President personally uses AI?
I don't think so.
You can handle
I've
that
never
one.
witnessed it, so I can't.
Oh, so who's posting all the shit on his account?
Well, I do think AI is going to need guardrails, but I have witnessed AI firsthand. I was at the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, and the first 2 hours of every day in that school, students are learning through AI. They have their headsets on, they're in front of their screens, and the AI is really acting as like an individual tutor for those students.
What?
I don't think so.
You're going to need guardrails, but I have witnessed AI firsthand. I was at the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, and the first 2 hours of every day in that school, students are learning through AI. They have their headsets on, they're in front of their screens, and the AI is really acting as like an individual tutor for those students, allowing those students that can progress faster to do that. Those who need a little catch up, it refeeds information to them. And so after those 2 hours of learning, you know, the basics of what they're doing in their curriculum that day, then they spend the rest of the day, I mean, they have good recess and all of that time, but then they spend the rest of the day in what are called life skills, and they're actually using the information that they've learned this morning. So I've seen some AI in action that is really proving quite beneficial.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary McMahon, as the Education Department continues to pare down, can you talk about taxpayer services like charter school grants and how the department will continue to assist kids with special needs?
Well, we are going to make sure that there's no interruption in getting that grant money out the door. I mean, you know, that money is, it comes from Congress, it's appropriated by Congress, and we legally are obligated to do that. And the transitions we're starting to make, our first programs that went over to the Department of Labor, that was a few weeks ago. We actually signed the first interagency agreement, which we accomplished under the authority of the Economy Act. We transferred grants for WIOA and for the Perkins Act. And the really good news is that the Department of Labor has a much more sophisticated system, technology system and grant fulfilling system than the Department of Education does. As a matter of fact, our executive manager that went over with that group over to Labor said he would compare what the labor system is to education's like held together by bubble gum that is not connected to any other part. So we were able to get those grants out the door more smoothly, and states have actually better access for those systems than they do at the Department of Education. So that's a real bonus.
Take a couple more. Carrie, go ahead.
As far as the diversity, equity, and inclusion new regulations that came out from the administrations, a lot of schools, whether high school or even higher education is concerned, some of them are defying these new administration policies, even apparently according to a new report.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Rick.
As far as there's been a new report from the administration saying that half of medical schools are defying the administration when it comes to DEI policies. What type of action will the administration take for these schools that are defying the new DEI policies?
Well, certainly the president has been very clear, and the Department of Education has taken measures to make sure that as schools are developing, you know, their policies, or if they have open DEI offices, they're closed, or DEI regulations and rules are stripped, you know, from their programs, and so that will continue.
Great. We'll take one more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary McMahon, my question is, since you said 3 out of 10 students are literate with regard to their reading capacity, would now the states help to improve those numbers since you have gone back to the states?
Well, what we are finding that the states that are making great progress, it's through their own innovation. It's not coming from the Department of Education. I think we have nothing to do with the curriculum that are in any states. We are a pass-through.
Then how are they fucking with the education if it's just a pass-through? How do people not question this? The DOE doesn't dictate curriculum to any schools, but they're somehow responsible for students failing?
Pathway from money that's appropriated by Congress to get, you know, to the states. But what we have seen in those states that have taken that initiative and they are embracing the science of reading and returning that into their school programs. Louisiana has done it, Mississippi, they call it the Mississippi Miracle, because they were like, I think, bottom or next to last in reading proficiency in Mississippi. And now they're like middle of the pack, which has been a really big jump. Florida has, Iowa has, Tennessee. So, but these are innovations that are done at the state level. This is not anything we're dictating, and that's why I'm saying returning education to the states where they really are already leading in their education endeavors. And 90% of their budget they provide. The federal government only provides 8 to 10% of the budget for education. So let's make sure that that grant money that's coming from the federal government is getting in their hands as efficiently as possible and getting to students. We don't want teachers having to spend their time and money in regulatory compliance. There was one superintendent chief who said to me that they had done some calculation in their state, and that for every dollar that went into the classroom in a grant, 47 cents was spent in regulatory compliance. So let's get the money into the hands of our students and our teachers. Let's raise the level of education. The other thing I'll do, and I'll quickly wrap up for you, is this 50-state tour that I have embarked on. We've done about 14 states. We've shut down a little bit during the shutdown. But what I am doing is visiting different kinds of schools, grammar schools, middle schools, high schools, micro schools, private schools, charter schools, the whole gambit. And in the end, my goal will be, as we step away and fully deliver education back to the states, is to provide them with a best practices toolkit of all of the things that I have seen around the country to say, hey, this is working. Check with these superintendents, check with these governors. And you know what I found a little bit is governors are a little competitive. So it's kind of nice to give some of these best practices out there. It'll work because it's already working. If we leave it with the people who are closest to the students, the president believes, as do I, the best education is that's closest to the child, and parents' involvement is critical to the success.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Linda. Thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your coming
All right.
today. Thanks for your great work. And
Thank
she's
you all very much.
a busy lady, so we'll let her
Come
get
on.
back to work. All right. Thank you again. Well, let's get to it. You guys were so calm with her. I wish you were that calm with me. We'll kick off with our new media seat, as always. Javier, why don't you start us off, and then we'll get to the rest of the room. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Javier Negre. I'm from Spain. I'm the owner of the biggest media platform in Hispanic politics, with brands like La Derecha Diario, Ida TV, or UH Plus, or Vicegrad in Spanish. And I'm happy to be here. Thanks for supporting the new media, also in the Hispanic community. We try to fight against medias like Telemundo, Univision, CNN, or NBC News that are spreading fake news and attacking the ICE operations. We will premiere this Sunday the Real America's Voice, the Rainy Show, the first Hispanic show against communism and woke culture that is promoted by people like George Soros to bring communism all over the world, like happened in New York. I have two questions for you, if you don't mind. In Mexico, the young people is protesting against President Sheinbaum. They think she's doing nothing against the cartels. Sheinbaum used the police to attack them, young people, kids, girls, and she's attacking journalists like me in a country where 150 journalists have been killed in the past years. The USA legacy media is attacking President Trump for his comments about the fake news media, while they are not publishing anything about the murders of journalists in Mexico. Why do you think they stay silent about the murders of journalists in Mexico and the attacks to businessmen like Ricardo Salinas? And my second question is, Trump said he has a plan for the narco state of Venezuela. Does he have a plan for Mexico?
I'm sorry, is this his podcast? Excuse me.
Where, according to Stephen Miller, the cartels are controlling governments and territories?
Sure. Well, thank you, Javier, for the question, and thank you again for being here. We're proud to have new media voices in the briefing room. As for President Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with Mexico, I will tell you that we have seen historic strides from President Sheinbaum and her administration in Mexico when it comes to cracking down on the cartels. They have been incredibly cooperative with the president's efforts at our southern border to crack down on illegal immigration and also the illegal trafficking of drugs at the southern border. Now the president is very interested in taking additional additional measures against the drug cartels. He's been very clear about that. He's spoken about it, and this is a promise that he made to the American public. And so his national security team is discussing these options all of the time. And on the campaign trail, the president promised to take on the cartels. He has taken unprecedented action to do so, and he has left additional options at his disposal on the table. So those are only decisions that the president can make.
What about the silence of the legacy media about the murders of journalists in Mexico? 150 journalists have been killed in the past years.
Yeah, well, it's certainly something I wish the media would report on more, and it's something that this administration absolutely condemns. I can't speak for the media, but I can speak for the president. That's not something he wants to see.
Wow.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Is there anything that Mayor-elect Mamdani could say tomorrow that would ease the president's concerns about his future leadership in New York?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president or get ahead of this meeting that we are currently working on tomorrow. As you saw, the president put out a statement tomorrow that the mayor-elect will be coming to the Oval Office, and so our teams are arranging those details. I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself.
Wow.
Nancy.
Thanks, Caroline. This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear,
What do you
does
mean
the
by
president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to, because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military to act.
Conspired to orchestrate. Bro, it's a video on Twitter. Chill.
Active duty service members to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos and it could incite violence and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin, she's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the US Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually, every single illegal order, which
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful. And the courts have proven that. This administration has an unparalleled record at the Supreme.
Well, I think wasn't the DC deployment just ruled illegal? Judge Cobb rules that the Pentagon's National Guard deployment into D.C. was illegal. However, she says stayed the effect of her order until December 11th to prevent disorder while the matter is under appeal. This is, I don't know if this is a district court or whatever, but...
Supreme Court, because we are following the laws. We don't defy court orders. We do things by the books. And to suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should be held accountable. And that's what the president wants to see. Phil.
Thank you. Ambassador Mike Huckabee had a meeting with Jonathan Pollard, a former U.S. citizen who was convicted and spent 3 decades in jail for selling state secrets to Israel. Did the White House know that that meeting was going to happen? Does the administration condone it?
The White House was not aware of that meeting, but the president stands by our ambassador, Mike Huckabee, and all that he's doing for the United States and Israel.
You said that the president was going to do what was right for U.S. citizens, regardless of whether they lived in blue or red states. I'm curious if there's any chance in tomorrow's meeting with Mayor-elect Mamdani that he will be able to convince the president to abandon that promise to cut off federal funding to New York City.
Look, Phil, we'll see how the meeting goes tomorrow, and I'll let the president speak for himself. Natalie.
Thank you, Caroline. What did the president mean when he called reporter piggy?
Look, the president is very frank and honest with everyone in this room. You've all seen it yourself. You've all experienced it yourselves, and I think it's one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president, because of his frankness. And he calls out fake news when he sees it. He gets frustrated with reporters when you lie about him, when you spread fake news about him and his administration. But he also is the most transparent president in history, and he gives all of you in this room, as you all know, unprecedented access. You are in the Oval Office almost every day asking the president questions. And so I think the president being frank and open and honest to your faces, rather than hiding behind your backs, is frankly a lot more respectful than what you saw in the last administration, where you had a president who lied to your face
Who was lied to his face about his senility. He wasn't even there.
and then didn't speak to you for weeks and hid upstairs and didn't take your questions. So I think everyone in this room should appreciate the frankness and the openness that you get from President Trump on a near daily basis.
And
Go ahead.
Caroline,
Yes.
The
Go
Washington
ahead.
Post just
Go
reported
ahead.
that the Coast Guard has.
I'm calling on Bloomberg. Go ahead.
Caroline,
Thank you.
two questions for you. The New York Times is reporting that the administration is now sending a U.S. official to the G20. They're sending Mark Dillard. Can you confirm if that is true and also explain the shift in?
I'd be happy to explain, because there is not a shift. The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
On Ukraine, there have been reports that President Zelensky said, he's looking to look at the plan, that there's been reports about the Trump administration proposing a plan. Can you just give an update on where Russia-Ukraine stands, and does the president plan to speak with Zelensky anytime soon, or when do you expect that?
So I'm happy to provide an update. I've seen quite a bit of reporting on the latest with Russia-Ukraine, so let me clarify and give you guys the truth on where it currently stands. President Trump has made it very clear since day one, and even on the campaign trail, that he wants to see this war come to an end.
Wow,
He's grown
brave.
increasingly frustrated with both sides of this war, Russia and Ukraine alike, for their refusal to commit to a peace agreement. But nevertheless, the president and his national security team are steadfast in seeing this war come to an end, to end the killing and deliver on the president's promise.
Wow.
Special Envoy Witkoff, Marco Rubio, have been working on a plan quietly for about the last month. They've been engaging with both sides, Russia and Ukraine, equally, to understand what these countries would commit to in order to see a lasting and durable peace. That's how you get to a peace negotiation, right? That's how it worked with Israel, with respect to Israel and Gaza and all of the Arab countries in the Middle East. That's how we accomplished that historic agreement, which the UN, by the way, voted to commit to and accept this week, which was a huge monumental moment. So they have been engaged with both sides, and these talks are continuing. As always, I'm not going to litigate the details of this plan as it's ongoing and it's in flux, but the president supports this plan. It's a good plan for both Russia and Ukraine, and we believe that it should be acceptable to both sides, and we're working very hard to get it done.
Wow.
And I'll also add, I know Secretary Driscoll did meet with President Zelensky today. We spoke with him. He was very optimistic following that meeting, and so again, we are having good conversations with both sides with respect to ending this war. Sure, go ahead.
On Ukraine, you said this is a good plan. So according to our sources, this proposal demands major concessions from Ukraine and doesn't demand much from Russia. So was Russia involved in drafting
Your
this?
understanding is wrong. Have
Fake
you read the
news.
full plan? You haven't.
Sources say.
Yeah,
So
so
fake
you can
news.
give details, maybe
You've
too.
read reporting from one side of the war, and so I want you to understand that the administration has talked equally with both sides. You have seen President Trump engage directly with both President Putin and President Zelensky. Likewise, his national security team has as well. In fact, Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio met with some of the Ukrainians just in the past week to discuss this very plan. And so just like you saw with respect to Israel and Gaza, we are hearing out both sides of this war to understand what can you commit to end the war. And that's ultimately how we are going to get to an agreeable solution. That's what the president has directed of his team. I know there's a lot of criticism out there and a lot of doubters, but I would just remind you of the historic success that this president and his team accomplished in the Middle East. We believe that is possible with Russia and Ukraine, and we're hoping and working very hard to achieve that. Stephen.
Could you provide a little more context on what to expect tomorrow with the Mamdani meeting? Will it be in the Oval Office, or is it going to be open at least partially to the press?
I don't have any more details to read out for you on the meeting quite yet, Stephen. I know it's of great interest to you in the New York Post, but we'll keep, maybe if it opens, we can commit to letting you in. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. It came up yesterday during a confirmation hearing for the president's pick to lead the CFTC that the CFTC currently has 0 Democrat commissioners, whereas usually it's had 2 or more. Does the president plan to appoint Democrats to financial regulators like the CFTC and SEC, or does the president feel that there shouldn't be Democrat leadership at those agencies, consistent with the administration's move earlier this year to remove Democrats from the FTC and other agencies?
I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't spoken to the president about the CFTC in quite some time, but I'm happy to check in with our presidential personnel office and see if there's any updates that we can provide you there. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week on Fox News, President Trump said that we've had a lot of problems with the French. How would you describe the current relationship between France and the U.S.?
The relationship remains very strong. President Trump
not.
speaks quite frequently with
He
Emmanuel
hates him.
Macron. I think they have a good working relationship.
They don't.
But the president is not shy to point out when he has disagreements with world leaders as well. And he's done that with respect to Mr. Macron as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Caroline, there are reports that Qatar is acting as a mediator in the Ukraine peace process. Can you confirm that, and why did the president choose that country?
I'm not going to get into further details other than what I previously shared, which I think was quite a bit of information. Brian?
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. We were talking about earlier in this briefing about the president's orders. You were going back and forth about what the ad said, what it could say. My first question is
The ad?
The advertisement that Senate Democrats were featured in. So the first question is, no matter what the order is, it could be to any administration official, military or otherwise, no matter if legal experts might think it's illegal, does the president expect those cabinet members, administration officials to go ahead with those orders regardless of any outside thinking? Right?
The president expects his cabinet officials and the administration to follow the law and to demand accountability and hold people accountable for their dangerous rhetoric. And I would just add that if this were Republican members of Congress who were encouraging members of the military and members of our United States government to defy orders from the president and from the chain of command, this entire room would be up in arms. But instead, it is the other way around, and I think that's quite telling. I'm going to let you all go because the president, excuse me, I appreciate the encouragement this morning, but this afternoon, but President Trump is about to meet in minutes with Israeli hostages who this administration freed, and so I'm going to go up to that meeting, and you will hear more.
Why is it muted? Police arrest grandma wearing inflatable penis costume at a protest.
Serious as a heart attack. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. If my kids had to come by and see this, how would you explain it to them?
Are you recording?
I am recording. I'm recording right here. I am telling you right now, if my kids had to come by and see this, I would like to hear how you would explain to my children what you're supposed to be.
A thumb. Say a thumb. Oh my God, please say a thumb.
What a pun is?
I want you.
Understand what a pun is?
Let me get another unit over here.
Oh my God, it's a cop.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me why.
True. Am I being detained? No. Then I'm free to go. Bye. Look at her marching those balls. Walk those nuts away. Whoa. Lady, you better get the fuck back here. Whoa.
Why?
Okay. I don't know if a cop has to tell you you're being detained. The cop should have to tell you if you're free to go, right? There must be some restriction around that, right? Like, otherwise it'd be like a weird game, right? Imagine a cop walks up and he's like, and then you're looking at him, you're like, are you okay? And he's like, and you're like, okay. And then you walk away and then he tackles you. There's no way they can do that, right? They must have to tell you if you're, they must have to say something, no? Like, if you ask, am I free to leave? They should have to answer that, no?
I'm telling you right now. I am telling you right now. Sir. Turn over. On your belly.
Yeah, ma'am, on the vein. Balls down.
On your belly. On your belly. I told her to take it off. Give me your arm. Give me your arm. She's gonna take it off. Give me your arm.
If she was a true Giga Chad grandma, she would be butt-ass naked underneath. So when the cop was like, take that off, she's like, okay. And just fucking is, oh my God. Sorry, that's not funny.
I want
Sorry that she's getting assaulted. It's not funny. But
your arm now. I need somebody. Give me your arm now.
She was walking away.
I told her to take it off.
you didn't tell her she was being detained or anything. Or that she was under arrest. Are you trying to handcuff her through the... Oh no, she's got her arm is up.
15 seconds and she was walking away.
Let me have your other arm. Thank you. This is a family town, and I'm not going to have somebody out here dressed like this. You understand? This isn't abusive. Here, back up. Here's some space. All right. You ready? All right, hold on. This way. This way. Bring your knees up. Bring your knees up. Knees up. Then you're going to sit up. Ready? Sit up. Stand up. Stand up. All right, come on. I would hate for her grandkids to see her like this.
Her grandkid helped put that on her.
That's a shame. Come on, have a seat. Watch your step.
I can't see anything.
Now, I'd like for her to take this off.
I know. They can't see the side of an ordinance. They never can. What ordinance?
There you are. Can you see me? Okay.
Now I can.
Sit back. Sit back. Now, what you're going to do...
That's as high as my butt goes.
I understand.
And it's cramping my leg.
I know. Listen to me. We're kind of having to fight this suit. So I want you to sit back. You're going to... This leg right here. You feel my leg right here? I want you to raise this leg until it's on mine. There you go. And then you're going to slide straight back in, okay?
Is she suing? I feel like there's so much bad stuff happening here, right? There's something called the, it's like the eggshell doctrine, I think, basically. But when you're handling another person, you have to operate under the assumption that they could have some underlying condition that could make them more fragile than an ordinary person. This is why cops aren't allowed to chokehold people, right? You could kill somebody, not because you're using excessive force, but they might have some condition that would make such a restraint, like dangerous. Imagine this is an older lady. I imagine it says grandma. Imagine she starts having, you know, breathing issues. They have to do CPR, and she's like covered in this fucking costume. They can't get out because they're like throwing her around. Like, what the like? I feel like there's a lot of potential liability here. Like, was the cop worried that he wasn't going to be able to catch her?
To tell me, I want
like,
me why.
Like, this is just so excessive. Even if he did have a right to detain her, like he didn't even answer. He didn't even try to make her stop. He didn't even say, like, "Excuse me, you're being detained. Excuse me, turn around." Don't. He didn't even say.
Let me get another unit over here. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me why.
Like she had, that was literally that was like the perfect response, I think. This is like what you want the people who want to fight with cops or whatever to do. Am I being detained? No? I'm free to go? Okay, goodbye, motherfucker. You don't talk to me, just fucking leave. She has every right to do that. She doesn't have to sit here and play 20 questions with the cop. Why are you wearing this outfit? Why? Excuse me. Am I being suspected of a crime? Am I not allowed to wear the outfit? If you're personally offended, eat shit and die, pig. You don't have to fucking sit here and quiz me on my fucking outfit. If you don't like it, go fucking post on Facebook about it. Or go talk to the rest of your loser fuck coworkers about it. You can't just say he doesn't like her outfit and then she turns around and he fucking slams her to the ground, like, without even saying anything. It's like insane.
Right now, if my kids had to come by and see this,
who the fuck cares about your fucking kids?
I would like to hear how you would.
It's a dick. Do your kids not know what a dick is? Who the fuck cares? What is this, like a gratuitous, obscene? It's not like she's got fucking cum squirting out the top. Jesus.
Explain to my children what you're supposed to be.
What a pun is?
I know.
What a pun is.
Conduct.
The cop's mad because now he has to tell his children, I guess I'm only the biggest, or the second biggest dick you've seen. What a fucking loser, dude.
Now, what you're going to do.
That's as high as my butt goes.
She's cooperating fully. She's letting him lead her around. She hasn't done anything crazy. I feel like this woman I feel like the woman have a really easy case here.
Can somebody pull me in? I can't slide because my hands are fixing to bleed from these things.
Stand up. Okay, stand straight up. I get it. We're going to rock that over here. All right, come with me.
Guarantee they tried to not charge her after this. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if she got to the station or if this is a thing. I wonder if this is one of the situations. You know where sometimes you see the cop videos? Ooh, you see the Instagram reels where your friend is arguing some shit and halfway through you realize like your friend is in the wrong. You know how sometimes you see those cop videos where a cop's like, I need backup, and then like the backup shows up and you can tell the cop doesn't want to like undermine his friend in front of the other dude, but the guy's like, hey bro, we're good. We're probably good here. And the cop knows like his friend is fucking up. He's like, you're out of line. You're out of pocket here, dude. I wonder if the other guy that showed up, like, what is this guy thinking? Like, bro, what are you doing?
What are the charges?
Hey, you roll that up.
What am I charging?
You got it? Yep.
I ain't got the other side. We might do it.
Hey, I need you to get back, okay? I need you to get back, okay? I need you to get back. All right, step in. Pick up your foot. There you go. Step in.
Ah, my head! I am an ASL interpreter and my hands are killing me.
Turn around. Turn around.
What would the charge even be? Maybe public indecency? I have no idea, though. The cop hasn't said anything.
Scoot back in. Scoot back in. Scoot back in.
I am trying.
He's going to help you. The officer is going to help you.
I can't.
We gotta get this suit off. Yep. All right, we gotta get the suit out. Come on, step
Can
out.
my person get my suit off?
No, we're gonna take it off of you. Come on, step out. Take the suit off. All right, uncuff her. All right, uncuff her and let's take the suit off.
Okay. Y'all mind backing up first, please?
So they've not done anything.
I'm gonna take these hands. Okay? That's fine. We're gonna I got you. You can stand over at the sidewalk right now. You cannot stand this close.
Why not?
Again, for officer safety reasons, you guys gotta back up. I'm her husband. Stay right here. Don't move. Okay. Back up to the sidewalk right now, please. All right, got the handcuffs off. You're gonna take this off.
This is saying that when she was arrested, she was charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. Is there more to this video that we haven't seen? What part is resisting? I don't know what the disorderly conduct statute is for the city. Maybe wearing a dick costume is disorderly, but the cop didn't say anything.
What's your name?
Antifa.
Antifa.
Holy fucking. We have a dangerously based. We have a dangerously based grandma right here.
Can you tell me where the zipper to this is?
It's in the bag.
Okay. Antifa, I'm not trying to be difficult with you, man.
Does he think that's her name? The not father? Is he having a moot moment here? Did he think that that's...
I'm gonna take these hands. Okay? That's fine. We're gonna I got you. You can stand over at the sidewalk right now. You cannot stand this close.
Why not?
Again, for officer safety reasons, you guys gotta back up. I'm her husband. Stay right here. Don't move. Okay. Back up to the sidewalk right now, please. All right, got the handcuffs off. You're gonna take this off.
What's your name?
Antifa.
Antifa. Can you tell me where the zipper to this is?
It's in the bag.
Okay. Antifa, I'm not trying to be difficult with you, ma'am. I'm trying to... No, I'm not trying to violate your freedom of speech. I'm trying to preserve a town that has value.
Cop here out of St. Louis. This could be justified arrest based on local laws, but in the grand scheme of things, this is going to be overturned. The cop said it's offensive, but being offensive isn't illegal. I point you to the Tiki Torch marches and a Jewish community, KKK rallies in Washington. Sure, but there's a difference between offensive versus obscene. Offensive speech is protected in the United States. Obscenity is not. But the only thing is that the cop never clearly stated. Now, maybe there's more to this video that is cut off at the beginning. But the issue is that in the beginning, it sounds like the police officer is having a personal argument with the lady, and the lady is like, "Am I free to go? Am I being detained?" And then she just leaves. But if a cop comes up to me and I'm like smoking weed, let's say I think weed is illegal or whatever, and the cop's like, "Excuse me, sir," and I'm like, "Hey, what's up, copper?" And he's like, "What would I tell my kids if they saw you smoking weed?" It's like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck your kids. Who cares? I don't know. Tell them to go to school. Don't do drugs. Bitch, can I leave? And then you leave. Like, why am I having a personal conversation about what is offensive or inoffensive to the cop or what the cop wants his kids to see? I don't fucking know. Like, that's just that's a stupid conversation to have. Now, if he says, "You're violating a city ordinance, you're violating a state law, I need you to comply with it." Oh, okay, well, now I'm fucked. Now he'll arrest me, right? But this whole, it's like just like a personal argument about his personal sensibilities at the beginning. It's just fucking weird.
All right, put your head down. Put your head down. We'll come over to the top. Put your head down.
I got in. Let me figure out.
Okay, all right. You're exactly right.
All right, ready to drop. Pass your feet, okay?
Pull your feet out.
We're right here, five below. Right,
pull your feet out.
Step out of it.
Pull your feet out.
Oh, wait, what is that? My American flag shoes. What? I'm an American? I'm an American! Who knew?
Hurry up.
Who knew? I have rights! Who knew?
Oh my God.
All right, no, leave that there. We'll take it. Step over. We'll grab it. All right.
You're going to take my property
Put them.
too?
All right, turn around. Hey, put them on the front. Put them on the front. They're on the front. Hands in the front.
In Fairhope, a single tax colony, the children have been cheering me on. I walked from Subway.
No child's going to cheer you on dressed like a waiter.
Yes, they did.
That's because they're children and they're as immature as you are.
Yeah, that's what a child is immature. What do you think the word immature and mature mean, you fucking moron? There's no way that a child would cheer on an old lady in a dick costume. I'm sorry, have you ever been a kid before? That sounds like exactly the type of thing that kids would cheer on. This guy's co-worker's gotta be like, bro, what are we doing right now?
All right, y'all meet me up at the gym.
Oh, they didn't have shit to say. Huh. Wow, Chargan, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subbers.
1015, I'll be transporting one female to the jail, starting miles 97130.
Unit 165 joint call.
21 will meet them up there. Do not come into the street. It is illegal to come into the street. Do not come into the street. It is illegal to come into the street.
My face when the cop pulls me over for texting and driving, meanwhile, has more screens in his car than a fucking Tesla. What the fuck?
Do not step into the street. It is illegal to step into the street. Do not come into the street. It is illegal to step into the street. Hey, y'all make sure not to come into the road, okay? Just don't come in the road. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's what we like.
That's not hot chocolate. That's a coffee, guaranteed.
Thank you. That's the ticket.
That's not 10 and 2. There you go. Is there any point to the rest of this video? Why is this camera still on? Shouldn't they automatically turn off after?
What up? What happened? Well, one dressed like a freaking wiener. Come up, she's wearing a big gigantic penis costume and is like, hey, look, you got to take that off. And she was like, take what off? My, freedom of speech or whatever. And I said, that's not freedom of speech. I said, man, this is a family town. And I said, and being...
Which towns aren't family towns? What does that mean? Are there towns with no families or what?
Dress like that's not going to be tolerated. I said, it's disorderly conduct. I said, you're setting an example that doesn't need to be set. I said, if my kids were to come by here and see that, what would they, I said, how would you explain it to them? And she said, I'd explain to them that we don't have kings. And I said, that's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. And I said, I need you to take the outfit off. And she went to turn around, walk off, and I said, no, ma'am. I said, come here, I need to talk to you. And she pulled away from me, so I grabbed her and put her on the ground.
Damn, that pesky fucking body cam sure does make this story not true.
Lord have mercy.
Oh no, wait, what are they? What do you call the? Is it commanding officer or whatever? Or dispatch? I don't know who he's talking to. What do you say? Lord have mercy. Does he know he fucked up? I don't know. Hold on.
Lord have mercy.
Okay. Even with his version, it's still wrong now. Well, if the lady starts to leave and he says, come back, I need to talk to you, or come back, you're being detained, or you're not free to leave, or whatever, and then she still tries to leave, then I think you have an argument for resisting arrest or him trying to, use force to bring her back. I still would say it's probably excessive here. I don't think she was sprinting away. But he didn't say shit. She just turned around and started walking away. And he just fucking grabbed her and yanked her to the ground with no warning whatsoever. I don't think she had any indication whatsoever that he was about to assault her.
Zoran Mandami is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals? This is happening faster than I thought.
He's trolling. He's trolling. Stop. He's trolling. Stop. He's trolling. He's obviously trolling. He must be trolling. Find me the stream. Find me the stream moment. The thing is that this is a nice meme, I think, because it's really, really, really retarded on two different levels, right? There's the obvious level 1 retarded shit that all the epic Redditors like to point out, that our numerals are derived from, are basically our Arabic numerals, so you're just teaching normal numbers. But the second level is like, I don't even know if he's mayor yet. Why would you expect that the mayor would be able to unilaterally overhaul or introduce something into the school system and it would happen instantly? Like, it's such a stupid, even if you thought that this was something that it wasn't, it's such a stupid thing to just believe immediately. Yeah. So that's how it works in cartoons? True. Stop! Okay. Jesus Christ.
Numerals?
That entire cop YouTube channel has
faster than I
fake
thought.
cop videos. None of them are real. Wait, the one that we just watched? Wait, what is this news article then? Wait, what was that guy's name in chat? I'm assuming it was this guy. Good luck.
Bro, like, God damn. Give me a minute.
Oh, he's just gonna come back and say nothing, so we don't know now. No. Hold on.
I'm back. Give me a minute. Oh, bro, like, we gotta stop this quick. Man, I knew this. I knew this shit was gonna happen. Stop it? I don't know, bro. Like, we gotta stop this quick before it gets worse. Let me go back. I'll find some more of these posts here, too. Where's the rest of it? Assassin's Creed team has started working on the next Assassin's Creed.
What else would they do? Beautiful.
We are Charlie.
Stop, Jesus, stop. Okay, what is this? Rent is too high. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Groceries cost too much. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. There aren't enough jobs. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Women don't feel safe walking down the street. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Traffic is terrible. Healthcare is too expensive. Welfare spending is through the roof. I can't afford a car. I can't afford a house. So illegal immigrants are coming into the country and renting up all the apartments, buying up all the groceries, working all the jobs, beating women, buying and driving cars, going to the hospital all the time. They also get welfare for some reason. Still buying up all the cars. And also buying houses. Damn, these motherfuckers are coming over with a big agenda. What? What is this? I've seen a few stories on this. U.S. troops invade Mexico. Dramatic escalation of tensions. The Pentagon scrambles to contain the fallout. U.S. contractors arrived by boat on Monday at Playa Baghdad, driving signs into the sand near where the Rio Grande empties into the Gulf of Mexico. Alarmed witnesses quickly ordered officials and heavily armed Mexican security personnel rushed to the scene on trucks mounted with machine guns. A terrifying standoff. The Pentagon and declared statement admitted its troops were mistaken when they landed on the beach. What a sensationalist headline. Okay.
It took a deliberate 4-year administration that was making life harder for everyday Americans, that was importing foreign workers instead of giving jobs to American workers, that was over-regulating, overtaxing, overspending. They were doing everything wrong. And as much progress as we've made, it's going to take a little bit of time for every American to feel that economic boom, which we really do believe is coming. We believe that we're on the front end of it. But
it's coming, or we've already experienced it?
We also recognize that we've got a lot of work to do to undo the damage that Joe Biden did to the American economy. And the last one I'll say, Matt, is let's be honest, it's not just Joe Biden. As much as I think Joe Biden was one of the most disastrous presidents of American history, we had a policy in this country for 40 years of shipping American jobs overseas and hiring foreign workers instead of American workers. That has caused the economic stagnation of the American middle class. It took a deliberate...
Did that. Speaker, how you doing? The president posted that Democrats who urge service members to not follow illegal orders should be punished. It should be seditious, conspiracy, and punishable by death. Do you have any response to that?
Look, I know the DOJ and the Pentagon are looking into the legality of all that, but what I can address is what everybody knows. That was wildly inappropriate. It is very dangerous. You have leading members of Congress telling troops to disobey orders.
Wow, my bad. I thought he was saying that the President of the United States saying that we should execute members of Congress was wildly inappropriate. My bad.
address is what everybody knows. That was wildly inappropriate. It is very dangerous. You have leading members of Congress telling troops to disobey orders. I think that's unprecedented in American history. And as the father of a young man who is, at the Naval Academy, going to be joining the service, I know young soldiers, airmen, sailors, they don't need that kind of nonsense from people in Congress. It is very dangerous. At a very dangerous time. I'm going to let others dangerous. At a very dangerous time. I'm going to let others define what it is, but it's wildly inappropriate.
I stand for that, maybe, possibly, but what I'm saying though is that I think what Ben Shapiro is advocating for, in that let's not acknowledge that Nick Fuentes exists, let's not acknowledge the platform that he has, and that's not a productive way to actually defeat Nick Fuentes if that is your prerogative, right?
I know.
So that's where I stand on that. I
But
just don't
the
think
right
it's an
isn't
effective
doing
strategy.
either. They're both acknowledging him, but acknowledging him in a positive way. Like, he was positively received by Tucker Carlson. You don't think there's an issue with that?
I don't think he was positively received. I think that it wasn't as combative as people would have wished for it to be.
He should have been combative. You should be combative with a Nazi. Yes.
But I don't think being indifferent is necessarily an endorsement or any.
I still like the cat rape analogy for like demonstrating the inappropriateness that people respond sometimes to crazy things. Like, well, indifference doesn't necessarily mean that you're endorsing a thing. Like, if I were to go to somebody's apartment and I were to say, I'm going to go rape your cat, or I really would like to, I feel like the response to that probably wouldn't be, that's something to consider. I think you'd probably have a visceral response to that statement. It would be like, excuse me, you probably ask the person to leave. This pretending of like, well, just because you invite somebody onto your talk show and you don't push back on a single point whatsoever, and you seem to have a chummy good time, it doesn't necessarily mean you endorse them. It's like,
Be combative with a Nazi. Yes.
But I don't think being indifferent is necessarily an endorsement or any of that.
You should be indifferent, dude. You should be indifferent to
that
someone
interview,
who hails a man who killed 11 million people.
In that interview, at no point did, at least from what I saw, I've only seen clips. So my entire point of that is that, again, acting as if Nick Fuentes does not exist will not actually defeat what he represents.
And
what this is such a weird argument. Like, nobody's saying that. It's just, I don't know. The platforming and the debating and everything is so fucking cringe. I blame leftists for fucking this up so much too, Hassan and everybody else, where anytime you platform somebody, it means you're endorsing them, even if you are actively debating them. And now for these guys, if you platform somebody and you're chummy with them, now they are pretending you're actively debating. It's just fucking crap.
I'm agreeing with you on that, but I'm saying that you have to hold someone accountable to openly supporting a man who orchestrated the mass killing of millions of people across Europe.
And said 11 million. I condemn that because Republicans condemn those beliefs when they were manifested in that way.
Good, keep doing that.
The point that we're bringing up. Wait, I'm sorry. Would you debate Hitler?
Would you debate Hitler?
Yeah.
Why is this guy anywhere still? Sure, why not? What does this have to do with anything? Sure.
Well, Hitler's dead, so that's.
Oh my God! And this guy manages to give the dumbest response. Oh, he's got one more. Oh my God! Oh my God! Parker should go, well, what if Hitler was alive? And the guy's like, well, I don't speak German.
If you were existing at the time, would you debate Hitler?
I believe there would be a plethora of things we could debate about.
Like Nazis. Like, would you debate Nazis? Like right now? Would you platform Nazis and debate them?
Well, Hitler had a platform.
I'm asking right now, neo-Nazis that exist today, would you debate them?
Sure.
Would I debate a neo-Nazi?
Yeah.
I hate it when people do the questioning thing. When people are looking for an answer because they don't have one and they're trying to buy time. Like,
had a platform.
I'm asking.
What's so complicated about that question? Would I debate?
Right now, neo-Nazis that exist today, would you debate them?
Would I debate a neo-Nazi?
Yes.
To expose just how depraved their ideas are? Sure.
No, but like, would you commonly do so? Or would you platform specific?
Like, Parker's thing is not the correct question. She was on a better thing. The issue is not that whether or not you're debating them. It's whether or not you're just platforming them and allowing them to spread their ideas unopposed or unchallenged.
Do so. Or would you platform
would I
specifically
debate
like a neo-Nazi?
someone with a depraved idea If I believe that my ideas are better than theirs, yes, because that would be an easy one.
It's not that
it would expose them.
I mean, you could believe
it would
your
expose them for the intellectual cowards they are.
Sure,
I don't just.
Yeah, her point is way better. He's soyed the fuck out. Him and Dean, their minds got fucking rotted on TikTok. Oh, and I feel her pain now because she knows he's making a fucking stupid argument.
I disagree with debating Nazis, but I will say if you were to debate a Nazi in that way, I would root for you.
Yeah, actually, like, I'm not going to dispute that you could disprove their ideas, but I'm saying it could normalize them to a greater extent because these ideas aren't widely accepted.
But that he's already contradicted this. Like, whether you like it or not, at the very least, they're getting platformed on mainstream platforms. Now, how widespread will they become in the Republican Party? Who knows? But you can't just pretend they don't exist.
Yeah. But do you realize that like these people still have like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers? Just because you don't interview them or you don't debate them doesn't mean they still don't have a platform. The only way to undermine that platform is to expose how bad his argument is or is not.
Yeah, once you get to a certain amount of followers.
Yes, exactly. Once has a big enough platform that now you're not necessarily platforming. But what we're saying is that in this conversation with Tucker Carlson, the issue is not just that he acknowledged his existence.
It's that
the issue is that
he platformed in a friendly way and didn't push back on
he
it.
acknowledged his existence in a fairly friendly and positive way.
There you go.
It's weird to be friendly with a Nazi.
I agree.
Perfect.
Elon Musk could become the world's first trillionaire.
Trillionaire. Did somebody say trillionaire? Fuentes is everywhere on Insta Reels. A lot of Grubber accounts use it. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know how you can measure that. You can link me some of the more popular ones if you want. I've never seen Fuentes on Instagram. And I like racist stuff sometimes. But it's hard to say because everybody's algos are serving up the slop that you want to see. Have you not seen Grubber shit constantly? I don't know. All my shit right now is like DBZ or farming shit or whatever. Let's see. What are the last few reels I've liked? Hold on. Your activity. There's a lot. Okay, true. If I would have spilled this Red Bull, I would have been done streaming for a week. I was not ready for how true this was. Holy shit. So I went to a prep high school, and my parents, I would say we were middle to solid upper middle class up until I was like 12 or 13. I didn't realize the kids that went to my school were like rich. I remember there was a kid. His last name was O'Neill. Apparently his parents owned a bunch of car dealerships. I'll just say that much. I went to visit his house. This guy had like a downstairs movie theater. This kids, they were living, oh my God. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't realize until once I got to high school especially, I was like, oh, prep kids are on some crazy shit. They're on some wild shit. My parents are LARPing. Oh, not this. Wait, hold on. My parents are LARPing as being wealthy.
Arrived. Oh, Maxwell! Help yourself to a snack. We have fruit by the foot, Scotchers. I think we have some Captain Crunch. For me? Oh my God! Also, if you're parched, see what you can find in the fridge. 2 doors? I'll be in the basement when you're ready to play.
I can't believe he has stairs and... Oh! What the freak? Is that a pony?
Well, wait for it. Wait for it.
Xbox? No way! You're like totally rich! No, I'm not rich!
All of them will do this. And I don't know why. All of them will do that. All of them will say it. I guess in high school you got to feel like you're struggling, and so they like to deny it, but
Take out the trash?
Yes, just give me 2 minutes.
Fine, I'll just do it myself. You fucking lazy piece of fucking shit! You fucking pussy ass bitch! Get off your fucking ass, loser! Hey, can you...
Why do people do that? Well, no, fuck. Actually, I kind of do this, but I don't do it that meanly. Well, never mind. Actually, I withdraw my commentary on this. If I ask somebody to do something, it's because I want it done right now. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. I won't be mad about it, though. I'll just do it. So I'm like, hey, can you do this thing? Especially if I'm in the middle of like cleared or something. Like, hey, can you do this? And they're like, oh, yeah, I'll do it in a bit. It's like, well, I could do it then. If you're just going to take you a while, then don't let me inconvenience you. No, I'm not mad about it. I won't say that. I'll just be like, okay, that's fine. I can do it. But then when you do it, then they get offended. But some people will get mad. Some people will be like, can you do this thing? It's clearly not a pressing thing. And you're like, yeah, I'll get to it in a minute. And then they'll get like mad about it. Like, what, does this have to happen right now? Fuck them. Fuck everything. Fuck people. Fuck. See, I don't like the right racist stuff. I need to like it on here to train my algorithm. My algo. What is this? Is there a spot on the income distribution where you think people land in the category of rich, like 80th percentile and up? No, there's everything's just like like what is middle class? There's just like a collection of behaviors, you know? Somebody in chat said, I didn't even realize this, but you're right, that rich kids are always on the phone. And you know why? I realize this is a rich person thing. The mom has a full-time job, but the job is the family. Like, and I don't mean just like cleans the house. I mean, like when you get home, the mom's always gone. It's like, oh, where's she at? Oh, she had to run to pick up like the two sisters or whatever from the thing. And then she's like running, like the mom's like always like out like doing stuff. She doesn't have a job, but she's like 24/7, not 24/7, but it's like full time, like always like doing stuff throughout the day. There's just like a lot of like things like that, I guess. Obviously there's like huge homes with lots of space. That might've been a Nebraska thing though. I guess if you're in New York City, you probably don't have a huge home. They eat dinner together. That's weird. All of the family will be there. They all sit down and they like have like maybe that's not that weird. I don't know. They all eat together always. I'm trying to think of what else. That's just family values, dog. Maybe you should fuck yourself, bitch. How did you eat dinner if not with your family? Mine was probably different because my mom did daycare. And then up until we were 13. And then once she quit that, my dad was always working, so he would never be there for dinner. There's the obvious. They always got new cars when they turned like 15, 16. Nice new cars. But that's pretty obvious. Rich kids were always on the clothing trends every semester. That might be true, but in private school, we always had like a quote-unquote uniform, which was just like slacks and a button-up shirt. So I guess I probably wouldn't have noticed that as much, like fashion stuff. Maybe they had cooler shoes. I don't fuck all about shoes. Are you for or against school uniforms? I'm super biased against my fucking shit, so I think uniforms are a great idea. I also think that high school should be sex separated. Gender, single gender, not co-ed, non-co-ed. I think that was based. Boys only high school? Fucking based. Don't waste time with that shit in school. Have the drama before and after. I think it was absolutely based. Was there a lot of gay behavior in an all-boys school? Kind of, but like I would say like ordinary gay behavior. Like football players and wrestlers like slapping each other's butts and stuff. Dick checks. What would they call them? They'd say they just like when you're walking by, they'd like punch your dick. I don't know how normal that was. Just dumb shit. I mean, king shit. Do you have penis inspection day at your school? No, I always did that at home with your mom. Got him. Fuck, I've been liking too many Minecraft things. Did you have people spraying Axe body spray across the entire locker room in gym class? No, I don't think so. But the girls' high schools smelled like a fucking jungle of crazy Sephora, whatever the fucking sprays are. Oh my god, their hallways were crazy. I don't know if it was hairsprays or perfume or what, not, probably not perfume. It was just, I don't know, whatever the fuck it was. Jesus. Me counting sheep to fall asleep. There's a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 are right here. Hold on. One more. What is this?
She's probably retarded.
Okay, never mind. I don't know why I like going. Never mind. Hold on. Wait. What is this one? Here we go.
Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please.
My car, whenever the direct deposit hits. Somebody can chat like this.
What was? No, I saw you put something in your pocket. What was that? What did you put in there? What was it that was in your pocket, though? Because it seemed interesting. It seemed like really interesting. What was it?
Oh shit! That means the check engine light's about to come on.
No, you can tell me. You can tell me.
Just kidding. Poor people don't care about the check engine light. The one that we worry about was the engine light. It's the Check engine light is that just means your car's turned on. It's the other one that comes on, the oil one, pressure, whatever bullshit. You're like, fuck.
Just tell me what's in your pocket. But turn your pockets out really quick. Turn them out. Just turn them out.
Different aspects.
Okay, stop. Where were we? We were on the subreddit. This fucking loser. Matt Taibbi, the Jeffrey Epstein story is beginning to smell like Russiagate. Oh, shit. Maybe if you read the story, what he means is actually a lot more true than people realize. Maybe, possibly, maybe. What if Gavin Newsom quietly pushed for the trigger language? Oh, we saw this. Has anyone brought up the actual real reason the Verso ending is the morally correct ending? Even granting the genocide of the Gestrels, people of Lumiere should be that would be the final amount of suffering, but the infinite amount of suffering versus true. Go argue with fruit shops. Wait, am I crazy? I thought, oh, it was this. I didn't listen to this, but I saw it on the sub. I love, these are my two favorite people.
The one thing that does...
Who uploaded this clip? Why is it so quiet? God damn it.
Really give me pause is this conversation. The one thing that does really give me pause is this
You know what? Fuck it. Hold on.
Conversation. Today. Francis, sorry, I know this has gone on for a long time with just me talking, but this is like a meme, me talking too much. But there's one other bit of this I want to explore with you before Francis takes over, which is the one thing, look, I'm not American, Francis is not American, we love this country, we have so many great American friends. The one thing that does really give me pause is this conversation that I don't understand about a third term. Steve Bannon was pushing this idea a long time ago, and as we sat down...
That's the only thing?
...to record this, President Trump was asked about this. He sort of gave a bit of a non-answer. He did say he wouldn't run as vice president, the sort of Russian Putin-Medvedev switcheroo that they did way back when. But that, like, that, to me, is the one bit of...
The one out of 1,000 things that caught your attention? I mean, like the fact that he's even, after January 6th, the fact that we're even having this conversation is insanity.
I'm trying to make my point in a way that is easier to access for people who may not agree with you. Okay, I'm trying to take some of the edge off.
You know your audience, all right?
I know.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Well, what I'm saying is, all of these other things, for example, take the corruption stuff, right? A lot of people are just going to go, I don't give a shit. I care about, he sorted the hostages, he's dealing with immigration. Sam Harris doesn't like the way he's dealing with it, but at least he's dealing with it in some way.
Change the white balance on your camera. I changed the things a little. It should look fine now. I think it looks fine.
He's got NATO to pay their way. I could give you other examples, right? Repatriating manufacturing back to the US, whatever. But NATO, the hostages, all of these other things. For example, take the corruption stuff, right? A lot of people are just going to go, I don't give a shit. I care about, he sorted the hostages.
Less hostages free than Biden.
He's dealing with immigration. Sam Harris doesn't like...
Has been a disaster for immigration.
The way he's dealing with it, but at least he's dealing with it in some way.
Oh, that thing. At least he's doing something about it.
He's got NATO to pay their way. I could give you other examples, right? Repatriating manufacturing back to the US, whatever. But the one bit that I think a reasonable person, including after January 6th, would have to look at and be worried about is...
Why? If he's the right guy for the job, why wouldn't we want him for a third term?
Because you have a constitution.
Yeah, but...
And an unwillingness to follow the constitution is an indicator of some serious problems, wouldn't you say?
Huh.
Okay.
Well, I would say, but he views the Constitution like most rich people view the tax code, where you're just looking for loopholes. If there's a loophole, then why not use it, right? And some constitutional scholars think there's several significant loopholes in the Constitution that could allow for tyranny. I mean, the framers didn't anticipate in some cases they did anticipate, and they basically just said that there's no perfect way to deal with a sufficiently unethical president, right? But one could argue that they didn't anticipate anything like Trump and the full capture of the Republican Party into something like a personality cult. I mean, what they clearly didn't anticipate is that the separation of powers is broken down because Congress doesn't care to be its own power anymore.
True.
Because the Republicans are just
True.
wanting to ratify whatever
True.
lies and indiscretions the executive branch throws up. So, Congress has been neutered, right? Congress owns tariff policy, right? Congress should be setting the tariffs.
True.
Probably these tariffs might, I'm not a lawyer, but it remains to be seen. I mean, there's now hundreds of cases in front of the courts. Much of what Trump has done already might be ruled illegal. But Congress is sitting on its hands for patently political reasons. I mean, every Republican who has
patently argument
any hope of maintaining a political career at this point knows that they can't cross the MAGA base. Some actually fear for their lives in crossing the MAGA base, and we know this again when we look at the people who said they would have impeached Trump after January 6th and didn't because they were afraid for their lives. And that's already a lurch toward tyranny in this country.
This might have been filmed before the MTG step out, maybe. I don't know when they filmed this.
I mean, that is an unraveling of democratic norms that we can't afford to let unravel. And the Constitution is no complete bulwark against any of that. We know this. I mean, the greatest lesson we've learned from now two experiments with Trumpism is that in the place of laws, we have norms in many, many places where you thought we were shored up against chaos and the unraveling of democracy by law. We really weren't. It was just everyone.
Oh my God, he's got a raging boner. He's about to pivot to Biden. I can feel it. He's been waiting to pivot to Biden. What about when Biden did this, though? Please, God, do it. Please, I'm ready to coom. I'm ready to coom, please.
Before Trump had the decency not to do that thing because it would look so terrible, right? I mean, no one thought that you could. I mean, we got an emoluments clause, but it turns out that whatever Trump does, I mean, Trump can't be prosecuted for any crime while president, and he can just launch a Bitcoin into the ether and literally earn billions of dollars over months. And I mean, I can still dimly remember a time when it was being debated whether or not members of Congress could
trade stocks,
go to function, whether they had to declare the price of the food they were being served if it was a seated meal. I mean, it was like past hors d'oeuvres that could pass, but a seated meal was an emolument that invited real scrutiny around corruption and undue influence on our legislators, by pharmaceutical companies or whoever. You can now transact business directly with the Trump family, from any place on earth.
Sam, come back to my question. My question is, are you concerned that President Trump will not relinquish power?
Ironically, I'm less concerned about that than anything I've talked about. But the truth is, I'm not. If you've listened to everything I've said, I believe none of it is hypothetical, right? I'm complaining about stuff that's already happened. I'm complaining about the brand damage that's already been done to my country.
Sure, but I'm asking you a different question.
I think the chance that he's going to run for a third term effectively, that we will actually be faced with.
I would say it's unlikely, but just because he's like old and dying. Like if he was younger, he absolutely would 1,000,000,000,000,000%.
This eventuality is very, very low. Okay. And I'm not, again, there are people who are better informed about the mechanics of all this. And unfortunately, one of those people is Steve Bannon. So yeah, I'm not saying I know something that Steve Bannon doesn't know about how all this works, because I certainly don't. But I just have to think that our system, that we've maintained enough guardrails in our just the basics of federalism and the fact that this all has to be run at the state level, the elections at the state level. I have to think that we are going to be sufficiently allergic to that it's not going to happen.
Moving forward, the Charlie Kirk assassination was obviously something that left an imprint in all of our minds. It was profoundly shocking. You make some very interesting comments criticizing the rights and the rights response to the Charlie Kirk assassination. So why don't we just go through it? You say what you thought, and then let's get into it.
Sure. Well, I was just starting my tour. Actually, I think I was doing my first event the day he was assassinated. So I had, like many people, there are many people in our orbit who were doing live events, and I think Ben Shapiro was in a similar situation where it's like, it's like the world stopped, and Live Nation got on the phone with everyone who they were working with and said, hey, listen, if you don't want to go out on stage, just let us know. But so it's just, and I said a few things about it, at those live events that I was doing that week. I mean, it was a terrible thing. It was terrible on every level. It was terrible just as a murder of a young father. It was terrible that his family was there. I mean, it was just awful. It's additionally terrible because a political assassination is genuinely dangerous because we are so combustible as a society. And the fact that we're this combustible, a lot of the onus goes to both sides, but I would put most of the onus, as will not surprise you, on the president and his cult. Right? And I would say that the response to the assassination was highly asymmetrical in ways that don't make Trump and Trumpism look good. I mean, I thought, so for instance, all the people right of center were watching those awful videos of Gen Z maniacs celebrate Kirk's murder. And obviously all those people are dangerous morons on some level, and many of them, just obviously mentally ill too. I mean, these are not, it's not the cream of the crop of the woke intelligentsia. Just the sheer number of facial piercings you saw in those videos could have told you something. But what you didn't have, left of center, were prominent people with big platforms, prominent media figures, or to say nothing of political figures, like from Obama on down, say anything but this was horrible and we should never let it come to this in American politics, right? Like this is there's no party left of center, real party for political assassination, and yet right of center, very prominent people from the president and Elon on down treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War.
Yep.
Totally irresponsible, totally dishonest. I mean, these people treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. Totally irresponsible, totally dishonest.
Wait, did anybody hear a beep? Am I crazy?
I mean, these people were arsonists pretending to be firefighters. And Elon jumped on X within minutes before Kirk was declared dead.
Yep.
Certainly before his killer was caught, and said the left is the party of murder, right? And then I think some hours later he said, if they won't leave us in peace, there's nothing to do but fight or die.
Jesus.
Right? I mean, to 225 million people, right? So to have the richest guy in the world on the most politically important social media platform in the world say this sort of thing is just, it's beyond reckless. I mean, it's just sociopathic. It's just he is just flinging matches into a landscape that has been just soaked in gasoline. And the soaking has been done mostly by Trump and Trumpism and just the grifters, right of center, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. I mean, and I know you have your differences with those guys, and perhaps we'll get into it.
We have a lot of differences with those guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting how the landscape is fracturing right of center. And I think it would be good to talk about all of that because I think it's more fractured than you guys think it is. I mean, I think there are more casualties than just Tucker and Candace there, or at least should be. But
Jesus. Did they ever talk?
This was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria, right? So left of center, you had genuine lunatics who represent no one celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk.
At a time when truth feels under siege.
And again, I wouldn't even grant that. Most of them were kids. They're just fucking college kids, okay?
Sometimes the best way to get perspective is to get human family evidence. Perspective in politics, more clearly. Let's just pause that there. Isn't there an argument to be made, Sam, that the rhetoric of the left, calling everyone fascists and Nazis, when quite patently they're neither fascist? Look, you can have your criticism.
Oh my God. The right's been calling us commies for decades. Shut the fuck up.
About Charlie Kirk's politics. But let's be honest, he was a right-wing conservative, a Christian conservative. He's not a fascist, he's not a Nazi. Yet that accusation had been made time and time again, not only against Kirk, but also people of that particular branch of politics. Doesn't that incentivize these type of murders, this type of violence? Well,
it's more complicated than that, because so Trump is not Hitler. I've never said he was. We're not living in Weimar Germany now in America, but he is a genuine wannabe authoritarian, doing many authoritarian things and damaging our democracy with both hands every chance he gets, right? So I don't know, and we're just you're now asking me what I think about the prospect of him running for a third term in just overt defiance of the 22nd Amendment, right? It's not fascism. Fascism is the wrong term, right? It's just got too much culturally specific and historically specific baggage attached to it. But authoritarian is the right term, and aspiring tyrant.
There's more argument for Donald Trump to be considered a fucking fascist than there is for Obama or Biden to be considered a fucking communist.
Is the right term, and he's just not. The truth is, he's not effective enough. He's not ideological enough. He doesn't care about enough big things to worry me that much, right? If he were this is a point I've made to the consternation and confusion of many audiences. But the irony is, if he were a better person, he'd be a more dangerous person. Right? If he were a smarter person, a more committed person, I mean, if he could possibly commit to something beyond himself, right, and make, he'd be more dangerous, right? If he were less distractible, etc. So I don't view him as a Hitler figure, but I do. Everyone who's calling him an authoritarian, which sounds a lot like fascist, and you turn up the dial on authoritarianism. There's no important difference between what you're talking about and fascism. Then you're just talking about like the clothing and whether the Catholic Church was ever in the mix, and etc. So he's not as bad as Putin, right? But if we give him a chance to have as much power as he wants, where does he stop? Right? He certainly doesn't. He would run for a third term if we discovered that the 22nd Amendment just didn't apply, and there's just just an open fairway between him and the Green. Of course, he's going to run for a third term. It's like he doesn't care about the spirit of the Constitution, where it's clearly meant that you should not. It's not that you can't be elected twice. You can't be president twice.
So I take your point about Trump, but let's come back because they don't only say
about
Trump.
So I didn't answer your question. Yeah. Yes, certain terms are inflammatory and imprecise, but it's a much grayer area than you're making it out to be. And I mean, many people would say that what I've just said in the hour so far about Trump is just a species of that very, irresponsibility of condemning him to the point where, okay, any sane person is going to look at this and say, okay, we have a political emergency, and anything is warranted in resistance to this, right? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we have a political emergency, right? And we need our institutions to function to contain the damage.
But do you not think that it's really important when you criticize your political enemies?
It's important to be honest.
But it's also important to be accurate. In the same way that you can think somebody's a terrible person and their politics are awful, it doesn't make them a paedophile, for instance.
Yeah.
And this kind of escalatory language, I personally think is highly dangerous. And when you live in a country like America where you have access to guns and there's so many people with mental illnesses, I mean, that's dangerous.
But nobody uses more inflammatory language.
Yeah, thank you, please, God. At least Sam doesn't play this fucking... He's two-siding a little, but it's okay. Like, I mean, there are people who are on the left who use some sort of, sure, but he's squarely, like, centering the majority of the blame on Trump. This is good that he refocuses. Thank God. He's one of the few people that will fucking do this.
So where you have access to guns and there's so many people with mental illnesses, I mean, that's dangerous.
But nobody uses more inflammatory language less responsibly than Trump and his...
Not only that, not only does he use way more inflammatory language, he's chosen because he uses inflammatory language. That's one of the big selling points for people on the right for him.
Enablers, right? I mean, so again, Elon jumped on X and basically said, our political opponents are murderers. The left is the party of murder. There is no party of murder in America, right? Trump in his address to the nation immediately after Kirk's death, effectively said in so many words, not just that these Gen Z maniacs on TikTok were responsible for his death. He effectively said that his mainstream political opponents were culpable for murder, right? Which is just not true. Again, everyone from Obama on down said this is fucking horrible, right? We have to pull back from the brink here. This is not acceptable on any level. And then you had people bending over backwards to sane wash Kirk's actual politics. Ezra Klein jumps on his opinion column at the New York Times and says Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, for which he got no end of left or center. Everyone was being sensitive. Everyone with any real platform was being sensitive. And what you had right of center were just, with the important exception of Kirk's wife, during her eulogy, right, who struck a very different note. I mean, Stephen Miller's eulogy was madness. It was fascistic madness. I mean, this is right. I mean, like Stephen Miller is a character, apart from the fact that he's Jewish, he's a character right out of Weimar, right? I mean, he's a lunatic in how he messages into this combustible environment. I mean, do you remember? Did you watch his speech?
I didn't watch his speech.
Okay, you should watch his speech. It was the most insanely vituperative, just
what does vituperative mean?
Just expressive of pure hatred.
I didn't watch his speech. Did you watch any of that?
For everyone left of center. I mean, just you people are nothing. We will destroy you. You have awakened a dragon. You have no idea what you... And the, not so much from him, but from other people on the dais that day, there was just this volcanic expression of Christian nationalist kind of just... I mean, it's just pure moral confusion and political hysteria from my point of view. It was their George Floyd moment. Again, yes, without the riots. And obviously,
well, it's quite a big deal, Sam.
No,
but this is what I was going to bring up.
It's a superficial deal.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
It's a big deal, but it's not. No, it is a bigger deal to have the President of the United States come before the country and say, basically, half of mainstream America
is evil,
is a terrorist organization. Like those are not his words. That was the subtext of everything he said in that address to the nation. It was completely of a piece with Elon's tweets, right?
The George Floyd thing, I think you're going way too far, Sam, and here's why.
There's no daylight between us about the George Floyd riots. I mean,
I know.
Doesn't matter. You try to compare it. BLM was the worst fucking thing ever. COVID is the ultimate mindfuck. COVID is just so good at fucking ruining everything that happened with the fucking world. The George Floyd riots were bad. However, nobody on the right will ever admit this, okay? Nobody on the right will ever give COVID its due, except for when it comes time to give an excuse for Trump. I would argue that a large portion of the protests and the riots that happened around the George Floyd thing, I think were because of COVID. I think that people were inside. People were fucking losing their minds. It was like just bored. No one had anything to do. But like conservatives will just pretend like, oh no, that had no fun. But like at the time, everybody kind of knew this. Everything was like kind of fucking weird and crazy. But
precisely the same way. I just view Trump differently.
Hold on. What I'm saying is something else. We agree that burning down cities and taking over districts in America and burning police stations and killing a lot of black people and these moronic chants of defund the police, which led to more black people being killed in their communities and in the cities, all of that's crazy, right? And wrong. But what I noticed, and I'm just telling you what I noticed, right? Is when Charlie Kirk was murdered in this way, which I thought was horrific, and I think...
I noticed that no one on the right actually killed anybody. They were all peaceful. I noticed that, and it's a very big difference.
We do know, as far as I can tell, that it was politically motivated, and I would argue, you may disagree, but for me, the word Nazi and fascist has a very unique dimension to it, which is we have been trained as a culture to view these people as a specific threat to the democratic order, to minorities. It's when we think of a Nazi, we think of someone who's going to take over the country, destroy democracy, and murder millions of people.
Yeah.
That's what a Nazi is. So what happened was...
I do think there...
Hold on, let me finish my point. What happened was a lot of people on the right, and even people like you, and even people like us who are not even on the right, have been called those terms by some people. In your case, for being critical of Islam. In our case, for questioning the insanity of the left, etc. Right? In my view, that is putting a target on people's back. But the other point is, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, it was horrific. Anyone
say the thing
really
he's going to say. Oh, I'm about to come.
watching it, and what happened.
No
Did
one.
you worry for 1 second that there's going to be streets burning in America? Did you worry that police stations were going to be burning down? Did you worry about any of that? Because I didn't.
No, but again, the reason why it's an unfair... It's a valid point, but it doesn't. It's not as significant as you're making it out to seem. So, and it's of a piece with a point that many people made during the elections, right? When businesses in Beverly Hills are boarding up their windows, right, in anticipation of political chaos. Should the election go one way or the other? Many people, right of center, pointed out, okay, the people are boarding up those windows not because they think Trumpists are going to start looting Williams-Sonoma should Trump lose, right? There was just one side that was being worried about in those moments, and it was indecent on some level not to notice that, right? Same point. It just so that yes, it is true that the left, and especially the black community, expresses itself in that way when the unhappiness gets dialed up to 11. What I worry about on the right is of much greater concern ultimately, and it's hardcore political violence, like Timothy McVeigh style, truck bomb violence, and real militias, really committed and trained people who have been training for years, some of whom are Nazis, right? They're not German Nazis, but they're neo-Nazis. There's much more of that on the right. When you look at just the fringes of gun culture, and again, this all predates this moment. I mean, we could have had this conversation 10 years ago. There's much more, the powder keg of real political violence and civil unrest in this country that is consequential. It's not just looting and burning, but it's your AR-15s that you've been polishing for years and training on for years, and you've got 10,000 rounds of ammunition already stored for this purpose. Those people are right of center, right? And that's...
Is it not telling that you have to go back to Timothy McVeigh? I mean, that's what, the 1996?
Well, that's just the big one. There are other examples of, even just in this recent cycle, and this is the thing that was so dishonest about Trump's address to the nation. He talked about political violence and political assassination
Melissa Hortman,
as though it was well established that it was only a left-wing thing.
Yeah, but that's not
even
true.
with Kirk's assassination, it still, in recent memory, has been more of a right-wing thing. There's simply more incidents of right-wing political violence, including assassination or attempted assassination. And then there's just ambiguous ones, which is frankly a crazy person who's not ideological and represents nobody. But no, I mean, just it's like the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer was a punchline right of center.
True.
Literally,
True.
Kirk himself
True.
used it as a punchline.
True.
Elon himself has used it as a punchline. Trump himself has used it as a punchline. It's literally been a laugh line for all three of them. This guy was almost killed with a hammer by a guy who is somewhat ideological, also probably crazy, but certainly right of center.
I think he was like a QAnon or something
to torture
crazy.
Nancy Pelosi should she be home, right?
Yep.
This was not funny. And again, that level of callousness and recklessness and cruelty that you're worried about in using a term like Nazi indiscriminately, so much, there's been a fire hose of that on the right? Yes, there are people on the left who are dangerous idiots, I will be the first to admit, but it is different when it's coming from the Oval Office. It's different when it's coming from people. It's like, for every one of those people, the Gen Z maniacs who made a video celebrating Kirk's death, there's an equivalent lunatic on the right who's much closer to power, right? Like people who've got like Laura Loomer's phone number in their phone are crazy and dangerous, right? I mean, like this is not, there's a fever swamp as you move right of center. And again, we'll talk about Tucker and Candace and Nick Fuentes. Like as you begin to move rightward and toward the weird, right? And you get into QAnon and you start glad-handing all the anti-Semites and conspiracy theorists, it gets very, very weird, very, very dark, and very, very well-armed in a way that isn't mirrored on the left. And that's an important difference. I'm not worried about, who's gonna, if you tell me that Louis Vuitton is being looted in Beverly Hills, I'm pretty sure I know who's doing it. I'm not as worried about that.
If you're a trigonometry fan, you probably think before taking it, and protects you from any first
for
the right. Sam, and just for the people watching, and you said that this was a George Floyd moment for the right, you weren't saying that Charlie Kirk and George Floyd are equivalent in who they were as people.
No, thank you for connecting that.
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
Apologies for.
Well, what does that mean? What is the comparison there? What does he mean by that? It's dangerously close to saying like George Floyd deserved to be murdered by the cop or whatever.
The people are already typing them.
Yeah, because you know how people like to then, and then I don't need to explain that.
It was a George Floyd moment in the sense that the level of emotionality and lack of caution and lack of honesty around the messaging was equivalent. Right now, it's not, again, it different from coming from different people and different levels with different implications. But yeah, I mean, what I saw at Kirk's memorial, some of it was fine, and some of it was actually beautiful and inspiring, and some of it was just an patent explosion of Christian nationalism and an appeal to theocracy, right? And
oh God!
And again, a kind of
the COVID.
I mean, Elon's tweet was all this in crystal form. It's like to say that the left is the party of murder, right? Which is going to be interpreted as not just the fringe of the fringe of the fringe, you know, in some trans cult somewhere who happen to have guns. No, the left is synonymous in that statement with effectively the Democratic Party, right? I mean, just the mainstream political opponents of Trump. It's totally irresponsible, right? And that's a level of demonization. I mean, what we have to, I mean, to take this from the kind of the highest level, I mean, like this comment is true now and it'll be true 50 years from now. What we have to surmount here to live sanely are two things: tribalism and dogmatism. I mean, like the tribalism and dogmatism are the generic, you know, software flaws in our politics and in our culture and in our, you know, personal psychology, you know, and social psychology that make solving all of these collective problems impossible, right? I mean, and it just the antithesis of both of those things is intellectual honesty. I mean, one of the reasons why I criticize religion so much is that religion is the only area of culture where tribalism and dogmatism get this new gloss, and they seem like virtues. They can be made to pass as virtues, moral virtues, you know, moral necessities, intellectual virtues. If we call the dogmatism of religion faith, right? When you don't have good reasons for what you believe, and you're immune to the good reasons of others that are countering your beliefs, and there's certain conversations you refuse to have because you've got these cherished beliefs that you want to guard from all streams of evidence or argument, right? We call that faith, but no, that's just dogmatism, right? In fact, the word dogmatism is it's a Catholic term, it's a Latin term. Dogma is a good word in Catholicism, right? I mean, it's not pejorative, but in the political space, you know, tribalism and dogma. What's wrong with identity?
Okay, but isn't there also a way that you could say, look, you know, some of these ideas are going to be bullshit, some of them are half true, some are going to be highly controversial, which in a few years' time you look at in the cold light of day and was like, well, it was unpleasant, but it was true.
Okay, wait a minute.
Like
Joe,
stuff about COVID, for example.
Okay, but at the time, I called that correctly.
Yeah, but
everybody, I mean, that was so easy to see as an instance of left-wing, politically correct overreach, right? Like calling the lab leak hypothesis racist at the time. I mean, the very hour, the first instant of its happening, every sane person who's not indoctrinated into wokeism at that moment saw, okay, that's
Sam,
bullshit.
I don't think you're remembering this correctly, with all due respect. I remember, and just tell you our perspective as people who make videos on YouTube, right? That we were having conversations about, are we allowed to have this particular discussion about COVID or masks or vaccines or whatever?
Okay, that's a bigger conversation.
And the Wuhan thing, because if you'd said that was the case at the time you were not allowed to say it, YouTube would literally nuke your YouTube channel, right? So when Joe pushed back on it, which I am grateful to him for doing on that thing, he was leading the way in challenging some of this public health nonsense,
Okay,
right?
yeah, so yes, if you want me to say that some conspiracy theories are true, yes. So conspiracy theory, Alex Jones is going to get it right some of the time. That doesn't vindicate Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a madman who has created tremendous harm, full stop. It doesn't matter how long the list of things is that he was right about. I mean, he is endorsing every crazy conspiracy allegation. Some are going to be,
well, except the current Epstein ones.
So at some point, you're gonna say, oh yeah, this thing that seemed totally implausible and even irresponsible to entertain, turns out that was right. The CIA did do that.
But it's also on a more prosaic level, like school closures. We had Boris Johnson, our former Prime Minister, who actually said the school closures that went on in the UK were wrong and it damaged a whole generation of children. And maybe if there'd been more people to push back on that, were wrong and it damaged Prime Minister, who actually said the school closures that went on in the UK were wrong and it damaged a whole generation of children. And maybe if there'd been more people to push back on that, we could have actually dealt with it.
You can count on one hand. I mean, so the postmortem on COVID, I mean, I guarantee you that the postmortem on COVID that passes for truth in Joe's world is not true. Like, I mean on Joe's account, COVID was just a cold. The vaccines were fucking dangerous, right? And may have killed a lot of people. And in Brett Weinstein's world, the vaccines killed millions of people, right? And et cetera, right? So all of that's upside down, right? Yes, there were some very clear moments where the mainstream political messaging or public health messaging was disastrously bad and or dishonest.
He's granting too much to this other side. We need to go back and look at what these messages were. All this disastrous messaging is bullshit. It's not true.
That was super consequential, and there were things were kept closed for much longer than they should have been. We were not nearly as flexible as we should have been in just understanding this was a moving object, and with each new variant, things were changing, and that the science is catching up to the problem, and there's lots of scientific uncertainty at every stage along the way, and there are people covering their ass, and it's not a pandemic, right? Well, no. But it's just whatever. Again, if you just add up the indiscretions of people covering their ass and people not knowing what they're talking about, and it being a moving target, and us doing lots of stuff for the first time is really difficult, and lots of people also dying, and there being a real risk of the healthcare system collapsing. It explains 99% of how badly we handle it.
Yeah, I think he grants too much, but that's true, right? Take every single mistake that the healthcare system made and compare that to a single one of these comedian podcasters. It's not even close. These comedian podcasters got almost everything wrong.
But the lessons being drawn from how badly we handled it, in many cases, are the wrong lessons. I mean, we're living in land of hallucinations right of center around what should have been learned from COVID. I mean, again, COVID was a dress rehearsal for something quite a bit worse that we up the dress rehearsal. And I mean, I hope someone's learned actionable lessons that can be implemented in real time next time. But what I fear has happened is that as a culture, we're actually less prepared for a worse pandemic because of how badly we learn the lessons of our failure.
Well, no, I agree with you. And I think there is no doubt that COVID broke a lot of brains. And by the way, I can't speak for Joe, obviously, but I suspect if you speak to him, he'll feel that you went crazy over COVID.
Yeah,
and if
no,
I speak to you,
I hate this, I hate this pretending that, well, I don't even know what you call this. I saw a guy yesterday walking outside. You know, me and Joe were standing next to him. I saw this guy. I thought he was like 5'9", and the other guy's like, I think this guy was like 20 feet tall. And you're like, okay. And then you go to tell a friend, and he's like, well, you know, he probably thinks that you're wrong, just like you think he's wrong. And it's like, okay, but my guess is like within the realm of possibility. Like, there are things that are factually true and things that are completely untrue. Just because we have a disagreement of an opinion doesn't mean that we both have a equally valid claim. Like, it's such a stupid fucking point. Well, he'd probably think that you're crazy. Yeah, no shit, because he's a fucking lunatic. Is he fucking retarded?
brains. And by the way, I can't speak for Joe, obviously, but I suspect if you speak to him, he'll feel that you went crazy over COVID.
Yeah, no, 100%. He has no idea, but one of us is right.
Yes,
right?
thank you.
Again,
Sam and I are brain linked a lot. Okay, we just can't talk about Islam or Israel Palestine.
You could both be wrong.
No. Okay, I guarantee you that there is a consensus understanding around what happened during COVID that is not in Joe's brain or in the brain of most of his audience.
True.
And it's in broad strokes the best understanding we have. It's not to say that we know down to the last person who died of COVID, but within an order of magnitude, we know what happened, right? And that's not what Joe is saying about COVID.
Let me make the point I was going to make, which was more about why COVID affected a lot of people the way that it did, and broke people's brains is a strong statement. I use it because I do feel that happened. There was, and I'm not talking about Joe specifically. I just mean that a lot of people felt this way. Not felt this way. A lot of people ended up being much more conspiratorial coming out than they came in, right?
Because that's because they thought the healthcare system lie, the real conspiracy.
We had this thing called public health, and we had this other thing called science, scientific truth, right? And we went so far over, and these two things are in tension, because if you're trying to communicate nuanced, complicated, ultimately unverifiable scientific theories or hypotheses to a public with an average IQ who are in panic and fear, scared for their lives, they're being fed all kinds of crazy stuff in the media. You have to take the scientific truth, and this is best case scenario. This is why people being corrupt without Fauci having funded the lab in China, all of this other stuff, right? Just in a perfect world. And you have to condense that complex scientific truth into public health messaging.
Yeah, and which is a political process.
And that process ended up going so far over to public health. And then you add on top of other things that happened, cover-ups of certain things that we now know to be true, or as best we can, like where COVID came from, etc.
Oh, kill me. One day I will get to unleash my fucking my lab load. my lab leak fucking debate stuff one day on one of these motherfuckers.
People went, well, this thing you told me in the interest of public health was actually just you lying, right? Because it turned out not to be true.
Well, not to mention, where the coronavirus originated from is the least consequential thing of all of the mRNA vaccines, and was it a pandemic? It's the least consequential thing of everything.
But in many of those cases, it was not just people lying.
I know, I know. But if you're being bombarded with messages and told you're a terrible person for not believing them, and you then discover that those messages were actually false, most people are going to say, I have been lied to.
So now I'm going to believe people who've been wrong about 90% of what they've said.
Right? And so we've ended up in a very conspiratorial world, partly, I think, because of what happened during COVID. And by the way, if you lock people in their homes for 2 years, some of them are going to loop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But part of the burden...
Ooh, that's true. Lock people in their homes for a while, they go loopy. You should bring that back to the BLM riots.
That our public health authorities couldn't effectively shoulder was that they were messaging into a polluted information landscape that was poised to be this conspiratorial and this distrustful of authority. And in large measure, independent media is culpable for that. I mean, it's the Candace Owens of the world and the Joes of the world who were calling bullshit where things were actually bullshit, and calling bullshit on absolutely standard science. And I mean, the people who Joe had on his podcast again and again, Brett Weinstein and all the other ivermectin cultists, that was genuinely harmful, right? It's not that they were wrong about everything, but they were wrong about most things, and it was dangerous.
Yep.
But what about the vaccine, when you have people coming out going, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to be able to pass it?
Such a fucking lie. Please, Sam Harris, please know anything about this. All of these statements were lies. Nobody said this, and it doesn't even match was it IRI or Hutch that gave me the fucking meme example at the time. Nobody thought that if you got vaccinated, it would protect you 100%. Nobody thought that. Conservatives have mentally rewritten history to think that people thought that, but nobody at the time thought that. Nobody thought that.
There was a moment that, okay, before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats.
That's true.
That's bizarre. Shouldn't be that way. That's message. That's political. That's consequence of political. Yeah, that's political messaging.
Obesity, age, all of that.
As far as
Republicans tend to be older, right? But it was not factoring
I believe that's it's just purely a matter of vaccine hesitancy.
So your claim is, just so that I understand, what you're saying is right of center people got anti-vax messaging, didn't take the vaccine, and all other things being equal, died at a higher rate.
Right.
That's your claim.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And honestly, Joe was a super spreader of those ideas. Right. So the last I looked, and I haven't looked at these data for some months, but within the last, I think I did a podcast a couple of months ago, and the authority who I had on at the time, Mark Lipsitch, I believe, signed off on these numbers. I mean, do you have these numbers? I mean, how many people in the United States do you think died from COVID? How many do you think were saved by the vaccine? How many do you think died who shouldn't have died based on vaccine hesitancy?
I don't know.
Right. Okay,
I don't think there's any way of knowing, if I'm going to be honest with you, Sam.
Well, no, there's a way of there's not a way of knowing exactly, but there's a way of knowing. You can triangulate on these numbers in many, but based on excess deaths and just reported deaths. And I mean, the epidemiology of this is not mysticism. I mean, there's a scientific understanding of just how people die and how many people are likely to die in any given society in any given moment. We're not off by a factor of 10, right? Let's say we're off by 20%, but we're not. This is not like we think X and it's really 1/10 of X, right? Something like 1.2 million Americans died from COVID, right? Now,
from or with?
COVID is the reason they died.
Okay.
Right. Not that they got hit by a bus and they also had COVID.
Okay.
Now that's not the bubonic plague in the 14th century, but it's also not a cold, right? It's most of those people were old. Most of those people are not fit young men who didn't want to take the vaccine because they heard about the heightened risk of myocarditis, right? I mean, there was all kinds of wrinkles there. It mattered, how old you were, in addition to being obese, et cetera. But this was a real health challenge before we got the vaccines. Now, how many people do we think died because of vaccine hesitancy, who wouldn't have died had everyone who could have gotten the vaccine gotten vaccinated? That number's around 300,000 right now.
Numbers taken from peer-reviewed analysis by the Kaiser Family Foundation that cites over 232,000 preventable COVID-19 deaths in the U.S.
That's a lot of people. Again, most of those people are almost certainly old. They're not 4-year-olds. I mean, it's like 1,000 kids or something like 1,000 kids died from COVID. But 300,000 people, it used to be a lot of people. Now,
it's a huge number.
Yeah, but so what did it mean to have the world's largest podcast basically endlessly messaging against the vaccine? I mean, Joe can say he's not anti-vax, but the primary message around the COVID vaccine and COVID itself, coming from his podcast and coming from the so-called experts he had on, was that the vaccines are dangerous, man. The vaccines, again, Brett Weinstein told us that the vaccine is likely to kill something like 17 million people.
Yep.
I saw a credible estimate of something like 17 million deaths globally.
What a stupid
from
fucking
this technology.
dipshit.
So
This guy's one of the most retarded people in the history of all of retards.
Million deaths from the COVID vax? Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach a number like that with a technology that's dangerous.
Zero evidence of anything like that happening. Right? That is a complete hallucination. So it was a problem that some of the biggest podcasts in the world, and it's not just Joe, but Joe's was certainly among the biggest, had an appetite for this contrarian take on everything, such that let's just stick a mic in front of RFK Jr. I mean, he might be president. RFK, tell us what you think, right? He is a confabulation machine, right? It's some of it's lying, some of it's delusion, some of it's I don't know what is wrong with the person. But
I get your point, Simon. I think you make look in terms of let me tell you what we said on trigonometry about this, and it's relevant to the point I'm going to make. I said specifically, I don't remember. Francis can speak for himself. If I were elderly or overweight, I'd definitely take the vaccine. And given that I've had COVID twice, I probably have a lot of natural immunity. Blah 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 blah. And I kind of left it there. And it's ultimately up to you. Speak to your doctor. The most important thing is that you take professional advice on this. That's what we always say, right?
And if you've got comorbidity.
Yeah. But if I were 75 years old and morbidly obese, I'd be taking the vaccine. That's what we said repeatedly, right?
I mean, just to give you a point of reference, that's my view of it as well. Like I haven't been vaccinated in years.
I wasn't finished, and it's relevant, right? But what I also said is government tyranny that we experienced in relation to the pandemic was an outrage. What an outrage.
Well, at what point was it an outrage? Not in the
second lockdown onwards.
Right. Okay.
In our country. So in our country, we locked down the first time. Then it became very, very clear that lockdowns don't actually work, right? And do a lot of harm.
That's crazy, because I thought that the countries that were the strictest on lockdowns basically completely eliminated transmission. I thought we saw this in New Zealand and Australia, but...
And we kept locking down, and we kept wearing these fucking masks that don't work, and all this other nonsense. Complete garbage.
Right.
While being told, no, the virus didn't come from a lab in China. No, Fauci is the best guy ever. All of this other stuff.
I get it. I mean,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that being the case, the question, a lot of people will agree with what you're saying. A lot of people will disagree with what you're saying. But the question for me is, what do you think should be the case? Because my view is, people are free and they can listen to information and they can make their own decisions. They can listen to trigonometry and go, Constantine and Francis think you should probably speak to your doctor. They can listen to Joe and get whatever perspective they get from that, and they can make their own decision. That sounds quite dangerous, but I worry that whatever it is that is the opposite of that is also really dangerous, where you are now deciding that, oh, it's a pandemic, therefore these people shouldn't, I don't know what it is that you think should have happened. Other than perhaps calling on Joe to, as you said, take more responsibility. But what else should happen in relation to this? What's the answer?
Well, it depends on how bad the disease is. And
so what should happen during COVID?
Well, we should have acknowledged that we were catching up to reality, right? Like we didn't understand how it was spreading. I mean, there was that period where we thought, it was spreading based on contact with packages. We're all wiping down packages, the fomite transmission, right? It took a while to even acknowledge that it was airborne. And therefore, it took a while to acknowledge that lockdowns would be less effective and maybe even totally ineffective. It took a while to understand that.
Why would a lockdown be ineffective if it was airborne? Wouldn't that make a lockdown more effective because you're keeping people away from each other? What?
It wasn't that bad for kids and was pretty damn bad for the elderly. Many diseases are the opposite of that, or at least they hit kids and the elderly kind of equally.
I think the Spanish flu actually targeted the young more than it did the elderly.
Yeah. So if this had been, the bodies of elementary school children had been stacking up like cordwood, we would have had a very different risk tolerance, and we would have been right to have a very different risk tolerance. The lockdown would have been far more like China, however ineffectual that would have been. It remains to be seen what we should do given the specifics as we come to understand them. And at every point along the way, we should have figured out how to message around scientific uncertainty better than we did. But the problem, again, is
ascribing malice.
We're messaging into a space that is super conspiratorial, hyper partisan, where people are using any expression of uncertainty as a means to discredit the authority, right? Like so. I mean, this is the asymmetric warfare that has always been true. Whenever a scientist gets on, it used to be CNN, not so much anymore because nobody's watching, but you got 6 minutes on CNN as a scientist to talk about climate change or anything. The moment you begin to calibrate your statement with the completely normal degree of scientific caution and uncertainty and humility appropriate to a scientific presentation among scientists, to the general public, it sounds like, oh, this guy, you could drive a truck through all the holes in this guy's account, right? Like even he says he's not sure, right? So why am I going to take the vaccine, right? So I mean, we're in some, so the political imperative of public health messaging has to deal with the fact that on some level it's very easy to see how a feeling of paternalism creeps in because you're worried about people taking the nuanced truth the wrong way, right? And that invites, again, this temptation should never be taken, but it invites the prospect of a noble lie or a noble half-truth, right? Which again is a disaster, but it's easy to see how people get lured in that direction because they're talking to Candace Owens, right? I mean, on some level, like when you look at what Candace herself was doing on Twitter around COVID, it was madness.
Did you know that the biggest threat to
Trump is? Does anybody have that compilation of Trump saying? When did COVID start spreading? Hold on. Okay, so what, like January of 2020, basically? That's when it started blowing up everywhere? This is October 10th of 2020. In the early days in like March and April, am I hallucinating this, or was Trump not saying that there's no infections in the United States? It's basically In his first speech after his hospitalization for COVID-19, President Donald Trump stood on a White House balcony on October 10th and made a grand declaration about the coronavirus. It's going to disappear. It's disappearing. This is October 10th in 2020. His words might have sounded more dramatic had he not been saying the same thing for 8 months. Trump has stuck to the refrain no matter what has been happening with the pandemic. Since February, the president has declared at least 38 times that COVID-19 is either going to disappear or is currently disappearing. His proclamation has been wildly inaccurate. When Trump first started making the claim in February, it was about the time the U.S. had just suffered its very first known COVID-19 death. More than 220,000 deaths later, Trump continues to falsely claim the virus will somehow just go away, even as the U.S. experiences yet another surge in cases and hospitalizations. February of 2020. You know, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat. As the heat comes in, typically that will go away in April. China is working very, very hard. I've spoken to President Xi, and they're working very hard. And if you know anything about them, I think we'll be in pretty good shape. They've had a rough patch, and I think right now they have it. It looks like they're getting it under control and more. They're getting it more and more under control. So I think that's a problem that's going to go away. This is February of 2020. When you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero, that's a pretty good job we've done. February 26th. It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it could get worse before it gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens. Nobody really knows. This is February of 2020. U.S. cases beginning to rise. March 2nd, 2020. 5 average new cases daily. 8, 13, 23, 32. On March 6th, I don't think people are panicking. I said last night, we did an interview on Fox last night in a town hall. I think it was very good. And I said, calm. You have to be calm. It'll go away. March 9th. We're prepared, and we're doing a great job with it, and it will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. March 10th. On March 12th, we need a little separation until such time as this goes away. It's going to go away. It's going to go away. March 30th. Stay calm. It will go away. You know it. You know it is going away, and it will go away. We're going to have a great victory. These are all not found now. I don't know why, but it's going to go away. Hopefully at the end of the month. And if not, hopefully it will be soon after that. Does anybody have I think there's a Twitter video compilation of this. It's going to go away. It's going away. It is going away in April. It did go. It will go away.
People think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat comes in. Typically that will go away in April. We're in great shape though. I think that's a problem that's going to go away, but we lost almost 1,000 points yesterday on the market. This ends. This is going to end. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. When you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero, that's a pretty good job we've done. It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it could get worse before it gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens. Nobody really knows. Last night we did an interview on Fox last night, a town hall. I think it was very good. And I said, calm. You have to be calm. It'll go away. And it hit the world. And we're prepared, and we're doing a great job with it. And it will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. It goes away. It's going away. We want it to go away with very, very few deaths. It will go away. You know it is going away. And it will go away. And we're going to have a great victory. But I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go away. And whether it comes back in a modified form in the fall, we'll be able to handle it. We'll be able to put out spurts. And we're very prepared to handle it.
A lot of movement, a lot of progress has been made in a vaccine. But I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go away. And whether it comes back in a modified form, that's what I say. We'll be able to handle it.
Vaccine, sir, why do you think the virus will just be gone?
It's going to go. It's going to leave. It's going to be gone. It's going to be eradicated. Because this virus is going to disappear. And it'll go.
It might take longer. It might be in smaller sections. It won't be what we had. And we also learned a lot.
Go away at some point. It'll go away. It may flare up and it may not flare up. We'll have to see what happens. And it is dying out. The numbers are starting to get very good. And we're doing so well after the plague. It's going away. I think that
in June, July. I feel about vaccines like I feel about tests. This is going to go away without a vaccine. Oh, I remember that. Oh, shit. Core memory unlocked. I remember that, too. When people were saying the cases seem to be increasing, Mr. President, it's like, well, that's just because we're testing more. And since we're testing more, we're finding more. So, it's actually not that the cases are increasing. It's just that we have more tests now than we used to have. I remember this. Oh, my God. Stop the tests. Stop the count. We think we're going to have a vaccine in the pretty near future, and if we do, we're going to really be a big step ahead, and if we don't, we're going to be like so many other cases. We had a problem come in, it'll go away. At some point, it'll go away. It may flare up, it may not flare. Yeah, it's just so fucking retarded.
At some point, that's going to sort of just disappear, I hope. I'll be right eventually. I will be right eventually. You know, I said it's going to disappear. I'll say it again. It's going to disappear. And I'll be right. I don't think so. Right. I don't think so. You know why it doesn't disappear? Because I've been right probably more than anybody else. You know, I say it's going to disappear. They say, oh, that's terrible. We say, well, it's true. I mean, it's going to disappear. Before it disappears, I think we can knock it out before it disappears. That's what I want.
Sir, you said in an interview this morning on the coronavirus, this thing's going away. It'll go away like things go away. It's like ongoing cases. Isn't that actually 21% reality?
It's going away. No, it'll go away. Like things go away. Absolutely. It is going to disappear. It's going to disappear. I still say don't take action, correct? No, I still say it. It's going to disappear, George. It's probably going to go away now a lot faster because of the vaccine. It would go away without the vaccine, George, but it's going to go away a lot faster. It will go away without the vaccine? Sure, over a period of time. Sure, with time. It goes many deaths. It's going to disappear. It is disappearing, and with vaccines are going to help, and the therapeutics, it will go away. And as I say, we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner. It's going away. And a safe vaccine that eradicates the virus and quickly ends the pandemic. Normal life will fully resume. That's all we want. We want normal life.
We reached out to the White House and asked if they had any response to the president's continued use of such language. Here is what they said. Quote, President Trump's actions have ensured that our country will defeat the virus and safely reopen. The risks today are dramatically lower than they were only a few months ago, with mortality rates falling over 80%. Operation Warp Speed has led to treatments to help patients recover quickly and soon. We'll have a safe and effective vaccine with up to 100 million doses this year and hundreds of millions early next year. The Trump administration has also surged testing, PPE, personnel, and capacity to protect the vulnerable, help schools reopen, and respond to conditions on the ground.
Wow.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks.
Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. By the way, Trump said he was going to lie about this, and that was all the point, was to lie about this.
We are following this breaking news, startling new revelations about when and what President Trump allegedly knew about the coronavirus. According to a new book by Bob Woodward, the president knew of the dangers of the coronavirus weeks before the first death in the U.S. And instead of warning the American people, the president decided to play the virus down. Woodward recorded two separate conversations he had with the president for the book, one from February, the other from March. Here's some of what the president told him, as obtained by CNN.
It goes through air, Bob. That's always tougher than the touch. You know, the touch, you don't have to touch things, right? But the air, you just breathe the air, and that's how it's passed. And so that's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus. This is more deadly. This is 5 per. This is 5% versus 1% and less than 1%. So this is deadly stuff. Well, I think, Bob, really, to be honest with you,
sure, I want you to.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't want to create a panic.
Now, I don't think Fauci ever said as strong a statement about the masks as people say he did. But remember, the whole reason why all these center-right fucking losers are like, well, we don't trust Fauci because he lied about the masks to protect the public health. Well, here's Donald Trump like literally admitting to that in a worse, much more harmful manner, but nobody gives a fuck, right?
Bob Woodward will appear on 60 Minutes this Sunday, September 13th.
Epic and based. Why is my screen turning blue? Why is it not disappearing? Check out this news story OG. I'm good.
The thing is, Sam, with the Hunter Biden thing, I think that for many people, it wasn't actually about corruption at all. What it was about was the cover-up. What it was about was the fact that the news story about his laptop couldn't be shared.
Well, we disagree about the...
For one day, by the way. And the news story could be shared. You just weren't allowed to repost pictures from it. So...
we don't really disagree about the optics of the cover-up, but we disagree about the mechanics of it. I mean, I think a lot of this was good faith fumbling around a story that couldn't be characterized quickly enough And given what had happened previously, given that we know that Jim Comey's reopening of the email, the Hillary Clinton email non-story, was decisive in her losing that election. I mean, you could just see that her poll numbers go down by the hour at the moment he started talking about it. That was like 10 days before the election. And we know this time around, Rudy Giuliani held on to this bombshell as an October surprise and released it strategically close to the election. I think there were 2 weeks left in the election, knowing that there was simply enough time for the Democrats and the mainstream media to have a spaz attack and not get to ground truth on this laptop. That, again, from my point of view, this is what I said in that original podcast. I don't think it made it to that nefarious clip, but for me at the time, and it still is, a genuine coin toss journalistic judgment about what to do with this story 2 weeks before the
Journalistic
election.
judgment, yes, but this wasn't journalistic judgment.
Okay, so
this was big tech judgment.
Well, no, so there
big
was
tech censorship.
There was Twitter knocking the New York Post off for whatever, 48 hours or 24 hours.
And preventing the story from being shared.
Right.
24.
That, I think, almost certainly is a mistake, however you look at it. And I believe I said that at the time. I mean, I thought there were gradations of this. This is what Twitter did, this is what the New York Times did or didn't do, et cetera. But I think it was, I mean, for instance, all those former intelligence officials who signed that open letter saying this looks like Russian disinformation, I don't think those guys were lying. I think those guys were genuinely thought this is completely crazy.
It is crazy. The story is crarazy. I'm still not fully sold on it, by the way.
Rudy Giuliani with a laptop he got from some computer store, and it's got everything. It's got the smoking ruins of Hunter Biden's reputation. This certainly looks sketchy. I don't think those guys volunteered to have their reputations destroyed in plain view of everyone, just to eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton.
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says, I listen?
Where's your evidence? Do you have any evidence whatsoever for that? A single shred of evidence that 50 plus people were all roped in to signing a bullshit, a single shred of evidence. Actually, you shouldn't even say that. The first thing is, isn't that a weird story? Is that not like a pretty crazy story?
Just to eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton.
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says, I listen, I'm going to take my reputation for discernment as the former head of the CIA or the NSA or both. I'm going to, again, I don't remember the signatories to that letter specifically, but I mean, who's going to, it's just not in their, it's not in their interest. It's not likely to be decisive. It's just, and it so obviously looked kooky, right? It looked completely, I mean, this did not look like a normal way you would discover the smoking laptop from hell. And again, there was simply not, to have simply played connect the dots journalistically and even from Twitter's point of view, just slavishly just propagating this information or misinformation to the ends of the earth at that moment with the clock ticking, given what had happened in the previous election, journalistically, it could have seemed totally irresponsible. I mean, in hindsight, Jim Comey's re-airing of that fake email scandal was totally irresponsible. It's why we had President Trump in the first place. He couldn't have known that at the time, perhaps, but in retrospect, it would have been better had he not done that.
True.
So I have to think, again, I'm not close. And the other thing that was weird about that interview is people took what I was saying as somehow insider knowledge that there was this vast conspiracy to keep, of journalists and academics and scientists and media figures to keep, that we all met in a star chamber somewhere to keep Trump from getting reelected. I mean, if that happened, I wasn't privy to it, right? So that's not what I was saying. What I was saying I mean, there were a few places there where I went back and watched it because I needed to, once this thing was detonating in my life and I could see how radioactive it was being perceived to be, I had to see what I'd actually said in context. And there was at least one moment where I got interrupted and didn't complete a sentence. And so like my half sentence and the thrust of what I was saying before that made it seem like I was making a more extreme statement than I was in fact making. So, but my views are unchanged from that hour. So I mean, I'm happy to talk about anything.
If you were interrupted, it would almost certainly have been me.
Yeah,
so
no,
I apologize.
It was, but
let me just recap it, very quickly summarize what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically a number of things. Number one, journalistically, in terms of publishing the story, you call it a coin toss. It looked kind of kooky. Therefore, is this a reasonable thing to publish with 2 weeks to go before an election, before you can properly check it, etc.? Number one. Number two, you didn't agree with social media companies preventing the story from being published or shared, right? And you feel that if we're talking about the corruption element of it, what you were trying to say with an outrageous example is no matter how corrupt Hunter Biden turns out to have been, that will not be as bad as the Trump corruption. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, well, especially because we're talking about Hunter Biden. I don't care about Hunter Biden.
Well, Hunter Biden did get a lot of money from a Ukrainian company in which he was employed.
Did that make Hunter Biden not Hunter Biden?
Some sort of expert
hold that up against what any of the Trumps have done in the last hour.
Not
so I
even
mean,
close.
There's just no end.
True.
It was clear they were already these people, right, from the first time around and from years previous. There's just no. I mean, what the magic of Trump is that because the one thing you can say about him that sounds like praise, but in fact isn't, is that he's not a hypocrite, right? He's not a hypocrite because he's not pretending to be a good person, right? He's not pretending to follow any of the norms by which hypocrisy would normally be measured, right? So,
was any of the money he got received in a corrupt manner? Hunter Biden? None. There's no proof of that, at least.
The reason why this is kind of superpower is that there's nothing more galling, at least at this moment in our politics, than hypocrisy, especially left-wing hypocrisy. So the moment you can find that, a Democrat didn't floss his teeth when he said he did, right? All of a sudden that's a 20 megaton scandal. Trump can just, basically like he's like the Dan Bilzerian of politics, right? Like there's no pretense of being ethical or monogamous, or so I'm going to just show you how I live like a maniac, and you're not going to be able to measure any specific indiscretion because I don't view any of them as indiscretions. And they're not going to be. It all then functions by different reputational physics. So you find him to have done something that's 10 times worse than the thing you say you care about on the other side of the aisle, and for some reason,
no one cares.
It doesn't register. Right. So he's created a political culture, right of center, where the very concept of corruption doesn't even exist anymore. The very concept of a conflict of interest or self-dealing, it's just it's completely evaporated.
So let's set. So this is one of the things I'm keen to discuss with you. Let's move on from the first podcast and what happened. And
I feel like these guys aren't fighting on anything Sam is saying. Sam's just like saying a bunch of stuff and then they just like move on to the next thing. Can you turn on the Vesta board, please? They're working on it, okay? My crack team of DGG devs are working on it. My show is in 8 minutes.
Put out the files, bruh. We're all on the same page. I want the files put out as well. Just vote. What do you think about this? $2,000. Everybody gets a $2,000 check. That could be lit. Release the files as well. Me too. Just vote. Nina. I've been busy doing other stuff, tariffs, and mostly, did I mention everybody's getting $2,000? That could be something. Saving the country.
How do I scroll? How's my algo? How's my algo on this account?
What the heck? No. Annie. Where's your beard? Annie, telling you like it.
She don't.
Yay!
I got it.
Okay, we like animals here. Aww.
Mira.
¿Tú me puedes explicar qué significa eso?
Oh my god.
So excited for this ramen, man.
This is going to be
cow.
insane.
Don't do the pork
So
thing.
good.
Uh-oh.
Dear Heavenly Father.
Oh my god, what?
We just want to thank you for this meal. We could say it a million times over, but we love you so much, and thank you for nourishing our bodies tonight.
God, this looks so good, man. Good prayer too, dude.
And honestly, there's no words that we can continue to speak into existence and to you, God, but thank you, thank you. We're ready to enjoy this meal.
Really, really ready to enjoy this meal. Super excited. Dang.
And the opportunity to spend with friends while we get to enjoy this meal. Oh my god.
So excited for this ramen, man.
This is going to be
cow.
insane.
Muriel? Yes, Mavis? Do you know that you've just gone through a red light and over a roundabout, and you haven't even slept?
Bongers. Oh shit! Wait, no likes on this? Don't care.
What the? I need it on my desk now! Woo!
Look at this. It's actually cutting, bro. Hair's falling.
Oh my god.
That's it? Yo! No way. It's gone. Man,
fresh as fuck. Wait, who had these? The teachers that used the shittiest fucking copiers in the fucking universe? Oh my god. True.
A few moments later.
Viewers, apologize. I'm continuing.
How's it going? Yeah, I have a question. So, I found this costume, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a little soon, right? That's what I'm saying, man.
I'm so glad that this place is
Yeah, what do I do with this, bro?
Do you want it or no?
Yeah, can I buy it?
You can buy it.
Okay.
My personal.
Bro, what is my real algorithm on this
Billy,
fucking account?
Use the cleaner.
Oh.
All right, I'll go. But I'll be fashionably late. No, yes, no, yes. No, yes!
I own him
Okay, so there's this theory, okay? The last time theory. Like everything you do in life, you'll do it for a first time, and then you'll do it for the last time. But the thing about the last time is you don't know it's the last time until like you're looking back and then you're like thinking like, wow, that was the last time I did this.
Is this person 20 or 14?
Okay. And there was a time when I picked you up and like held you.
Wait, or is this his mom? I am so lost. This is cringe. I don't care. Okay.
Hey, Kev. Hey, buddy. Guys. Hey. Thanks for visiting.
I like some of my man.
Flowers. Oh man, thanks.
So how you doing, pal?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a year since my last incident, so.
Good, that's awesome. That's great to hear. That's actually
Yeah,
really
it's been a while since I've seen you guys, hasn't it?
Yeah, what's been like 8 years? 8 years, yeah.
No, it's been more like 6 years. Maybe 7.
6? 6? Kevin?
Dude, I'm good.
7.
Okay. Fight it, Kevin.
6.
Kevin, you worked so hard.
6, 7. 6, 7.
What did you do?
6, 7. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, Kevin. I'm sorry. 6, 7.
Where are you taking him? Where are you taking him?
6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7.
Is he gonna be alright?
6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7.
It's okay, buddy. It's not your fault. Okay?
Oh my god, these look so good. Okay.
You get down on one knee. You get up. See how easy that was? Alright, let's start. Get down the same knee. Bring your left arm to your right shoulder. Right arm to your left shoulder. Breathe 5 times. Bring both arms out. Put them down. Try to get back up. And get down.
Wait, really? Okay. Try it? Shut up. I could do that. Easy. I could take 10 big breaths.
By someone.
Okay, we're all
everyone's
here.
in. Beautiful.
Everybody knows the drill, so we're just gonna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can
What's up,
hear
Connor?
you.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, you know,
It's been a minute, dude.
living life. I got
You
my
remember me,
American hoodie
Connor?
on today. Okay. So.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool.
Now,
I
can't
met
tell you
I
what
met
we
Connor
talked about.
No, sure. I met Connor just a few times. I met Prime just a few times, and Prime's like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
Damn.
I recognize your face, and I recognize Staxiums. I recognize that handle.
Mm-hmm. No, we've
Okay.
chatted a few times.
Everybody ready? We're gonna get this show on the road. Let's do it. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we've got a show for you tonight. Today, the President of the United States tweeted out that members of Congress were guilty of sedition and should be hanged when they reminded U.S. servicemen and women that they should disobey illegal or unlawful orders. The question becomes, when Democrats retake the Senate, the House, the White House, when we win, what should be done about those who are currently in power and those who have supported those who are currently in power? What should be done with them who have broken the law or hinted at wanting to break the law, all these things? Should we, for the good of the country, come together, move on, move forward? Or should we have a Nuremberg-style kind of trial and hold these people to account to the fullest extent of the law. We're going to talk about it today. We've got some great guests. First guest we're going to give it to is Staxiums. Staxiums, give us what you got.
Hey, yeah, I was hoping to maybe hear from them to understand what exactly I'm attacking because it kind of depends on their positions. So I'll just kind of swing wide and say that Trump has been laying ground for the possibility of corruption by providing coverage for his political allies. I'll point to people like Roger Stone, him pardoning January 6 rioters, him pardoning George Santos. He's provided coverage for those who give him money. I'll point to his corruption with the meme coin. And I also want to point to that when he was asked why he was pardoning CZ, Trump simply said, "I heard it was a Biden witch hunt, but I don't know who that is." And it seems like there are likely a number of people who are feeding the president information to curry their favor. I can focus on specific key members of his administration as to who specifically I think that we should be targeting, I guess. Maybe that sounds like an extreme word, but I don't feel like it's an extreme word. But I will say that according to a Washington Post analysis, Trump officials have allegedly defied court oversight in roughly 35% of more than 160 lawsuits. It would be bad for the country to provide an incentive for people like this to run it, I guess, is my position.
Wait, hold on. Is he... Wait, are you on our side? Who's on whose side here?
Yeah, I'm on your side. I think. I really want to hear what Connor and Prime have to say because it really depends on...
Wait, do we have sides in this debate? Is this like a 2-on-2 or is it just like four of us are just kind of giving our opinions or what? Wait.
No, it's a 2-on-2.
Who's on whose side?
I think I'm on...
He's on my side?
I'm on Steven's side.
Yeah,
I'm on your side.
Okay.
Did I sound like I was not on your side?
Well, you were like, I don't know what that is. Okay, that's fine. We got it. Okay,
just
we're
real
good.
quick.
Okay, just checking.
Wait, there's...
Staxiums, calm down with the questions. The last time you asked someone a question, bad things happen. We don't want that to happen here, okay?
Jesus Christ, chill. But also, I asked a question, so it's all good.
Wait, I think there's like three different... I don't know if they're specifically saying crimes haven't been committed. I don't know if it's specifically that like...
Sorry, if you don't know, this is the guy who asked the last question to Charlie Kirk before he got killed.
Too far. So I kind of wanted to hear which of those three sides. I'm against all three of them, but I wanted to specifically hear which of those three sides they're on.
Okay. We're going to get to it. Don't worry. Counterpoints. Go ahead. Why don't you educate the man?
Yeah, thank you. So I side with the intellectual, P.F. Young, in that Trump is a symptom, not the disease. He's a symptom of several factors that are out of control. I would say wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that are pushing people towards radicalism. And so, once again, Trump is the symptom, not the disease. So unless we start addressing those things, we're screwed because we're just going to have another Trump in another 4 years or another 8 years or another 10 years or 12 years. When it comes to Nuremberg is obviously reminiscent or actually, I think, directly referencing the Nazi trials. Now, people have heard me. I've complained endlessly about the hundreds of thousands of people who have been killed by Trump's incompetence through the cuts of USAID and PEPFAR. I still would not assign the level of, while hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, will die as a result of Trump's incompetence, I don't think it rises to the threshold of intentional industrial-style genocide. And so I feel like, I hope that's hyperbole. Also, I think that we should differentiate could versus should, because we should do a lot of things. Like, Destiny should just send me $100,000 via PayPal right now, but that's not going to happen, right? So, could that happen? Sure. But what's actually going to happen is the Republicans are not going to want to impeach him. He's probably going to pre-pardon his entire administration and pre-pardon himself. And then the only thing that you could probably do is a January 6th style commission that I would actually be in favor of. But no, I don't think we're going to be able to hang these people. I don't think we're going to be able to criminally convict them. I don't think that dragging it out for 2 years is a good idea. So that's what I'm here to fight on.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Let's give it to Prime next. Go ahead, Prime Guy.
I'm in Staxium's position, in that...
Oh, shit!
In that I'm leaning no, all right? So I'm on Counterpoint's side, all right, for Steven's benefit. But I'd like to hear the other side to understand their arguments, their positions. Oh, and also, just before that, I want to thank Wick for being so kind as to invite me. Glad to be here. And Prime and Destiny reunited after like 2 years. It feels so good. But anyway, thanks so much.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll go to Destiny then.
There needs to be big memes. I think that there are 2 parts to it, 3 parts maybe. The first part is the insurrection for every single person involved in this administration, mainly for the point that none of the people that are supporting Trump now in office should be allowed to run for office ever again in the United States of America. That's the first thing. The easy way to do this also is if Trump starts pardoning everybody, well, if he's pardoning people, pardon is an admission of guilt, charge them with insurrection. You can charge them, consider them pardoned, and now they've qualified for being charged, convicted, and they've been pardoned of the crime. Doesn't matter. The pardon doesn't get rid of the part of the 14th Amendment that would say you can't hold an office again, so fuck them. So that's number 1 and 2, okay? Number 3, the smallest criminal thing, investigate every single person was part of this administration and get as much out into the open as possible. I think the important thing about stuff like Nuremberg, the important thing about these big public trials is there needs to be a public accounting of everything that's happened. And for whatever causes lead into people wanting to vote for Trump, they are absolutely fed into by the misinformation and by the historical rewriting of everything that's happened. And we need to be able to have an honest account of what's happened historically. Right now, half the country doesn't believe that Trump lost the 2020 election. Like, we can't go forward in an environment like that, and simply changing leadership in the conservative party is not going to undo all of the incorrect things that Republicans believe have happened. Trump was not a mistake. Like, Trump was a natural consequence of Republican demagoguery and Republican rhetoric and Republican strategy for the past 3 decades. It's no surprise we wound up here, and to act like it would be to ignore the fact that Trump 2 could come, right around the corner.
Okay. And does that educate everyone on everyone's position, or is everyone clear now? Can we move forward, or do we need further edification?
I mean, we'll get it as we continue. I'll ask a question if I can, please. Right? So, Stephen, hello, hi. The last part of what you said talked about revealing the truth, right? Like correcting the record. And I'm certainly not against that, but like it seems like you're specifically trying to correct the record for the Trump cult. Do you believe that public trials will actually do that?
Yeah, I think if the information is out there, I think it becomes much harder to ignore what's actually happened. Yeah, I think it helps.
Information's out there now. Right?
Not like in an easily accessible way. It's like buried behind PDFs and buried behind commissions and buried behind stuff that, 1, it didn't get the full public attention that it deserves, and then 2, the people who denied all of that information were rewarded by still being able to run for office and hold office. I think that if you do this mass like insurrection charge or whatever you have to do to get all these people to never be allowed to run for again, then there will be, going forward, probably more of an incentive to be like, well, fuck, maybe we shouldn't just lie blatantly about everything that's happening because there are going to be political consequences for us down the road.
I can agree with the last part, but I disagree with the first part. The information is absolutely out there. Like did Trump's was the 2020 election stolen? No, right? Documentaries galore, videos out there, right? Like news segments about all of that exists, right? Articles, digital ink spilled. Yet it persists. So I disagree. At least for now, I can be convinced otherwise. But I disagree that simply having some grand trial where the heroes of MAGA are put before right? A tribunal where they can be, where Fox News can position them as heroes against the resurgent democratic regime, right? I disagree that will necessarily lead to a brand new age of truth for the MAGA cult. No.
Are you against criminal prosecution writ large?
Absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. I can assure you I'm not.
Okay, what if we find like a number of Trump officials criminally liable?
No, Stack.
And like
the thing that I'm pushing back against right now, is simply that the claim that he's saying this will edify the MAGA cult. I don't think that will. I'm not sure anything can actually do that.
I think that if the Mar-a-Lago case would have gone through, I think that would have been very damaging to him, and it would have been much harder to deny everything that happened there. But a lot of people just don't even know the details of it because that court case never happened. I think it would have been good for that to happen.
Okay, sorry, I just have to mute myself in 2 locations, but I do want to jump in. So can we separate out like probability versus should real quick? So probability, if we had to put it on a probabilistic scale of like 0 to 100, what Staxiums and Destiny, what do you think the probabilistic scale is that this like there's even the political will for this.
Oh, probably quite low, I would say, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree.
Okay, so what we're really talking about is like moral should. We're just this is an ideal. Well, ideally, I would fire Trump from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that's what I would do. You're not going to find anybody sweeping for the Trump admin on this side of the aisle. I think what we're talking about is now that we've eliminated that as I am not legally permitted or morally permitted to fire Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Now we can kind of move into like what's politically pragmatic about the situation. And when you appeal to pragmatism, I actually don't think that the Nuremberg style trials would be helpful at all. I think you would be creating a cult of personality. I think you'd be creating a persecution complex, especially without criminal convictions, especially without the mass insurgency thing. You can do the January 6th style committee where you document all of the alleged crimes and probable crimes of the Trump administration, but without convictions and without prohibitions from office. I think this is a waste of political capital. And I think that what's going on, like I said, is that there are 4 sociological variables that are contributing to people being radicalized. And if we don't address those, and if we don't spend political capital on those, we're fucked.
Well, I would say that one, these for the Mar-a-Lago thing, for instance, that would be a trial. Like, I'm sure there are chargeable offenses here that we can literally have a trial and have people locked up for. Number one. And number two, I would argue that one of the big things that is a sociological variable playing into the decision-making of these people on the right is that there really is no punishment for acting the most unhinged way possible. They're still allowed to hold office. They're allowed to lie with impunity. There's no punishment. Like, going forward, if there's not a reckoning, you would be an idiot as a conservative to not act in the same manner because you've constantly been rewarded for it.
I don't agree with that, actually. So I think that what's happened, at least this is my view on it, the Trump cult has painted itself into a corner where they've put all of their hopes and energy and political capital into a single man, a very flawed man, someone who at minimum within the next 6 months is going to be probably exposed as either covering for an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring or participated in an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring. Those are like covered for is the best case scenario. Steve Bannon was communicating with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein as recently as 2017. Like, I think there might even be some text messages from 2019. And, Steve Bannon was Trump's campaign manager. So the whole point about this is like, he's about to take a huge black eye. In the midterms, the Republicans are probably going to get shellacked. And then when he's gone, there's nobody who commands the same level of Trump cult of personality. And I think J.D. Vance has been tapped on the shoulder as the next like MAGA prince. But I think that J.D. Vance is an infinitely more pragmatic person than Trump ever was.
I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't change anything I'm saying. Like, if you're J.D. Vance or if you're anybody in the next part of the Republican establishment, whatever comes after MAGA, if you see that the last part of the establishment got completely screwed by acting in just a blatantly illegal manner, then you have less incentive to do so. But if you see they got away with so much stuff, then that's all going to be in your playbook. Like, okay, well, what rules can I break or bend?
But I don't think he has the riz. I don't think he has the riz.
Vance doesn't, but Trump did. Nobody knew that Trump was even coming. Who's to say there's not going to be somebody like Trump in the future?
I mean, the argument right there is whether or not the dissident right wing or the Christian nationalists are going to produce a Trump-like figure who's charismatic to win in mainstream politics. I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes is hoping on, actually.
Sure, but if somebody produces that figure, they're more likely to, ascend to the throne and operate in an unhinged manner if they feel like there's no punishment for doing so.
Well, I agree, but then, okay, so right now, let's talk about it from a process of function, okay? So we have a process of function where effectively what you're saying is we could still do, if they did mass pardons of the Trump admin, what would you charge Marco Rubio for as the person who was running the Department of State under Trump 2?
I think if they... Historically, a pardon has been seen as an admission of guilt. It's part of it. So if they are pre-pardoned, then I would just formally just charge them all with insurrection and then say that they're pardoned from it. And then at the very least, that bars all of them from running for any public office again.
But what's your evidence? Because as far as I know, Marco Rubio wasn't involved in the fake elector scheme or January 6, 2021.
I don't give a fuck. He's a part of it and he supports the current administration.
Participated in insurrection.
He participates in the current administration and he's more or less a supporter. He's a cabinet member.
So how just to be clear, how far does that go down? So
to every single elected person in the Republican Party right now, except for the never Trumpers.
That one more time.
Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the never Trumpers. So like your Massey's, I guess, maybe your Rand Paul's.
Yeah, that's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay,
I thought the meme
so
position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position, but
Are you saying even like state senators, like not even national positions?
Yep.
Yeah, so
So,
disbarring half
city
of
council.
the political process is not an option.
Yep.
Wait a minute, so city council, right?
'em.
You would say
If they're Trumples, hell
all
yeah.
of them.
Get them.
Well, city council people very rarely position themselves in party.
I mean, no, people run. Anyone who runs. He's saying anyone who runs on the R ticket, right?
Yeah, but city
except for
council members
quote-unquote
usually
never
don't have
Trumpers.
R tickets. That's what I'm
I understand that. I'm saying, but the point is, he's saying everyone, right? So mayors, right?
Okay.
Whatever.
Anybody that
the
supported
mayors,
Trump, if they weren't
anyone-
actively calling out the Trump admin, if they were ever playing into it or whatever, then they're going. They're part of it.
Hold on.
Good luck with
Listen,
that, Stacks.
so I'm gonna let Prime talk, but I know why I would feel that way. Why the fuck do you feel that way?
What do you mean? Because I think that all of these people have contributed to an authoritarian regime that is the most anti-American regime in U.S. history that has almost brought our country to the edge of destruction.
Okay, but at the same time, we have, when it comes to like the deportations of Andre Hernandez Romero or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, ultimately the courts were still able to reel them in. When it comes to January 6, 2021, and by the way, I'm not defending Trump. I think we should fire him from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. But when you're talking about this process, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. And what he's guilty of is overseeing the decommission of USAID and PEPFAR, which is going to lead to approximately between 3 million and 14 million preventable deaths worldwide. That's like a man-made Holocaust through incompetence. But I can't think of I don't know how you would charge him with insurrection for participating in the Trump admin related to being a dickhead. Like that.
He aided and abetted the enemies of the state by being a cabinet member for Trump and doing his bidding.
Wait, but now you're just playing into now this is just the tit for tat bullshit.
Good.
We're effectively like, what is it? Today, the Democrats did a 1-minute video, which I approve of, by the way, saying, hey, military service members, hey, members of the intelligence community, you are sworn to an oath of the Constitution of the United States, and you have to remember your oath, and you should not follow illegal orders. Donald Trump, as Wick mentioned, said, these people are guilty of sedition, and the punishment of sedition is death. Okay, so all you're doing is you're just playing into, in my opinion, this this hysteria that every single political fight is existential.
Well, except it is on that side. They're the ones that are saying that everything is existential while they're being existential. That's part of their existential fight, is by saying that everything is existential.
No, you're making it existential by saying that if you had the power, then you would disbar them from politics and wielding power altogether.
Yeah, but I think I have a good reason for that. They don't have a good reason to say we should execute sitting senators and congressmen.
So,
Sorry,
we'll
Prime,
get
go
back
ahead, but
to
I got plenty.
I'm sure he's given us plenty, right? But I got one question for each of our friends here. One to Staxi. I just want to pull you.
Yeah.
To hear your beautiful voice
For sure.
How much of this do you agree with? I mean,
well,
so to be clear, hold on,
sure.
just let me ask the question, right? Yeah, to be
Yeah,
clear,
for sure. Go
what Stephen has said is that everyone who has supported Trump, right? I'm assuming he means everyone in office, but I'm not entirely clear on that either.
I think he said in office.
Okay, well, everyone in office.
Wait,
right?
what would that
even-
Like
What else
anyone who
could it
voted
be?
for him? Would we
well,
are people who voted?
Yeah, but if you voted for them, that's also support,
The
right?
200 million people. I assume Steven doesn't think those.
We
can just ask him if he's here.
We shouldn't assume.
Yeah, it wouldn't be every single person that voted for him, because they're also for the insurrection thing. You have to be a prior oath taker, so you'd have to have held public office, and we can't access people's votes. So
Yeah, okay. I'm not taking
Thank
Stephen literally. I'm taking him seriously. Okay.
take me literally and seriously. I can be taking both. I'm not Trump. I don't need a translator or to speak like a retard. So.
Okay. So Staxium, right? Do
My
agree
implication there being that Trump
like-
speaks like a retard. I wasn't attacking anybody on the panel. That was my thing. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
that's fine. No worries.
Yes, that's
No,
Do you agree
yeah,
with?
no,
Go for it.
I'll
Yeah.
go.
So,
You guys go.
No, sorry. I was waiting for him to finish his question. So the first thing that I'm going to point out is I felt like Connor was attacking this idea that like just because it was Nuremberg, like we're calling it the Nuremberg trials, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're making that equivalent to what the Nazis did. Like, obviously what this administration doing is not as bad as the Holocaust, but I definitely, that's why I definitely wanted to hear where people's opinions were, because this is actually, I might even say, more extreme than the Nuremberg trials, because weirdly enough, the Nuremberg trials, people were found innocent. Like, I think like a quarter of them, maybe a fifth of them, were found innocent, even like high-ranking officials. And I'm genuinely curious, Stephen, like, what do you feel like the Nuremberg trials didn't go far enough? Like, if you were an official, you should have just been sent off to...
The important part, I think, about the Nuremberg trials was exposing everything that happened under the Nazi regime, right? I think that was the,
Okay,
like,
great.
the important takeaway, yeah.
I'm for that, but I disagree with your... with how specific, like the fact that any law official, any government official, including like state senators who just voted R and weren't critical of Trump. No, I don't agree with that. Prime, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That feels extreme.
Fair enough. All right,
but I'm certainly for an extreme sense of justice and subpoenaing, and is that the verb? Subpoenaing?
Subpoenas.
Subpoenas.
I think subpoenas out. I don't know.
Yeah. Regardless, I'm for chucking the book at virtually every Trump official in his administration.
I think it's only now you have to send the subpoena. Okay, but to Stephen, you said specifically you had a carve out there, said except for never Trumpers. How do we determine a person's a never Trumper?
All the people that took at great risk to their own career positions against Trump. So Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger,
Massey,
maybe Rand Paul. He'd be on, maybe, yeah.
Sure, hold on. Yeah, but I hear you on those, right? That's fair. But since we're talking about all elected Republicans, could you tell me the never Trumpers that have run in Orlando, Florida?
Nope.
No, you can't. Okay, all right. So how do we? So above the top line, right? Above below the federal line, how do we determine these individuals? Because all of them may not have been very public, but maybe they didn't. They had private thoughts. They said something to their friends. Is that enough? I disagree with
you
Trump
would consult
to
the
my
record.
friends.
They're public officials, so they should have public statements. That would be pretty exceptional for them to have no public statements as public officials.
Yeah, but Thomas Massey voted with the Republicans 91% of the time. Like, he's still in lockstep as far as Trump's agenda goes when it comes to securing the border, when it comes to the big, beautiful bill, when it comes to this, when it comes to that. I mean, he might have fought it at some point, but once again, 91% voting record that aligns with Trump over the past decade.
Okay, you can get rid of them too.
Sorry,
then,
just
if you
to
want.
throw,
Sure. Yeah.
just to throw something. What about Fetterman as well? Does he?
Yeah, he's
would he be
gone.
liable for
Fuck
this?
that guy.
Yeah, because he's like normalized. Like,
I mean, I definitely think fuck that guy, but like, I don't know if he's liable for
this is psycho shit. This is my party should rule indefinitely without challenge, and I think it's crazy.
Sure.
I think there's no rooting in reality.
This is why I'm trying to get. That's why I'm asking about details here, right? To like really nail down what the hell we're talking about. Okay, so you're saying they have to have made public statements. Okay, if they were elected within, was it 2027 is the last year of his reign, right? So if they're elected in 2027, a Republican, right? Do they count, right? Are they up for these trials as well?
If they ran under a Trump ticket, sure. If they were like supportive of Trump, yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. That's not exactly honest, because Fetterman has been also very against Trump. Like, he's made a lot of public statements like rejecting Trump, but you also said that Fetterman should go too. So it's
Has he made a lot of statements? I don't know. I guess you could find some particular issue. Whatever the particular thing is, if you want to concede the argument that you agree that we should do this, and now you just want to argue over the specifics of like who should be included, that's fine. For 90% of elected people, it's going to be plainly obvious. How you would determine people?
I agree with you.
We could leave it up to a court to decide. We could leave it up
those.
to a court to decide, or we could leave it up to a commission to decide, or whatever. But like, I mean, I'm not going to say like, oh, actually, I'm going to change my mind on this entire idea because there's going to be some edge cases that are difficult to decide. That would
No. That's fair.
That 55% of the Republican Party should be barred from voting indefinitely. I don't concede
voting.
that.
I'm not saying who said voting. I just said holding office again.
Okay, okay, 55%. 55% of the Republican Party voted in order to elect Trump as a first choice during the primary. Let's just say that correlates up to the Republican Party, where 55% of the representatives support Trump wholeheartedly as a first choice. I think that separating those people from politics is fucking insane.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it matters here, right? So that like if let's pretend I'm a Republican, right? Let's pretend I'm in office, right? If you're saying there's a way out here, well, I care about that way out. Oh, I'm a never Trumper too. I mean, I was always a never Trumper. Didn't you hear me say? Right? Like, maybe on some website somewhere, I said something critical about Trump.
On some
Doesn't that
website somewhere.
count?
These
I
are
was a
public
never Trumper.
officials. They make public statements. They have public offices. They put out public press releases. These are not random individual private citizens. Definitionally, these are public
This is
officials.
already so absurd that we could just go ahead and concede like a hypothetical in which we were able to perfectly discern every single never Trumper versus every single Republican. It's still a stupid fucking idea.
I think
It's
it's a
still a
basic
wildly
idea.
stupid idea.
We'll do that. Let's do
Hold on.
that.
I have a question. When you, and this is for Destiny, if this is the public position that you're advocating for, what incentive does any Republican or anyone who's ever held office under Trump have to ever denounce Trump? Does this not just make them more incentivized to always support Trump? Because if they don't and Trump loses and the Democrats win, then they know that they're never going to have power again. So why would they ever?
Yeah, he's become the boogeyman that the Republicans pretend he is.
Yeah, no, that this whole thing of like he's become the boogeyman is like raping someone over and over again, saying this person is physically abusive, this person is and then the 12th time you rape them, they punch you and they go, look at that, you've become the violent person I said you always were. I'm sorry, that's fucking retarded. Also, I don't know why you're speaking hypothetically, Wick. Do people have to support Donald Trump? Otherwise, if they don't, they feel like they're going to be held criminally liable for things. That's literally the entire story of the entire Republican Trump administration. How many people in pardon that have committed crimes either directly on his behalf or on behalf of his administration or just other crimes and then ended up supporting him? Like, the Republicans already have this thought process, and it needs to be exterminated. The thought process, not the people.
Wait, hold on. This is such, okay. The reason why this is such bullshit is because I feel like you just either don't understand or don't want to understand the MAGA narrative and why it's appealing to Americans. The whole narrative is that since World War II, we have had a runaway federal government that has grown and grown and grown and grown outside of the Constitution. The Republicans have been playing footsie with the Democrats forever, and as a result, we now have a wrecking ball. So regardless of whether or not you think Trump is a good person or a bad person, things like cutting PEPFAR and USAID, that's good on a principled stance because billions of dollars shouldn't be going overseas to help people who aren't American. Slashing the DOE, deconstructing the Department of Education. Well, the federal government, realistically, we're 50, relatively speaking, sovereign states who should be deciding our own local affairs. Well, that's a good thing because the DOE, since it's gutted, it's now giving local control to education. You can say that those stories are bullshit. You can say it's nepotism. You can say it's cronyism. You can say all the corrupt things, and I'm probably going to agree with you 7 out of 10 times. But that doesn't mean that people with Americans, especially with the First Amendment, with freedom of speech and freedom and conscience, that doesn't mean that that opinion or behavior should be made illegal. That's fucking insane. That's insane. You yourself are advocating for a position that's contradictory to the Republic of the United States. It makes no fucking sense.
Literally not. We literally have an amendment that literally bars people from committing insurrection and holding public office again. So I think my opinion is much more in line with...
How has Marco Rubio committed insurrection?
By supporting an insurrectionist.
That's not insurrection.
It definitionally is. Read the text of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Aiding and abetting is part of an insurrection. Yeah. There's no difference between committing an insurrection and aiding an insurrection. Is by aiding
a person actively participating in an insurrection. Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
You don't have to be convinced for the amendment, but we can convict him by just charging him with the crime. If you charge him with a crime and he's already pled and he's already been, if he's been pardoned,
Let Destiny, hold on. Let Destiny finish his point. Then
if he's pardoned, if he's pre-pardoned, then he's guilty. Then you just say, charge him with it, have him be pardoned, nothing happens, then you bar him from running for office again. So
okay. So Hunter, right now, because you're being consistent, you're just going to go ahead and accept the fact that Hunter is guilty of FARA violations, tax violations, money laundering, and corruption on behalf of the Biden family, right?
Sure. Hunter Biden can never run for public office again. I'll be consistent on that.
Okay, that wasn't even the question. But the whole point is that I know that's bullshit because we've fought about this in the past. All you're doing is you're making a concession because the concession doesn't matter anymore. So what's actually going on here is you're saying that we should bar probably 1/6 of the country from participating in politics once again.
Why do you keep saying, I said elected officials? No, wait, you keep saying 1/6. I'm saying elected officials right now. They're the ones that
elected officials should never have participated within like the cult of Trump or MAGA politics.
Yeah. 100%.
This feels just a little bit sorry,
absurd.
and I think this is a little bit different from the place that we started at, because you were saying Nuremberg trials, but these don't sound like trials. Like these do sound like like if you're part of the admin, you're guilty. But I don't know if that's
Well,
a
if
trial.
they're going to
What if the trial
pre-pardon,
occurs?
if they're pre-pardoning, then we can't have a trial. Now, if they don't pre-pardon, well, then we can try them all for insurrection. Fuck it.
Sure. Okay. So what? Let's go.
Okay,
just
yeah.
through a
Actually, let's say
quick
that they
hypothetical.
don't pre-pardon him. What's your evidence that they're engaged in insurrection?
I don't know. We'd have to figure out what the historical definition of insurrection is, and then I guess we would dig up all the evidence. We do our discovery like a normal trial, and you find everything, and you'd go through all their emails, you go through all their phone calls, you see if they were knowingly violating the.
Let's say this case would fall flat on its fucking face.
Would it be politically popular? I'm not denying that, of course. Would it be politically unpopular? Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so so what you're saying is you're making a moral statement that 1/6 of political representatives, or actually it would be a quarter because these are elected people. 1/4 of elected representatives should be prohibited from participating in politics.
Yep.
Okay. What if we do these trials? What if there's no pre-pardoning? Marco Rubio gets put on trial and he's found innocent. Like I don't know if I understand even your hypothetical.
Well, he beats his trial, but at least all the evidence will be out there. Fuck it.
Okay, sure. So then I don't know. Sure, yeah, I
Here's
agree
a
with
question
that.
for the opposite side.
But I don't agree with this.
Wait. Okay, question for the other side. Let's say that there are no trials. Let's say that another Trump comes along. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things he's done now, but worse?
Why? Hold on. I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't you support the next Trump doing the same?
Him doing the next.
No, not you. I'm
Sorry,
not asking you.
Yeah, repeat it.
Elected politician comes about. There's the Trump 3 or whatever. The next Trump comes about. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things that this Trump is doing, but even worse?
Not you. It's a general
sense. You being MAGA or anyone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if I were MAGA, what is the disincentive from supporting Trump 3 if Trump 3 was legally possible?
Aren't we incentivizing people to take advantage of the law here?
Ooh.
Without political consequences.
I probably wrapped my head around the fact that I think that Trump's going down because he's an ephebophilic sex cultist. I would have to say that we would need to reinforce, actually, I think the political capital after Trump should be spent on reinforcing the guardrails around authorization of uses around military force. It should be put to reinforcing the guardrails around executive orders. It should be put to trying to get Congress to be more of, like that Congresswoman said who just got installed, that it needs to be a co-equal branch of government.
Gotcha. Right, so just checking. So your check against the people. Your check against the people who would support Trump, the next Trump. The people who are openly okay with breaking the law would be to make more laws?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that would be effective. I think that's entirely self-defeating.
In reference to breaking the law, we would have to get into the nitty-gritty of it. Because as an example, you said that Trump people have suffered no consequences. That's not true. All the January 6th insurrectionists were incarcerated. There were 1,500 people who had criminal charges.
And then they were pardoned.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not they suffered consequences. They still suffered consequences. If you want to put limits on the power of the pardon, then I'm all ears for a technocratic solution.
But I guess my question is, if you're a Republican congressperson right now, why the fuck would you ever support guardrails against the pardoning power when, you could just be a George Santos? You know what I'm saying? You could just be breaking the law, and then Trump gets to pardon you. Why would you ever try to limit that authority?
Well, I mean, if you had principles, it's because you wouldn't want to see the republic die. And that's
okay, great. That's okay. That's a benchmark the Republicans have not been able to clear.
Actually, I would say that Thomas Massey and MTG have actually stood on relatively strong
you've
political
got
ground
maybe
within the
5
past
you can point to. I agree with Massey, okay, even though he's a fucking psycho. He's for sure a never Trumper. MTG has the last 2 weeks out of her, I don't know how long she's been in power. 6 years? That seems too high. I don't know. MTG over the last 2 weeks has changed her tone. Okay, great.
Just to be clear real quick, because I don't want people to think I agree with that statement. MTG has not changed her tone. She's just following the political winds. Either she's become a never Trumper. If she is, it's not because she's offended by the authoritarian moves that Trump has made. It's just because she sees the politics going in a different direction.
She's not part of the team anymore, so she's scorned. Sure, but you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, and I don't really give a shit. But now we've moved the argument from
but all you pointed to was 4 people
of people from voting to we don't have idealistic candidates that could actually reinforce the guardrails of the republic. These are totally separate arguments.
Well, to be clear, I didn't make that second argument. I don't know where that second weird argument comes from. Maybe Saxion does, but I didn't make that argument.
Okay. Well, I think that spending political capital on reinforcing our republic would be infinitely better spent than trying to wipe out 25% of elected representatives.
If look, I have a
Funnily
question,
enough, I
wanna-
find these
hold on.
equally feasible.
Yeah,
like
I-
the fact that Republicans would play ball to put back up guardrails that they have disassembled over the last 10 years, it seems equally viable
I'll
than
tell you what's
Stephen's
not
solution.
going to help in that effort. What's not going to help in that effort is saying, "Oh yeah, if we ever do get power, we're coming for that ass. We're going to make
No,
sure."
sorry, what's not going to help in that effort is uniting Republicans.
You mean like what Trump has been saying over and over and over again? What, he was able to win the election doing it. Wait, no, he's an elected piece of shit though. But he won the election. We're not arguing about. No, it's not whataboutism. It's this happened. Okay, you're saying that you'll never win an election doing this. Didn't Trump win 2 elections? If you ask him 3 elections doing this, wasn't his chance in the first election lock her up?
Ran a senile 90-year-old person with his brain leaking out of his fucking ears who couldn't do a debate.
That ran against him in 2016 when he was saying lock her up. We're coming for lock her up.
Wait. What's the point that you're trying to make? If
You're telling me that if you're acting, you're saying that if you act vindictive and evil, no one's going to want to vote for you. Trump ran on vindictiveness all 3 times.
How do you explain the moderate winning in 2020 if everybody is like, so hungry for vindictiveness?
COVID probably had a lot to do with it.
COVID.
Yeah, COVID probably did have a lot to do with it.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not done yet. Thank you. Do you know what had a lot to do with 2024 Trump's win?
Your mom?
Sorry. Democratic incompetence. Democrats seem uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Why the fuck are we talking about the general when we should be talking about the primary? Trump won the Republican majority.
Okay, Trump won. He did. Okay, in the initial primary, 16-1, okay, like the original primary. In the original
No, I was saying in
primary,
2020.
He won a plurality because all the moderates wouldn't fucking drop out.
No, Trump was the most popular candidate to emerge from the primary.
By the end of the cycle. But
Yes.
I guarantee you that there was, like, probably 80% of the way through, 90% of the way through, he was still sitting at 37 or 39%.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that if
all the
Cruz or Rubio drop
if
out...
they had done, if the Republicans did to Donald Trump what the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, we wouldn't have this problem.
No,
but at the
absolutely
same
not.
time, they didn't, and we can't cry
Oh,
over
wait,
spit milk.
hold on. You're making your argument for us because all you're pointing to is that you don't actually need broad political support in order to push a candidate through.
Well, I have no idea what that has to do with anything I've said.
You owned him. Mogged.
Are you being sarcastic? I feel like
I don't. So,
I
want to ask
want to
you
give it.
about-
I want to hold on. I have a question. Then I want to give it to Prime. My question though is if Staxiums and Destiny, you both acknowledge that this would be politically unviable. Like there would be no political will for this. This would be very unpopular. It just wouldn't be an electoral winner. Why would you think that advocating for this publicly would make it more likely that you are going to win in the future if you've already acknowledged that this is politically cancerous of a position? Why the hell would you ever take this position publicly?
Because you got to fight for the things that you believe in to move the public in that direction, like our fucking God Emperor Gavin Newsom did with Prop 50. What a king.
Hell fucking yeah.
See, dude, this
What
is
drove
why I'm
Prop
taking
50 was
you seriously,
Texas
but not literally.
and Republicans. But anyway, go
What
ahead.
was a
Prime.
response to Republican?
Yes, it was. Yes, exactly. It was response to Republican overreach.
And this is a
right?
response to
And
Republican
so when-
lawlessness.
Yeah.
When
for
the
sure.
Republicans point to things saying, "Oh, Democrats, public Democratic influencers want to bar all of their opposing, all Republicans from office," right? They're going to use that to justify people doing some pretty crazy shit on their side.
Like what? Like the president of the United States coming out and saying some congressman should be executed? Like that kind of crazy shit?
Do you think it's gonna? Do you think it could? Do you think it can't get worse?
Yeah, but it can always get
I don't know
worse.
how
But I mean,
often-
like, hold on, it can always get worse. That's the reason why you take dramatic corrective action right now.
Okay, right now, if we're not able to impeach Donald Trump based off of what he's saying right now, what makes you think? Like, okay, so you made the point that you're arguing to move people more in your direction, okay?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is not only are you wasting your political capital now, and you're probably making discourse worse now, but the jumping over the bar would be trying to impeach Donald Trump now, and we're nowhere fucking near that. Like we're not even close. So
But
I
we
don't
can't
even know what
impeach
the
him
fuck
now,
you're
but
doing.
my strategy would have all those current Republicans that are unwilling to impeach him, they wouldn't even be in office in the future, so...
Go ahead,
Bazinga.
Prime
Yeah,
Time.
I keep trying to wrap around my head around this fact that effectively you're not trying to eliminate the voter base, if I heard you correct. You're not necessarily trying to eliminate the Republican Party. You're trying to, through effectively, in my opinion, trumping up charges of insurrection for anybody supportive of the Trump administration. You're trying to disallow 25% of the representatives of the United States from office.
Based.
Okay.
So, okay. One, what about first-term Trump supporters? Right? It's 2016.
Well, if they've changed their mind,
Trump...
oh, then they're good now. They changed their mind between Trump 1 and 2.
Oh,
Well, they're
okay.
allowed back.
So
Whoa.
Now we've changed their minds. Okay, great. I'm glad we have that. I mean,
what if they change their mind in
2027? Yeah.
No. No.
No. Okay.
It's just too late. Okay.
When's the cutoff date? Right? Was it? And I'm honestly
cutoff date.
This. Hey,
cutoff date was January 20th when Biden came into office.
When Biden came into office,
it was January 7th, 2021 or 2021.
Okay, right.
The day after, you have to look at your hands and see the blood on them.
So I have, I have a problem with what Destiny is proposing, right? And I'm guessing there's a lot of room for agreement for whatever Staxium is proposing.
Yeah, I mean, look,
so,
I don't.
1 second.
Sorry.
No worries. So my issue with what Steven is saying is that there's no exit ramp, right? Like, this sounds to me like purging the Ba'athist Party, right? And there won't be any repercussions from that, right? We'll just get rid of them. But these people don't go away, right? And in fact, them and their supporters are well armed. One second. So what we're saying is that we're going to take a maximalist position, not just against the ringleaders, which I can agree with. Like, I believe that I imagine that Staxion's position, right? Hey, let's have an accountability for the people who are in charge, right? But everyone down the rung, right, in terms of elected office, right? Yes, you aren't talking about arresting Republican voters, true, right? But Republican voters are going to take it as a defense, as this is everything that they've always feared, right? That the Democrats are finally coming for them, and now we have to take action, right? That is like the clearest clarion call for violence I've ever seen.
Okay, then we go to that stage if that's what they want, if that's how they feel.
Jesus.
Okay.
Dude, that's so fucking dumb. Like 9.9 times out of 10, liberals would lose a civil war. That's like the fucking stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Would they though?
Okay, what?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Like okay, so a quarter of the population gets disbarred because we're still in the political toxicity. Or a quarter of the representatives get disbarred. They use that as a clarion call in order to rally the troops, saying, left-wing authoritarianism has finally come to America. Obama is, in the Jade Helm bunker about to launch nukes and 5G internet and all that bullshit. They get hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers to walk on Congress, and then boom, we're in an actual shooting civil war. You think liberals win that? What the fuck?
Don't we have all like the gang committing people with the pistols, and aren't Republicans like fat and dying and they're watching targets anyway?
They're not particularly good shooters. Sorry to the blacks.
Well, excuse me. All of our trans Tifa, trans furry people seem to be quite adept shooters, if I recall recent history correctly.
But
so
only like 0.6% of the population.
So
what you're gonna have trans Tifa snipers?
Can I just?
I'll ask one last thing. I'll still do a second.
Yeah, Brian, go for it.
I just and I apologize because I keep interrupting you, but like,
you're chilling.
Destiny, my problem is like there is no path within your framework that you're presenting for reintegration, because that's how you actually heal a divided society, right?
Yeah, we thought that after Reconstruction, and I think it was a mistake. The idea that we need to massively, like, Germany didn't do that, and I think they've had a much better run with their Nazi issue than we've had with our, racial xenophobic issue. I think there is a reason why you need to have an accurate accounting process for what's happened, and the idea that everybody's allowed to come back scot-free. There's a reason why you don't run any type of disciplinary action or program like this.
I'm not disagreeing with an accounting process, right? That actually should happen. If that's what you're talking about, great, right? But the way you're formatting this is that this accounting process means just a blanket accusation against anyone with an R on their name, right? That's the problem in terms of the elected officials.
Well,
right?
you shouldn't have supported a fascist. I mean, it sucks, but this is my country. Right? It's kind of how it works. You shouldn't support fascism.
Yes. I know. Hold on. I get the moral outrage. I'm morally outraged against those people, right?
Well, and
But I'm
legal
talking about,
outrage,
in
but
terms
yeah.
of a practical and a practical sense, right? That the way to actually heal this country would be that we do that accounting, right? Especially at the top layer, right? We prosecute a Trump figure or Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth, right? We go after those individuals. But for the rest, all right, and maybe some other people a little further down. But for the rest, you have to give them a way to get on board, right? To understand, okay, this was bad, right? I apologize. I admit my mistakes, but I don't necessarily have to go to prison for that, right? And
I'm not talking about prison, to be clear. I'm just like saying, I'm just
before.
talking about people being disbarred from running for office again. If you have a different set of consequences, you can be some. Maybe I'd agree with them.
I have a historical question, just because we're talking about Nuremberg. I do know that there were only like 150 150 officials that were charged. If you were just like a Nazi soldier, were you barred from running for office?
I don't know.
I believe
government
so.
process.
I believe anyone
Just wiki it.
who was
Ask
involved
Grok.
in the regime.
Well, don't ask Grok. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ask Grok. Yeah,
I could be wrong though. So
yeah. Okay.
No, I think the
regime
one thing that is like I definitely agree with it.
Until they were
pretty
canceled
severe
and
accounting.
repented, there was a process.
I definitely agree with a pretty severe accounting process, but I definitely disagree with Connor where he's specifically saying that like if this occurs, we're gonna have like a civil war on our hands. I think this is such a cult of personality that the moment that Trump like steps down, there's not gonna be this sort of rallying cry that's centralized in any sort of way. But yeah, I definitely think that a blanket
Would Trump? But would Trump be? Will we even bother for trial with him? Because if all that Stephen is asking for,
Sorry?
he can't run for office again. But he can't run for office again. Well, he's already done his 2 terms, right? He's not going to do a 3rd term. Why even bother with a trial for Trump?
Well, Trump would be charged with different things. His entire family's wealth would be expropriated from him and given to the United States of America. All of his family would be stripped of all their businesses, all their assets, and then they can go rebuild their shit in Russia or wherever the fuck. They can do it in the United States.
based as
Too, but
fuck.
every single thing would be taken from that family, 100%.
Listen. I don't even think this is a real conversation. I think what's going on is Stephen, similar to Newsom, is plotting out an extreme position, and then he's watching Prime and Staxiums, who are trying to steel man his position, sprinting over to him, being like, "Daddy Stephen, can we do Nuremberg, but maybe not as extreme as what you're talking about? Can we just like, instead of incarcerating them and disappropriating them of property, could we just like, maybe bar them from office? Okay, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that." No, fuck your extreme position. Your extreme position is bullshit. Staxium and Prime Kai is trying to find a sensible like version of your thing. It's a waste of time and energy. And this is part of what I'm saying is like all you're really doing is, because I have like a few MAGA people in my chat, all you're doing is the MAGA people are like, "Oh, this is who we knew. We knew Stephen was like this the whole time. We knew that he was a left-wing authoritarian communist dick sucker who was gunning for us." Like, dude, that all you're doing is you're giving red meat to the people that already hate you. That's all you've done.
I don't know how not to give red meat to those people, though.
You can't, because it's a trap they've said that Connor keeps falling into over and over again. It's where somebody's beating the shit out of you over and over and over again, and you go, "I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy." And then as soon as he hits back, he's like, "Look, see, I told you." And then all the other people around are like, "Wow, you're playing right into that dude's rhetoric. I noticed." So when you hit him back, like you're playing right into that guy's rhetoric.
Speaking the truth is never a trap, okay? And by the way, like the reason why MAGA is being hoisted by its own petard is because it's done what you did, but it's painted itself into a corner, okay? It has taken the base and shaken them by the shoulders for decades, that you've mentioned as well. Rush Limbaugh is arguably the beginning of this. And they've taken them by the shoulders and they've shaken and screamed in their face. The elites are all pedophiles. They're all monsters. You're being run by the globalists, the international globalist, post-racial, progressive, communist, Leninist, whatever things. They're all going to kill you. And what's happened is they've radicalized their base to the point that, now, yes, they have power, but now they're turning into the leopards eating faces party. Well, at least the leopard is not going to eat my own face. Donald Trump was forced to, against his will, release the Epstein files because his own party turned against him in reference to it. So once again, you're
What
trying to
I don't
charge
understand what
down the
argument
same
you're
path
trying to.
saying,
Wait.
"Oh,
What?
we got
I don't
temporary
understand what.
electoral
I don't know
power."
what.
It's fucking stupid as shit.
I don't know what
Start
argument.
telling the truth.
What argument are you trying to make here right now? I don't know what argument you're trying to make here.
The argument that I'm trying to make is that you are trying, for some reason, on the verge of Donald Trump being politically irrelevant within a year, you're arguing that you should adopt and mirror Trump's rhetoric and political positions. It's fucking stupid as shit.
Because the issue you're running into is you're viewing Trump as a single moment, a single discrete moment in time. The Republican Party, you are the Republican Party. The Republican
caused Trump.
Let
the
Destiny
things that
finish and
caused
you
Trump.
respond.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
Trump is also one of the things that caused Trump is the fact that there is no accountability for conservative derangement, and there's never been accountability for conservative derangement, so they'll continue to be deranged. You keep saying that, like, well, we need to let people back. You don't want to prove them right. Prove them right about what? They say the exact same things that I say when they're talking to themselves, and then when they come to the liberals, they're like, oh, you guys can't do that because it would be horrible, and then they go and they do the horrible things. The difference is, for some reason, you believe them when they criticize the liberals, but you're not listening to them when they're giving strategy to their own political operatives.
Okay, so hold on. Let's say that you win this rhetorical game, okay? Is the remainder of American politics for the next 10 years until the entire republic collapses is effectively like a tit-for-tat race to the bottom between extreme lefties and extreme rightoids? Because effectively what I see
tit-for-tat is not a race. Don't ask me a question, then answer it. You can answer after. You ask me a question. You were about to give your answer to the question.
I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Let him finish, and you can answer, Destiny.
What I see on the left right now is I see like I've said, I've mentioned the 4 things that I think PF Young is right about that are causing people to crave political radicalism. And I see liberals in their desperation to go after Trump, normalizing socialists and normalizing communists. And you are rhetorically paving the way through which they can use extremist rhetoric in order to seize power. Who's to say that the next Trump is going to be right-wing? It could be some left-wing fucking socialist degenerate piece of shit. So why the fuck would we make that path easier?
What was the question? I don't remember the question. What was the beginning part of this before you did this whole soy rant on irrelevant shit?
Why? In 1 year, we're going to hit the midterms.
Yes.
It's probably going to be a Democrat sweep.
I remember. You were saying that I'm doing a race to the bottom. We've been racing to the bottom, led by the Republican Party. Saying that if you do fuck shit, there are going to be consequences. It's not a race for a bottom. It's stopping the race to the bottom. Tit for tat is not a thing where you constantly go back and forth punishing each other. It's where you avoid
people of crimes that they're not even guilty of.
I do. I think they've committed insurrection. I think you can make the argument for it.
No. Insurrection means that you're trying to interrupt a governmental process through like violence or whatever. The people who are MAGA who support Trump, they might support a person who engaged in insurrection, but they themselves are not insurrectionists.
Supporting an insurrectionist is engaging in insurrection.
They are not guilty.
Supporting an insurrectionist is in and of itself definitionally engaging in insurrection. That's what it means. If you're supporting somebody in a rebellion.
You said that it was a part of the 14th Amendment. Go ahead and read me it.
Read the text. It says, or somebody who's aided the enemies thereof.
Aided the enemies thereof.
That has a very specific meaning.
If somebody legitimately believes in the MAGA bullshit, which I don't, by the way, but if they legitimately believe it, and they are supporting
Section 3 says
Trump,
no person should be a senator, representative, blah, 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 blah. So the ending part of this is to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. It's the same thing. Whether you're supporting them or whether you're doing it yourself, it's considered the same.
Donald Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
So
and
charge him for it. There you go. That's the trial. Boom.
So you're gonna make it a crime and convict people of a crime for supporting someone who is the active president of the United States, but also of the leader of their caucus.
I'm sorry, do you believe that you should always unequivocally support the leader of your party just because he has the letter R or D next to his name?
Of course not. That's like.
Why did you just give that as an excuse then?
Platform.
Why is that your defense then? You're going to charge this guy? You think this guy's bad just because he supports his leader?
Legitimately believe in MAGA. They're dumb.
Yeah, that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. There are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American and I believe in the American Constitution. Why the fuck would I care about somebody who doesn't believe in the American Constitution? What a stupid fucking argument.
By saying that you are going to engage in the race to the bottom, I think you are paving the way.
It's not a race to the bottom. How is it a race to the bottom? It's holding people accountable for breaking the law and for encouraging and supporting people who break the law.
But you have already said earlier in this conversation that you're effectively comfortable with fucking convicting these people of a crime that they have not committed. We do not agree that these people have committed the crime.
And charge them with it and see if they beat the case.
This entire paradigm. Not only that, but I'm accepting this entire paradigm that what you're proposing is even possible.
Okay, Connor, wait. I have a
case. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead,
Connor.
Stats.
I got a question. What would you do about specific Trump officials? Like, let's just use like Pam Bondi as an example, who has at multiple times skirted court orders.
Okay,
Very
so
harsh words. Very harsh words.
Is it? What?
Sorry.
What I would need is so for instance, like let's get into specifics. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, okay?
Yeah.
The Justice Department slow walked / resisted a lower court order in order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they fought over the word of facilitate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they dragged it out for 90 to 120 days or whatever, and then they brought him back for some kind of criminal processing. I don't even know what it was. You would have to show me a crime that Pam Bondi or a Trump representative actually committed that is indictable and convictable. Because as far as I know, slow walking a court order is actually not a crime until you reach contempt.
Okay. What about? Sorry, just let me check here.
Just to jump past like hypotheticals, you need to show me a convictable crime. So, as an example, with the drone striking civilian ships in the Caribbean, I think that's quite possibly a war crime. I think it might be a violation.
Hegseth is liable.
I think Hegseth is potentially liable. Absolutely.
So he should be convicted of a crime after.
But you need to figure out what it is, and you also need to process through a court. Because, for instance, like I'm pretty sure what is it? Article 2, the roles and responsibilities of the presidency. I fucking forget which article is which article. But the point is that the president does have broad discretion when it comes to national security matters and when it comes to like declaring emergencies and responding to emergencies. But the question is, he directed his Secretary of War to take military action against narco terrorists. So you effectively would have to go to a court and argue like, what's the definition of a narco terrorist? Who has the ability to even declare what a narco terrorist organization is? Are you able to use lethal force just for drug trafficking? You would have to figure all this shit out. And I wouldn't spend the political capital on this for the next 2 years or 4 years.
But all you're describing is the process. Is like you're saying that it wouldn't be politically.
It would be moral to go after the Trump administration. But by the way, the time to do that wouldn't be after Trump's out of office. The time to do that would be now.
Well, we are taking them to like there's multiple lawsuits going on right now with the Trump administration. I don't understand.
Also, we can't do it now because we don't control the. We can't do it.
Striking of Caribbean boats.
We can't do it right now because we don't have the Department of Justice to charge or investigate these crimes. It's owned by Trump.
Again, now we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty or whatever. I don't understand how Congress has oversight and yet has no ability to oversee or affect any executive action whatsoever.
Congress can't charge crimes. They can make recommendations to the DOJ, but
Sure.
they would obviously shit all over that.
But if we're currently blowing up boats, then shouldn't, I don't know, Democratic senators like this is the one that we bumped onto that's probably the most obvious. Okay, so let's stick with this for a second. This is the most obvious one. How come I'm not seeing AOC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or any of these people stepping up into Congress right now and saying, we're engaged in a unilateral, illegal, extra-constitutional, murderous campaign against civilians in the Caribbean, and regardless of whether or not these people are drug traffickers, this is like a breach of federal authority, and we need to do oversight immediately.
Haven't people literally been saying that?
Stephen, do you agree? Stephen, do you agree that bombing those boats, that would be one of the things you would charge Trump with, like bombing the Venezuelan boats?
Sure.
Like,
you wouldn't be charged as like a war crime because this is a Rome Statute stuff. We're not a signatory to the ICC. I would charge you as fucking murder.
You charge him with murder. Okay. All right. Even though he didn't actually commit it, you're saying that. Like,
okay, sorry. Conspiracy to commit murder.
He ordered it. Conspiracy to commit murder. Okay. I'm just
okay,
trying
actually,
to
I'll put that back to Staxians. So Staxians, do you think Pete Hegseth should be charged with murder when the Trump admin is done?
Murder seems. I don't know specifically. Look, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know what specific crime he should be committed with, but I do know that. I've got a quote here. He said about the Venezuelan strikes that he has absolute and complete authority based off of the defense of the American people alone and refused justification. I definitely think that there's something convictable in there. I don't know what specifically that crime would be.
Okay, so if we were still entertaining Stephen's hypothetical, then since the Department of Justice can't charge anybody, let's say that we have a Democratic administration next. But it's like, Stephen, it sounds to me like you should support this logically. So Democratic administration comes in. They shouldn't attack affordability. They shouldn't attack the economy. They shouldn't attack, existential technological shifts. They shouldn't tackle immigration. What they should do is they should spend probably the entirety of their first term going through the entirety of the Trump administration, looking for convictable crimes, and then trying to convict all subordinate admin officials of the Trump administration.
They could do both at the same time.
I don't have faith that they could, but I don't know if we need to open that up on a can of worms.
You don't know if multiple investigations can occur at one time?
No, I'm sure that they could conduct multiple investigations. I'm just saying that the amount of political capital that you would need in order to convict, so for instance, Pete Hegseth's logical defense would be, I'm the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Defense. There's an immediate threat to death of great bodily harm to American citizens. The president is within my direct chain of command. I'm acting within my direct chain of command, and I'm taking out an existential threat to American citizens. That's part of my purview as the Secretary of Defense. So then you would have to convince a jury or Congress that Pete Hegseth was in the wrong for following orders from Donald Trump in order to take out the Caribbean boats. And then you would have to say, this is worthy of him no longer being able to be in politics, or it would be worthy of incarceration. I think you would bleed a shitload of political capital trying to make that happen.
Let's proffer a hypothetical here. Let's just say, for the sake of conversation, that in 2028, Trump basically disappears. He flees America. Massive blue wave, like 80-20 split kind of thing. Like Texas goes full blue. We have so much political capital. Do you think that we should leverage it in this way? Like, let's just say we do have the political capital.
If we were working in an ideal, let's say that it was like a perfect political environment and we could do this without burning political capital and we could deal with all the things that we were talking about, then yeah, sure. I would love to bar Marco Rubio from politics for being complicit in the indirect deaths of probably hundreds of thousands or millions of people.
What
I
you're
would love
not
to hold him
saying,
accountable
though,
for that.
but you're not saying that we would also just get rid of the rest of the Republican Party, right? Like that. You're talking about the upper echelons.
Well, and the reason why this actually goes back to as far as like ancient Rome, by the way, apotheosis. It's where the emperor, when he dies, he ascends to godhood or whatever. It's why Gerald Ford forgave Nixon or pardoned Nixon or whatever. The reason why you don't go after the previous administration is because somebody could go after you. Arguably, based off of this logic, if the Republicans get back into office, they can charge Obama for murder for Anwar al-Awlaki.
Yeah, so
it's
interesting.
Hold on. We can go back to Bush. And we can incorporate Bush for lying about WMDs and the Iraq War.
Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, actually, Prime's good with all of this, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Go ahead, Prime, please.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for that jumping off point. First of all, previously, Counterpoints, you said that I was trying to make Stephen's points reasonable. I'm not. Stephen's points is fucking ridiculous, right? That being said, what we both agree on, what you just agreed on, is the thing that I was saying previously, is that we should have accountability, right? Especially for those in charge, right? Now, how far down exactly down the rung we should go, right? That's up for debate, right? What Stephen's idea, Stephen's presenting a dumb fuck idea. But still, that's not even my biggest problem with Stephen, right? That's something I have yet to elucidate, but you were just touching on. So, right, my issue is that I don't think Stephen here is actually being consistent, right? Because he's a partisan hack. So, Stephen, I'm going to ask you, hey, should we also go back through the Democratic administrations and then charge presidents with crimes?
Let me get some water.
I don't know which crimes.
Which crimes? Yes, conspiracy to commit murder, right? So you can give an order. Yeah, sure, Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden, right?
What murder?
Joe
Which
Biden
way you say that? What murder?
Yeah, the Gazans, right? Providing weapons, right, to slaughter civilians. What about that?
No.
No. Oh, no. We don't do that. No. Okay, those deaths, those are okay, right? Why are those okay?
It's not that they're okay. It's that there's.
No, I'm not talking. Well, no, I'm not talking to you, Stephen. right? You have the problem with stack sims. You have a different idea, right? And I think
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
completely reasonable.
You're
But
good.
Steven, why not?
Because it's a military conflict. It's an ongoing military conflict.
Oh, it's a military. Oh, it's a military conflict now, right? The Trump administration is assembling one of the biggest naval forces we ever have in the Caribbean, right? They're going to take military actions. They're gonna declare that the narco terrorists, right, are working with Maduro, and then that makes it, because now they have state backing. That's a military action, and so why not? Like,
If we had declared war with Venezuela, then I wouldn't be saying that these are murders, because at the very least, then he'd be.
Declare war against Hamas?
No, but Israel did. They're engaged in a fight with Hamas.
So Israel does. Okay, so when a foreign country does that, wipes our hands clean. So we don't have to even do that, right? But we could just still say that. When
I never said it wipes our hands clean. I said that for the purposes of saying the president of the United States is engaged in murder.
So we're not clean. Oh, okay.
It's
great.
not about being. We're not
clean.
talking. We're not talking about being clean or not. We're talking about whether or not somebody is engaged in the act of murder, right? Which is the unjustified killing of a person.
Conspiracy. No.
Conspiracy to commit murder would be like the plan to kill a person.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the plan was to use those bombs to drop them on civilians. What about that, Stephen?
I don't know if that is necessarily what the plan was, but I don't know if you would charge somebody for selling a gun to somebody.
I just want to be clear that I don't want
What do you think the bombs are for? Stephen, what do you think the bombs are for?
For military conflict?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you can see how he's trying to come up with like levels of separation here to say, well, now that doesn't matter when it comes to when it's my leader that I agree with, right? That I dick suck. Well, then, of course, he wouldn't have to face the same charges. What about Obama, right? Like our friend.
Well, to be clear, for the thing, there's a difference between two parties that are actively engaged in a military conflict. Is a lot different than just bombing people in the middle of the ocean, right? Do you acknowledge these are two separate things?
Sorry,
do you acknowledge that killing civilians in the middle of the ocean directly with your own military against a country that you're not at war with, that's a significantly different thing than selling weapons to another country at war?
Well, technically, we weren't at war with Yemen either.
We weren't at war. Yeah,
we're not talking about Yemen right now, but we have the use of authorization for the military force that covers, I believe, the entire Middle East. But regardless of the Yemen stuff, I'm saying you acknowledge there's a difference between killing four nationals in the middle of an ocean with your military. There's a difference between that and selling weapons to another country.
There would be it would be a difference if that other country was at peace, right? And then you sold them weapons. Then later on, they happen to be used for something nefarious. No, there was an active military conflict. We were deeply involved in it.
Do you hold on? Do you recognize there's a difference between selling a country weapons versus killing another country's citizens?
We can say those are two different things.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
are
cool.
they significant enough? No, they're not significant enough to be different, right? And so, like, I get that you desperately need to draw that line.
To be clear, I'm not desperate. You're flailing right now. You're flailing right now. I'm not desperate at all.
Your boy Joe Biden won't actually be prosecuted. But again, we can even change it, right? So again, Obama, right, bombing or assassinating Anwar al-Awlaki. Can we charge him?
No.
No. Oh, once again. Okay. So now we're having a direct military action by our.
What would you charge him with?
President.
You could charge Obama, and you could probably charge
you wouldn't
Eric
charge.
Holder
You wouldn't charge either one. You would look at the intention behind the action. So Obama claims that he's doing Obama claims he's not just murdering somebody; that he's doing a military action. Well, what were the actions that he took around the time? Did he try to hide this? Did he try to do things that he knew was illegal? No. He went to his Department of Justice. He went to Eric Holder. He sought his legal advice. No, but Trump and the administration are openly Trump and the administration are openly defiant of the law. They claim that all the judges are rigged. They don't try to figure out if the things they're doing in advance are legal or not legal. They're explicitly and openly saying, like, I don't believe in the law. I'm not going to fall.
They just came up with a bullshit DOJ memo, right? That's saying, oh, it's all legal. No worries, military, right? The things that you're doing is fine.
That's what I was going to say.
Do you think that the memos that are coming from the
the dividing line here is that some sort of legality, right? Or some sort of legal justification, because all presidents say they have legal justifications to do everything they do.
So do you think that all presidents seek the same, they are, in good faith, are seeking the same level of affirmation?
It doesn't matter if it's good faith or not. When they're presenting
it doesn't matter if you're trying to figure out if your actions are legal or not. What do you think a crime is? What do you think a key element of committing a crime is? Is the criminal state of mind?
Okay. So, Prime, please let me tag in just for a second, okay? The reason why Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki and Anwar al-Awlaki is in more gray area than you might want to concede it for is because they're United States citizens And there's a huge argument about geography and also whether or not like assisting a terrorist organization precludes you from due process. There's actually an argument there.
That's
And
fine,
Eric
but the thing that
Holder-
you're the thing that you
No,
are
I'm not
the
done yet.
thing-
though.
oh my
I'm not
God.
done yet.
I know, but everything you're about to say is irrelevant. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Let him say it. Hold on. Let him say it.
It's
and then
all,
we'll-
Thank you.
it's all
Okay, I
relevant,
will.
so
Thank you. The
go
reason
ahead.
why it's irrelevant is because what you're about to give is an argument that challenges the legality of the U.S. president to assassinate essentially American citizens of other countries, which is a fair argument. But none of that gets you any closer to saying Obama committed murder.
Wait, hold on. Obama went to Eric Holder. Eric Holder said, "Yeah, we're probably good." That was it. And then they drone striked Anwar al-Awlaki, and they drone strike for Abdul Raham, by the way. They were drone striking somebody else, and then they just accidentally killed a 16-year-old U.S. citizen. So like that's fine. Like for me, I don't give a sorry, Prime, I'm gonna betray you a little bit.
Right.
I don't give a
Well,
fuck
no,
about
yeah.
Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't give a fuck
Yeah,
about
great.
Abdul Raham. What I'm trying to point out to you, though, is that once you open up this can of worms of, well, this admin was uniquely bad according to my perspective, therefore we're going to go after all you motherfuckers, then at that point,
Is
you're
there a
opening up
fact
can
of the
worms,
matter?
not just for
Wait,
previous
is there?
administrations, but for
I understand.
any
Yeah.
future
Is
administrations.
there a fact of the matter that some administrations might be betraying the ideas or the laws of the U.S. Constitution more than other people, or is it all just like a whatever meme?
Of course, but one of the largest political scandals of the past 30 years is the fact that we have evidence for this. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney knowingly exaggerated evidence in order to justify the case for the war in Iraq that resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead people, tens of thousands of American dead, $2 trillion spent. So if there's something worth investigating to see whether or not there was criminality involved in, I would say that deserves a second look.
Sure, I wouldn't disagree with you at all on that.
Yeah, of course, no, because it's a Republican administration. Yeah, no, hold on.
What?
We can all say that yes, different administrations violate the law in different ways, right? I'm saying, hey, I'll be consistent. In any way that you violate the law, right, you'll be prosecuted. That's what I'm saying. Why
But
can't
you're
you say
drawing
the
this
same thing?
equivalence. You're drawing this equivalence
Hold on,
between.
I'm not.
Let's
I'm not
stack
drawing- I'm
stack
not
teams
drawing
finish.
any-
Let's stack teams get in here. Let's stack teams get in here a second.
Whatever,
Finish
you're
your
trying-
point, then you can respond, Prime. I promise. Go ahead.
You're
stack
trying to point to Democratic politicians and Republican politicians like there's some sort of equivalence here, but we're talking about the Iraq War. And
I am not okay. So Stack seems to know exactly what you're going to say already. That's why I didn't bother waiting to
Go
listen.
ahead.
No, I'm not drawing an equivalence here.
How you guys
I
all
literally
psyched?
just said, hey, there are differences. Just now, when you jumped in, I just said, hey, there are differences in how different administrations violate the law. Right? We
Great,
take that
yeah.
into account, and in any way that you violated the law, that's what you'll be prosecuted for. Right? So it doesn't matter. Right? So yes, in big ways in which you lied to the American people, you make up evidence, and you draw us into a massive forever war, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that. And then smaller ways, assassinating American citizens without proper authorization, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that too. I prosecute all of them for everything, right? So my position is that you terrify past presidents to keep future presidents in line, right? Destiny was trying to sniff at that argument, right? He was pointing at that argument, but he only meant for Democrats. That's the secret thing, right? They were saying under his breath, right? So when Democrats supported genocide, well, that's okay, right? When Democrats assassinate Americans abroad, well, that's okay, right? But when a Republican comes into office, oh, okay, well, that's the thing we have to be afraid of, right? That's when the lawyers get their subpoenas out.
yeah, but there's several degrees of there's several degrees of indirectness when it comes to Biden's involvement in Israel. Even if we're saying,
even
if we're saying,
Well,
like,
let's stack teams finish, please. Let's stack teams finish.
okay, well, we can look at Obama or Biden specifically, but Obama's in murky territory and Biden's in murky territory. But Bush and Trump, it's pretty clear cut.
Why is Obama? Well, you don't have to give me Bush and Trump. You don't have to bring that up because I am going to prosecute them in my utopia, right?
No, but I'm justifying why I am going to be harsher towards the Republicans.
Okay, I want to draw this back. I want to draw this back to the matter at hand of what do Democrats do with MAGA once they get into power. I want to bring this back.
Are you trying to reframe it when there's a genocide going on? Wick, you fucking idiot.
Is the matter at hand, right? So we're talking about, hey, like, you're saying that there should be a legal process, the WIC, right? You're saying we're asking, should there be a legal process to deal with the crimes of the previous administration, right? Like, should we normalize that? I say yes. I've already agreed to that. Okay, great, right? Now, like, if this is going to be a legal process, and if it's going to be something that is respected, right? And seen as legitimate, that you would have to do it on both sides, or else it doesn't count. Destiny says, "Hey, this process will get us to the capital T truth about what has happened in the past, right? It has to be a public spectacle to do that, right? Well, then part of that should be accounting for every administration.
Tell you
right?
what,
But
when the
not- there is
leftists
no
get
truth.
power, you can do that. But we're talking about realistic outcomes, and we're talking about the
No.
Democrats and the Republicans. The
So
leftists
then
never get
none of this is
power.
realistic.
If
Sorry,
the
sorry.
leftists
None of
ever
this
get
is
power, we
realistic.
can have
this
that
whole topic's
discussion.
not realistic. We know
realism a
that.
while
So
ago.
we're already in fantasy, right? So if we're going to be in fantasy, and we're going to deal with Stephen's dumbass idea, right, of prosecuting the Republican Party all the way down to fucking dog catcher, right? We're already there, and so I'm asking for a bit of consistency. And I'm trying to point out the vast hypocrisy that is Stephen's entire political platform.
Okay, if you're asking for consistency, if there's any Democrat who's lied to the UN in order to bring us to war in the Middle East, I would happily impeach them too.
True, King.
Okay, yeah, great. I would too. I don't know why.
Great,
you keep
awesome.
saying-
We
Fucking
solved the
awesome.
problem.
You keep distracting. I don't know what you're doing here, right? I already agreed to that. I agreed to that, right? I'm saying for lesser crimes, I'd also do that too. Hold on. What is the minimum?
But you
crime?
can't-
Hold on. Let me ask Stack Sims here. Okay, Stack
Okay.
Sims, since you've been wanting to jump in and get some airtime. Stack Sims, what is
Yeah.
the the maximum amount of crime, right, that a president can do and not be charged? Democrat or Republican?
This feels like
Mogged. You just got mogged. Dude. Mogged.
True. I don't need to explain when specifically night turns into day to explain where day is and where night is. I know that Trump crossed the line. I don't know where the line is.
I you keep trying to distract. Hold on. You had a lot of airtime here.
Okay, I don't know. The answer is I don't know where exactly the maximum
So I do
crime
know.
is.
Then I do know. Okay, great. Then I do know. I have
Okay, great.
I have an idea. So when I'm talking about murder, right? Yes, you've gone into the territory where you get charged, right? I've given a direct line. Nothing below murder. Okay, nothing below murder or conspiracy to commit murder, right? Nothing below that, right? So now that we've established that, great. Then I would say I would charge President Obama, right? And I would charge President Biden, right, for sending weapons to a country that his own State Department declared was committing war crimes.
I love you, buddy.
You're gonna need a piece.
But we're gonna
together
move
what-
on, and we're gonna get to back
AI?
to the topic at hand.
Well, yeah, man. Steven's been a coward there. No, look at Steven sitting there being a coward because he didn't actually want to engage with it.
No, it's just the
So wait, to be clear, there's nothing to engage with. There's nothing to engage with. When we talk about chargeable crimes, we talk about people who are acting within what they believe their legal authority is. There's a difference between people acting within what they believe their legal authority is versus people who are acting with flagrant disregard for legal authority. This administration, and it's provable. This is provable. The current administration no, they don't. And you can look. It's pretextual, and it's clearly pretextual. That's fine because you don't understand the law and you don't follow what they say. Okay, but they clearly say Donald Trump. They clearly say that we don't believe what the judges say. We don't think that the judges are correct on this. They're all activists. We don't care what the judge says. We're going to do whatever we want anyway. They very clearly know, or if anything, they should know that you can't just kill citizens in South America without cause, and that's a totally okay thing to do. That's plainly obvious.
I want to give it to Counterpoints, hopefully to re-rail us. If he does not re-rail us, I will re-rail us forcibly and non-consensually.
I'll do it again. I understand.
You got to put these guardrails up to the conversation.
Yeah, I will.
Because fuck you, Steven.
Reinforce him.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to re-rail us. I'm going to reject that this is even a possibility. If we can't impeach Trump now, if the best thing we can do is have Democrats stand up in Congress and ineffectually say, oh, I really disagree with this. If that's all we can achieve right now, we're not getting shit after Trump's gone. I think it's a waste of time. I think it inflames maybe it's a marketing strategy. Maybe this is a marketing strategy to get Democrats psyched for the midterms or some shit. If you said it was a marketing strategy, then I would be like, oh, okay, Steven's just using hyperbolic language in order to get, libtards excited for the midterms. And I'd be like, all right, fuck it. That's just what Steven's doing. But you said to take you literally and seriously. And at this point, I'm going to say literally and seriously, it's a stupid fucking idea. The Democrats cannot walk and chew gum. They need to focus on not Trump. They need to focus on the material circumstances that caused Trump, which once again, I will assert is rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, income inequality, and the dissolution of the social fabric.
Oh, so we can't charge Trump with crimes. We just need Democrats to solve fast technological change, solve demographic issues in the United States, solve the social fabric dissolving, and then solve whatever the other fourth existential problem is. Fuck me, why didn't they just fix every single fucking issue with society? That's great. Why did I think of that? Fuck me, dude.
If you weren't being a twat, then you could realize that these are things that are affecting radicalism on both sides of the political binary.
Yeah, but we can agree with
there
that.
Are Republicans who are concerned about these things, who would be interested in coming up with solutions to these things.
Yeah, but I can point to a fucking.
It's supposed to be.
I can point to a crime and go, okay, but look at the poverty in the area. Look at all of these factors that go into the crime. We still prosecute individuals. Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, but we've already acknowledged that the
focus
chances of you prosecuting a criminal in this regard is a snowball's chance in hell.
Okay,
so
let me ask you a question.
I'm addressing your point one at a time.
Yeah, let me ask you a question to Destiny and to Staxiums here. If if you knew that engaging in this would absolutely lead to Democrats losing in 2026 and 2028, if this running on this platform, if you had a crystal ball and you knew 100% that even advocating for what you think is right is going to fail and it's going to cost you the election, would you still do it?
No, I would not.
We know for a fact? No, you'd probably try to find some middle ground.
Okay. So what I'm telling you is we have a lot of evidence given the past and how it turned out when we tried to do this with Trump the first time, and how that again.
But we didn't do it with Trump the first time. What do you mean?
Factor in leading to us losing.
I don't know. I don't know how you could possibly say that. But also, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? We didn't try it with Trump. We never got any federal charges.
We never got any federal charges, but not for lack of trying, and not for lack.
We
of
didn't really try. We didn't try. It was 2 years before the special counsel was appointed. We didn't try that hard.
I disagree with you, and I think that the public.
I would agree with Stephen here, right? That I would agree that there was massive Democratic incompetence, right, by Joe Biden, by Merrick Garland. Absolutely, 100%. I would agree with that, right? I would agree that they were engaging in what Stephen is trying to engage, right? Like in protection of the powerful. So they didn't actually want to charge him with anything, right? Like if they did, then they could have done it immediately, right?
Just to be clear, I don't know why I'm saying it because this is not my point at all.
They waited for because until it was politically, at least they thought it was politically expedient, right? They waited till the end. And it was a disaster, right? It was a disaster because they ran out of time. But yes, they were protecting the powerful. They were extremely reluctant to do that. That case, even when there was their opponent.
Hold on. Do you think if they had been successful in prosecuting Trump federally, right, and they had sent him to jail even, right? Like Trump is now in jail, okay, for all the January 6th crimes, insurrection, all these things. Do you think that Republicans would have won more or less in 2024?
Far less.
Less, yeah.
Less.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely wrong. I think this would have been.
I think he's the leader of a cult.
Feeding into their persecution narrative.
It's so crazy. Do you see how cucked your position is? That literally any time you try to hold somebody accountable, they're like, you're feeding into their narrative. So we just can't hold anybody. So wait, okay. So then what is? Wait. Then can somebody give me another thing? Then I'm not like 100% bought into this has to be the penalty, but give me what your proposed penalty is. Then what should the accountability look like for how conservatives have acted over the past 10 years?
Well, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
You go first.
Oh, sure. I'll go first. I think that they're getting their accountability. We saw last Tuesday.
Never mind. No, never mind.
4th.
Do you have any real things? I'm not talking about losing an election. I'm not talking about losing an election.
Do you think politicians don't want to win? Do you think that politicians don't want to win elections?
I think they do want to win elections, yes.
Okay. So, yes. So, when the disincentive is, hey, if you behave in this manner, you won't win elections.
Do you think that they're losing because they're behaving in a particular manner or because everything is going to shit and they're failing to deliver on even the most basic parts of their agenda?
These things are correlated.
They're not.
You don't think that them behaving in the manner that they do is leading everything to go to shit?
No,
Their
I think if Trump were
incompetence
more
and their
competent,
inability
they
to
would be
govern
good.
If Trump
is
were more competent,
absolutely
no, it's absolutely not.
correlated with their level of corruption and malice.
You can argue that like the similar traits play into people that act, in
Yeah.
similar ways, but it's not like Republicans are like, you know what? Abrego Garcia, that was fucked up. No, that's not happening, and that's what you need them to think. Just because things are going to shit because the president is incompetent as fuck doesn't mean that conservatives are going to look in the future and go, wow, we definitely shouldn't support an evil person again.
They're not going to think when you again have these trials, these Nuremberg trials for MAGA, that
then what do you
these
do
are
to get them to think
crimes
that way?
Trump
What do you do to get them to
committed,
think
and
that
this is
way?
Why they can't have power? They're
I'm
going to
listening to you,
think
hold
that the Democrats. Oh, you're just going to leave.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. They're going to think that the Democrats are the ones who are persecuting their political enemies, and the voting base is going to vote accordingly. That's
So then what do you do?
Counterpoints? Did you have
Is it
anything?
just lose the election then? You have nothing then. You can't do anything. They've insulated themselves perfectly.
Of course you. Again, there are things that you can do. But they
Wait.
should not
Oh my
be
God.
your
Hold on. I
focus.
just have my thing. I got it. I think that if they don't let us prosecute them, then that means that they're evil Hitlers. So now they have to let us prosecute them. Otherwise, Wick, you're going to be saying, well, Destiny said you guys are evil Hitlers if you guys do that thing. And now that you're doing that thing, you're proving him right. Can I just say that? All the Democratic
Yeah, you
messages should
can,
change to that,
but
okay? There we go.
What I say has historical basis.
No, it
and
doesn't.
Election results.
No, it
backing
doesn't.
It.
What are you talking
say
about?
Has
Wait,
lives
what is your
and
basis?
evidence backing it.
What is your basis?
The November 4th election that just happened. Where
You think he
moderates
won
ran the
that
fucking
election?
board, and the guy who had the
Sir,
red upper like you got
What?
like he performed the least well out of every single Democrat who won.
The least well? You mean the guy who
Yeah,
was based as
he was,
fuck and said
got
he
carried
wanted
over
his
the finish
opponent's
line. Jim
children to be
Jones is who
killed,
I'm
still won
talking
his
about.
election? King, okay? Number one. Number two, in terms of the Trump election, where's the evidence that are you implying that the New York State convictions that helped Trump, or that all the charges?
I think that helped Trump.
You think
Okay,
those
no,
helped
wait, that's
Trump?
fine,
Yes,
that's
I think
fine.
that
But I
helped
just want
Trump
just to be clear then, the rules that Wick are writing right now, Wick is saying that like, yeah, president should always break the law because if you ever try to hold them accountable, it's going to help them win the next election, I guess. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that I would rather win than have some kind of weird, this is what I want to be justice, but not actually get those justice either. Like, in order to get justice, you have to win first. So my advocacy
I agree. We have to win
is
first.
about winning first.
Yeah, and then
Once
after we win,
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. But what if?
But
what
when
if
you
we,
come out and you say that, hey, if we win, we're going to
Hold them
take
accountable.
away
Accountability.
every single
you're fine-
Republican,
so you're
do it
fine with
secretly?
you're not going to win.
Wick, we
Yeah,
should
so
just do
you're
it
fine with-
secretly.
Yeah. So Wick is saying he's fine with all of what Destiny
That's
is
not
saying.
what I'm
quiet about
saying.
it.
Just as long as we
You know,
lie
Wick-
about it, right? And then we surprise Nuremberg trials, right?
Look,
we do. And
You're
I'm
just
fucking with you, bro. But you can't admit it to your audience because then you're not
No.
saying it
Yeah, you
silently.
can't say
that's not what I'm saying.
I'll message
Do you know
later,
what?
dude.
Well,
Don't
actually,
worry.
couldn't we do that? Well, hold on. I'm trying to think. What are the chances that you could have like a massive agenda that everybody's accusing you of doing, but then you deny it the entire time? And then when you get into elected office in 2025, you have this big project that you're trying to carry out all the plans of, even though you said you knew nothing about it. Maybe this would be kind of crazy. Never mind.
Okay, counterpoints you wanted to get in earlier. Go ahead.
Sorry. So somebody in my chat, I think a DGGer, brings up an interesting point, which is maybe state level crimes as a way to circumvent blanket pardons. But then I don't know what state level crimes you would be accusing people of, that let alone that you would have sufficient evidence in order to obtain a conviction. I also still think that that would avoid the insurrection issue. And once again, I'm just going to say this for like the fourth time. I think y'all got a fistful of nothing. I think you have as a matter of fact, saying Republicans, if you don't let us prosecute you, you're gay. That probably would be more effective than
do
what
it.
you guys are
I'm okay
advocating
with that.
for. Because then the Republicans would be like, no, I'm not gay. You can prosecute Donald Trump. You can prosecute Pete Hegseth. I'm not gay. Like that almost makes more sense than what you're saying.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sure.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, we do realize that we are all 20 to 40-year-old adults here. The thing that you're arguing
What was Connor's
for has
answer
a
to why
snowball
won't
chance in
Republicans
hell of
act?
happening.
Why won't Republicans act even more unhinged in the future if there's no accountability for what's happening now?
Well, okay, but I'm asking you a different question, which is effectively like, you can't get the accountability that you're looking for.
You can try. You can get as close to it as possible.
Hold on. Trying and failing is worse than not trying. You understand that, right?
Well, I do understand that, but we're also talking about political. He's saying
I'm asking.
That
if
feels like a
Steven understands
truism.
that.
I-
Destiny,
it
do you
depends.
understand that?
Definitionally
If
not
you
true.
try
You can
and
charge.
fail,
You
it's
can
worse
try.
than not trying, correct?
No. Also, you can't let the fear of
You don't
failure
think
keep you
that's
from.
true?
You can get closer to perfect. Don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. There you go. See, I can do these two.
Okay. But
Okay,
here's the thing.
but-
The perfection that you want of prosecuting everyone who's ever done a crime for every single thing they do
Mhm.
is the perfection that you're letting get in the way of actual progress here.
Well, sure.
So,
Maybe we only convict
again,
half of them.
If you try to convict them
Mhm.
and you try this plan and then it doesn't work, what that does is that just sends an even stronger signal that they can get away with it even if you try to fight them.
Then what if we don't
So
charge them
you're
with
saying
anything?
that
Why wouldn't they try to do the same
Democrats should have
thing?
impeached Trump?
Again,
Are
there
you saying that
already-
Democrats shouldn't have impeached Trump before? Because they failed.
Hold on.
That's a
I
great
think that
question, actually.
Impeaching Trump is different than what is being advocated for tonight.
Hold on, but you're saying if you
Hold
you're
on.
trying to.
I'm okay with impeaching Trump, even if it doesn't work. That's different than what's
Why?
being advocating here
Well,
tonight.
well,
You're
trying and
talking
failing
about-
is worse than not doing it.
Not
at
in
all.
every context.
yeah.
The context changes.
That was
calculation.
No, I know. I agree.
But
Okay?
yeah,
So
sure.
when you
hold on.
try
agree
and
with that.
fail
No,
to
don't
impeach
agree with that.
someone, so if you try and fail to win an election, that's a lot different than trying and failing
Sure,
to
hold on, we're
bar
talking about taking-
25% of the Republican Party for ever running
yeah,
for
and I'm
office.
trying to. And hey, so these are apples to apples, okay, right? Impeaching Trump, right, or putting him through these trials, right, is a legal process. Well, political / legal process for impeachment. In which, like, a formal process in which you present evidence and you get a group of individuals to decide if it was convincing enough to impose consequences. These are the same things, right? And they tried to do impeachment and they failed, right? And you're saying, well, that's okay. But like if you try to do a trial and they don't have the forethought to know that if it's going to work or not, then we shouldn't bother.
I think that you can look at the evidence that you would bring against, say, Marco Rubio, and that would be far, far weaker of a slate of evidence than you would have against someone like Trump.
Obviously.
You disagree?
I don't think anyone's disagreeing.
Wait, we don't know that. We haven't seen his
Now
emails
you're
yet. We haven't gotten subpoenas yet. We haven't done an investigation.
You haven't done any of that.
Wait, then Trump
Like, we haven't
himself,
actually gone through the
obviously, it would be
process.
definitionally less, because the only piece of evidence that you would look at is that
your
he's
argument
supporting
is
Trump
that you have
more.
less evidence against Trump than Marco Rubio.
That's not. You're
No,
talking. Steven, right?
you're probably almost definitely going to have less evidence because Trump is higher up in the organization and it was handing down orders, right?
No,
That
because
doesn't mean
Trump
that-
is the dictator. Trump is the fascist.
Even if you have less evidence, that doesn't mean you don't have enough evidence for a conviction, right? There might be different quality, or different crimes altogether.
Do you think that they
you
have
might
enough
charge him
evidence
with.
to convict Marco Rubio of insurrection?
If we want to go,
I think no.
if we want to play the 14th Amendment game, if we want to look at the 14th Amendment, it doesn't even require a criminal conviction. It just requires a determination that somebody is committed or engaged in or aided somebody in an insurrection, and that is enough to bar them from ever holding a future
but the
office.
14th Amendment use of aid and comfort is different than the colloquial use of aid and comfort. You understand this, right? Like, it
How?
doesn't mean anyone who sent a "I hope you feel better" Trump text was comforting Trump, right? There's specific criteria that you have to meet.
No, it's aid
to
and
meet the
comfort. It's
bar
aid and
of
comfort in
aiding and
them committing an insurrection.
Yeah, we know that. We all know that.
Okay, Marco Rubio participating in his government does not necessarily meet the criteria of aiding and abetting an insurrection.
Do you think that Hitler's second vice president, vice chancellor, I don't know who it would have been, do you think that guy was aiding Hitler just for participating in the government? God.
As
Yeah, but
again,
sorry,
as,
I would
no,
like
hold
to
on.
jump in
As
as
Saxon
the
Connor's
meant,
got super triggered on that.
several of
Some
the
of them are
Nuremberg
innocent.
trial
Some of them
people
are
were
innocent.
found innocent.
Stupid as
So
shit.
no, it's not necessary.
But they were put. Hold on, but they were put through a trial.
That's
right?
what I'm
You would
saying. We
say-
should put all of them
Yeah,
on
yeah.
trial,
Boom.
but
Yeah,
but some of them will be innocent, which is why I'm kind of the middle ground here. Yeah.
Yeah, you put them on trial, and then that's how we found out. They were
I
innocent,
recognize that
right? If
Rubio.
was the
You guys keep pointing to Rubio because he is by far the only member of the administration who is maybe even kind of disagreeing with Trump. The rest of them are fucking lock in step. And
I mentioned Rubio just to be clear. I'm mentioning Rubio because he's the only one with really political like gravitas in that administration. He has Fox News contributors like Pam Bondi.
Just to be clear, Rubio has no political gravity right now. I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I want to point this out though, because there's obviously a flaw in this case. You guys are saying charge them with insurrection in order to bar them from participating in politics in the future.
Sure.
My frustration with what you're saying is, as far as I know, the documented case of Donald Trump conducting insurrection or being a part of an insurrection or seditious conspiracy or whatever is January 6, 2021. Half of his administration wasn't even a part of his administration during January 6, 2021. And not only that, it's difficult to argue that them acting within their capacities as cabinet members is them aiding and abetting or providing comfort for insurrection when the person that you're charging with insurrection is not actively engaged in insurrection. So there's a fatal flaw to your case, even if we were to even entertain it, which we shouldn't.
Once an insurrectionist, always an insurrectionist. If you support him in the future and he's doing the same behavior, boom. You're still doing it.
Okay, same behavior. What's the same behavior as far as Trump is going on right now? How has he overthrown the government of the United States?
He's overthrown state governments by nationalizing the national guards of different states without getting approval from the governors first. That's a clear violation of the law. He is trying to use the military for purposes of law enforcement. That's also usurping the states' rights there to do their own law.
Except for that's already been to court. And the court said that they're allowed to protect federal buildings. They're not allowed to engage in law enforcement activities. And as far as we know, that's what's happened.
Well, so the ruling from a D.C. court today was that he's not allowed to send the National Guard to D.C. to go do law enforcement things. I don't know. I'm sure there are TROs in states that have been challenged, but these are challenging the president's lawful authority to do a thing. I want him challenged for insurrection.
But federalizing the National Guard is not a crime.
It is if you do it in contravention. If the governors don't want it, it is.
Thank you, Stephen. I already let you psychically know my arguments earlier. I would like to finish a sentence. Thanks.
Well, because you just started off by saying a thing that Trump didn't do, so I just wasn't sure why you were saying that thing.
I get it. You're the main character. Please shut the fuck up for 10 seconds.
Go ahead. Drinking water is not a crime either.
So, federalizing the National Guard in and of itself is not a crime. Also, federalized National Guard are allowed to protect federal buildings, as is the military.
True.
That's what the courts have found.
We're not talking about either of those things, though, are we?
Yeah, you just said that a D.C. court prohibited federalized National Guard from participating in law enforcement.
Yeah, but the first example I brought up, California, was federalizing the National Guard without the consent of the governor.
You're allowed to do that.
No, you're not. You have to have the consent of the governor to do it.
Yes, you can.
No, in Trump 1, remember when Trump made a big deal about, was it the Minnesota, about the governor not asking him for help and not letting him use the National Guard or whatever? No, you need the consent of the governor. It's the state's National Guard.
I almost guarantee you. I can look it up.
Hold on.
I will look it up just for the sake of, I don't know, getting something productive out of this conversation.
During states of emergency, that can be overridden, and that's the argument.
Federalize the National Guard for like national emergencies.
Yeah, but see, if we had a court case on this publicly, we both know the answer. See how good it would be to get all this out in the open?
We are
having court cases. We already have. I just have to research it.
It's going through the court right now. We understand this, right? That this is an open legal question. That
it's not an open legal question.
No, I think it's already been found multiple times. I think there's already multiple states that have already gone through the process, and the process has been Trump can federalize National Guard. Trump can deploy National Guard and federal troops in order to protect federal buildings. They are not allowed to participate in law enforcement action.
The only way that you can do this is I don't know if the law says in times of rebellion or insurrection. It might. I don't know if it's a national emergency thing, but it might be in times of insurrection or rebellion. But again, there's a reason why he didn't do. Why didn't he do this?
I Googled this. There's like half a dozen exceptions. It's not just one.
Why didn't he do this during BLM then?
Why didn't? Because they're not allowed to participate in law enforcement action without declaring the insurrection act.
He could protect federal buildings. What do you mean?
He didn't want to declare the insurrection act. He could have used federalized National Guard if he wanted to. He would just have to declare the insurrection act first.
Why was he complaining then about not being able to do it because the governors weren't asking him for it? Also, Trump was not allowed to deploy the National Guard.
He's an idiot. Why are we even trying to figure out what Trump means? Like, Trump's a fucking dumbass. He doesn't understand anything.
Being a dumbass doesn't mean that his behavior is random or unknowable. It's because he knew he didn't have the authority to do so.
That argument. I was saying that the president of the United States, throw Trump out of the window real quick. I will Google it. However, it is my understanding, based off of court cases that have already made it through the pipeline, that the president of the United States is allowed to federalize the National Guard under half a dozen to a dozen circumstances, and that he's also allowed to deploy federalized National Guard and military in order to protect federal buildings. However, those people are prohibited from enforcing laws because they're not law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, well, I'll Google it. You guys have fun jerking each other raw about shit that's not going to happen.
Jerking it raw, yes.
Jerking it raw. Okay. I'm going to read some super chats at this point, and then we will get into the final section of the show. and we'll see how it goes. $5 from Darina. Wow, Wick, it's like you don't even care about America. You could have worn something a little more patriotic. Geez, like a giant wiener costume. No wiener costume here, but I thought about, I like my American hoodie. Okay, thank you for $5. $5 from J-Ray N7 to say, isn't Rubio a main champion of the Venezuela plan, and he has enacted the plan to strip the First Amendment rights of immigrants? He has. I'm not saying that Rubio's a good guy. $5 to Trib1. Can we stop virtue signaling here? LOL. Trump is a traitor. All in power who support him should absolutely get treated as traitors as well. It's that simple. Okay, $5 from the Trib1. Do you remember how many Republicans quit or were fired during and after his first term? The Rhino Group. Like, where are your balls at? This is easy. $5 from Psycher Games. I don't want to get political, but I think butter goes well on toast. Sorry if that offends anyone. $10 from Not Rusted Halo Wick. Ask Destiny to explain why this won't fail, like when we banned the Ba'ath Party members from holding power in Iraq post-2003.
Well, I've done that. Hey, why not?
Yeah, why won't this fail? Did he answer your question? I don't remember.
The Ba'ath Party, it was a single party rule. The Ba'ath Party was literally the entirety of the Iraqi government. There's a difference.
I don't know enough about 2003.
Yes, you're clearing out. You're clearing out the entirety of the active Republican Party, right? Well, first of all, they do have single party rule in some areas, right? It's just Republican, and so you actually are clearing.
The United States of America is a democracy. They voted for and they supported willingly a dictator. You didn't really have much of a choice with Saddam Hussein. He would fucking kill you if you didn't support his regime, and it was a single party rule. So you had to be part of that if you were going to be part of the government any way, size, shape, or form.
But what we're talking about is the failure here, right? Like you're like.
No, it's okay. I understand because you care about Palestine. You know nothing about the Middle East. Obviously, that logically follows. So now we're trying to make this work. But
Okay,
no,
but
it's not even remotely. It's not even remotely comparable. Okay? It's not remotely comparable. Okay.
Steven, it won't work with me. You're not gonna distract me with that. Whatever, right? So Steven, right? We're talking about a failure state here, right? We're trying a point in which you take a political action, right? And it's and the consequences are so huge that it has massive unintended blowback. That's what we're referring to, right? Not the exact sequence of events that happened in Iraq, okay? So why wouldn't this fail, right? So you're saying that we take down the entire active Republican Party, right? We take away the voice, essentially, for half of the voting public. And there won't be any sort of reaction. This instead will
let a new wave of Republicans come up. Let a new wave of Republicans come up. Rather than let a new wave of Republicans come up and run for office. People will move on.
And what do you think they'll do? Right?
Not the same things the last party did.
What do you think the lesson?
The lesson will be we can't do insurrectionist things and destroy the country because we're going to get held accountable for it.
Hold on, just real quick. I see tons of Republicans. I'm not talking politicians here. I'm talking normal. I won't say them. They're normal, but average Republicans who vote, and they are complaining because they worried that the Democrats are going to do exactly what you do, and they are urging Trump to be more extreme because they're saying if you don't Trump, then the Democrats are going to do this. So once you get in power,
they should
and
be
you
worried.
Do this,
they should be
what
worried.
do you think these voters
They won't do it
are
again.
saying this now
They won't do it
are
again.
going to vote for in the
They won't do it
future?
again. They should be worried. There should be worry that if you break the law, if you do bad things will happen to you. You should be worried about that. Yeah, that's a good worry to have.
Can't I flip that immediately and say, because I see Republicans all the time who are terrified of Trump and think that they're bringing democracy down to the toilet and America is exploding, and they're like, where's the party of Dick Cheney? Where's the party of?
So why would we ever cede that ground because we're winning? Why
we're
would
not
we
ceding
ever cede that
ground.
ground by being
No, we're inviting them
crazy
in. We're
as
inviting them in.
Republicans?
We're saying we're fucking getting
What ground
rid of all
are
of
we
that old
ceding?
administration. Old Republicans, come on in. You're welcome at the table. We'll fight you politically, but we're certainly not gonna. We'll let you run for office. That's an extreme. That's Steven's position.
Do you
That's
hear
not my
yourself
position.
now?
No. But certainly speaking,
No, I don't
Pam Bondi
understand.
should not be able to.
Wick, are you an only child?
I have 2 sisters.
You ever play a video game against somebody who's way better than you or older than you, and you're trying to set some fucking attacker percent, and you're like, oh, I bet you won't even let me get this. I bet you won't even let me loot this completely. I bet you won't even let me. I bet you're trying to kill me early. I bet you're trying to do this, right? And you say this shit so the other person doesn't do it, so you can get some fucking god gun or some fucking blue shell or some bullshit, so that you can finally beat him. The fact that the Republicans are saying, wow, I bet that the Democrats are going to try to hold us accountable for fucking destroying this fucking country, and then you're like, okay, well, let's hold them accountable. And you're like, oh my god, you've fallen right into their trap. No, the trap is what you've fallen into, which is no accountability, because the Republicans are scared of accountability. Meanwhile, what do the Republicans say on their side? What do the Republicans say? We better not be fucking crazy, because that would set a really bad precedent.
No, they're saying we need to be as crazy as possible.
Exactly.
Because the Democrats are going to kill us.
No, they say the Democrats have already done it. The same thing that you use as excuses for restraint on the left, the Republicans use as excuses, as reasons to act on the right. They say, Megyn Kelly,
that's
when she
why
talks,
they're losing and I'm winning.
They're
Yes.
not losing. They won the second election.
winning.
They won the second election. What are you talking about?
Were you here a year ago? Like, fuck.
They won a fluke election
with his
where we
brain
pushed
leaking out
out
of
our
his fucking
candidate.
You can't call it a
before the
fluke election when they won the
where
presidency,
every
they won the
incumbency
House, they won the
lost
Senate, they have the
worldwide.
fucking Supreme
You're
Court.
acting and you're extrapolating. It's like people extrapolating the win Mamdani got against Cuomo as what the Democratic Party should do as a whole. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking retarded. Okay, there are various factors in that election that does not mean that makes it silly to extrapolate out further from that. Again,
we don't have to extrapolate. We have to look at the guy who won in 2024 was the guy who said the 2020 election was rigged, among 50 other horrible fucking things.
Because he ran a uniquely bad campaign.
But it's also because he felt like he was. But it's also because he felt like he was protected from all the consequences of his actions.
But like, come on. Like, I understand Kamala run a substandard campaign, but if you're against Trump, it should be a landslide.
Should be.
That is the state of the country. That is the state of the country, is that we can't accept. We have to accept the fact that it wasn't a landslide.
And I agree with Wick. I don't think Kamala should have ran. I think Biden should have ran again because he's my god, he's my king. But I digress.
Yeah, I know you're Biden a dick rider, right? His little incompetent or not.
I got more super chats.
Excuse me.
I'm sure this will continue. $5 from Old School to say the next party to take the White House and not use the government to go after their political enemies will govern for the next 2 decades. Okay,
no. What did Biden do to go after his political enemies? Look at that fucking retard.
Just fucking Pam behind the keyboard. Just please.
$2
100%.
Johnson
That's
to say,
like it's fucking
to say this is gay, Destiny is gay.
That guy's gay. The guy who just donated before, I'm going to do this more sibling analogy. It's like when you hit your sibling over and over again, you go, oh, no. When they go to hit you back, you're like, no, don't do it. It's so stupid. It's like somebody breaking into my house and I go to break into somebody's house and I go to break into somebody's house and I tell my friend, watch this. I bet when I go in here and try to take all the shit, I bet he's going to fucking hit me because he's a fucking lunatic. And then you go in and steal all his shit and he fucking hits you and you're like, oh, what did I tell you? But he wouldn't hit me. He would sit there and watch me steal his shit like a cuck because Wick would be like, don't hit him because you're going to prove him exactly right.
No, I would call the cops and get you arrested. That's what
about if the cop is the one robbing you?
What if the cop?
No, I knew he was going to call the cops.
Wait, that's fine. What if the cops are the one robbing you, Wick?
Well, what if the cops are the ones robbing? Then you're going to get robbed. Actually, funny story.
No, don't stop.
My mom,
funny story. Answer the question. Because
laptop.
Donald Trump is the head of the executive branch, which has the DOJ and the FBI. He is the cops. He's the executive. So what do you do when the cops are robbing you? It's a serious question because it's a one-to-one analogy with where Trump occupies the government.
Sure. If you think that the cops are being run by a corrupt sheriff, I'm not sure how cops and that works. Counterpoints could probably speak to this more. What you do is you elect a different sheriff. That's how you fix the fucking problem.
I'm all for electing a different sheriff.
Okay, great. Let me keep reading these.
What if everyone's like, no, I'm kind of on board with Wick getting stolen from all this time?
Okay. Well, then you have a bigger problem, don't you?
We do have a bigger problem. I agree with you.
What if the sheriff's already stolen a ton of shit from you and then he loses the next election and you're like, can I get my shit back? And people are like, you can't go and rob him now. That would set a bad precedent.
Hold on. If they said, hey, if we go after this, there's a 99% chance this guy's going to win again or someone like him's going to win again. I'm going to take the loss.
Then you know what?
No,
what
but
is
it's
it?
just some fucking random bum. It's just a guy
more than
saying 99%. It's not any like political analysis.
I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Okay, that's how it works. We're America. The tree of liberty is
live at all.
thirsty.
You're gonna be in
Okay.
the ground, brother.
Okay, yeah, as opposed to right now, the slow path we're descending into chaos for the past 3
I'm
decades.
giving you a solution to get out of that path.
What is the solution that's different than what we've done before? What's the solution? Wait, what's the solution? What's the solution? What's the solution? Wait, what was the solution? What was the solution?
What is the solution is to be fucking normal, win elections, and then we don't have to worry about
be normal like Obama was normal? Was Obama normal? Was Obama normal? Was Obama normal?
Yeah, pretty much.
How the fuck did we get Trump after Obama?
That's
he was
holy
black.
shit. Holy shit.
Because he was black, obviously.
That's a great
No,
question.
We got that because of the Iraq War.
That
because
Obama
all
started?
Is this thing on? Obama was normal, but he was black, obviously.
No, we all agree, but then what's the suggestion?
There's a whole host of factors.
How do we prevent Trumps in the future?
Okay, how do we prevent
not elect black presidents?
Don't elect radicals like Obama, not radical communists. I spent 8 years of my life listening to these subhuman degenerate demon fucks saying that Obama was a radical socialist communist. Okay, the guy who couldn't even get a public option passed for the fucking healthcare was a radical social communist, and we got Trump after that. Like, this is insane. It's insane. It's insanity. It doesn't get more normal that Obama was boringly normal. Okay,
it's true. And you know what? He won both of his terms.
But
then he set up
for American president,
Trump.
right? Because you just commit war crimes if you're American president. That's like
Prime.
That's like
I'll deal with you later.
Out of his ears.
Hey, yo, deal with me now.
$10.
Because that's what American presidents fucking
Obama
do.
shouldn't be committing war crimes. He should be based like Hamas and go rape a bunch of people and then have people like Prime in the West defended. Behaves, kings,
Yeah, sure,
king
yeah,
rapists.
Again, yeah. Don't worry. Keep trying to distract, right? You have to change the subject because
I'm not changing the subject. I'm talking about Hamas. I think they're based.
What you're doing, right? You're not advocating for justice here. Like Steven's not looking for justice because if he was,
what could be more just than raped Israelis? I thought that's what you love.
He said yes, Prime. He said yes, Prime. Of course, like any president, right? With a D or R in front of their name, of course we'd prosecute them. Of course we'd go back and look at whatever crimes they're doing, right? But no, he had to obfuscate. He had to distract. He had to do everything he can, right, to move the subject off his partisans' daddies, right? Like he is here for the Democrats. That's all he's here for, right? So he's not actually looking for a system that would actually hold a party to account, right? Because that system would only work
can I re-rail us?
if they understood.
In a second, I'm gonna.
That it was legal, justifiable, and blind. But it's not blind for Steven, right? He only wants to attack
read my super
Republicans,
chats.
not his daddy.
I'm going to read my super chats and you can re-rail us if all you like, Staxiums. $10 from the Trib 1 to say thinking the liberal Dems wouldn't have more people and munitions behind them is insane. The Civil War wouldn't just be fought by Americans. Neighboring countries would also join. It's Trump versus USA and its allies. Thank you for the $10. $5 from the Darwina. Do you think these crusty-ass conservatives are going to do anything in a civil war? They get asked their pronouns and they piss themselves crying. $2 from Psychor to say, yes, but Obama wore a tan suit. Thank you. $20 from Mr. Wise Guys. Wick, you deserve this $20 for putting on display how unhinged the Trump derangement and Trump deranged Destiny's position on politics, specifically on Trump administration is. I love you, counterpoints, for not falling for Destiny's gaslighting.
Who donated that? What was that guy's name?
Mr. Wise Guys Plays.
What's his address and full name and social security number? I'm coming after that guy.
That's, we disavow. Okay. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships from Isaac's Text. And Trib1, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Trib1 says, I got candy and someone else got a candy bar from the store. I went to the register to buy it and the other person didn't. Is it the same Prime? $5. It's only $5, so you don't have to answer. Is anyone even questioned how these speedboats are being identified? Like, what makes a drug speedboat any different than a family outing speedboat?
Probably a bunch of 55-gallon drums lined up horizontally 4 abreast across the entirety of the ship.
Damn, if only we could have arrested the boats and then found out what was on them.
Well,
probably shitloads of drugs.
That was
Listen,
bad
I don't
faith.
think drug trafficking should have a death sentence, but I also think that those...
Also, Trump did provide evidence. I think he said that when they blew the boats up, you could see the fent dust, I think. I heard him say that.
I don't know.
Yeah, some soldiers a few miles away, right? Like when a seizure, right? When a fentanyl seizure.
Real Serious for 100 ARS says, I feel like there's a fundamental disagreement on whether the U.S. should be able to unalive people on foreign soil for purposes of national security. That's true. $5 from Cameraman 502 to say, is a vote for Trump in 2024 support for an insurrection that started and ended in 2021? Is support for executive orders in 2025 support for actions in 2021?
I think the obvious answer there is no. And just giving you guys a heads up, I do have a hard out at 8.
Okay, then I will read these after we get through closings then. But yeah, let's kind of, at this point, I don't know how, this isn't a serious conversation, unfortunately. I don't think these are serious proposals, but we'll get to closing statements.
Quick thing. I just want to say very quickly. Fuck you, Wick. These are not serious proposals. The president of the United States is engaged in like 20 different scams, schemes, things that are like unprecedented in all of fucking U.S. history. Okay. Number 2, the president of the United States is literally tweeting out, "You guys all fucking raked me over the coals for saying I think that we shouldn't disavow violence." Blah, blah, blah. And then the president of the United States this morning is retweeting people saying we should execute congressmen. So if you think that my rhetoric is extreme or the actions I'm suggesting are extreme, they are extreme. You know what else is extreme? The fucking Civil War, and it was started for arguably less shit than this. It's fucking crazy. This guy is killing people in foreign countries. He's scamming all of fucking America. He's engaged in global trade policy. The whole fucking Congress on the Republican side has advocated all their responsibilities. He's arguably protecting himself as a fucking child rapist, and he's rigging the whole fucking DOJ and Congress against everything else in order to do it. The idea that like, well, I think it's actually kind of crazy that you're saying that like, you know, they shouldn't be allowed to like hold on to that. That's fucking wild. If this was on the Republican side, they would never have this conversation. They would say, how do we make it happen? How many of these motherfuckers can we bar from running again? They're using the term seditious conspiracy, which would bar you from ever running for office again. And they've said seditious conspiracy for like 2 years, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're going to lose. I think that when it comes to what Trump is saying, this kind of rhetoric is why he's going to lose in 2026.
Who comes next?
The same thing
We're not worried about Trump.
You want him not to lose.
I said the same thing in
Who comes
2016.
next? Who comes next?
And you will give him all the ammo he needs.
He already has the ammo. Who comes next?
Yeah.
Who's after Trump?
He's got the whole fucking Senate, House of
Let's give it to Prime. Let's give it to Prime, and then we'll give it to Counterpoints, and then we'll give it to Staxiums. Go ahead, Prime.
Oh, is this an outro or is this? Like
Yeah, it's an outro.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, it was dumb as shit. Like his, like Trump's actual extremist rhetoric got him into office the first time, right? And then got him to office the second time, and has like increased his popularity all along the way. So no, like him saying, "Hey, well, we should hang politicians," right? No, it's just another pebble, right? Another stone down the path to help. But like, it doesn't matter. Like it'll end up in the same place. So whatever. Anyway, which way? I think Stephen was bullshitting us. I think that even if he thinks this is a serious proposition, right? There's parts of it I can agree with, certainly, right? But I simply had the reasonable ask of saying, hey, why don't we apply this to all presidents, right? No matter what their crime. It's true, right? Because Stephen will try to distract you, that's what he does, right? That maybe Trump's crimes are greater than other crimes, right? That Biden did or Obama did or down the line, or maybe Clinton as well, right? His crimes may be greater, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have crimes or trials for the other ones, right? If they committed a crime, then they should do the time, correct? Right? Like if we are saying that we're trying to create a system of justice, that justice has to be blind. It has to be blind to political parties. But Stephen isn't, right? This is a partisan witch hunt from his end. Now, Staxiums, from what little we heard of him, right? Staxiums seems to be, no, it's not an insult.
Just go.
Staxium seems to be trying to actually put something forward that might be useful. Yeah, we should have accountability, right, for office holders. That should be the case. Clearing out half of the politicians, right? Because we said, like, well, at a certain point in time, you hadn't reprimanded, right? You hadn't separated yourself from the previous dictator, right? Setting such an arbitrary example, right? Doesn't mean that. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. This is all bullshit, all right? I lost my train of thought, so I apologize.
I was about to say, I need to jump in a second anyway, so do you mind if I just hit it?
Counterpoints. Yeah, I know you need to go, so just real quick. And then
Okay.
I want to finish my thing now.
Yeah.
Okay. So effectively, like, listen, again, in an ideal world, I would load Donald Trump up into a trebuchet, fire him in the Atlantic Ocean without a life preserver. That's not going to happen. So failing that, you know, we're kind of talking about like political pragmatism. When it comes to being politically pragmatic, I think this is the antithesis of pragmatism. If you want it to be a marketing strategy in which you rally the Democrats to get excited about justice and this, that, the other, that way you get them excited for midterms so we can throw this guy out on his ass, awesome. If this is legitimately a perspective, I think it's kind of dumb as fuck. I think that it stands a snowball's chance in hell. I don't think that it's going to really do anything. And I'm actually with Wick with the fact that you're effectively giving these people some martyrs complex. I don't agree with your analogies. I think that when it comes to people, so for instance, you're saying, oh, you want me to get cuckolded? You want me to just steal somebody's shit? Well, guess what? He can steal your shit. He's the fucking president of the United States. He has some degree of executive authority. And unless you have the ability to overcome the pardon, or if you have the ability to overcome the impeachment process, or if you have the ability to overcome the criminal process, you're fucked. So the question is, once somebody steals your bike and it's already stolen and you can't get it back, do you worry about getting justice for your bike even though it's not going to do shit? Or do you focus on working so you can get another bike? And that's what I would say. It's politically unproductive. It's kind of dumb, but it was fun. So I parasocially love you guys. I think I'm going to see Steven next week. So parasocial love. Mwah. Bye to all you guys. See you in a bit.
Love you.
Love you too.
Be careful, babe.
Hey, Prime, you can finish up your point.
Yeah, just to finish up. I disagree with what Counterpoints just said. You can do both, right? You can get justice for your bike. Of course, you can put the individual in jail, right, who stole the bike. And then you can try to create a world in which bikes aren't stolen because everyone has a bike or some shit. I don't know. You can do both at the same time. In any case, I do appreciate the conversation. It was nice meeting you, Staxiams. Thank you, Wick, for inviting me.
We've
Steven,
met
go fuck
before.
yourself.
This fucker.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
We've met like... Fine.
Where can people find you, Prime?
Thank you. Steven, go fuck yourself. But you can find me at youtube.com or twitch.tv/PrimeKai, PrimeCeyes. We'd love to have you. We're always streaming, and we're putting on political panels. A lot of fun. So come on down. I'm streaming right now. I'll stay a little while longer. So if people had something they want to say to me, come over to my channel, youtube.com, and I'll deal from there.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Destiny, do you have anything else for us?
Republicans are dreamers, okay? I'm tired of being told that we have to be pragmatic while the other side has messianic hallucinations of power and manages to enact them time and time and time again. Gavin Newsom is the only person in the Democratic Party that seems to be willing to fight over anything. He came in with Prop 50 at like 35%, and people said it was crazy. Donald Trump came into the primaries at like 1% and managed to capture basically the entire Republican Party. And if we allow the Republicans to act with impunity, to steal Supreme Court picks from us, to steal elections from us using the Supreme Court, to commit crimes, to scam the American public, to openly and blatantly break laws that we don't even talk about anymore, like the fucking Hatch Act. We're past even beginning to care about these things. If they're allowed to break these things over and over again with impunity, with no consequences, then all you're doing is setting up the next elected Republican to break the exact same laws in a more unhinged manner. Just like Trump 2 has been more unhinged than Trump 1. I don't know why we wouldn't expect Trump's successor to be even more unhinged. It doesn't make any sense. So I think that it would be good to have like some. I think it would be good to have a strict. Watch this. Do you want to see a magic trick? Hey, Prime. Can you give me a single official that was elected to federal office that agrees with your political positions over the past decade?
What is my political?
Exactly. So nothing you say matters because your political positions are untenable. They don't matter. I don't even think you fucking vote. So it actually super doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Got him. That's why it doesn't matter. I'm so happy that we're in the process of ejecting these people from the left because they're not our allies. They're not our allies. They're not our allies. They're not our allies, and that's good. If I look at your Twitter, have you been roasting AOC ever for refusing to condemn the genocide in Israel? Never. You haven't said anything negative about AOC.
Look at it right now.
Why would you avoid the question like that? Why would you avoid it like that? Why don't post on Twitter? Implying that if you were posting on Twitter, you would be roasting AOC because you thought she was slow to come around Israel. So that's okay. That's okay. Oh, then you do, right? Why would you even admit that? So then
that was the point.
Exactly, that was the point. Also, AOC was elected more than a decade ago. AOC was elected more than a decade ago, so it doesn't matter.
because I don't have
GG.
to worship my political
Okay.
heroes.
Doesn't
right?
matter.
I can say
No
they're
one cares.
politicians.
Okay. This is closing
Bullshit.
statements, gang. For fuck's sake.
In Inception, when that guy pulls out the rocket launcher, he says, "Dare to dream a little bigger." What, Tom Hardy? That's what we need to do. We need to dream bigger and pull out a rocket launcher. Okay.
Okay. Gang, if you like this content for whatever,
What the fuck?
You don't give Staxon a final statement?
Staxians, didn't you have the first
Unbelievable.
one?
After all I've been through, you fucker.
No.
Daxians, didn't you have the first?
No, you didn't give him shit.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Daxians, go ahead.
Motherfucker.
Daxians, close this out.
Yeah, sorry. Just
I
something that I wanted to
defend
talk
white men. Okay, I defend white men. I'm an ally.
Thank you. I feel so supported right now.
You has to, because
Alright,
like
so,
99% of his political movement are white men. So.
Something I wanted to talk to Connor about, but he left. A similar historical example that I think we should have been talking a little bit more about is Nixon being able to move on from his crimes. Ford pardoned Nixon, and the Republicans lost all political capital, and their approval ratings were dog water, and lost the next election. And my conclusion is that it's not always politically advantageous to just ask the country to move on. I'm Staxiums. You can call me Hunter. I make political TikToks. I do debates every Friday, and I'm probably going to do more debates. I'm on Wick all the time, and thanks for having me, Wick.
Anytime. We appreciate you having coming on. Now, I'm gonna stay on a little longer. You guys can stay with me, and I can bring in callers, or you guys can fuck off. I don't care. But that's what we're gonna do.
I'm probably gonna fuck off.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
I'll stay a little longer.
Okay, we're gonna bring in a couple people.
I'm for sure fucking off then.
Jeez, what do you mean by that? Oh my god, the fuck is
I'm just
no.
joking. Prime, we're good, right? We're good.
No, we're definitely good, right? No, I said fuck Steven, not fuck Stacks.
True.
They all sound the same. All white people look the same to me. Okay.
True.
So we got North here, and we got Short Fat Otaku. And we're gonna try like two at a time here. What do you guys got? What are you've been watching this? What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yemeni pirates. I don't think Biden had the proper authority to bomb the Yemeni pirates. I mean, yeah.
Would you charge him for that? Would you charge him?
Yeah.
with a
Would
crime?
you charge Biden for that? Because you claimed that what was it, that one act that was passed after 9/11 in like 2001 to basically kill anyone involved with the destruction of the Twin Towers, but I don't think the Yemeni pirates were involved with that. I think it's a major stretch at all to even consider them within that authority. So is Biden striking Yemeni pirates, is that something that we should bring him to trial for?
Sorry, you might have to remind me. Weren't they attacking American ships?
Well, yeah, they were attacking American ships.
Okay, that feels like in a completely different category. I was mostly comparing it to Trump's attacks on the Venezuelans. I don't know exactly where my line sits. Yeah, maybe I would think that that's abhorrent. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and it's certainly a category above or a category below what Trump is doing right now.
Well, yeah, I guess you could consider it like a category below, but I'm saying it's still a president operating outside of the purview of the powers given to them by Congress.
Just real quick, counterpoints. I thought you had to go.
I did. So the guy sent me a DM that said 8 p.m. EST, but that's when his show normally is. But Andrew Wilson and I agreed to 9 p.m. EST, so I was just incorrect on the time. My apologies. But SFO said that he had a question for me, so I wanted to answer his question.
Okay. Well, go ahead, SFO.
Oh, I thought North, you were still doing your thing.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
Look, I'm happy to apply an equivalence here, and if we want to go through the political process of charging Biden and opening an investigation to see if he worked through the presidential powers, I'm happy to do so. I think that it's going to be miles below what Trump is doing and not indictable. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know. I leave that to a grand jury to decide.
The difference when we're talking about charging with crimes are things that you do generally in your country, and it requires the knowledge that you are committing a crime. Generally speaking, depending on what time or what type of crime we're talking about. So if the president of the United States is acting within what he believes his perceived authority is to a particular action, then it's hard to say that somebody should be charged with a crime there. That's like a checks and balance question of should the Congress revoke some power from the president. Now, if we want to say that the interpretation of the authorization of use of military force has been stretched too broad broadly, I think it's been pretty well accepted that presidents have been happy to interpret the authorization for the use of military force to give them broad discretion to do acts, especially in the Middle East. And it seems like Congress hasn't tried to intervene to stop that. I don't think there have been challenges that I'm aware of that have gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ruled against the president in terms of their interpretation of that. So it would seem that the president does have the legal authority to function in that manner. I don't believe that Trump cites authorization for the use of military force for like his attacks in Venezuela. I don't know if it's been used outside of the Middle East.
The way that I understand it is...
If President J.D. Vance believes that in the unitary executive theory, right, he believes he has the authority to do whatever it is he wants to do, right, then would that inoculate him? I was like,
There's two things. One, there is going to be some reasonableness standard that we can talk about. But two, I don't even think he believes that. I think he knows that he's breaking the law. And I would prove it with his past statements, because he's made statements saying that he thinks that Donald Trump could be the next Hitler, or that he's had completely different opinions on what the powers of the president should be. Like, we can ask questions about his state of mind.
But even then, he could say he could change his mind, though, right? Like, even with his past statements, he could change his mind.
You could.
So now I believe in unitary executive theory, right?
Sure, but I mean, we could look at all of his statements collectively. We could subpoena him, see what he says behind closed doors. It wasn't a question about the Trump administration. They knew, all of them knew, relating to the 2020 election stuff. They knew they were breaking the law. All of them knew it. It wasn't a mystery. It wasn't, what's going on here. And with Vance saying statements like, "Well, let the judges enforce their rulings" or whatever, or "We don't agree with what the judges are saying," that's clearly like in violation of the law. You can't do that. It's a clear abuse of checks and balances. You're not allowed to do that.
I think another issue that I have is like you're wanting to push this to the Supreme Court in order to figure this out. There are certain things that the Supreme Court can't really do, right? So let's say Trump is bombing Venezuelan ships in the Caribbean without the purview of Congress. Can the Supreme Court even do anything about it? I mean, they might say like, "Oh, you're being a naughty boy," but it's not like the Supreme Court has the power to order ships to like stop bombing Venezuelan crap.
Well, the government could, the Supreme Court could find that the president is exceeding his authority, and then now the issue you run into.
But the Supreme Court doesn't have any purview to follow through with that.
I'm aware.
Put in front of them first.
Wait, hold on. This is called a constitutional crisis for that reason, right? Technically, it's up to the executive to enforce it. But in the past, most presidents have generally followed what's come from Congress and come from the Supreme Court. It's only the Trump administration that seems to clearly just not give a fuck. That's exceptional. That's a new thing.
But that isn't even necessarily descriptively true, because we've had them push it to the limit. For instance, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, we had them push them to the limit of obstruction. Then before
this is bullshit. I'm not even going to entertain this. Like, if my wife tells me I'm not allowed to fuck another girl, and I put a condom on, and I say, "Well, my dick didn't technically touch her," and Connor's like, "Well, actually, his dick really didn't actually technically touch her." So does he even got to? That's the argument you're giving. It's bullshit. This is a bullshit argument.
I didn't come here just to listen, okay? I didn't come here just to listen to you. This isn't just the Destiny show.
Nobody said it's just a Destiny show. You're just giving a bullshit argument. You don't even believe this.
This is the Wick show.
8 hours to listen to you, okay?
Okay, we're on the Connor show now. Let's go.
Okay, so on the Connor show, okay? So they pushed it to the limit as far as obstruction goes, but the lower court didn't find them in contempt of court and didn't charge Trump admin officials and incarcerate them, which technically they probably ran right up to the limit to. And now Kilmar Abrego Garcia was brought back. So you can say, "Oh, the Supreme Court can do this, can do that." No, they need a court case to be appealed up to their level first in order for them to do it.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
They knew they were breaking the law. They knew they were breaking the law with Abrego Garcia. A court finally ruled on it, like, "Oh, okay, we'll come back." The precedent you're setting there is you can break the law infinite times as long as you eventually listen to the court afterwards. It's fucking retarded.
Somebody has to sue first.
No,
the people who should
that's not how the law works, motherfucker. You're not only held accountable by the law if you break it and then the court corrects you on it. The court is not there to keep you from breaking the law. The court is there to punish you for breaking the law.
Wait, hold on. Are you
the court is there to adjudicate the law, but anyway.
My position is that somebody would need to bring a court case that the Supreme Court would need to review. Are you even arguing against it, or are you just
You're
yelling?
arguing that the court needs to tell you if you can do a thing or not. That's not what the court is for. The court is there to punish you when you break the law. That's what the court is for. You're saying that the Trump admin can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they listen to the court afterwards?
Well, hold on. Number one, I think we actually both agree descriptively. You have to violate the law or be accused of violating the law before somebody can hit you with a civil or a criminal infraction. I think we both agree on that.
Yep.
So yeah, Trump has to violate the law, and then somebody has to sue him for violating the law. And then that needs to go to a lower court, and then the lower court needs to send it up to the higher court.
Yes.
I don't even know what we disagree on.
The thing is, because you're saying that the process is working, I'm saying that them saying you can't do it and then Trump stopping it, that's not the solution. It should be you couldn't do that and now you're convicted of a crime. That should be what's happening, but it's not. So Trump's saying,
okay,
I
so
didn't
I'm
know I
sorry,
couldn't do that.
Okay, so I'm with you here. So
Hold
the
on, no,
lower
wait.
court
No,
judge
hold on.
could have
So when
charged Trump
Biden
admin
tried, no,
officials
stop.
with obstruction.
Stop. When Biden tried to make a law or executive order to forgive student loan debts, and then the Supreme Court said, no, you're breaking the law. That's not something we should do. And then he stopped it. Should Biden be charged with a crime even though he stopped?
No, because you can
I'm going to
look-
interrupt real quick. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm going to peace out. All right, love you
Love
guys.
you.
Okay,
No, because you can look at the actions of the president to see if they genuinely believe they have the authority to do so. President Biden could make a good faith argument stemming from an earlier law passed by Congress that gave the Department of Education relatively wide discretion on forgiving debt in times of emergency or whatever. Now, the Supreme Court ultimately decided, no, it doesn't apply here. It's too big of a thing. And then he wasn't able to do it. But there was an articulatable reason why he thought he had the authority to do that. Donald Trump doesn't even give the pretense of that. Like, there are times when the president might act outside their authority. You can say, okay, well, the court needs to check this, and the court checks it. It's like, okay, then it's not okay, right? And I'm not saying, like, oh my God, the president needs to be charged with a crime. It's, do they have the state of mind of, like, I know I'm breaking the law. I don't give a fuck. Let the court come and fuck me. I don't give a fuck. That's the difference.
Okay,
Trump
but
is doing that.
I think that when they've gone to court, though, as an example, with like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they've said, oh, well, we thought he was acting within his, I don't even know if plenary is an appropriate word, but he was acting within his XYZ ABC authority in order to carry out the duties of the president.
They said
national security. No. You said that they didn't even have the pretense of an
didn't.
argument.
That's why when they went to the court, they didn't. That's why the Solicitor General said, okay, you
What do
think
you
that
think the word pretense means?
When the Solicitor General went to the Supreme Court and he argued, the Supreme Court said, hey, they're suing you to enjoin the government from being able to deport people for no reason. And what is your argument? And their argument is, well, we don't think you should be able to have universal injunctions against us. That was their argument. It was a procedural argument. They didn't defend the substance of it at all. And even when they won on the procedural argument, they still brought him back because they knew it was fucking bullshit and they should have deported him in the first place. So no, they don't even try to argue the substance of half the shit that they take to the Supreme Court. They get hung up in fucking stupid procedural land.
Could you help me out? Stephen, could you help me out? Because I was looking confused before. So your complaint against our friend Counterpoints was that like the judiciary is reactive, right? And then you, in response, said like, instead we need to limit a president, right, in the first place, so they don't actually commit the crime in the first place. So if that's the case, one, tell me, how do we actually stop a president from doing an action, right? We can make a law, but they can still just break that law. And in the end, like, isn't it up to the Supreme Court to be, or the judiciary, to be the corrector of bad actions, right? So, like, once that action is taken place, then the only power that we have is really the courts to say, hey, that was wrong.
If I want to play Monopoly with you and I bring a knife to stab you if you start beating me, what rule can you put in Monopoly to keep me from stabbing you to death over a Monopoly game?
No stabbing.
Nothing,
Also,
right? So,
you
like,
still got pretense.
There's
the legislator
nothing.
can't actually restrain the executive. Yeah, exactly.
Correct. The executive has to want to be restrained. That's why George Washington leaving after 2 terms was such a big deal. That's why we put term limits after fucking Roosevelt or whatever the fuck when he had fucking 20 terms in office. The reason why the executive is so important is because the executive is supposed to be the one to enforce the laws. So if the executive decides not to, that's why it's called a constitutional crisis, because there's nothing you can do about it. Courts are not here to stop bad things from happening. Courts are here to make people whole or to enforce justice after bad things happen. And you have to hope that the executive is playing in good faith.
So okay. So then you're saying that we need to reestablish norms, and the way we reestablish those norms is through these trials, right? These like public trials where there's like a significant punishment for perpetrators. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to establish that.
I want to get. I know Short Fat Otaku had some question he wanted to ask. So go ahead, Dev.
Well, this debate's made me pro-genocide, that's for sure.
Jeez.
Counterpoints. So you said earlier, if we can't get the Republicans now, it's not going to happen. Why do you think that again?
Because
as in not waiting until 2028.
Because right now you have the egregious violations that we're talking about. We're talking about like the civilian drone bombings. We're talking about the resistance to court orders. We're talking about all that kind of stuff. If we don't have the will within Congress in order to do something before 2028, I don't think that you're going to get anything in 2028.
Why though?
Because there's not enough Republicans who are willing to go with the Democrats in order to hold Republicans accountable.
Well, no, but if you have a blue sweep, then you'll have enough people in Congress then, right?
Well, I mean, I would be happy to take a look at it in 26, but also then we open up the can of worms of holding previous presidents accountable for criminal behavior, and then we also have to read this within the realm of like you're going to have to impeach, then you're going to have to criminally charge, and you're going to have to balance that against the new Supreme Court ruling while still having a conservative Supreme Court.
Why do you have to impeach and then first you just fucking charge him? Fuck him.
Okay, but you understand that you're going to be spending a lot of political capital on this venture that I do not think is ultimately going to be successful.
I think we have a high investment in the United States to have it so that our chief executive doesn't believe that he can commit crimes. I think that's a principle worth fighting for. Even kings were more limited in their power.
Yeah, and counterpoints. Like, what difference does it make, like, to you, really, that like an administration burns its political capital on this project?
Because I actually think the reason why, so for me, I think that I don't think it's just nostalgia. I think things have gotten materially worse for Americans over the past 2 or 3 decades. And so as a result, I see us like socioeconomically sliding into a position where radicalism is becoming increasingly normal. And I think that if Americans' lives were better, they wouldn't be as attracted to radicalism. And so for me, I would actually rather focus on the things that I think are driving radicalism rather than getting into we must punish Trump. Once again, I'll say it again. I think Trump is a symptom, not the disease.
I mean, I agree. I perfectly agree with you. But one, I think political capital, we look at it the wrong way, right? Like political capital, you actually gain it from doing things, right? Like getting wins, right, gives you more political capital. And so if you could put these people on trial, right, not all of them, like Steven says, it's a dumbass idea, don't listen to him. But if you put like a
wants to invade Israel,
trial,
by the way.
and
let's make a scenario.
So if you put Pete Hegseth on trial and you succeeded, right, and you brought him to justice, I think that gives you political capital. Look what I've accomplished, right? Rather than like burning it from trying to put it on trial, right? Success breeds more success.
I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that we find out that Pam Bondi knowingly hid incriminating evidence against Trump from the Epstein files under the color of law for DOJ investigations, and she was not pardoned. And that was revealed, and we had the midterm ability in order to, I don't even know if you'd impeach her, but you have the ability to criminally sanction her. 100%. Yeah. I'm all for it. But what I'm saying is, what I think is going to happen is that the Trump admin is going to use the Hunter Biden pardon, which I know is bullshit, but they're going to use that as a pretext to blanket pardon their own admin as they're on their way out the door.
Well, they're going to do that anyway, right? Like, but they can just do that one way or the other. Like a blanket pardon, like Bush did a blanket pardon
themselves, their families, all that stuff. Yeah,
yeah, but they'll do that anyway.
This brings into a concern that I have: the constitutionality of this. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate? Like, let's say Trump just pardons everyone, right? Or the Supreme Court says, like, no, you're not allowed to go through with this theoretical Nuremberg situation. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate just to prosecute Trump?
Every single prosecutor that works on this case,
those like associated.
Every single prosecutor that works on this case and the judges that adjudicate these cases, I think should be legally required to wear giant shirts that have that Trump tweet printed on them that says, "He who saves his nation violates no law." And there you go, boom.
Yeah, but see now we're just
a non-answer right there. That's just a meme answer.
Look at how mad they are.
So counterpoints. the disagreement that we have is that I think even if you did get Trump in 2026, you kicked him out of office, Vance will pardon him immediately. I think the only way to actually get justice for any of this, and I think Americans should get justice for this, is to wait until 2028. I think there's no path to prosecuting Trump that doesn't begin in 2028.
But then what we're talking about, because I did bring this up, I'll bring it up again. So we're in let's say Gavin Newsom. Okay, we're in the first 2 years of a Newsom presidency or 4 years of a Newsom presidency. So what you're saying is, instead of focusing on a domestic agenda that should actually be helping Americans, survive and thrive in an increasingly difficult economy, what they should do is they should instead spend 2 to 3 years going after a popular with his own base political opponent who already has pardon. And what is your circumventing capacity? Well, what is your capacity to go after Trump? What is your capacity to go after Hegseth? What is your capacity to go after Bondi? Because I think
for Trump, I think it's actually pretty easy. I think it's actually really easy for Trump. On January 21st, On January 21st, you put Trump in handcuffs, and then you bring back the Epstein, not Epstein, Jesus, the Eastman scheme, that related set of lawsuits, because that was dropped, but it can still be brought back up.
Okay, but
was it Jack Smith?
Hold on. Was it ever determined if those lawsuits were under the what is it, the presidential immunity with official actions? Was that ever determined?
We can get by that by appointing 12 more Supreme Court justices and overturning that decision. Easy.
Okay, then this brings back to violating the Constitution.
Nothing in the Constitution about the Supreme Court justice.
Okay. So if you appointed like 12 Supreme Court justices that just said like, okay, we're just gonna do whatever the Democratic Party says, are they really?
But it's not a violation
of the Constitution.
Hey, you're talking about the immunity ruling, right? Because in the immunity ruling, they even some of the conservative justices in the immunity ruling said that some of the things that Trump did with regard to the Eastman scheme and all the false electors, that wouldn't be covered by immunity. So you can bring that case back and you can immediately throw him in prison. And I hope Americans do in 2028. But I don't think you can get there if you allow Vance to become president by indicting Trump first.
Why? Okay, but hold on. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but with the pardon power, it's been argued that the pardon power is so vague and so unspecific within the the constitutional construction or whatever, that it is believed that the president actually does have the ability to pardon himself.
Hasn't been tested before. I don't think anyone really
There's a
knows that.
loophole to that as well. Trump could just step down like the day before he leaves office, appoint J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance could pardon him. I mean,
right.
You know what? If you know what? I agree. Actually, we're going to be creative with loopholes. When Abrego Garcia was out of the country, the Trump admin ruled that once it's out of the country, this is out of the jurisdiction of any court to rule. So we should just throw Trump onto a fucking plane, and we should fly him out of the country. Now we can do whatever the fuck we want, and he's beyond any court, apparently, according to what he's argued. So,
well, technically, it's not us; it's whoever the fuck we're sending him to. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
My trebuchet idea comes back, but okay. But barring
Venezuela.
Well, no, do you guys understand how kind of fucked up this is to talk about? Like,
no, it's 100% fucked up.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. Wait. What's fucked up? What's fucked up?
Fucked up. Like, do we think that it was good that they sent Abrego Garcia, even if he was guilty of every single thing that he's been accused of, to foreign soil so we could do whatever the fuck they wanted to him? No, it was obviously not good. So it's obviously not good, even if Trump is and he is guilty of every single thing, right? That is still something we should not do, because it is wrong to do so.
Why was it wrong to do so? What's the difference between killing and murder? The lack of justification.
You shouldn't kill Trump either.
I'm not saying we should kill him, but I'm just saying that you're saying that when you do the same action in like physical time and space, then it's of the same moral equivalence. It's just stupid. That's not true.
In this case, it would be to try to get around laws and civil protections that even Trump is protected by sending him to foreign soil, even if he did it himself.
Well, that's real unfortunate then. He shouldn't argue that.
He did.
The whole thing is basically saying, fuck the Constitution, we're just going to ignore it entirely and try to just prosecute him in like fucking
Well, who's saying fuck the Constitution? We're going by prior rulings. This is all legal according to the Trump admin, right?
Okay, but Dev,
you would disagree with them.
You were the only person not leaning.
But Stephen's point isn't not to say fight the Constitution, though, right? Like, he's actually trying to work within the judiciary, right? You're saying you're trying to block all these avenues.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying he wants to subvert it by going outside of the country, just like what the Trump administration did.
He didn't. No. That came afterwards, though. Like, and your objection to him before, you were saying the same thing previously, before you even mentioned that, right? But like having these trials wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. Even packing the courts wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. You can stretch the rules the way the Trump administration has stretched the rules, right, and still be perfectly within the bounds of the Constitution.
There you go.
Well,
I would still like to know how Dev is going to overcome the pardon power, because Dev actually seems to be trying to like laser in on if this was possible, it would be good. You think that the midterms could give Democrats or never Trump Republicans or enough people enough political capital in order to do this, and it would be good for the country if we do so. However, how do you circumvent the pardon?
Well, they're trying to do it right now with AutoPen, so you just do the same thing, measure the signatures. Somebody accused him apparently using AutoPen. So there you go. Boom. Easy.
So when it comes to Trump, I do think you just have to let him be in office and then get him on the way out. Because if Vance gets into the seat, he will pardon Trump. In terms of other people, I honestly don't know.
But we already brought up the self-pardon. He can either self-pardon or he can step down if he really thinks. Like let's say that Destiny is appointed like head of the DNC, and he's like, this is the Democratic priority. We will be prosecuting Trump on January 8th, 2028, right? So, or 2029.
Okay.
So if Steven says that, then why wouldn't Trump step down day before? Like he could probably self-pardon, but if he can't self-pardon, why wouldn't you just have step down for a day, have JD Vance sign the pardon, call it a day?
I mean, either way, like you are entering into constitutional crisis territory where
I don't think so, because I don't think that's not a crisis of the pardon. The pardon thing is like overly
violate any
vague.
constitutional.
No, it doesn't violate the Constitution, but it certainly violates the spirit of the Constitution because you're allowing this guy to
We're
basically
not
get
throwing away a
with
republic
everything
for
he's done.
violations of spirit of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, nonetheless, though, this is the moment where now you have to start talking about political violence. I think.
Jesus
This is
Okay, so, like, what is the point of a constitution if the entire goal is basically just to subvert it?
No longer
in order to achieve,
What a
like, your
great
political,
question.
norm?
What is the point of the Constitution if all you try to do is constantly subvert it to accomplish your political ends? That's a really good question.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you that because that's what it feels like you're advocating for, Steven.
You say that I'm advocating for that, and what I'm trying to make you guys understand is we're already there. That's already what's happening every single fucking day. Every single day, that's what's happening right now.
Why would you do it too? You're accelerating.
Basically just saying,
it's already happening. What do you mean?
Just admit it that you're just saying fuck the Constitution.
No,
we're
I
just
like
trying
the
to achieve
Constitution,
ends.
but the Constitution is already
Don't give a
shredded.
shit about the memes.
Do you acknowledge right now that we live in unconstitutional times?
Well, yeah.
Okay, then the Constitution doesn't apply. What do you mean? There's no unilateral. Sort of. What do you mean by sort of?
There's testings of the Constitution. The Constitution is still in place. Like we haven't. I don't think we've gotten to like a full blown constitutional crisis yet.
Really? How many articles need to be broken? How many amendments need to be broken? How many parts of the Constitution have to be broken before we're in unconstitutional? Is it every single word? Is it every single sentence? Is it all the section? Like, how many parts of the Constitution have to be broken before we say that we're in unconstitutional times?
You're acting like there aren't active cases. Like, so for instance, with the citizens
there
who
are
are being
cases.
detained, hold on, with the citizens who are being detained by the Trump administration due to just being Hispanic, those cases are making it through the courts. And I actually would be surprised if they don't find a sympathetic judge eventually and have to award Hispanic citizens who have been detained merely for the element of being Hispanic millions of dollars.
Okay.
So acting like that's not the court
how about this?
playing out is bullshit.
Here, how about this, okay? Let's say these cases go through, they get to the Supreme Court comes down against Trump, and then Trump and his administration say, fuck you, we're going to do what we want. Is it time for violence then?
Yeah, then it's time for violence, yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. I think that you are closer to that point than you want to admit.
I think that Donald Trump, I think that there are plenty of people, particularly within law enforcement. I understand like ICE got blown up with like a huge budget and they're all Trump sycophants and loyalists and all that kind of stuff. I still think there's plenty of people who have joined the National Guard, who have joined federal law enforcement, who have joined the federal military, who take their oaths to the Constitution very seriously. So I don't think that Trump snaps his fingers and then all of a sudden we have 2 or 3 million security personnel who all are automatons for the Trump agenda. I think that's bullshit.
Wow.
I hope so.
Okay, we got some new people. I want to give them a chance.
I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
I was going to yell at you, Wick, for a minute, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, you can yell at me later, buddy.
You should always yell at me.
Okay, we're gonna get some of the new people in. I know Kalinda and Purple Base Politics. I don't know how to say your name.
You almost got it, Wick. You could just say Riddell. It's fine.
Riddell. Okay,
Yeah,
let's give it to you guys. What do you guys got for us?
You can go first, Riddell.
All right. I mean, this is in regards to the super chat that I sent, and I kind of have smoke for you too, Wake. So, my thing is, you brought up the consequence of the Republicans in terms of everything that they're doing, and we can imagine scenarios of it getting worse. Of course, is them losing the election. So
losing political power, losing influence, losing their ability to affect their will. Yes.
I like how he said losing the election, and you said losing the election like 3 different ways. That was base, by the way.
Yeah. But my thing is, Wick, though, in the situation we're talking about, where the only thing that is kind of keeping them at bay is losing the election, but then there's going to be an incentive later on, considering they won 2 elections with Trump being a historically terrible president. And of course, I'm sure you guys heard the murmurs, whether or not this is legally possible, of Steve Bannon talking about, we'll try to figure out if Trump can get a 3rd term. There is going to be that underlying incentive that they're going to try another strategy later on to acquire power.
My mind changes as soon as certain lines are crossed. And if he is, if he runs for a 3rd term, a line has been crossed in my calculation.
Have you ever driven? You ever do interstate driving? Do you know how like when the road is like really far in front of you and it's like sunny outside? You know there's that weird like thing, the blurry thing above the road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Heat.
The heat.
Yeah, that's the line. And every time you drive, it's weird because it never seems to get any closer. Could you have imagined 5 years ago? Could you have imagined 5 years ago? Could you imagine 5 years ago? Could you imagine 5 years ago? Somebody's like, "What do you think about a president running for a third term?" You're like, "That's crazy. That's a deal breaker immediately." And you're like, well, if he said he was going to run for a third term, if he flirted with it, if he made his political opponents come into the Oval Office while he had hats saying Trump should be elected for a third term, and when his surrogates are arguing about running for a third term, that's all okay. But if he would actually run, I think that would be the line for me. Do you think you would have ever made that statement 5 years ago? No.
Yes.
5 years ago?
Because it's not. No. This is bullshit. Okay. And the reason why it's bullshit is because Bannon is a uniquely large piece of shit.
Nope.
And Mike Johnson, who is in charge of the House of Representatives, has said that he's not going to back a third term. This shit is dead on the water.
Johnson explicitly committed to an anti-Trump position? Wait, really? Show me that. I want to see that. Wait, I want to see that. I want to see that. No, I'm curious. You mean Johnson committed to a opposing Trump position? He said, I will not support Trump for a third term. He actually said that. That'd be curious, number one. Number two, Bannon is not a random. You understand that Bannon was chiefly involved with the Trump campaign in 2016 and was literally the author of the creator of Breitbart and was whispering in Trump's ear through up through 2020 as well, right? So it's not like Bannon's like a random dude.
And Steve Bannon is a fucking schizo who has lost a lot of his political capital. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead and find a clip fairly recently where he said, we really need somebody like Trump in office in 2028 or else people like me are going to prison or going to jail. Steve Bannon has lost his cachet compared to...
the worst... Hold on, I found it. The worst... Just real quick, because I did find the actual quotation. He said there is no path for a third Trump term. He doesn't see the path for such a move. And it is barred under the Constitution. And he just said, well, there's the 22nd Amendment. It's been a great run, but I think the president knows, and he and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution.
So he did not say he would not support him because he would support him. He'd do it lovingly.
So, and Bannon did allude to the fact that they were looking
but
into
just hold on. Just let Randall finish his point, right? Did I answer your question, by the way, Randall? Randall?
I mean,
Radell,
you said you're the threat. Riddell, yeah, it's fine. You're good. It's not a big deal. So, I mean, you kind of did in terms of you said there is a line, and the line is him running a third term.
Oh, there are other lines too, but that's the one that comes to mind, right?
But that's where I have to question how is the accumulation of so much of the things that MAGA has alluded to that they plan to do, as well as things that they've already done, not already flirting with the idea that there should be some type of consequence.
Look,
that's my
we are both
confusion here.
Wanting consequences. We both just want different scale of consequences, right? Do you agree with Destiny that we should bar 25% of elected Republican officials from office?
More. In my world, it'd be like 80%.
50%, 75%, whatever fucking crazy number he's dreaming up. Do you agree with
No, I don't agree to that because you need something substantive to make such an assertion.
Okay. But you can convince me, just real quick. You could convince me for some sort of other consequence. I'm open to that. I came into this conversation again in the context of the President of the United States, and let's be clear, calling for sitting Congress members to be hanged by the neck until they were dead. And I was like, oh shit. Maybe I'm actually going to agree with Destiny today. And then didn't take long, and I was like, oh no, Destiny's fucking crazy.
You were like, I bet Destiny's going to be on board with the idea that, like, man, these guys need some consequences. What are the consequences? They're going to lose their elections. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy consequences. My God.
Wait. My thing's related to this, Wick. My thing's related to this.
None of you, hold on, all of you twats are super loud, yapping, including Destiny. None of you have explained how you're actually going to impose consequences.
I've already given the explanation. Use the 14th Amendment.
Dev is the closest person.
Use the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says
and he doesn't have a way to circumvent the pardon.
The 14th Amendment doesn't require a criminal conviction. Boom, pardon circumvented. The 14th Amendment says that if you have been engaged in insurrection against the United States, you are a prior oath taker, you are no longer allowed to hold office. That's it. Easy. Boom.
How is it determined?
Well, Donald Trump isn't allowed to hold office.
How is it
anyways,
determined?
and all the
Somebody,
people that
whoever
you're talking about targeting are not engaged.
Okay.
It's adjudicated. You allow the states to adjudicate it. Allow the states to adjudicate it.
I'll amend my previous statement.
Good.
There are specific politicians who were involved in January 6, 2021. I think that
But the states figured out.
No. I think Josh Hawley might have actually been texting Stop the Steal representatives and Proud Boy members during the riots. So anybody who was engaged in January 6, 2021, I'll take that all day. Yeah, sure. Charge them with insurrection, bar them from office. I'm good with that. I don't think that you're going to get the entire MAGA base. That's an insane proposition.
Yeah, but that was someone was asking a good question. How do you determine someone's done an insurrection?
It's up to the states to determine that, however they want to do it.
So, like,
most of the states don't.
In every court where the question was asked, Trump was adjudicated as having engaged in insurrection. It happened in Colorado. It happened when there was a politician that was barred for running for office, I believe, in New Mexico. And it happened in the Senate when they voted by a majority to convict Trump of insurrection. They didn't get enough to get the actual conviction, which I think is 60. And in the House, they voted overwhelmingly that he had engaged in insurrection. So in every forum where it's been adjudicated, they've said he has engaged in insurrection. So I don't know. Leave it up to the states to figure it out. There's not a specific mechanism laid out.
Overturned?
What?
Wasn't Colorado overturned?
Okay, Stephen.
Colorado was overturned because the Supreme Court said we
So-
think that the 14th Amendment is bullshit. Correct. So we would need to bring the 14th Amendment
Stephen,
back.
if the state of Texas basically declared that Kamala Harris engaged in insurrection on whatever bullshit charge they want to make up, you would then support the state of Texas not allowing Kamala to run on a Texas ticket.
They have the right to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
guessing they would have to prove it.
I don't-
At the end of the
that's-
day, there has to be some level of proving that situation.
I like just wait. I'm sorry, real quick. I just
don't
want to cut you off. You guys think you're so clever when you're like, would you care if Republicans did this thing? And I'm like, yeah. Do you think they're just waiting for Democrats to do it first? Like, who are Democrats shipping off extrajudicially to other countries in order because they were too lazy to enforce immigration law properly? Like, how many crypto scams were Democrats running prior to Donald Trump running a crypto scam? How many different you're acting like the Republicans are just waiting. Look at Donald Trump begging them to get rid of the filibuster. And the only reason that he didn't do it is because he probably thought it wasn't politically tenable. You're acting like the Republicans are waiting for the Democrats to do it first. This is the game they play, and you've fallen for their tricks.
Yeah, so I mean, I the thing I wanted to agree that I don't want to agree with Steve on anything. But this idea of this endlessly moving mirage that he was the metaphor we were setting up there, right? This moving mirage of unconstitutionality when we've entered the point where the Constitution has been burned, right? How much of the Constitution has to be violated? How many times it has to be violated until we have discovered, oh, we're in an authoritarian state or a fascist state? There is no point. We're waiting for for it to be like in the movies, right? For it to be black and white, and then you see troops lined up on every corner, right? Well, asking people for papers. I guess we're already doing that, right? We are harassing citizens, right, and some non-citizens everywhere they go, just because for what they look like, and asking for the papers. We're already doing that part, so that's happening, right?
We've already got bullshit indictments. We've got the DOJ charging people with crimes. Comey, Letitia James. We already have that happening.
But you understand how every single just real quick. Every single thing that you are listing here, the Republicans, and I agree, this justification is bullshit, are pointing to past actions of other people on the Democratic
you said
side.
it, Wick. You got it. It was bullshit. It's all bullshit anyway. Yes, they're going to justify what they want to do.
But
no
you
matter
understand,
what.
if we don't do these things, they have less justification, and it's less likely they will succeed.
It doesn't matter, Wick.
What do we have to do? We just have to do nothing. We just have to stop breathing.
That's the
Wick,
flaw in your
please.
argument.
No, it's not a
the
flaw.
success rate would be the exact same if we gave them ammo versus if we gave them no ammo.
It doesn't. None of this matter.
It absolutely matters.
There's been a clear level of escalation, right? From the first Trump term, from the Bush administration, there's been a clear level of escalation, and there's been no correction mechanism. I agree. I would also apply that to Democrats, right? I would also say they've been pushing the War Powers Act as far as they can get away with it too, right? I would say that they build on to what Republicans are doing, but still, in any case, right? There's been no level of correction, and so if that's the case, we have to at some point introduce a correction. They're going to do it any which way. The next Republican president is going to do something worse. It's guaranteed.
Here, I'm curious. Wait, real quick.
I got a question for you, just real quick.
Wait, I'm done.
Okay. I got a question for you, Wick. Just so you said their punishment is that they lost the election. That's the punishment for the Republicans, right? Is that they lose
That's
next
the
election?
main one, the major one. And now
Okay,
again,
I understand.
hold on, just real quick. I can be convinced for more. Like I do think we should prosecute Trump specifically. I do think that. But when you're talking about prosecuting Marco Rubio, for what?
Okay, so here's my question. Okay, if someone was raping you, is it an appropriate punishment that they have to pull their dick out of you?
No.
You need something more than that, right? You need something more than just them pulling their dick out of you, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you know what?
Them losing the election is not enough of a punishment.
As holding
It's not enough of a punishment.
Usually.
How are you? I've asked this before. I'll ask this again. It's actually genuinely pissing me off. How, when the presidency has the pardon power, how are you going to effectuate your alleged punishment?
Make all of them state crimes. Have it be state crimes. State crimes.
I'll answer that. I will answer that directly. Okay.
Woulda. You will not.
I will answer
how.
State crimes. Boom.
If your political leaders are so morally degenerate that they're going to pardon themselves, you are outside of the bounds of the Constitution now. Now you are in violence time.
And what state crimes are you going to be convicting
Hold on,
Donald Trump for?
No, I want to be very clear. So, Dev, if you
legitimately-
think that
Dev,
if
this
J.D.
is
Vance
one of the
pardons
dumbest things I've
Trump,
ever heard
or
you
if Trump
say.
pardons
So you're
himself,
saying
that it
if
would be
the Trump
justified to do violence
administration
against the
walks
U.S.
away
government.
from power, we should start killing each
Let
other
make
in
Dev,
the
no,
streets
hold on.
on their
Make
behalf.
Dev answer that question. Dev, if J.D. Vance pardons Trump or Trump pardons himself, do you think that we are now in a time where there would be justifiable violence against Trump and his administration?
Yes.
Damn.
That's
Fed
crazy.
posted. He just Fed posted like
See,
crazy.
My issue with this is that I feel like there's also not a recognition, if we're going to use the cachet that what you're referring to in terms of the people being super dissatisfied with Trump, we can also use that in other ways as well as the growing sentiment from the people on the Democratic side. And now the Republicans can't go back in the past and use this as ammunition. When it comes down to the pardon circumstance, now there is actual justifiable reason why we probably should deal with it, especially if we're doing self-pardoning. The people are starting recognizing, oh, yeah, sure, we have issues with the preemptive pardons from Biden. We have big issues with Donald Trump pardoning himself, pardoning the Jan 6ers, and pardoning all these corrupt politicians and these weird billionaires, the guy with the Binance. So now this is becoming more of a thing that is becoming recognized, and now there's heat on both directions. So in a circumstance like this, not only with the pardon system, but even something that I don't really care what you feel about it, but with the filibuster, another example where there's a lot of people on the left that was like, we want to get rid of the filibuster. Trump obviously wants to get rid of the filibuster because he wants to do whatever he wants as an executive authoritarian. But this is just another thing that's like, oh, we saw how it was used. It was used in a way that was super corrupt by the Trump administration. So now certain things that have been deliberated regarding the political landscape can now truly be challenged, not only from the sides that have dissatisfaction with it, but with the people now seeing how they can be used in a corrupt fascist way. So it's not just them losing elections, but now you can raise these issues in a way to not only use it against the authoritarian regime that is MAGA, but they can't even go back on it because they use these type of arguments to attack the Dems at the same time. So you have now a full picture of framing it very clearly on why we should attack these specific things.
Okay, the solution to I'm sorry if I'm not addressing what you just said, but the solution to pardon abuse would be legislation amending the Constitution to limit the power of the pardon. It wouldn't be for militias to enter into the streets, sparking off a civil war that kills tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. The fact that like that would be the constitutional crisis that I'm talking to Dev mostly. The fact that you think that would be the constitutional crisis that America should fight for is fucking crazy.
Do you understand he's deaf right now? He can't hear. You didn't hear a word.
I kind of don't give a fuck. I just wanted to stand on record.
I do want to give Kalinda a chance because Kalinda hasn't said a word. And Kalinda, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, I do. Also, before I get into yelling at Prime, because that's what I came in here to do, but the Trump, the Georgia prosecution case, it's coming back. It's coming back, guys. It's here. It's they're bringing that back. Do you think that could mean or count for anything? Like the racketeering case in Georgia?
As a fellow, as a fellow Coomer to the DA there, I cannot believe that they let that case get sunk on that retarded fucking shit. So fuck Georgia, okay? That's all I gotta say. We'll see what it comes back as, but I feel like at this point that it's so far removed from everything, I cannot believe they let something so stupid still that case. But
They appointed a new prosecutor, but yes, I agree with you. It was very stupid. But they did appoint a new prosecutor. So anyway, Prime. I'm very sorry that I'm about to derail this whole shit back into the thing that nobody wanted to talk about, but I'm going to do it.
Hold on, no. If you're if you're gonna bring up Israel Palestine, I'm gonna veto this.
What?
Just say you're not, and then do it.
Yes, okay. I'm not going to bring up Israel Palestine.
Okay.
Prime, do you
Anything else
understand?
other than Israel Palestine?
No, that's not what I was going to bring up. Prime, do you understand the difference between the ships and Biden's alleged crimes? Between like Trump bombing drug boats and Biden's alleged crimes, can you think for me for just a second?
No, I don't. No, I don't understand them. No, I don't understand them. Like, these aren't the same things? Please help me out. Like, draw the distinction. Please go ahead.
What crimes are you would you consider Biden to be like violating?
Nothing. Don't answer that. He's trying to bait you.
Under Biden.
No, yeah, don't. I already know what the answer is that he's going to give, but I think it's bullshit. The thing is, here's the difference. The difference is that Trump is bombing civilian ships against a country that he is not at war with, violating the principle of distinction instead of arresting people for drug trafficking, which he could do, rather than like bombing people that they are not at war with. And Biden is sending weapons to a country that is fighting a war that is a very different kind of war than the one that would likely be fought in Venezuela, which would be a normal, regular war against another army. And he's sending those weapons to Israel so that Israel can fight against Hamas, which is a organization that hides behind civilians. But you probably don't agree with this because they
hide behind civilians. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, because you like to pretend that Hamas doesn't exist.
There was a Hamas. No, I'm not pretending Hamas doesn't exist. I brought Hamas up during the debate, okay? But you weren't paying attention to that, right? You heard.
Yeah, I was paying attention, but no, you like to pretend that they don't do the shit that they do.
You went into a red rage, right? But I brought up Hamas, absolutely, right? And so I guess Hamas was under every baby's cribs that they dropped that bomb on, right?
They killed every baby in Palestine? Holy shit. All of the babies? Every single one? Every child?
Hamas, headquarters, right? And they were dropping bunker busters on those kids, right, to kill those Hamas agents. No, don't bullshit me. No, we get what Israel.
Wait, why would you need a bunker buster to kill a kid?
It's fine. Why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza?
Okay.
Just like us.
Okay, enough.
Wait, what's the answer to that? Wait, I'm curious. What is the answer to that? Wait, why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza? What was the answer to that?
Why aren't the civilians allowed in the Hamas tunnels?
So I don't know what you're talking about.
I can feel Wake's blood pressure like rising slowly.
Wait, I'm just curious. What's the answer? Wait, are there really no bomb shelters in Gaza? Is that true? Wouldn't that be kind of crazy? Prime, is that true? There's no way that's true, right?
Wait, what's the consequence of them bringing up Israel Palestine?
Nothing. I'm just curious. Wait, I'm just curious. What's the answer to that? Wait, Prime, is she speaking truth there? Why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza?
I'm confused as to like what the point of this question. I'm very confused. There's no
answer the goddamn question.
No, hon, what's the question? The question is,
why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza? Why did Hamas build no bomb shelters for their civilians?
That might be because of the embargo that's been there since, was it 2012?
Wait, how do they have all this? Wait, how do they have all that? Wait, I'm just curious.
Actually,
fucking tunnels.
Wait, yeah, I'm just curious because I don't know anything about this. Wait, why do they have so much concrete for tunnels?
A massive population of people, like was it 2 million individuals? Yeah, those tunnels. Everyone's going to fit in those tunnels. Is that what's going to happen?
How many miles of tunnel do they have again? Is it just half a mile? Is it 1 mile?
It's like four. It's like. It's a lot. It's like the whole strip.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to build a very strong wall. Kalinda, thanks for coming in. I do appreciate you. Thanks, Raydale. Thanks, North. We're going to cycle out.
I will happily argue with you about this later, Prime, because you trigger me so fucking hard. And you are the problem with the Democratic
Party. I want to debate more about this with the constitutionality and all that. I'd love to talk to you about this.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Whatever. I did have more questions if you're okay with them. If you're all right with that.
Hello.
No, we're not okay with questions here. Fuck your questions. So go ahead.
Oh, okay.
What's your question? What's your question? Ask.
Yeah, I have I guess my question's for Connor. I mean, I have two, but I'll start with the bigger one. What do we do to ensure that like Republicans don't, or like anyone doesn't do what Trump has been doing, if not some level of atonement, right? Like if we don't have some level of atonement, what's to just stop this from happening again?
Yeah, so I think that this is the way that I would like to spend political capital. Number one, so somebody's arguing with me in chat, so I'll try to answer it real quick. Congress can't, let's say in 2026, we actually get a Democrat majority Congress. You can impeach Trump. You could also even indict him. I know that people have said that through the unitary executive ruling, he can't be indicted. No, he can. The Constitution clearly says so. So that's number one. Number two, what do? You would have to pass legislation in order to reform the pardon.
Wait,
so,
just a quick thing. We would impeach Trump after he's done with his second term in office? That's the penalty?
No, you would impeach him in 26 when you hit the midterms. He's still in office.
We're not going to have a majority. We won't have a majority in the Senate to do it.
Well, then I guess you're fucked.
Also, doesn't this seem a bit Trump exclusive? Again, like what's to stop someone from just coming in the next presidency and doing a bunch of fucked up shit and like even like rigging elections so they don't have the majority, for example?
They will
so
anyway.
Hold on. The
Republicans will do this anyway.
He's asking me the question, and I actually do have limited time again because now my debate is coming up again.
Is this for real?
So hold on. So this time for real. So when it comes to like, what can we do in the future? We're a republic, which is the rule of law, which means we have to pass legislation. So if you don't like the pardon, you got to pass the pardon. And one of the things that's been pissing me off about this conversation is people are saying, oh, well, they're ignoring the court orders or whatever. I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure that a shitload of court orders have come down that have limited the power of the presidency and have been followed by the executive administration.
So you can break the law as long as you listen to the court where they do stop breaking the law.
This is the other thing I want to push back on too.
The dick analogy. That was right.
Wait, this is the other thing I want to push back on.
The National Guard is angry by the concept of time that you have to violate a law in order to be held accountable for.
This is the other thing that I want to push back on.
Wait, just to be clear, Connor's mad because he doesn't know what courts are for. He thinks that you're allowed to break the law as long as you stop breaking the law when the court tells you to stop breaking the law. That's not how that works.
Or the court can hold you criminally accountable if you violated the law intentionally and knowingly.
Which they've done how many times to Trump now?
They've done
with
it
the National Guard, especially.
Yeah, hold on. What do you think your strongest argument is here
Sorry,
for
Stormwolf
Trump
had a
during his
question,
second
so I wanna
term?
address it.
Is Trump during his second term? When do you think he has most clearly, knowingly used his executive power in a way that he knew he didn't have the authority to do so?
The National Guard, right? I mean, like, it's blatantly illegal to send the National Guard no matter what.
Okay, what's your evidence that he did not know that he did not have
Well,
the
first of all,
authority
Destiny
to...
brought up earlier the Black Lives Matter stuff where he wasn't able to deploy the National Guard without the state's consensus. By the way, this is established in Title 32, which explains the exemptions, none of which is met, because Trump originally said he's going to do it for domestic law enforcement, which is legal according to the Posse Committees Act, which means that Trump knowingly was violating this stuff. That's the thing I want to bring up. You cannot deploy the National Guard without the federal government, without the state government's consent.
Actually, I have a question for you regarding that.
That's already wrong.
I see a lot of right wingers talk about how Eisenhower federalized the National Guard to enforce desegregation against the will of the Arkansas governor. So what was the?
So the reason that is because, so yeah, I had a debate in my college around this, so I was doing research on this. So you can do it. There's three conditions. You can do it if the U.S. is being invaded, there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion, or if the president is unable to enforce federal law. The issue is none of these apply because why Trump deployed the National Guard to blue cities is because of law enforcement.
Because he's unable to enforce the federal law in sanctuary cities, right? Because sanctuary cities...
No, that's not why he deployed it. He deployed it because he cited crime as the primary reason. Then he hasn't even retroactively changed it. He's still been talking about crime rates in D.C., Chicago, L.A. That's why he said he deployed the National Guard.
But here's the thing, though. All of the courts have come back effectively saying exactly what you said.
Which states?
Hold on. He can federalize the National Guard. He has used rebellion as a pretense.
Wait, why do you keep saying that? He's lost like every time this has been challenged. He lost in California, he lost in DC.
You should Google the word pretense because you've used it incorrectly multiple times. So anyways.
Wait, what do you think
He's used the pretense of rebellion, and then the courts have come back and said the only way that you can use federalized National Guard, you can't use them for local law enforcement, you can only use them to protect federal buildings.
Why did he say he was sending them to DC?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The reason he said he was sending this
in court,
it does matter because that would be the justification for deploying the National Guard. The reason,
the pretense of rebellion.
No, you can't change your argument in court.
Law enforcement.
You can't just go to court and say.
Hold on. Wait. Where did I hear? What large political streamer did I hear say? I don't care what people say in public. I only care what people say in court.
Because in court
Wait,
you
no,
have
but
to.
the issue
Wait,
is-
no, stop. Hold on. Oh, no,
There's a
shut the
really
fuck up.
famous liberal streamer who
Yes.
said that probably a dozen times.
That's when you're the plaintiff. It's a totally different thing. When Donald Trump goes to court, when Donald Trump goes to court, hold on. When Donald Trump goes to court to defend a thing, I've never said that you can't look at a person's public statements to determine the things that the state of mind of the person at the time. That's a lot different than me saying like, I think Connor has defamed me a million times over every single statement he's made, and then when I sue you and I go to court, I say, well, I don't think he's defamed me, but I think he inflicted emotional harm. Right? Okay, well, I'm going to get your court statements here. That's what you're charging him with. That's what you're suing him for. That's a lot different than me going to court and saying, oh, I only did this for reasons ABC. That's really crazy because when we consult the public record, you were saying X, 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 Y, 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 Z, 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 Z. So it seems like it doesn't work there. It's not even remotely comparable. Nice try, though.
It's like if you stab someone. It's like if you stab someone and then say.
So hold on.
It's like
if Trump makes a public statement that we all agree is in the legal purpose in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, I agree with you.
He has.
But he uses
he doesn't.
court the pretense of rebellion. You should Google the word pretense.
That's not how that works.
That's not
you
how that
can't
works.
retroactively say
You
this is
can't
why I'm
do
deploying
that.
National Guard.
And then the court orders the Trump administration to behave in a certain way, and then they comply with said order. That's the system working.
When
Connor,
you say
if I
comply
stab-
with said order, you mean
Connor, if I
comply with the
stab
law.
you- wait. If Connor, if I stab you and then retroactively say, oh, well, it's because I was scared of you attacking me, that doesn't change the fact that I stabbed you because I wanted to kill you. Your state of mind when you do the action is what matters.
No. You're
but
wrong
who
because
holds
that's
you
the
to
defense
account?
people use. Like, I thought I was going to be killed.
But it's about the state of mind when you did the action.
If at the time,
No, it's about the state of mind when you do the
yes,
action.
exactly. If I say at the time, I'm going to stab Wick because I fucking hate Wick and I think he's too much of a centrist cuck on these panels, and then we go to court and I say, well, I was actually afraid of my life. What do you think the prosecutor's going to say? They're going to say, well, really? Let's look at the statements that you made at the time. Oh, it looks like you said you were going to kill him because you thought he was too mean to you on panels. Well, that's
but
not the
when the
defense
court
when he's in
comes
court.
around and says you can only stab Wick when he's being like
When it's in
I
self-defense.
don't know,
That's
when
not
he's
the
threatening
court.
your life, and then from now on you only stab me when I threaten your life. You're complying.
And
with
by the
order.
way, hold on.
Yeah, but I would be
Wait,
charged
no,
with
but this
a
was
crime for
established before.
stabbing you.
This is already established. This is already
Okay,
established.
okay,
Well,
guys.
this
I
is
got-
a precedent. This isn't like a
I gotta
precedent
go.
thing.
If you guys want to
This is
continue this
already
another time,
established.
we can. However, what I would point out to you guys is that the courts are the ones that are supposed to hold you to account. So if you have beef with the way that our system is working, take a beef with the judges, take a beef with the legislature. Those are the people who are supposed to be holding
The way that it
Donald
works in the
Trump to account
United
right
States
now.
of America,
Yes,
the way that it
love
works in the
you.
United
I
States of
love you.
America,
Right.
you're
Yes,
supposed to
yes,
follow the law. Follow the law. That's how it's supposed to work. Yeah,
Follow
you're
the
not supposed to
law.
wait. You're not supposed to wait for the court to say, by the way, you're breaking the law. This isn't Dave Chappelle where you can go, I didn't know you couldn't do that, and you're scot-free the first time.
Also, this is already
Why
this
are
has
we
already been
treating-
established
why
as
are
my
we treating
issue.
the fucking Why are we treating the Constitution like the fucking daily word jumble?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Al.
I wanted to
What-
come in. Hey, it's Kafka. Hey, I wanted to come in. I want to defend the Nuremberg trials as being constitutional real quick. There's a lot of people talking about how we have to come in and do a bunch of unconstitutional shit to hold Trump and them accountable, and there's plenty of room within the Constitution to do exactly what Destiny's calling for. All right,
I know.
That's all I wanted to come in to say. You can go. The Congress, if we had 67% of the Congress, they could come in, they could establish courts, they could establish laws that allow us to go after these people. So it's not, and we would actually do it in a way where we're not breaking the Constitution, tearing it to ribbons like all these people are talking about. That's all I came in really to say is that there's nothing in here. You guys all are acting like doing it would be somehow the same as what the Republicans are doing, and it's not. We'd be able to do it within the law easily.
Do you think that what
I agree-
Destiny's
I agree
advocating
with
for?
you.
Hold on, just real quick. Do you think what Destiny's advocating for, where we bar 50 to 75% of sitting Republican people, current office holders, from ever holding office again, is that a constitutional thing to do?
Yep.
Sure. So here's what you
Yep.
would do.
Andy's a
You'd
lawyer.
have
Yes, we
Congress
can.
go in.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Yes.
Kick him out.
As we should.
You would get the Congress to come in, and you would have them write a law that says that they can't, that these people, if they did these things, they can't hold office.
So
and then they would.
you want the Republican-controlled Congress right now to write a law saying that they can't hold power? Or do you think that's
What's that? Okay, I'm sorry.
A
Are we
senior
talking
in the future
about
on
right
the
now? I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about a world in which we're trying to hold these people accountable.
We get to a world where the Democrats win the election and we blue sweep. We got 60 seats in the Congress and things like that. Do you think that there's any political will for them to write this law?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I
of
think
course,
you're,
yes. What are you talking about? Yes.
that is crazy talk. I don't think
Wait,
that's
you
ever
think
gonna
that? Do you think that in 4 years? You think that? Remember, it hasn't even been a year yet. You think in 3 plus a few months years, By the time we get to that point, with Donald Trump in there that long, you don't think there's going to be the political will to do that? You think people are going to go, you know what?
No, I don't
I'm
think
glad
there's
we
going to
made it
be a
the other
political
side.
will to bar Republicans, 75% of
hon.
Republicans from ever
The
holding
only
office.
real,
We're mixing
the only real problem
we're
here
mixing the
is-
whole list of things. Hold on,
Okay.
wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Whether it's whether you can do this, right? Of whether it's constitutional or not, right? It's not unconstitutional. I agree, right? But like then it's like, well, will there be political will to do this? Well, that's a completely different animal, right?
Well,
And should we do this? Which is another.
Yes, you should do it.
animal.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
Which
Unequivocally, you should fucking do it. The only real issue, in my opinion, is where you draw the line. I don't know how you do that.
I don't think we should do what Steven is proposing. But we're talking about like holding the top line Trump administration accountable. Absolutely.
Well,
they're not just talking. Hold on, no, they're not just talking about the Trump and JD Vance and the immediate thing. What they're advocating for is people who run, like our state senator who happened to tweet out Trump is great one time, right?
Easy. That's an easy. You're giving me easy ones. That's an easy. Get him out
Yeah,
of here.
I'm
No
sorry.
more office
We
for you.
need-
I
We need McCarthyism for MAGA.
Wait,
All right,
I'm
bring
generally on
McCarthyism
Destiny's
back
side
and
here.
target MAGA.
I'm
That's what we
generally
need
on
to
Destiny's
do.
side here. I think that's a bit unhinged just because I feel like supporting Trump isn't the same thing as actively having power to do it. But I would say that, look, Wick, again, and I asked the same question to Prime Case and Wick, what do we do to prevent like this happening again? It seems like absent some kind of atonement, which means if it's
Didn't you hear they lost?
decision
They lose the
like,
election.
They consistently lose.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, that's my
They
point.
consistently gotta pull out. They gotta pull out, guys.
Well, wait. If they lose the election, what do we do then to hold them to it? If we show, hey, look, you lost, and that's it. That's all we do. We say, haha, you lost, and that'll show them to never do it again.
Remember when Trump lost the first time and then they stopped?
You remember?
Yeah, we had January 6th. Wait, this is so true. We had January 6th. We win the election.
Getting it over and over and over again, and how that obviously worked, and they never held power again. Wait, that
okay,
didn't happen.
but can I ask a question? Wait,
so we just stand here with our dick in our hand?
You are advocating for doing what led to Trump getting elected in 2024 all over again, and thinking, oh, somehow we're going to.
The mistake was not doing fast enough.
I appreciate the internal critique. You can't replace something with nothing, Wick. Give me something else to do then, because I'm not going to sit there with nothing. You're telling me to not do this thing. Okay, great. Instead, I wag my finger at them and say, well, you know what? We're just going to keep winning elections.
From office, what I'm advocating for is for us to be fucking normal, and then suddenly
Biden was normal.
Wait, what could Biden have done differently? Wait, what could Biden?
What
could Biden have done differently? What could Biden have done differently? What could Biden have done differently? What could Biden have done differently? That he wasn't normal enough.
Well, first of all, Biden couldn't have dropped
the
out.
genocide.
Like, if
That
he
would've
had
been
stayed in,
helpful.
I think we would have won. But
Wait, Prime Case,
my
sorry,
God,
this genocide thing is insane. What law did Biden break? What law did Biden break?
Biden didn't break any laws.
No, I'm asking Prime Case because he brought up the genocide thing. What law did Biden break?
Don't you dare fucking bring this back to this fucking bullshit again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. I'm just curious what law Biden broke.
Any which way you asked me.
Okay, we won't do that.
Right?
We won't do it then. It's fine. I don't want to do something.
I know. Sorry, shut up, glasses guy. Before you asked me previously, hey, like, like you were asking me, like, do I agree with Wick basically? Like, am I against something? You asked me something previously.
I think I asked you probably the same question I asked Connor about, like, what do we do to prevent this from happening again, which is how we got to this whole conversation.
Okay, yeah. So, like, I'm saying, I am for accountability for our elected officials. Absolutely. My disagreement with Destiny purely is within scale, right? Not that we shouldn't hold elected officials accountable. I'm saying I want to hold more, right? But I'm talking about more of the C-suite of our political class, right? I'm talking about the president, and I'm talking about
I don't fully disagree.
Every single one of these people are using Trump to push their own insane agendas. Like, why are we in 2025 talking about putting like the what is it called, the Bible thing in the classrooms? Why are we putting Bibles in classrooms? There you go, 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that's not new.
Why are we putting
This
the 10
is something
Commandments?
they've been doing for all my fucking
It
life,
doesn't matter. They're still they're using this opportunity to pass insane laws. Like we just saw what the Department of Education saying that like being a nursing student is no longer like a valid degree. Like what is like why are we at this point? Like how did we get here?
you're bringing up a good point too, in that these people are abusing their positions, and yes, we're going to hold them to account as elected officials, get them out of there. But also, we should hold them account as citizens and as people who are clearly breaking the law and clearly acting in a way against what their responsibilities are. If you are a lawyer, if you're a fiduciary of people, you can be held accountable for not just breaking that fiduciary duty, but doing crimes beyond that. And that's what we're seeing here. These people
Okay,
are
well, let
elected,
me ask
they're
you
doing something
directly. Let
wrong.
me ask you, Captain.
Yeah.
Let me ask you directly.
Yeah, ask him
Do you
directly.
think that if a lawyer comes on a YouTube channel, right, or starts a YouTube channel and advocates that Trump is breaking no laws, he's doing fine, he's not going against the courts, do you think anything should happen? How should they be held accountable?
If he defends Trump, yeah, he should get out of there.
They should be prevented. They should be prevented from holding office.
So
They should be prevented from holding
a lawyer
public
who
office.
comes on and starts let's just call him.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. I'm saying if he actively
Brian
defends Trump in court.
Mulally, right, comes on and starts a YouTube channel, you would
Yeah, I know that
advocate
guy.
his disbarment?
Wait, which guy?
I never
wait,
said
wait,
that.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
would
which
not
guy?
advocate
Wait.
for their disbarment.
Who? Which one?
Let's just
I also
call him
wouldn't.
Brian Mulally.
Absolutely,
I never said that.
1,000,000,000,000%.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Oh my God,
No.
1,000 million trillion quadrillion percent. Oh
would.
my
I
God, so
would.
much.
No.
Wait. Can I ask you a question?
Disbarment
Can I
is,
ask you a question?
I would advocate for him to not hold a public office. That's fine with
Okay,
me.
so hold on.
Disbarment
You
is a
would ban
different
him
matter.
from running for office because he went and he defended Trump on some of these things that you think he shouldn't be defended.
Look, this is my starting position. If you want to go negotiate down lower at some point, that's fine. But I'm starting with MAGA supporter out. All right, that's where we're at. And then you know what? If we need to see what the political will is at in the country to see what we can get done, that's fine. But I'm starting at the strongest possible position.
Dude. You understand?
What?
That's
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
It's not insane.
They're
It's
calling
not
for the
insane.
death of my
wait,
representatives.
wait.
The president is calling for the death of my representative.
True.
Okay.
True.
The president
Also, wait.
is.
The guy that's in charge of the government is calling for the death of my representative, and it's insane.
You think that everybody that supports him in Congress, calling for the death of people, should be held accountable? How stupid are you? Oh my God.
Wait. In question. Okay, you said just be normal. Biden was normal, and Biden won after Trump's whole thing in the first term, and after January 6th, we've had Biden. What did Trump suffer from that? He came right back into office. What does being normal get us? Because Trump came back after doing the worst thing in his political career.
Hold on, you keep
an actual
this is
insurrection.
such a fucking dishonest thing to say, as if there was no other circumstances that were happening during the 2024 election which made it an outlier. There wasn't massive inflation where every single incumbency across the world lost. You weren't asking like.
No, I agree with you. Why we
Hold on.
lost?
So they'll be held accountable as long as there's no inflation. I hope there's not any inflation because then there's no accountability.
Our major candidate, as if like it was just a normal election and Trump won because they were doing normal things. What are you on about? There was
No,
nothing
okay.
normal.
So wait, it's okay for insurrectionists to be voted back in because there's inflation. Is that
Why do
your
you think-
argument?
That is his argument.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not okay.
It is.
But my
Well, that's
whole
why
argument
we're
is that
advocating
your
for what we should do to
argument
stop
here,
this happening in
what
the
you're advocating
future.
for is going to lose. And I don't want to lose. I want to win. And you can be all high and mighty. I don't know. Where are you from? India? I don't
We're
care,
not being
right?
high and mighty.
Like,
We're saying
not
hold them to
America,
the standard
right?
that they've
And you don't
set.
have to suffer the consequences that we do.
That seemed pretty
okay?
racist.
Well, yeah, if we want to win,
He's got Storm in the name.
if we want to win, if we want to win, if we want to win, shouldn't we copy the people who are winning? Shouldn't we copy their
born
strategy?
in London. I
Hey,
live
they're
in
not
India.
winning,
I am Indian.
though.
Though,
They
yeah.
have the lowest approval rating.
You're
I
Indian,
think
but are
I've ever
you?
seen.
Like,
They
are you
won
in-
the
you're in
second
one-
election.
I'm an American. I'm an
Okay,
American.
but wait,
citizen.
Wick, you said
You're
we need to be
American.
normal. Do you think that Kamala Harris's campaign was not overwhelmingly normal? They
No,
they were
it was not. You know
don't think
why? It's because
why?
she
was
wasn't
a black
the
woman?
candidate initially. We pushed out that candidate,
Oh my
and then we
God.
got her in 3 months.
okay.
Before
So
the election.
normal-
There was
Wait,
nothing
So
Wait,
inflation
wait,
can
so-
fuck you.
Does it not
an
count as
abnormal,
her being the candidate?
No,
Like being the VP?
abnormal appointment process is doesn't count. Like basically, if anything goes wrong, so not only does it have to be that they have to be super normal, there can't be any like irregularities. Also, by the way,
Wick,
imagine how the
Wick,
rest of the
you
world
can't-
looks at the United States. If anything is going wrong in the United States, they're gonna elect a fucking schizo to office. It's like dealing with a drunk cop at a traffic stop. If you make one
Wait,
wrong
also-
fucking move, the guy's gonna execute you. Are you crazy, Wick?
It's not
Also,
one
Wick kinda
fucking
deflected from
wrong
my original
move or
point.
one
Wick,
little
Wick.
inconsistency. These were major issues.
So I agree,
Wick,
Wick. But my point is, nothing held Trump accountable. My point is, despite doing January 6th and losing because of his handling of COVID and all that, nothing held him accountable because he still managed to come back under the right conditions. My point is, he shouldn't be able to come back with the right conditions. Like, he was an
My argument here
insurrectionist,
is that
traitor.
your advocacy creates the conditions in which we
I'm
have
not as
another
extreme
Trump.
as Destiny. I don't know what you mean by my advocacy. I think that Trump
Okay,
and
Wick,
the like
Wick, listen to
cabinet
me.
and
So Wick, you're acting like this hasn't been done before, right? But it has been done before because 1954, they passed
54.
the Communist Control Act.
Yep.
You cannot be a member of the Communist Party of the
Famously,
USA.
communism died in America.
Wait, also,
Are they
after the
currently
Civil
controlling
War,
the government,
after the
Wick?
Civil War, should we have barred
Hold
people from
on.
office or no?
Say one more time.
After the Civil War, should we have barred people from office or no? Because that'll just mean the South will get even more mad at us.
Hold on. We're talking about after a civil war versus after this. These are not the same thing.
But my point is the principle stands that the idea
The
that we
principle does
shouldn't
not
hold people
stand. The
accountable for
context changes
doing
how
stuff that
effective
insurrects the government is insane.
The
Sorry,
context of the event changes how effective a punishment accountability is. Correct?
Sorry.
Reconstruction was one of the most unpopular things in the South and risked alienating the South further and leading to a further conflict. The only reason it didn't is because the South was fractured. Ideally, we'd be coming out of a political lecture where the Republican Party is
Also,
fractured.
to be clear, the other reason it didn't is because we stopped doing it because it was too burdensome on the South, and the South basically would have ran off.
Red shirt guy, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party?
Cover your mouse over his name, over his face, and it'll show you his
By the way, you
name.
can call me. Ideally, just call me Rich. Just call me Rich.
Just
call me Rich.
Red shirt guy. So, hey, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, but I would be banning. I would be advocating. For, I'm sure you, Prime.
You're not red shirt guy.
Technically, he is. Technically, he is. But also,
wearing a red shirt.
I'm advocating.
I am in favor of banning the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. Yes.
I'm advocating more for like so Prime.
But the MAGA wing of
Think that'll Stormwolf, I'm not talking to you. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking for his opinion. That's the person.
The MAGA wing of the Republican Party.
I think,
yes.
You're Stormwolf. I think you're great. I like you a lot. But so you're banning the Republican Party. Do you
No.
think that will
The MAGA
lead
wing of
to-
the Republican Party? Fuck. For the
just
10th
the
time.
just the MAGA wing of it. That's the
Yes.
Republican Party. There is no other.
No,
there's
it's not.
Barely anything else that like
You know what?
there's like
Whatever percentage it happens to be, get rid of them.
okay, so just banning anyone and anyone who expresses anything MAGA-like in the future, you would say you're ineligible for office. Is that you think that's a good state of affairs?
MAGA like in the future? What are we talking about?
No,
I have a great opinion on this. We should treat them like Nazis. Push them down in history. Anytime anyone asks you about your historical family lineage, you say, "Oh, I don't know, we were German." And when they look at you and ask you if you were a Nazi, you just say, "Oh, I don't know." We should treat MAGA like that, right? Anytime someone says, "Am I MAGA?" we should all look the other way and try to brush
so
it
are
away
you
under
saying-
the.
So, but hold on. It's one thing to not elect them, right? Like fuck MAGA. I don't want to elect them in office. They're awful, right? But should we have political tests to say that this person agrees with the MAGA movement, right? The historical MAGA movement, and so they're ineligible to run for office.
Bring McCarthy as a
We're
guy.
going to see
I'll answer directly. So if, let's say someone is running for office and someone digs up their 10-year-old tweets and it turns out they were pro-MAGA back in the day and now they're like, listen, I'm not pro-MAGA anymore. All right, all you have to do is publicly piss on a picture of Trump and you can run again. All right, that's the threshold to come back.
Yeah, I mean, we hold people accountable.
Okay, Wick,
Guys,
Wick,
I'm gonna.
Wick, let me just do a quick olive branch to you. Would you accept?
Before you do, okay, I gotta use the restroom right back. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Gotcha.
I'm back in a sec
ran.
too, actually.
He ran.
Yeah. So
Wait.
but
Is it
that's-
true? Wait, Jay, just real quick. Weren't they shipping in like hundreds of thousands of pounds of concrete and stuff into the Gaza Strip? Why couldn't they make any bomb shelters? What was going on with that?
I don't know if they were shipping. I know that.
How'd they build the tunnels? How'd they build the tunnels?
Yeah, how'd they build those tunnels?
Well, a lot of the tunnels were pre-built. They weren't.
Pre-built? Who built them?
With what
How do you
materials?
Yeah,
build
actually,
it?
With what materials?
Wait,
How do you-
a lot of the tunnels were pre-built. Wait, who
Israel
built
did.
them? Israel went and
They did.
They sunk
pre-built.
holes down
They
there?
literally
Like,
did.
what happened?
Israel went and pre-built all those
Sorry,
tunnels.
what are you talking about? Sorry, what? Sorry, Israel. Some of those tunnels were pre-built.
When you
They weren't
say
built all
some
the
of those
time.
tunnels,
In any
are you
case-
referring to the
but hold
single
on,
set of tunnels underneath Al Shifa Hospital that you're conflating with every single tunnel that's been
I'm
built
not
in that
talking about-
entire
I'm
Gaza
saying-
Strip?
I'm saying
Some the one you're talking about the one. I know exactly the story because lefties love to hog that story.
There are other tunnels underneath Gaza, but in any case.
Oh,
right?
so how many?
So,
What?
like,
I'm just curious. What percentage of them were built by
I have
Israel?
I have fucking
If you had to guess
no
the
idea.
difference, if you
I
said
didn't
2%
say
or
that.
90%, what do you think it's
Hold on,
closer to?
I didn't
2% or
say- I didn't say
90%?
they were all. I didn't say they were all.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So
I'm
I'm just trying to ballpark. Do you think 2% or 90%?
I have no fucking clue.
Oh, okay.
I have no fucking clue, right?
Okay.
In any case, right, the thing that was presented
Mhm.
is that, they have all these tunnels, right? Let's say there's a whole beehive of tunnels that they somehow built, right?
Mhm.
They built all this beehive of tunnels. Is the solution here to put the entire Gaza population underneath while they're
No, we're saying they
bombing?
should have
That's
built
what-
bomb shelters instead of tunnels. They
Yeah.
should have built bomb shelters
Just like
instead
a
of
couple,
tunnels.
just a few.
Like it's actually insane. Wait,
The
sorry,
shelters,
it's actually insane.
the tunnels act like bomb shelters any which way, right?
Well,
Like,
they don't
They're
use
not
them as
allowed
bomb
in tunnels.
shelters.
Wait. I'm so
But they
curious. Why
can't
weren't there
put
any
the
civilians
entire
in the? Why weren't there
population-
civilians in the tunnels
They can't
then?
put the entire population under there.
That
Don't
is
even
bad.
try that. Like, obviously, can't put the entire population under
Oh
there.
wait, how much of
And
the population?
how
How much of the
many
population was allowed to
how
go under the
many years
tunnels
did we do
then?
that? Like, is this supposed to be?
I'm sorry.
Anybody have an idea?
No, Stormwolf. Is that a solution? That you would put the entire population under there, right? Or maybe
I would build bomb
how
shelters.
many people? You tell me. No, tell me, huh? Oh, okay.
I'm not saying I'm saying they should
no,
build
okay,
tunnels.
no, I'll get you. No, no worries. I'll go.
Wick,
with
you
right?
did
Hey,
this by going to the
how
bathroom,
many-
by the way.
How many bomb shelters, right?
Immediately
affect
I
the entire
leave and they
population?
do this. Wow.
At least one.
They-
No,
Yeah,
I
Let's
would
start
give
with.
them
How about
so
we
much
start with
credit.
one and let's start with one and we'll go from there.
Whatever. But like, what does that mean, hon? Does a bomb shelter?
Well, okay,
stop
can I
you
explain?
from-
Wait, Prime
stop
Kids,
an
can I
invading army?
can I just explain? There is no, so to be clear, the law of like why you, there's no the reason why you're supposed to build bomb shelters, which you are if you're in a humanitarian crisis like this, or not in a war like this, is because you want to avoid human shields, because technically speaking, international law is supposed to balance a country's ability to do warfare and a protection of civilians. That's why Hamas has the responsibility for why civilians are getting bombed, because they made no effort to protect their civilians. If Hamas was able to get away with no responsibility
God,
for protecting their
I-
civilians, they will be
I-
unable to
I-
conduct
There's-
warfare.
Pissed in that
No,
cranberry juice
the
bottle.
attacker has responsibilities. No, it doesn't
Well-
matter if they're all in fucking huts.
The defender,
right? If
the
they're
defender has a
literally
responsibility
all
too. The
in
defender,
small huts,
wait,
that
the
doesn't mean you can do
defender, wait,
anything to them.
I'm sorry,
wait,
I'll
hold on,
stop.
wait. The defender has a responsibility too. You acknowledge it. It's a war crime to allow your own civilian population to die and provide no cover for them. That is a war crime as well. Equally as much as attacking a population, you have an obligation to your civilian
I
population.
think it's, and by the way, I think Israel wouldn't be responsible if a country fails to do it. The attacker isn't responsible if a country fails.
Stop for a second. Hold on. Destiny, even that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would say, okay, I'll take exactly what you said.
Cool.
Then Hamas would have committed a war crime,
Okay.
but then Israel would have done the war crime of bombing the civilians too. Correct?
Nope.
Right?
Bombing
Because the
civilians
war
doesn't
crime-
Oh my God, are we back
necessarily
on this shit?
bombing civilians
Correct.
doesn't necessarily constitute a war
Correct.
crime. You have to
Okay.
prove you have to prove that the
Yeah,
person was
but-
intentionally
no,
targeting
see-
civilians with the goal of killing
There's a
civilians, or they were
solution.
not doing a proportionality assessment
Wait,
to make sure that they
I'm sorry,
weren't
you-
killing
I-
civilians while they
someone-
were targeting military
I
targets.
don't-
Yeah, okay.
Someone needs to go to
care about
Hamas.
Israel Palestine right now. Okay,
They
I want to
asked
give the
me.
mic to
Come on.
Kafka, who had some questions.
Yeah,
for me or
Kafka.
whatever.
Okay. First, if someone just go and tell Hamas they could build the bomb shelters above the tunnels, the people would still be human shields, and the bomb shelters would be there. So everybody wins if they did that. But Wick, I'm going to extend an olive branch to you. What if we only ban the MAGA wing of the Republican Party for 10 years from office? What about that? What if we just say, hey,
Look.
we're going to 10 years, let those old fuckers die off. Get rid of the older MAGA people at the very least. Give us 10 years
It's
to
the younger
to
ones
fix
that are
things
the
up.
problem.
Well, sure, but we're still
frankly.
keeping it on for 10 years. We fixed the system so when they come in,
No. And I'll tell you why.
not even that. You wouldn't do that.
No,
Definitely
I am
not.
okay with limited targeted
I don't want it either.
prosecution of Trump, of maybe Vance, maybe Hegseth, maybe a couple.
Maybe
of people.
Hegseth?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Hegseth,
That's
right?
insane.
Maybe.
Hegseth deserves
Right?
it.
We'd have to investigate to find out, right? I assume.
Yeah,
No.
what? I don't know. I saw
No.
that signal
Do you
chat. I
think we
don't know how
should
much more investigation we
investigate
need.
Hegseth? We should just charge him with whatever.
Yeah, he's guilty.
Yes, there's enough
Did it.
right now in the record
Okay,
to charge
well, we
Hegseth.
can charge
Go
him.
ahead. Yeah.
He did it.
Holy
I mean, we can
beans.
investigate for more, but I mean, we've already got enough, in my opinion.
To
Do
charge
you
him.
know? Do you actually know that the DoD has to like implicitly
DOW?
agree with every? Sorry, my bad. The DOW has to implicitly agree with every single one of his memorandums without. They have to, or else that they lose their job.
Yeah,
Right?
He's been
Every single
purging
one of his
so many top
memorandums.
staff.
Yeah, I think that's
So many black
retarded. I
men,
don't think
black
that's
women,
illegal.
white women, other
No, it's not. It's not illegal, but
It's
it's
not illegal,
absolutely
so-
insane.
Well, I think
It's
it
not
is
illegal, but it's absolutely insane. He's complicit.
It's
He's
incompetent.
absolutely complicit.
It's
to
malicious.
Trump.
I don't think it's chargeable. I don't think this is one of those things we can charge them with.
I
Let's
think being
make it something we
complicit
can
to Trump
charge
is
him with.
enough. I think it's conspiracy. I think it's racketeering, murder. It doesn't matter. It's everything. It's every single one of them. He's complicit to Trump. Just as I think that Kristi Noem should be charged with every single human rights violation that came
Hold on,
out of
Wick.
ice.
Wait, do you think it's a crime that they killed those people off the coast of Venezuela? Do you think that was a crime?
Probably.
Do you think Hegseth
absolutely.
at all could be implicated in that crime?
Probably, but we'd have to investigate it because one of the problems with it is they're not giving us any. Hold on. Well, hold on. Stop. One of the problems is neither I nor you know whether or not it was legal because they refuse to release their reasoning and the evidence. So we'd have to look.
Well, okay, Wick, how about things they've already investigated then? Here.
I think it's okay to reopen those investigations that they already have on Trump and some of those other people. I think that's okay to do. But that's
so in
not what
2028
has been advocated for tonight.
Let's say Blue Wave 2028. Should whoever it is that wins bring
reopen
Trump
all
back
the
into court for all
investigations
those
against
old
Trump.
cases
I'm okay
in
with that.
2020?
I do it with my blessing. Hoorah!
But
right?
are you sure that's not going to make the Republicans feel worse and galvanize them more against you and all that shit?
Okay,
Oh
not
shit! It
to
might
the
galvanize
level
them.
banning 75% of them from office would.
Well, I don't know. They got really mad. Didn't you say that part of the reason why Trump won was because of the New York convictions the first time? Wouldn't convict them of even more crimes? Yeah. So why should we convict them even more crimes?
Yeah. Okay. Because
And then the
again,
fake assassination.
Circumstances change as we go, and what Trump is doing right now, and the things that he is engaging right now, has made him far less popular. And so I think it's okay.
Oh wait, so we can only charge crimes based on how popular they are. Oh.
Hold on. When you talk about what you could actually do, kind of yes.
Imagine if
yeah.
Imagine if Hitler had your limitations. He would have never the great leader of Germany that he was if he had all the same constraints that you're thinking of right now. You're such a
he voted on how to off himself.
Didn't
okay?
Wick make the argument earlier about how
what to do with
prosecuting
Hitler.
people? Wait, Wick, didn't you make the argument earlier about how prosecuting Trump was what led to his popularity? So it doesn't matter if it's unpopular because it'll just make him more popular.
Hold on, no. You're doing this game, right? Where you aren't understanding the context of things.
Yeah, the
yes,
context.
Different actions or the same action taken at different periods of time can lead to different results. If I jumped 3 feet now, I would just hit the wall. That'd be fine. But if I jumped 3 feet and there was a cliff, I would fucking die. You understand how different contexts can make the same action have different results. Yes, this is
But what's the
grade
difference
A,
here?
like
What's the
grade
difference
A
here then?
stuff.
Wait, don't just use the analogy. Explain how it's
context.
actually different.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay, the difference is the political realities on the ground. When Trump was in office in when Biden was in office, and everything was going to shit. We had all sorts of problems, right? And that was mostly due to COVID and the inflation and the things like that. And even though we did a lot of good recovery for that, right? We could not effectively use our political will because the people weren't behind us. And so trying in that environment to prosecute Trump was not viable. It didn't work. If those circumstances change, then it will.
They ran out of time.
Don't,
Few of them.
the Republicans don't exist in a world of the political reality on the ground. They do not exist in a political reality that we can say, guys, we got to look at what's really going on right now. No, instead we have to look at whatever schizophrenic shit they're believing from their news media and their top-down stuff. That's what we have to apparently deal with and kind of read the bones over there to make sure we're not going to set them off too much. How about instead of that, we hold the people accountable, we hold accountable, have an actual system of law that we implement without worrying about what half of the insane country that we have are going to act and actually hold people accountable. Why don't we do that?
How do we know if we don't try? We got to try.
Why wouldn't it work if you actually get the guilty verdicts and they go to jail?
Yeah.
That's the logic Tank uses for why we should try left-wing populism.
Why wouldn't it work?
Right?
Oh, of course.
Well, because we've seen that tried and it doesn't work.
Yes, obviously.
True.
You're correct.
True.
You're correct, Dev. If it worked and they go to jail and get convicted, it would work. Yes, but my argument is
we shouldn't even try.
Again, if you try to do that with 75% of the Republican Party to bar them from ever holding office again, you are not going to win. And in fact, what you're going to do is you're going to feed an insurgent movement and showcase to the public that's going to think you're insane. Right?
Or crush them
Wow,
well.
these guys are just as insane.
Wait, can I ask a big question?
Crush
Wait,
'em.
how do we make it so that there are more of you in the conservative movement? How can we get that to happen? How
I'm
can we
not
make
in the
it? How
conservative
can we?
movement.
No. But I'm asking, how do we get it so that when conservatives are thinking about doing crazy unhinged shit, they're having these panels where they're like, guys, if we start doing all this crazy shit, Democrats are going to come back on us. They're going to get us. How do we make it so that more Republicans are thinking like that? Because they don't think about that at all, ever.
Absolutely.
Hey, well, hold on.
Tell them
You're
they're
having a
retarded,
whole civil war on the
honestly.
right now about whether or not they should showcase, they should go the Fuentes route or the Shapiro route, right? They're having a whole big argument on the right.
They're having a whole big argument on whether or not they should stay with mega populism, which is borderline fascist, or go full neo-Nazi. Wow. Well, my bad. I guess they are having these debates, just in a different way. Thank you.
Yeah. So hold on, Kefka, right? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. You had said a comment earlier. I just want to, so would you be in favor of creating a law? Let's say there's nothing we can charge Republicans for, right? Currently, right? Would you be in favor of creating a law now and then charging them in the past with that law?
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Whoa, that's a major violation of a Latin term that I don't remember the name of, but...
Okay, then impeach all the Supreme Court justices that don't agree with it, put in ones that do, and then boom,
I mean, that's
have them say it's fine.
within the Constitution.
That's all within the Constitution.
No. What you just said is a specific violation of the Constitution. I also forget the Latin term.
Not according to the Supreme Court that I'm going to put into place because I control the Congress.
Countered.
Backfire.
I can impeach any Supreme Court justice that disagrees with me, and then my president is going to go in and put people in place that agree with me. And then whenever any Republican brings it to court, the Supreme Court's going to go, no, actually, this doesn't apply to the Constitution here.
So the country you want to create, right, is one that puts laws
that succeeds in every way possible. Yes.
Based.
It succeeds anyway. So like just a different sort of authoritarianism. All right. So you would put a law in place now, right, and say, hey, you group of people, you actually violated that law in the past. You didn't know it, but you did, right? And we'll put you in jail. And that's a country. That's the United States worth preserving. That's what you want.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
isn't the
that
14th
is worth
Amendment kind of
preserving
that
over
way?
living in the country that I'm in right now. If I was living in Biden's America and someone suggested this, I'd be like, that's insane. Where I'm living right now, I would way rather live in that than where I'm at right now. Yes.
Yeah, this is
Trump's
Trump's
America.
America.
This
Also, quick question.
So this
Prime case,
August
quick question.
No, this person actually wants to torch the Constitution. Like Destiny wasn't actually talking.
Bro, everything I said is within the Constitution. To be clear, as an attorney, I understand the Constitution.
Really?
Everything
Name
I
the
just said is within it.
Constitution right now.
Prime, no, it's better to live in like a liberal authoritarian government than a MAGA one. Like it's just obvious.
Sorry, Destiny, what did you say before?
Wait, also, I think the 14th Amendment kind of applies retroactively too, technically, because it came in 1866 when it's ratified, and that's what that was cited oftentimes to prevent people from holding office for things they did in the Civil War. I understand the Civil War is not analogous completely, Wick, before you come at me. My point is, though, that that was in sedition and conspiracy and insurrection. We were able to say, hey, you guys did this. The 14th Amendment just made more clear why they were able to be held underneath that. So I don't think I'm not a lawyer. I'm it's undergrad, but yeah.
Did you find a Destiny? There's a part within the Constitution that said, I don't know
Which part? Yes, Article 2, Section 4. It literally authorizes the legislature to do a post facto bill of attainder.
Wasn't the original Nuremberg trials done after anyway, right? That was the original thing. That's the whole thing, is that they went back. So why are we questioning whether or not we can or can't? Because that's
the
hypothetical
is that there's the hypothetical is that let's say there's some actions they've done that we can't charge under any law, and I'm saying we'll just let the Congress make up a law that we can charge them under, and then whenever they try to come in and say, oh no, you can't charge me under this, we just have the Supreme Court say yes they can. What happens then? How would the Republicans get out of this debacle without? I mean, maybe with trans people, I don't know, but I can't think of one.
It'd be so easy. We just make 50,000 EOs, and then we use them to charge everyone, right? Because that's what EOs are for.
EOs, by the way.
I would rather do that than live in a world where MAGA people have access to political power. Yes.
Please. Pondering Politics wants to know whether or not Destiny and Dev specifically support Democrats expanding the Supreme Court with sympathetic justices before they do these investigations, prosecutions, etc., to maximize the chance.
Impeach and replace is better than packing, but go ahead.
I think there are strong arguments to expand the Supreme Court. I think we should have enough to have at least 2 justices per each circuit. And I think that packing the court is just a horrible crime, and I don't think you should ever have to do that. But unfortunately, if we're going to expand the court, I guess those first 10 picks would all be liberal ones, which it's unfortunate. But after that, every president will get 2 picks.
I think it's probably 1 per circuit, but yeah.
What? No, make it 2% there. Why not? Fuck it.
Just to be clear, you both would
Why don't we
support
just deny them? Why don't we just deny them Supreme Court picks like we did in the past and just keep installing our own? That's what we just keep. What's the Republicans did? They've set this precedent, right? Like this is the issue. Like I think this is the issue that like Destiny keeps raising up. And I've seen him raise it up before on like Pierce and stuff. We're just constantly held to a different standard. Republicans break the law and they're extended as much grace as they want, and then Democrats are like, well, we can't pack the courts. We can't do this. We can't do that. Why? Like Republicans need to be held
Republicans are
accountable.
losing and we are winning. That's the reason.
What they
Well, sure,
they just won the
every
last
aspect of the
election.
federal government.
They won the last election. They have 5
Trump
Supreme Court
is just
justices.
Oh, no, they lost the last election, November 4th, 2025.
They did lose that one.
They got shellacked.
Where
at a
is
level
this?
that we haven't seen?
Where is
in a
Stormwolf?
long,
Where do you
long
live?
time.
Where are you from?
A
Where is this
district
guy?
that haven't elected
I'm from
a
Jersey.
Democrat
I'm from
in a
Jersey.
hundred
You're from Jersey?
years.
Wick said it was India.
If Stormwolf,
fucking
if
century.
this guy right here,
Not
there
from
is at least
India.
one person on this panel that ICE could literally walk up to and demand their papers if he was doing
Wait,
the
no,
wrong
so
job.
at my school.
That's
I'm
where
at a
we're at
school
right
that
now.
had, like,
That's
a
where we're at
huge
right
case.
now.
I'm at.
Thank
I
God
wanna say
he's
my school.
pro-Israel.
I'm at a school. Wait. I'm at a school that had a huge case of like someone getting detained by ICE. I have to carry my global entry card with me at all times just in case because ICE is on our campus yesterday. Like this is
That
a
is
real
so
fear for me.
fucked up.
Well, like it's fine because I'm a citizen, but it's a real fear for me that I could just be detained randomly.
mean, it's
right?
fine.
Trump,
That's
it
not
doesn't matter that
fine.
Trump
That is-
will be
it's
will
not
win in
Not
2020.
fine. That's the problem.
That's
It's
not
not fucking
fine.
fine.
That's terrible.
No.
It's great.
I
Not
come from a rich.
fucking
I
fine.
come from a rich family. I come from a rich
this is
family.
friendly
I'll be
fire,
fine.
gang.
So I come from
But
an
when
upper
he's
middle class
saying it's
family, as Dustin was saying
fine, then
earlier
you might
today.
be
No, he agrees it's a
detained.
problem. No, he agrees. He agrees it's a problem. He does agree. It's a
Well,
problem.
my point is-
He's
well, my
saying it's
point-
fine,
my
it
point
will
is-
survive.
How did
Because
we
I
get
also
here to
come
realize,
from-
oh, no, it's
I
fine.
come
I'm a
from-
citizen. No, it's not fucking
Well, no,
fine.
I come-
No.
We understand.
I
that.
agree it's not
Everyone
fine.
agrees.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
can I-
okay.
Well, let him
Okay.
finish his point.
What
Let
I'm
him
saying
finish
is,
his point.
what I'm saying is,
Sorry,
what I'm saying
sorry,
is,
go ahead.
yes, we won the last election. The issue is that we lost the presidential election, and Trump is destroying this country. The reason I say I'm fine is only by virtue of the fact that I'm from. Well, Jesse was making this joke earlier about being an upper middle class. I'm from a rich family. I'm from a rich town. This was like earlier in his stream.
If
But,
you're
like,
from a
my
rich
point
town,
is,
prove it right now by donating a bunch of money to me. Go ahead, prove it.
No,
That's true.
Wick,
My
you
point
said it
is-
right though.
my
We
point
won the last election, and it might
I
be the
support
last
him.
election we
I
have.
support him.
So who
Yeah,
cares
exactly.
about
I
anything
don't know
forward?
midterms. They're trying to gerrymander midterms. That's why I like Gavin Newsom. I don't know if he's like the candidate I want the most in terms of policy perspective, but he's the only one who understands that if Republicans are going to play like this, then we better spit it right back in their face and show them, fuck no, get out of here. If you want to gerrymander,
You're
we'll
losing
gerrymander.
they are losing because they're playing like this. They are losing because they're playing this explicitly. Because
No, they're
doing
losing
this.
because the economy's still bad
Turning
because Trump's
against
tariffs
them
are awful.
and
But
kicking
Trump
them
is
out
just
of
trying to
office.
rig elections.
And you want
Wait,
to
what
do
about
the
the save
exact
act?
same thing
How much you know about
that's
the save
making
act?
them lose.
How much you
Did
know
you
about
know
the save
that
act?
two different
How
things
much
are
you know
the
about the save act?
exact same thing? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
I'm gonna-
I
Wait,
was
also,
on Wick's
did you
panel
know
today.
Trump is torching an election verification
panel.
committee? He started this at the beginning of his term. He literally already went and tried to destroy an election verification committee because he wants to like be able to control the outcome of elections more, or at least stop like he wants to be able to claim rigged elections more so he could start doing it. Because at least then the election verification committee he could use, it was an independent committee. He started torching their power. He passed the SAVE Act to limit who all can vote. They're doing gerrymandering. They're already making encroachments on voting rights.
Wait,
They
do
are
you
going to do
understand
everything
how
in their
this is going to be dummy mandering? They're going to try to gerrymander these things, but after the last election, and
Notice how you only look at the
they are
one thing, not the
realizing-
broader
hold
point
on,
I'm
there's a
talking about.
realizing
You focus on
Kentucky
one
first. I'll
specific
give you
thing,
an
not the broader
example.
point.
Kentucky, immediately after November 4th election, they dropped their bid to gerrymander because they realized this gerrymandering shit was going to be a dummy mander, right? Where they're going to actually lose seats because they watered down their margins by a lot.
He's living
So
out.
They could try, but they're
He's
going
I'm
living
glad
out
you
right
mentioned the
now.
gerrymandering thing. There was two other things I mentioned, which is supposed to be a broader point of how the elections are at risk. Winning elections isn't enough. You can't just look on one gerrymandering point. My
I
point
would
is
say,
that
I would say that if
they're
you're gonna,
making
if we're
several
gonna
encroachments.
like legitimately worry about this, we'd have to wait until like you would need like some kind of like Republican election official to buy up like all fucking Dominion or something before this is a huge problem. I think.
Oh wait.
Wait.
Destiny.
Wait.
Yeah.
Destiny, someone did that.
No way, really? That would be crazy. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Again,
Yeah, well, that would be insane.
That would be pretty
If only
crazy.
someone did that.
in a situation where we can prove that they have rigged and actually rigged an election, then my advocacy changes.
Wait a minute.
Elon Musk,
I wish there
Starlink.
was a
We'd have
time
to
they
run
ever
a
did
trial
that.
to do that, right? We would have to go through the process to do that, to figure out if if we can actually, if we have enough evidence, right? Like,
Yeah,
To be
obviously,
clear,
we'd have to
I
go
don't know
through a
how
process to do
I
it.
don't know how
okay,
obvious it
fine,
is they're going to rig
but hold on,
elections.
we might lose that trial though. And we
Wait.
lost that, then that'd be a problem.
Well, I mean, 1 second. I don't know if we need that trial because Donald Trump pardoned every single J6 false elector.
True.
So it seems like he really thinks that there was a possibility or some kind of time that they could have been charged and convicted of something. So it sure does seem like the people that tried it do think that they did do that. But maybe I don't know. Maybe there's some
Hold
context
on.
I'm not
Wick
seeing.
just his mind just went off. Go ahead, Wick. Hit him up with it. I know what you want to say. Do it.
Oh, I'll let you go.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
Wick, just out of curiosity, when it comes time, what are you going to be writing on your bullet casings?
Oh, I'm gonna write. I'll write. I don't know.
Stop.
Liberal
We're
forever.
posting too
Okay.
close.
Hard R liberals. Stuff like that.
Hard R liberals.
Anti-ICE.
Hard R liberals. Yeah. Okay,
Anti-ICE
gang.
is the best.
It's been a peach. It's been fun.
Thanks for letting me on.
Tired. Okay. You guys,
Who's
this has
getting
been a
impeached?
what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, and I've come out winning. Okay, as I always do. Thank you all for coming to my show today. I do appreciate you all for being here. We're gonna have more of these conversations in the future. Trump's gonna do more insane shit, and it's very important that we stop him effectively. I think my way is more effective. That's it. Okay, thank you again. I'll see you guys later. Wait, bye, everyone.
tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
It was great meeting you, Destiny. Huge fan.
Bye, everybody. I love you.
Be careful, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Destiny.
You too.
Hey, Destiny.
That's my
Destiny.
name.
Oh no. Oh
You
fucking
support
no.
war crimes. I just wanted to put that out there. Like,
Okay, I'll let you guys have.
I think you're
Wait, is your favorite government? Is your favorite government the most? Is it the Houthis? Is it Hamas? Or was it the Syrian Assad regime? Which one? If you had to choose your favorite one, what do you think? What's the one that you celebrate the most? Where you're like the most based?
The Houthis are pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Houthis are pretty cool.
You really think
They're
so?
pretty
Yeah, are they?
cool.
Are they?
I guess that tracks. I guess because like
pretty
minorities in the U.S. kind of
fucking
hate
cool.
gay people too. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Don't they do
Based,
child
based,
like in
based,
soldiers there?
based,
Isn't that bigger
based.
war crime than anything is?
Yeah, the Houthis.
Hey,
And,
we unclassified them as terrorists at some point so that we could give humanitarian aid. So yeah, I guess they are pretty cool, right?
Based.
I mean, like
I like
the-
One
the-
Piece.
The U.S. Yeah, the U.S. is also just classified. Was it that gang in Venezuela as a terrorist, so as an excuse to start a war with them, right? So like whatever, right? I don't. Who cares if there's a
Wait, do you acknowledge the Houthis
designation,
do
right?
terrorist attacks?
Designation,
No.
You acknowledge they do
Yeah.
terrorist attacks, right?
Just because-
Terrorism?
The
No.
Houthis,
They
the
can't do
Houthis have
terrorism.
never done anything to warrant.
That's only the
Wait,
United
wait,
States.
wait,
That's only the
wait,
U.S.
wait,
that
Wait,
does
no,
terrorism.
prime
Yeah,
case,
for
prime
terrorism.
case.
And
You
yeah,
acknowledge
for
the Houthis have attacked like
Exactly.
ships just coming
I
from India
agree.
or China,
they,
right?
They absolutely have, right?
And that's why they're
America
based,
has
right?
slaughtered- I would agree. America has
Has America
slaughtered
targeted civilians?
I
Like targeted civilians?
Well, I mean,
Yes,
yeah, we
one's
have
in
in
the
this
boat
administration.
in the middle of the ocean.
Sorry, I mean, have any other administration other than Trump, who we all agree is like awful, has any other administration targeted civilians the way that like the Houthis?
we killed a lot of we targeted civilians.
Wait, killing civilians is not the same as targeting civilians
No,
when one side's engaging in guerrilla warfare. What are you talking about?
No, I said targeted civilians. Actually, yeah, we went to villages and we cleared them out to get the
Wait, do you know why we did that? Wait, do you know why we did that?
Hold on, does it matter? Does it matter?
Yes, because they were engaging in guerrilla warfare. It's actually really similar because we didn't know who was a combatant. Because the Vietnamese were using civilians as shields and were pretending to be civilians.
It matters, huh? Yeah. They're pretending. Oh yes, and so that means you have to slaughter every man, woman, and child there. Yeah,
No,
100%.
but what it means is you can't pretend to be civilians.
You're just like Destiny. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I am.
They might-
Because
they might have
Destiny's
been
right about this
pretended,
stuff.
and so we gotta be sure. Yeah, we gotta be sure, right? And so we should firebomb.
Wait, how
them.
do we be sure?
We
Wait.
gotta
Okay,
be
sorry. You're right.
We gotta
Can I
be
ask you a
sure.
question?
Uh-oh.
If I go into a village,
All right, 1 second.
No.
if I go into a village, how do I know who's a combatant if they're all
One
dressed
second,
as civilians?
guys.
Yeah, by slaughtering them. By slaughtering
1 second.
them. That's how you.
1 second.
Right?
Real
That's how
quick.
you
Real quick.
score it. Hey,
Real quick.
Hey.
Please,
No.
Prime, 1 second.
No.
I gotta head out. It was great talking to everybody and meeting y'all. E-Court tomorrow. Come to Zip Zip stream at 12 o'clock. Hope everybody's there. Connor's going to be there. Y'all have a good one. Also, ban appeals are going to be at 11:15 right before it. Love y'all. Destiny, it's great talking to you. Everybody else, bye.
Wow, me rude.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
So all I was gonna say is like if I go into an area where militants are dressed up as civilians and like, any of them can just turn around and shoot me at any point, how am I supposed to deal with that situation?
Shoot them back.
How I'm going to ask you something. How are you not supposed to deal with that situation?
Oh, got you. He got you.
No,
You're right.
that's a serious
I would
question.
say that you. I don't know. It's a tough situation. I would say you like the thing is it's kind of hard to like. What do you mean? Like how would I not deal with that situation?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
What
there's
is
like billion
beyond
things you don't do. I wouldn't nuke the village. Like that's like the claim would
You
probably
would
rely on
nuke
you
the
because
village, but would you
like,
firebomb
and
the village?
things I can't do.
Would you kill everyone
Wait,
in
okay,
the
okay,
village
wait.
just in case?
What?
Would you kill everyone in the village just in case?
I don't know if I'd say it's like the best way to do it. I also wouldn't say it's the
But hold on,
the worst way to do it either.
okay.
You can do
Listen,
things that aren't like
okay.
objectively
So then
awful.
so you're saying that's in the realm of possibility. Hey, if you kill everyone in the village, right? That's like within the realm.
I would probably need more context. I'm saying I would probably avoid killing kids. I would probably avoid killing kids.
Hey,
yes.
Okay, all right, okay. So the Russians come in,
Probably.
right? The
Not
Russians
definitely, by
invade.
the way.
They invade New Jersey, right?
Well, I mean, it
They
depends on the
find where
context.
this,
If they're using like
poor
child
rich kid
soldiers, it's a
is,
bit
right?
more
'Cause he didn't
complicated.
actually gift to Wick, right? So we don't know if he's actually a rich kid, but
Yeah,
a full
true.
rich
I'm
kid.
not rich.
I'm just messing with you there. But they
No.
they come to your house, right? And into your city, but they don't know who are American combatants, right? Some American soldiers have mixed into the population, and so you'd say,
Well, I would say the American soldiers shouldn't be
acceptable
doing that because
solution here
that
would be
puts
to
a target.
slaughter you all.
Well,
It would take.
the Americans.
You would say,
I would say
you would say,
I
hey,
could say the
okay, what about this? What about this? Hey, what about this?
Everyone,
You would say, hey,
the
take
American
every
soldiers shouldn't be dressing up as civilians because that puts a target on every civilian's back.
Stormwolf, would you say, hey, we will take just every person of fighting age, right? Fighting age meaning like 15 and up, right? And we'll every man and line up against the
Can I
wall
answer your
and shoot
question?
them, right? That would
This
be.
question is not
we
that
don't
complicated.
know.
This question is not that complicated.
It's
This
not
question is.
complicated now. Oh, now.
Well, if you let me answer,
Let me
if you let me answer, sure. What I'll say is the Russians probably would be using a little bit too much force, but I would probably put primarily the blame on the Americans who are dressing up as civilians because you're not supposed to dress up as civilians if you're a militant.
What difference? Oh, no, guy. Sorry, stop trying to shift the blame. We're talking about the attackers.
I'm not.
Right?
That was where the blame would lie.
No, the Americans are the attackers, the defenders in this case, obviously. Follow the hypothetical.
It doesn't matter. Defenders have responsibilities in international law.
Both sides have responsibilities.
Defenders have.
Both sides have responsibilities, correct?
Yeah, sure, but in a situation where the defenders have caused the situation, the defenders would probably take the brunt of the blame.
Do attackers have
What?
responsibilities?
What do you think the responsibilities of the attack? Wait. Hold on, wait. What do you think the attacker responsibilities are?
Not to needlessly slaughter civilians.
Wait, not to needlessly? What does that mean?
Responsibilities.
What does that mean?
Be clear, the situation is
Wait, stop. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean to not needlessly slaughter civilians? What does that mean?
Sure, right? When there is a possibility of one militant, right, or a military target within a crowd, right, of 100 people, not to drop a bomb to kill that one individual.
Okay, I mean, you could argue if it's a military commander, maybe, but so then some civilian death is allowed in the rules of war, right? Even if you know you're going to kill civilians by bombing a target,
obviously.
right? Okay.
Yes,
So what is our strongest point of evidence that we feel like Israel is not engaging in proportionality or distinction when it comes to targeting enemy combatants in Gaza?
It would be dropping 2,000 pound bombs in the middle of refugee camps that were designated as safe zones, right? Filled with tents of individuals, right? And
They dropped a 2,000 pound bomb in the middle of a tented area. How many people were killed by it? 2,000.
Is he referencing Rafah?
No. Wait. He dropped it. So is there an attack? This killed what? 1,000 people? 10,000 people? There were 1 million people in the tented area south of Rafah before they did that. So they were dropping bombs that were killing 10,000, 1,000, thousands in a single strike, or
dozens, sometimes 100. Like
wait.
In a strike just
Wait,
the other
2,000
day.
pound
Does it
bomb?
sound?
100 people died in that strike. So I don't like there was a certain
2,000 pound bomb
in the middle of a tent city? A 2,000 pound bomb only killed 100 people?
Sorry, hold on. I don't have a specific incident with a casualty report right at hand, right? But I can, if you want to sit down and go over those different casualty reports for those different attacks, we can do that, right?
Okay, fine.
Casualty reports with large numbers. But,
yeah, no, I'm trying to find one.
It just seems weird. It just seems weird that there have been so many bombs. I'm pretty sure there have been more bombs dropped than people killed. It seems weird that they're not doing any kind of distinction if that's the case. It seems like they could have killed way more people. Why they waste so many bombs?
The analysis showed that we've dropped. Sorry, not we. Well, I guess.
Wait, no, this isn't the point. Wait. To be clear, I don't care how many total bombs we dropped.
Sorry, Stormwolf. Sorry, shut up. The look in terms of bombs, right? They've dropped enough bombs to equal 6 Hiroshimas. 6 Hiroshima.
This is exactly what I preempted. I don't care the total bomb.
No, wait, I care. You said 6 Hiroshimas, right? Okay, how many people died in the Hiroshima bombing? Atomic bomb in Hiroshima killed about 140,000 people. The immediate blast killed 78,000 people. You said they've dropped 6 Hiroshimas worth of bombs, and they've killed about 1 Hiroshima's worth of people. How is that possible?
Because they've killed a lot more. They've killed a lot more. We don't actually have the full numbers.
Wait, so you think they've killed more than... Wait, you think they killed 6 Hiroshimas? Also, all of Gaza is far more densely populated than Hiroshima as well, right? So you think they've killed, what, twice as many as the reported figures? 3 times as many? 4 times as many?
I have no idea.
If you have no idea, then how could you possibly have an opinion? How could you possibly have an opinion if you have no idea?
I'm not going to make a wild statement that I don't have evidence for. Right?
Okay, that's fine, and I respect that. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
How many people died?
I'm not asking you how many. I'm not asking you how many people died.
You want me to make a wild guess? I can do that.
I'm asking you how you justify that you think that they're not distinguishing between enemy combatants and civilians. And you gave the example of how many bombs they've dropped and ostensibly, I guess, how many people they've killed. I'm asking, well, how many people are actually dead? And you're like, well, I have no idea. But if you have no idea, it seems like that would heavily inform that answer.
Within the safe zones, we have Israel established safe zones. They said, hey, go to these places, right? And you
Which is, by the way, not the responsibility, by the way.
Sorry, what?
So, wait, hold on, stop. He's talking about you. Hold on. I think Israel had only ever agreed to a singular safe zone. I think it was around the time of the evacuation of Rafah. Okay? Just to be clear, you acknowledge that Hamas has never agreed with Israel mutually to a safe zone ever, and that they've failed their obligations to their civilian population by failing to do that, right?
What difference would that make if they agreed to it?
Well, you just said there's safe zones, and only one has been officially established.
I'm asking you.
There were 2 bullets.
That Hamas has never taken care to agree with Israel about a civilian safe zone. They've never done that.
I don't know if that's the case, but I don't know why it would matter.
Because because it would be a war crime. You have an obligation to your civilian population to do what you can to take care of them during times of war. And 2,
Hamas has committed war crimes.
Okay, but 2, it would also, the goal of that would be to facilitate more civilian death, right?
Sorry, the goal of what?
The goal of not saying, we agree that this area is off limits for bombing. We agree that we're not going to, conduct warfare from this area. That you would do this to protect our civilians. The only reason you wouldn't do this is because you hope to induce more civilian death or to fight from civilian areas. No?
Maybe not. No, I don't know what.
Give me another conceivable reason.
If that's the case, hold on. If it's the case that Hamas never agreed to a safe zone, I don't know if that's the case, right? I know you're a liar, so I don't know if that's the case.
I'm not.
But if that's the case, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the reason would be to facilitate more deaths. There could be other reasons.
Name one. What could another reason be?
I have no idea.
How the fuck can you have such strong opinions? How can you have such strong opinions about this topic and not have any idea about any?
Justify my criteria. I have no idea. I don't know how.
Then why do you care? Then why pretend to have strong opinions? Then why pretend to have strong opinions on it if you have no idea about it? Then who cares? Just talk about something else.
Come on. Why have strong opinions on a number of deaths there? No, I can have strong opinions.
I got a question for you about this.
You don't know.
I got a Prime. So here's my question. Okay, so I looked it up real quick. 67,000 is the official total since October 7th in Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how many more do you think there are beyond 67,000?
He said he didn't know.
Additional 5,000, 20,000, 100,000?
Wait,
what are we thinking here?
Sure. Let's. Hey, no, I'll pull.
600,000.
Yeah, I'll put a number up my ass. Yeah, 500,000. Let's say 500,000.
That's insane.
Wait, what is this based off of? What is this based off of?
Nothing.
Also, a quarter of the population is dead? Wait, so a quarter of the population would be dead if you have no idea?
Hold on. Yes, I have.
Why are you just making up numbers, bro?
Because the bodies haven't been counted. So
at least other pro-Palestinian sports have the audacity to the Lancet study. You're just making shit up because you haven't researched it.
Hold on, no. Hold on. I'm saying I don't know if those numbers are accurate. Those are an estimation, right? I can use those estimations.
But based on what?
I've heard
based on what?
200,000. Based on the studies. Yeah, based on 200,000.
What study?
But we have multiple. There have been.
So we have the Lancet study, which has been widely debunked by every other person in the field. What study are you referencing?
Hold on. I'm not referencing. Hold on, my guy, Stormwolf. I need you to shut up and listen for a second, right? Because you're trying to make a point here, but then you're just running over me. So hey, listen.
You're saying they're not being counted, right? That the bodies aren't being counted yet.
Sorry, shut up. I will answer your question in a second. Okay. Hey, I'm being asked, hey, come up with a number. I'm saying, no, I don't want to come up with a number because I won't have anything to base that on, right? And then you're saying, hey, there are other studies here, right? Why don't you base it on that study, right? Like the Lancet study. But then you immediately say, well, the Lancet study has already been
Wait,
debunked.
no, I said
so you wouldn't want to base it on that
I didn't say
either,
you should
right?
base up the Lancet. I said at least other people have the audacity to have researched their lies and then say the Lancet. My point was you don't
hold
even
on.
research this. You have no way of proving these numbers.
I'm not. Okay, so I'm not lying. Okay. Hey, how?
Then you're just wrong.
How did? 1 second. Hold on. 1 second. How did they come up with the number? The official number. How did they come up with that number?
So the Gaza Health Ministry has a pretty good track record of being correct in these things. I believe they just count bodies based on reported deaths and stuff like that. I think they've had to revise numbers a couple times because of different like more information that comes out. But the Gaza Health Ministry is an on the ground, I believe, ministry that's like looking at the deaths. They've been fairly accurate. We have no reason to distrust their numbers because they've never really had inaccurate numbers in the past. But all of a sudden, the Gaza Health Ministry, which by the way is run by Hamas, so it's a massive incentive to overestimate deaths.
Oh no,
It's
yeah.
so underreported.
Hey, hold on. So no. Hey, hold on. No, I'm not going to answer anyone's question. I'm going to do one at a time. Right?
Okay.
I got Destiny here, so it's going to be a problem if everyone jumps in at once. So, Stormwolf, right? I'm asking like the logistics of it all. Like, how do they actually count them?
I don't know their exact methodology, to be honest.
okay,
I
no,
would
no,
have
no,
to.
I'll tell you,
I would imagine. I would imagine because I have some understanding how this works. Wait, I wasn't done. I would imagine what they're doing is they're basing off reports, based on dead bodies found, based on the ground estimations, based on missing people's reports, and kind of gauging it from there. But I would imagine that's being factored in. The Lancet study does not do any of this.
This is not the gotcha. This is not the gotcha. Right? Calm down, Stormwolf.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm trying to answer your question.
I know. I'm saying I don't have a gotcha for you, so calm down.
I know, but I'm answering your question because you asked like how do they do it. I'm giving you my rough estimation.
Okay, I've heard you because you just repeated what you said previously. Anyway, Trey, it's fine. Stormwolf, I actually like you. Okay, all right. We're getting loud, but I actually like you. I'll put that out there. Okay, so they count them to the hospitals. People bring bodies in. Right? They bring bodies in. The shelves of hospitals, the shelves of medical facilities are left after Israel's bombed those hospitals. But from those medical facilities, they bring in family members or whoever, right? Emergency workers bring in bodies, and then they decide if they're going to count. Not all bodies count, right? So if you died from other reasons, right? Even if they're war related, if you haven't died from an actual like a bullet or a bomb or something, they won't actually count those individuals, right? And so
but that's not true. So that's not true. Wait, that's just not true. That's not true. Because that's not how a health ministry works. Because they're not counting cause of death. They're just doing death. They're just saying how many people have died.
You're incorrect on this. We have doctors who've come, like American doctors who come from Doctors Without Borders. They've given testimony, talked about exactly the way they do this, right? There are many bodies that come through aren't counted, but even then, there's still a problem because those bodies still.
How would you take a body to a hospital? How would you take a dead body to a hospital in the first place?
Good question, right? Why would you?
Well, then the Gaza Health Ministry isn't counting basically.
Listen.
Are they taking like arms and legs?
Stormwolf, breathe. I got you. So I'm trying to explain this. So they take oftentimes there are individuals who come to the hospital and they're hurt and then they die, right? But then sometimes people are bringing bodies to the hospital or want to take care of those bodies, like in terms of burial, right? Like that's where you would do that. However, there are individuals, one, who are underneath the rubble and who can't be extricated. Those people aren't counted. Two, there are bodies that are so mangled that, just like whoever said that just intimated, they don't even bother. There are people who died, blown to pieces. Their families don't bother taking them, and they don't count, right? And then
so you're just making shit up. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not making. Sorry, why would I be making?
I think you're just making shit up. Yeah, because you're like telling this fantastical story about like bodies.
Explain what I just made up.
First Google search.
So wait, here's real quick before we do this. So here, real quick. So the way that they count bodies is a combination of people bringing bodies in, directly reported deaths that come from news articles, but they will also use, like, if families are reporting people missing after some period of time, they'll count those people's dead too. That's how they did it with 2014 and Protective Edge. I'm pretty sure that same practice carries through to today. There probably are some deaths that aren't counted, but that's probably on the scale of thousands, not on the scale of tens of thousands, certainly on scales of hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. That's why I would say there's an online record that they pull numbers from. There's an online record that families can report dead bodies on that they will then use.
I just want to ask a question, Prime. Do you think that the death count that we have been provided, what is it? I think it's 60 something thousand right now.
67,000, yeah.
67,000, the official death count. Do you do you think that's all civilians?
No, they're probably actually Hamas fighters in there. Yeah.
So you recognize that Hamas does not publish their civilian death count, or their fighter death count?
Civilian death count.
No, their fighter death count. They don't tell you how many of their fighters have been killed.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah.
That's probably the case.
Yeah, I haven't heard of. I'm saying I haven't heard of a fighter death count myself. Specifically from Hamas.
Okay, does it maybe bother you a little bit that they hide these numbers? Does that not give you any thought whatsoever? Why do you think they do that? Why don't they tell people how many of their fighters have died?
It could be for propaganda purposes, right? Like you would want to make it look as many civilians died in that situation within this war, right? It would be to their advantage.
So one of the things that people often like to lean on when they make all these claims about how it's a genocide and Israel is targeting civilians is they lean on the witness accounts of the people who have said, oh, they struck this area and there's no Hamas here. Do you believe those accounts? Do you think that that's what's happening? It seems like you think Israel is just wantonly targeting civilians for no reason because that they want to kill all Palestinians or something because they're an evil mustache-twirling villain.
Some accounts are credible, some accounts aren't, as in within any battlefield.
Okay, what if I were to show you evidence that Hamas instructs their civilians to not ever talk about whether or not they saw fighters nearby a strike, or to not ever talk about whether or not there were people, whether or not people were firing stuff off from the at any part of a populated area with civilians, because they do that. Right. And I very much doubt that Gazan civilians are going to say.
You kind of, could you condense that? What are they saying?
Okay, what if I were to show you evidence that Hamas basically forces their civilians to not tell anybody that there were Hamas nearby at the site of a strike, and to just say that it was all innocent civilians that died? Because that's what they do.
I would say, one, Hamas doesn't have complete control of the civilian population. I would say, two, we do have third-party observers on the ground. So
that would be subject to Hamas.
There'll be some credible points and some.
They are subject to Hamas, by the way.
Subject of Hamas. Yes, I'm a subject.
You're not subject of.
They're subject. There are literally reporters who have gone to Gaza, and then
I'm a subject of Donald Trump, right? And yet,
no, there are reporters who have gone to fucking Gaza and who have said, and then who have come back and said, we weren't allowed to say this, or that because that Hamas wouldn't let us.
Yes, governments put.
They don't have a free press.
I didn't say they did. I'm not even saying they did. They do. But governments put restrictions on individuals. That doesn't mean that that doesn't automatically mean that all information coming from that area is now untrustworthy. That within that area, there is no either individuals who will tell the truth or those who are third-party outsiders who will do it any which way.
I'm just gonna say this: we've been having this conversation, and there's not been and Prime's point is there's genocide going on. There's not been a single positive argument from Prime other than they targeted refugee camps, safe zone, sorry, that he couldn't back up. He's had one positive account that has not been.
You realize that you can pay money to get on that thing and then vote in favor of it being a genocide, right? That International Association of Genocide Scholars. You realize that, right?
We have a whole list of third-party organizations. Take your pick, right?
Yeah, and they're all using the same bullshit evidence, the same out of context quotes that were in the South Africa genocide case.
I know. And only Israel. I get it.
No, I'm not saying Israel's never done any war crimes. I'm just saying you don't have enough evidence.
So they've done some.
That's called an appeal to authority. You haven't argued the actual facts. You're just saying, look, these people said
you haven't read any of
tell me the evidence.
You had your chance. You had your chance. You're beautiful. I love you, but you had your chance. Sorry, what did you want?
I know.
Sorry, blue lady. Sorry,
Kalinda?
Lady? Helinda, sorry, I'm sorry. Helinda.
Yeah, also Ukraine is based, Slava Ukraini, etc. Listen, no, all of those reports are based on the same shit. Even the recent UN report that came out, it's all the same crap. It's all the same 500 trucks and like the quotes that are out of context where they're all just talking about Hamas.
They have extensive. They've written extensive reports, gathering evidence for the ground on the ground. These aren't like just
Yeah,
a
they've
few, like,
talked
media
to people on the ground who told them there were no Hamas here, because if they do tell them there were Hamas there, then Hamas is going
Right.
to come and fucking kill them.
Okay, you say this, but like we have extensive reports from outside observers, who've gone, who reported back,
You
right?
you
For instance,
you really
people
don't
from,
get
like,
it. You just
Doctors
want to
Without
pretend that
Borders.
Hamas doesn't
You're just
exist
saying-
so that
you're
Israel can be a
I'm not saying Hamas
willing
doesn't
villain.
exist. I'm not saying Hamas exists. I don't say that they're good guys, right? I'm not saying that these
The Houthis are,
individuals
though. Just to be
that
clear,
there
he thinks the
can't
Houthis
be
are.
sort of coercive pressure being put on civilians to exaggerate. All of that could be true, and
But then
Israel
what's
could be doing a war crimes.
Wait, can I put some positive
that's
arguments why I
true,
don't think?
yeah,
Wait,
then-
can I put some positive arguments why Israel isn't committing a genocide? I think there's a couple things I like to reference when talking about this. First of all, I don't think it's true that an attacker has any obligation to facilitate aid. Even though Israel has blocked aid, there's been times in the past where they've facilitated aid. No, the only thing they have to do is not block aid. They have no proactive obligation to apply aid.
By the way,
Secondly,
Hamas
they
has a
distributed a
response.
done by an attacker. What's a war crime done by an attacker? Is there a war crime that can be done by an attacker?
Yes, there could be. So blocking aid. So Israel did commit that war crime, but they've
Yeah,
also
for 3
facilitated
months they
aid,
blocked
which
aid. That
brings-
was a war
Which
crime.
I do agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a genocide because Israel's also provided aid, which they don't have an obligation
I
to
didn't say
do.
that was-
Israel distributed a polio vaccine. They don't have obligation to
that
distribute a
was- hold on.
polio
All I
vaccine.
asked you for a war
Israel
crime. I didn't say
has
that
always
itself
given
was a
warnings for their bombings.
I didn't say that. Hold on. I only asked you one thing. Calm down. Breathe. Stormwolf. You're
Well, you
great.
interrupted me, so I was just gonna finish my point.
No, but Stormwolf, you're fantastic. But like, you're mixing things, right? All I asked you is, did they commit a war crime? Not necessarily did they.
Yeah, but I'm not
commit
gonna
a
disagree
genocide.
that Israel committed war crimes. I'm gonna dispute that Israel committing a genocide.
Even then, that's not really it. I'm saying like an offensive war crime. I mean like involving guns and bombs.
Yeah,
Are there
I mean,
war crimes involved?
if you explicitly target bombing civilians, but you've not presented one piece of argument they have.
There are instances
had-
where you could say where they have, but like you can't Prime
So, like-
seems to think that all of their bombings is just targeting civilians.
This thing,
constantly.
you think any
Because he
civilian
wants
death
to use
is
the
killing
scary
civilians?
G
I
word.
didn't say that, so you don't need to put those words in my mouth. I didn't say that. Of course they've bombed just like quote legitimate targets before. Of course they have. Why would I deny that?
Yeah, but you think the majority of the how
No,
many
you
of
don't
your
know
how
what-
many?
You don't know what I think. You don't know.
Wait,
You
wait,
don't
easy
know.
question.
Then tell us what you think, because
Prime.
you think it's
Prime,
a
wait,
fucking
Prime.
genocide,
Wait,
so you
Prime.
either
Easy
don't know what
question.
that word
Easy
means,
question.
or you do.
Easy question. How do we differentiate between Israel just bombing and civilians dying and Israel targeting civilians in your world? How do we do this?
How we determine, hey, were there sufficient military targets there, right?
But
We would
Hamas
say-
lies about being present
we
there,
would say,
and they force you to lie
like,
about it.
Hold on, and both sides will lie. Hold on,
Yeah, but that's not
would Israel, hold on,
favorite
hold on,
view.
Stormwolf, would Israel ever have a reason to lie themselves? Would the idea of ever have a reason to lie?
I mean, sure, but we
Yeah,
don't have
they
any, like,
do, but they're
large-scale
also a
precedent of them
democracy, and they're
lying.
subject
The way Hamas
to-
lies.
And what cases would they
They're
lie?
a liberal democracy with internal checks and
Hey,
balances
what
that are held
hey,
accountable to
here's-
international standards.
here's one
Hamas has
example where they
none of
target-
these
come on.
criteria.
One example where they targeted civilians? No, I'll provide you, no problem, right? There
One
was a
explicit
convoy.
advan-
Hold on. You want an example?
Oh, the one where the I know what convoy you're talking about.
I'm going to tell you an example right now. Shut up. There was a convoy.
I know what this is, yeah.
of
WCK.
ambulances
UNA.
that was going
Yeah,
down
never mind.
some darkened road. There was
kidding.
a whole line of IDF agents or soldiers there, right? The convoy was lit up, right? They were seen, and the Israeli soldiers fired on these ambulances anyway. And then they buried the bodies in a mass grave afterwards, and then they lied about it, right? The idea of
Sure. Wait, but notice how we know that they lied about it?
They lied about it.
Wait, how do we know they lied about it? How do we know they lied about it?
Because they actually lied. They said like this I forget what.
How do we know they lied about it? How was the lie discovered?
Because they said false statements. They actively said false statements that was countermanded.
Yeah, but how did we discover the statements false? You're just going in circles.
I'm about to tell you, Stormwolf. Shut up. Like there was.
Okay, then tell me.
I'm literally right now, Stormwolf. Literally out my mouth is coming out. Just Stormwolf.
Go ahead.
You're sexy. You're so sexy. Let me
Just say it.
Okay. They had video, right? Like so, there were the victims were recording what was happening, right? And that countermanded or contravened exactly what the IDF said. So yeah, that's how we knew, because we found video footage of the incident. That's how we knew.
Are you talking about the
Where's the video footage from, by the way?
WCK bombing or a different thing?
It sounds
not
like
a
he is, but I'm not too sure.
No, it's not a bombing.
How did they find the video? If they were buried in mass graves.
They found the mass graves. People found the mass graves later on.
Wait,
and
no, but how they find the Israel? Like you said, there was a video. How
it
find
was
that
a
video?
cell
Where was
phone.
it from?
It was the cell phone.
Okay.
Well, they
My
like
point
went
is-
through their phones and like uploaded it. Like I'm confused. What's
no,
going
it wasn't.
on?
Hold on. I just told you. Like, hold on. Listen. I need you to use your ears.
Are you
Listen.
talking about when they killed
found-
those ambulance drivers?
Yes,
and
yes.
tortured
yes,
one of them?
A convoy of
which was an intelligence error, and I think
emergency workers,
wasn't
and
there an
they
incident
found-
where Israel like used tanks?
These people are all way more pro-Zionist than I am. Oof, oh man, but I'm never helping Prod Guy here.
Hey, is there a moment where Israel slaughtered civilians? Right. That would be. This would be that moment.
First of all,
Okay,
those aren't
yeah,
civilians,
none of
but I
us-
do agree
listen.
Israel did fuck
Hold
up in
on,
that
hold
incident.
on. How are ambulance drivers not non-military?
Nobody-
Well, I wouldn't say they're
Prime,
civilians,
nobody
but I would agree it's fucked up to bomb that or
Nobody
shoot that.
disagrees
But that's still a war crime.
that Israel has
They're
done
not-
war crimes,
then-
but the problem
then-
is there's a difference between war crimes and genocide. Israel's
Thank you,
problem
yeah.
is that they
Once again,
are not
I need you to
accountable.
put your listening cap on, right? Put your listening cap on, because I didn't ask him about the genocide there, right?
I
asking him
agreed with
about
you when you
war
asked me if they did war crimes. I said Israel probably has committed
None
war
of us
crimes. I don't
disagrees with that.
disagree.
And so they would have reasons. And so if they're capable of doing war crimes, the attacker is capable of doing war crimes, when they have reasons to lie about that, correct?
Prime, do you think the government did 9/11?
Just
walk into there. Because Nick Fuentes made his argument to Destiny, where the government has the capability to lie, so that means they did lie. That's what you're doing right now. This is a Nick Fuentes level
They
argument.
would have reasons to lie about the war crimes they've committed. So
wait, I am just curious. Wait, Prime, do you think that Israel did 9/11?
My computer is really fucking up. I do apologize. It's slowing down here. I apologize, guys.
No, he
Israel do
probably
9/11?
thinks
Prime, we're coming through.
the,
Prime, do you think that Israel did 9/11? I'm just curious.
Do I think Israel? Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I'm getting like I'm like doing a dual streaming type thing here. I'm sorry. Apologize. No, I don't think Israel did 9/11. As far as I know. Yeah, as far as I know.
Who did 9/11?
Is it possible?
Who did it?
Wait, Prime. Israel has an incentive to do it, right? And they have the capability
Also,
to
okay,
do
wait,
it.
real
So we
quick. I love you
say
guys.
They did, right?
I'm going to
That
sleep.
was-
Okay, be careful.
Wait.
You
It was great meeting you. Huge fan. Destiny, huge fan.
love
Great
you.
meeting you.
I'm fucking tired. Okay. Jesus. Okay. A lot of Zionism in that call, all right? But I'm never helping. Never helping the Prime. All right, where are we at? Hold on. It's time. My brain is huge. 5-day streak. I think 5 or 6 is my record. All right. Artie. Kiss. Enamel. Essay. Crown. Decay. Brush. Oh, I'm getting baited. Pace. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. I know what's going on here. Any. Skim. Plaster. Pulp. Stick. Stroke. Root. And fix. Hold on. Okay. Tooth stuff. Toothpaste. Toothbrush. Tooth decay. Wait, is that a bait? Hold on, parts of a tooth. Enamel, crown, root, pulp? You have roots, right? I'm just a fucking god. Okay, hold on, okay. The other part was a bait, but that's okay. We've got, to lightly touch, skim, stroke, brush, kiss. Yep, graze, yep, easy, okay. Paste, plaster. Why do I feel like essay? No, it's stick and fix. It's to place something, to attach something to something else. Adhere. God, I'm so smart. Any, arty, essay, and decay. I have no idea. Words that sound like 2 letters. Oh my god. All right, I'll have you guys go to sleep. Rubino, Pappuccino, Rubino, Cappuccino, I do nerds. I'll catch you guys next. Stream Marino. Be careful.